With 18 center judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure in impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of the Senate Sittings and Impeachment Court dated August 5, 2026, and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honor. We are ready.
Same appearance for the respondent, Your Honor. We're ready.
Thank you and good
Your
morning
Honor.
to the counsel for the parties. Yes, Honorable Chua. What is your pleasure?
Your Honor, I understand that this is a continuation of the examination of the prosecution's witness. May we request that Attorney Kapunan, counsel for the prosecution, be recognized, Your Honor. Please.
Yes, Attorney Kapunan is recognized. Attorney Lorna and Attorney Christine, I understand that the parties were not able to meet during the two rainy days that parang tumangkad ka, Lorna.
Oo nga po. Parang binigyan ako ng apple box dito.
Wala namang baha dito sa... Yes, I understand that the parties were not able to meet the last 2 days of last week, perhaps given the inclement weather, but the fact remains is you were not able to meet.
May I make manifestations, Your Honor?
Yes, Attorney Kapunan.
First of all, Your Honor, we, this honorable court and presiding officer, will note that when we broke off last Wednesday, it was very clear that prosecution through this representation made a motion, in fact modified the motion, that we be allowed to present the documents, 4,492 documents, before the honorable clerk of court. And for purposes of comparison, Your Honor, and this honorable presiding judge will recall that it did issue a directive to the parties to make themselves available on Thursday and Friday of last week, just mutually agreeing on a common time, Your Honor. Also, the clerk of court was directed to make themselves available either on Tuesday or Friday or both days, subject to a time agreed upon by both counsels for the petitioner and the respondent. Ito pong nangyari, na-indyan po kami. Why do I say that? Wednesday, we made a text message, and I have the text messages here. When do we meet? Tomorrow or Friday? Wala pong sagot nung Wednesday. On Thursday, we waited the whole day. Kailan tayo magmi-meet? Thursday na ngayon. Friday na bukas. Our witness will be on board on Monday. Wala pa rin sagot, Your Honor. The whole day of Thursday. At the end of Thursday, at the end of office hours, Thursday, Your Honor, and we have the evidence here, at 5:38 in the afternoon of Thursday, they texted, counsel for the respondent texted to say, we are available on August 14. This coming Friday, Your Honor, August 14, when napakalinaw naman sa directive ng presiding officer na mag-agree on a date on Thursday or Friday of last week. August 14, what good will that do us? The hearing is today, August 10, and they want us to appear before the clerk of court to compare documents on August 14. For what purpose, Your Honor? Now, The text message is even more disturbing because apart from saying sa August 14 na lang, they even disclaim the fact that this honorable court said Thursday or Friday last week. Wala naman daw sinabi ang presiding officer except to set a time, date, and time mutually agreed upon by the parties. That is bad faith, Your Honor, because sinabi ng presiding officer ang specific dates, Thursday or Friday last week. Wala daw sinabi ang presiding officer. And the presiding officer will recall that you left it to the parties, Your Honor, to agree on the time but not on the dates. Now we are told August 14. The clerk of court over the weekend also was waiting for notice from both parties. And we got a call from the clerk of court saying, walang sinabi sa amin except August 14. In a last attempt, Your Honor, in a last attempt for them, for counsels, for the respondent, this morning, as late as this morning, we approached them to say, we have 1 hour to go, let's start. And they said, again, they refused. They refused, no need daw. Kasi pakitahan na lang ng summaries, etc. No need, Your Honor. Let me just say, Your Honor, that this attitude of the respondent is not new. We had the same attitude pre-trial pa lang. Ayaw na mag-stipulate. Why? Because daw, hindi faithful reproduction. Yung kopya nila, tsaka yung kopya namin. Bakit hindi faithful reproduction? Because ang pinag-awayan, presiding officer, Your Honors, isa lang ang pinag-awayan, covering page. Covering page ng 4,492 documents na yan, ang pinag-awayan, covering page. And that's why they did not want to stipulate. So, Your Honors, if I may, we will necessarily have to go over very briefly this witness, briefly glossing over the documents and identifying her summary, her tabulation, pursuant to the presiding officer's suggestion. And we are invoking as well Rule 130, Section 7, and Section 3C on summaries and tabulations. We will do that, Your Honor.
I have a question, Counsel. Before I recognize Attorney Christine, Attorney Lorna, Attorney Wamil had a table and summary for the ARs for December 21 to 31, 2022, which was turned over to Ms. Eileen, so she can testify on that as well, given that it's official records. My question is, does she have a tabulation and or summary? Because apparently, Attorney Wamil did not, dahil hindi na rin niya inabutan yun, ayon sa kanya, di ba?
Yes,
May
sure.
tabulation at summary ba si Ms. Eileen ng first to third quarter of 2023 ng OVP at DepEd confidential funds?
Yes, Your Honor. Our witness, Ma'am Sailin May Del Campo, does have a similar summary of all of the acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor.
Again, to clarify, covering the first to the third quarters
The
of
first-
2023 of both DepEd and OVP.
Yes, Your Honor. For the first quarter of the OVP, the second quarter, and the third quarter, Your Honor, that totals 1,823 acknowledgement receipts.
How many?
She has-
1,000?
For the first quarter of February 6, March 29, 2023, covering 519 documents. Our witness has a tabulation, Your Honor, a summary.
Second quarter of OVP?
For the second quarter, which is the period April 25 to June 30, 2023, covering 530 acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor, our witness also will be presenting a tabulation or a summary. And for the third quarter of the office of the Vice President, our witness will be presenting a tabulation for the periods July 14, September 30, 2023, covering 774 documents, Your Honor, totaling 1,823. And she will confirm as well the tabulation made for the December 2022 21 to 31, 22 tabulation of Attorney Wamil, consisting of 845 documents. So for the office of the Vice President, this witness will be presenting and identifying 2,668 acknowledgement receipts. Likewise, Your Honor, if I may continue.
Counsel may, for the DepEd.
For the DepEd, Your Honor, for the first quarter, covering the period February 20 to March 30, 2023, our witness has a tabulation of 561 acknowledgement receipts. For the second quarter, covering the period April 25 to June 30, 2023, our witness has a tabulation of 619 acknowledgement receipts. And for the third quarter of the DepEd, covering the period July 14 to September 30, 2023, our witness will be identifying and as well the tabulation of 644 acknowledgement receipts, or for the DepEd, a total of 1,824 documents, which will bring us to 2,668 for the office of the Vice President, 1,824 for the DepEd, totaling 4,492 documents, which counsel for the respondent refused, Your Honor, to stipulate on. We are now therefore constrained to present this witness and the tabulations before this honorable
She can testify based on the tabulation that she has, again, in accordance with the ruling of the chair, citing Rule 130, Section 3C, in relation to Section 7, which is an exception to the original document rule. Your comment, Attorney Christine, before
yes,
we
Your Honor.
proceed?
Just one more manifestation, Your Honor.
With the kind indulgence
In
of Attorney
addition
Christine.
to these tabulations, Your Honor, we will be presenting, but not identifying, we will be presenting folders containing these acknowledgement receipts so that the witness can flip over them, Your Honor. Just flip over them. And if counsel will say we are not given the opportunity first, they've been given the opportunity. They refuse. And the reason being, number one, they don't have enough lawyers now. We heard on an interview that they did not have enough lawyers and could not schedule, could not follow the directive of the presiding officer. 15 lawyers for the defense, for the respondent. They did not have enough lawyers, nor the time to comply with the directive of this honorable presiding officer. Lastly, Your Honor, in any event, Your Honor, there is no denial of due process. They will have the opportunity when all of these documents are presented in a formal offer of evidence. That is their time to compare. That is their time to make their comments. That is their time to raise their objections, Your Honor, when it is formally offered in evidence, in due course. Thank you, Your Honor.
The chair notes the manifestation of Attorney Lorna and her point with respect to the respondent having the opportunity to comment once formal offer has been made is well taken. Attorney Christine, yes, your comment, ma'am?
Your
Before we
Honor,
proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, please. I would like to thank the good counsel for their willingness to explore or to implement Rule 130, Section 7. At least we have aligned with what we are expected to do before this honorable court. In fact, Your Honor, earlier this morning, I was asked by one of her partners about the comparison. And I actually told her partner, Attorney Lazaro, Attorney, we don't even need to compare the exhibits in order to expedite the proceedings. Because first of all, that's the authenticity of the exhibits is something that the court will have to decide. And the court will only decide on that after the prosecution has already submitted their offer of evidence, and that will be subject to our comment. And there's no need for us to actually compare the exhibits just so we can arrive at a stipulation that this and that are the same. And also, Your Honor, with regard to the identification of the witness of the exhibits, that goes into the witness competence. Now, we did not stipulate here in open court that the witness is competent to identify the exhibits, Your Honor, kasi hindi naman ho namin kilala ho yung taga-COA. Pangalawa, we don't know the extent of her examination of the documents. Pangatlo, she just assumed the work of Mr. Wamil. So, mahirap naman po sabihin nun ng kliyente namin, sige, okay na, we payag na kami, she can identify the exhibit, she knows all of those, she has examined all of those. Precisely, that's the duty of the counsel to do in open court. Now, there's Rule 130, Section 7, and for those of you who are litigating before the CTA, you already know this rule, that a witness can testify based on the summary, and that would actually show that he's competent to testify on the exhibits by reason of the summary that she made. And that would attest that she has examined all of the documents that are contained in the summary. That's why yun po yung sinuggest ko sa counsel ng kabila. Sabi ko, we will not even object, attorney, as to how many exhibits you will identify, or you will have a samples kahit 10 per quarter, or kahit 100, or kahit wala. Diba? If you check Rule 130, Section 7, hindi naman ho ni-require na isa-isahin ho yun. At hindi ho nire-require, Your Honor, na kailangan ho namin mag-stipulate on the exhibits, on the authenticity, so that they can use Rule 130, Section 7. And if properly done po, Your Honor, I think they can identify or they can finish all 1 quarter in less than 10 minutes. I'm talking about that, no? I'm talking about that based on experience. So, Your Honor, we don't object to their implementation of Rule 130, Section 7, as to the manner by how they will do it. We will also not object, but subject to cross-examination, Your Honor. Thank you.
The manifestation of Attorney Christine is noted. Chair will make a ruling so that we can move on.
May I just respond to this, Your Honor?
Ako na
Just
magre-respond. Ako
very
na magre-respond
briefly.
para sa kanya. Sa'yo, Attorney Kapunan. The chair did make a ruling, issue an order for the parties to try to meet Friday or Thursday. However, for whatever reason, lack of lawyers or inclement weather, that did not happen. Chair would just like to correct, hindi ka Attorney Lorna ininjan, baka ginost ka. Kasi hindi ka sinagot eh. Pero hindi ka ininjan, wala namang pinag-usapan date pa eh.
Inignore.
Ghost na nga eh. Ghost
Ginost,
bago ngayon.
ginost.
Hindi na. Ghost na yung bagong.
Ghosting.
But having said that,
Ghosting.
the chair notes, because the chair also inquired, that given what happened in the pre-trial, wherein the copies of the exhibits marked by the respondent, no copies were retained by the court. So the chair would like to request the counsels for respondent to kindly furnish the court with a copy of the marked pieces of evidence during pre-trial, kasi apparently meron kaming pre-marked pieces of evidence from the prosecution, but not all the pre-marked pieces of evidence from the respondent. So in lieu of meeting, kindly just submit that, Attorney Christine, so that we can do the comparison ourselves, either as a court or through the individual senator judges.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Kindly do that within the day or at the latest tomorrow. If you have it with you, within the day. If not, at the latest tomorrow. So that whatever may happen, the court will already have a copy of these pre-marked documents. In relation to Ms. Eileen, as stated by Attorney Christine already, they will not object to the presentation of a table and/or summary citing Rule 130, Section 7 in relation to 3C. Therefore, we may proceed with her and hopefully be able to finish also Ms. Pareja today. Counsel, can you proceed?
Your Honor, please, can I just make a brief manifestation?
Yes, Attorney Kapunan.
While really, indeed, Section 7, Rule 130 is applicable, May we note that this summary, Your Honor, is being used to establish the rulings, the provision says, when the facts sought to be established is only the general result of the whole. So that summary will just establish the fact that these were the very same documents given by the defense counsel to the COA, Your Honor.
And that these were the very same documents or ARs used by the COA in coming out with the respective issuances that they did.
Yes,
To include
Your Honor.
the
And
AOMs,
so
the notices of
therefore,
suspension, and the notice of disallowance.
if we can get that from, because we don't want to be held in ambush with subsequent witnesses who will use some portions of this acknowledgement receipts for subsequent witnesses, Your Honor, who we have subpoenaed for this impeachment proceedings, Your Honor. They might say, and I don't want to speculate, or I don't want to, anyway, ghosting ba yun? I don't want to anticipate the strategy, but we will have subsequent witnesses who will testify to specific acknowledgement receipts, Your Honor. And they might say, you did not identify them, you only identified the summaries. So, Your Honor, if we can get a stipulation now from counsel for the defense that when a acknowledgement receipt is presented through another witness, Your Honor, they will not object because precisely they stipulated that the summary...
Counsel, again, let's abbreviate the proceedings. That's always subject to cross.
Subject
If you
to
present
cross,
a
Your Honor.
document and their copy says otherwise, then they can confront the witnesses during cross-examination as to the difference of that document. But if not, then I guess they will skip crossing the witness on that point. As an implied admission that indeed the document she based it on or the document she testified on is indeed the same copy as what they do. But by that time, counsel, we will have a copy already of both documents and the court can
In
make
fact,
the appropriate ruling at the appropriate time.
One last, Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Kapunan. Attorney Lorna.
We would have preempted. We would have saved this honorable court considerable time if they just agreed to use their documents. We don't need even this clerk of court, even the presiding officer, even the honorable judges don't need to make comparison. We are amenable to use the defense exhibits, Your Honor.
Attorney
May I-
Lorna.
Because these exhibits, Your Honor.
Attorney Lorna, the chair considered that too when you made that manifestation. However, as I said, given the fact that we don't have a copy, I guess you don't have a copy too of their exhibits. So they would have to sift through each and every exhibit marked with their own marking to look for, let's say, a particular name in the AR. So once we get the copy, we will furnish you with a copy, and you can use that copy if you wish at the appropriate time as well. So asking for a copy will solve many issues, Attorney Lorna. Attorney Christine, yes, you want to...
Quick reply, Your Honor. Actually, it doesn't matter if they will use our own exhibits, Your Honor. It doesn't even make their witness competent. That is why we are here in open court to establish the competence. So kahit pagamitin ho namin yung exhibit namin, kung hindi naman ho competent yung witness nyo to identify those exhibits, it will still be a waste of time. It will be useless.
Thank you for that, counsel. Let's now move on. Call your witness, Attorney Kapunan, Attorney Lorna. Clerk of Court is directed to kindly escort or assist Ms. Eileen May Del Ocampo to the witness stand.
Your Honor, we'd like to call our witness, Ms. Eileen May L. Del Campo.
Ms. Eileen, before you sit down, do you understand that you will be continuing with your testimony before this Honorable Impeachment Court under the same oath that you made and was given when you last appeared, Wednesday ba? On Wednesday.
Yes po, Your Honor.
You may sit down, ma'am.
Thank you po.
And good morning. Attorney Kapunan, your witness, you may proceed with your cross. Again, sorry, with one more short reminder. You don't have to flip through the individual ARs anymore. We understand that, Attorney Kapunan. We will rely on her table and or summary for the meantime. unless there is a specific AR that you want her to identify and read for the record, then she may simply look at that particular one. But no need to flip through the entire 4,492 ARs just to show that she indeed prepared her table and summary based on the ARs. That is deemed understood already by the court. You may proceed, Attorney Laura.
With the permission of this honorable court, good morning. Good morning to the presiding officer, to the impeachment judges, and good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
The respondent. Good morning, Madam Witness.
Good morning po.
Are you would you like to come closer to the mic? Parang nagkwekwentuhan lang tayo, no? Be comfortable, okay?
Apo.
Now, we will continue with where we broke off at the last hearing when you were here and we had preliminary questions, no? But I regret that I have to ask you again because just earlier, this counsel for the respondent is questioning your competence. Madam Witness, can you remind us again, how long have you been with the COA?
I have been with COA for the past 11 years. Actually po, magti 12 years na po.
As COA.
Yes po.
And what was your educational background, Madam Witness? Saan ka nag-aral?
I earned po my bachelor degree in Bachelor of Science in Accountancy from St. Louis University po.
At pagkatapos mo nag-graduate sa St. Louis University, saan ka nagtrabaho?
Ang una ko pong naging trabaho is as junior auditor sa isang private firm po sa Baguio City.
And after that?
After 2 years po, nag-apply na po ako sa COA at doon na po ako nag-start noong August 26, 2014.
August 26?
2014 po.
Okay. And earlier you said that you were in COA ICFAO, correct?
Yes po.
And what particular activity or duties did you have with this office?
Ang mga naging duties ko po sa COA ICFAO is first to conduct post-audit of the liquidation documents of various government agencies sa liquidation po nila sa Intelligence and Confidential Fund, and draft po an audit observation memorandum, notice of suspension or notice of disallowance po as may be warranted under rules and regulations on settlement of accounts. And after pong mag-respond nung agency, ako rin po ang nag-evaluate ng mga responses po sa mga AOM at notice of suspension.
So based on your narration, 11 years mo na ginagawa to? Nag-i-issue ng audit, observation, memorandum, notice of suspension, notice of disallowance, at pinag-aaralan rin ang mga response ng mga national agencies na covered ng Confidential and Intelligence Fund.
Yes po, tama po.
Tell us, Madam Witness, how many of these national agencies, local government units, public officials, have you conducted a post-audit?
Yung sa national government agencies po, more than 20 na. Sa local po, madami-dami na rin po, mga more than 50. Sa GOCCs naman po, mga less than 10, mga 5 to 10 po.
So more than 20 national agencies, tama? More
Opo.
than 30, 50 local government units?
Yes po.
And?
Mga GOCCs po, mga less than 10.
Okay. So when you took over, nung ikaw ang take over kay Attorney Wamil, nung February, when he retired or was transferred to another COA office in February 2024, you were then at that time also in COA ICFAO.
Yes po, tama po.
And ano naman ang participation mo, if any, dito sa pag-post-audit ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd Secretary?
Sa Office of the Vice President po, ang naging participation ko po is dun sa for the period December 21 to 31, 2022, ako po ang nag-evaluate ng response.
COA office in February 2024. You were then at that time also in COA ICFAO?
Yes po, tama po.
And ano naman ang participation mo, if any, dito sa pag-post-audit ng confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd Secretary?
Sa Office of the Vice President po, ang naging participation ko po is dun sa for the period December 21 to 31, 2022, ako po ang nag-evaluate ng response nila sa notice of suspension. Dun naman po sa first to third quarters ng 2023, ako po ang nag-evaluate sa response nila sa mga audit observation memorandum. Sa DepEd naman po, ako po ang nag-evaluate ng responses nila para dun sa dalawang AOM for the first to third quarters of 2023.
Okay, Madam Witness, you took over the functions, or you took over yung mga inaudit ni Attorney Wamil. Are you aware na gumawa siya ng isang tabulation tungkol sa acknowledgement receipts for the last quarter of the Office of the Vice President, December 21 to 31. Are you aware na merong ginawang tabulation si Attorney Wamil?
Yes po, aware po ako sa tabulation ni Mr. Wamil.
If this tabulation is shown to you, and for purposes of identification, Your Honor, this has been previously marked in evidence as P-1-29 for the prosecution. Showing to you, Madam Witness, please go over this tabulation prepared, and may we ask permission for our Associate Attorney J. De La Cruz to be allowed to present this to the witness.
Assisting counsel of the parties may approach.
Just for the record, Your Honor, the witness is going over the tabulation submitted and marked by by Attorney Wamil, and it is Exhibit P-1-29.
Noted and made part of the record.
Do you confirm, Madam Witness, that ito ang tabulation na sinubmit ni Attorney Wamil sa COA ICFAO office na minana mo sa kanya?
Yes po, ito po yung tabulation na kasama po doon sa mga documents na na-forward sa akin.
Okay. After you received these documents from Attorney Wamil through the office of the COA ICFAO, what happened next?
After po ma-issue yung notice of suspension sa OBP, nag-submit po sila ng response noong March 13, 2024 po.
Itong response na sinasabi mo, meron ka bang kopya? And if shown to you, itong response ng Office of the Vice President, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes po.
Your Honor, for easy reference of the presiding officer and this impeachment court, may we ask permission to flash it in the screen, Your Honor?
Counsel may do so. You're referring to Exhibit P-1-13-B
Yes, Your Honor.
and Respondents 1-120 OVP.
This is stipulated document, Your Honor.
You may proceed,
So the
counsel.
counsel for the defense is now looking at it. Madam Witness. Having gone over this document, Madam Witness, ito ba yung sinasabi mong letter response ng Office of the Vice President?
Yes po, ito po yung same copy ng response ng OBP sa notice of suspension.
I will now show you, Counsel, JVD. I will now show you the second page of this letter, Madam Witness, being flashed on the screen. Please look at the second page. In particular, we have what appears to be certain signatures, mga signature na nandyan sa second page ng response ng Office of the Vice President. If shown to you, Madam Witness, would you be able to identify the signatures?
Yes po.
Okay. There is a signature appearing on top of the name Attorney Zulaika Attorney Lopez. There is a signature appearing above the name Attorney Zulaika Lopez. Would you be able to identify that signature?
Yes po.
Bakit, Madam Witness?
Kasama po kasi doon sa sinubmit sa liquidation documents na nabigay sa akin, na turnover sa akin, yung list ng signatories po ng OVP.
At kasama ba doon ang signature ni Attorney Zulaika Lopez?
Yes po.
There is another signature here appearing atop the name Lemuel Ortonio. Please go over this signature and tell us if you are familiar. Nakikilala mo ba tong signature ng isang Ortonio sa dokumentong ito?
Yes po.
Why, Madam Witness?
Kasama din po ito doon sa list ng specimen signature na nasubmit po sa amin doon sa liquidation documents nila.
Okay. And pag alam mo, sino ba itong Attorney Zulaika Lopez?
Based po dito sa dokumento na to, siya po ang Chief of Staff ng OVP.
Okay.
Undersecretary po at Chief of Staff.
Ito naman Mr. Lemuel Ortonio. Sino naman itong Lemuel Ortonio na to?
Based po sa document, siya po ang Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff.
Sa letter response na to, na-identify mo, may nakalagay, meron bang naka-attach dito sa letter response?
Yes po, nag-attach po sila ng list of 105 activities ng Office of the Vice President for the period December 13 to 31, 2022.
First quarter ng
Fourth quarter ng 2022. Specifically, December 13 to 31, 2022.
At if we show you this list of activities na inattach sa letter response, will you be able to identify this list? We are flashing on
Yes
the
po.
screen, Your Honor, a list of activities which is an attachment to the letter response of the OVP, Exhibit P-1-13B, whereat yung listahan allegedly ng mga activities ng OVP ay naka-enumerate. Tell us, Madam Witness. Show us. Likewise, flash on the screen. Tell us, Madam Witness, ano ang significance nitong mga list ng activities na sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President sa kanyang letter response? Anong ibig sabihin nun? List of activities.
Ito po ay naging attachment nila as documents evidencing success of information gathering and or surveillance activities po na required po kapag nagkakaroon ng payment of rewards.
Anong period cover ditong list of activities?
December 13 to 31, 2022 po.
And what ang observation, itong activities na nakalagay dyan ay prior to the receipt of the Office of the Vice President of its confidential fund. Ito ba ay kino-confirm mo?
Yes po, kasi yung cash advance po for 2022 po is for the period December 21 to 31, 2022.
At kailan na tinanggap ang cash advance?
December 21 po ang start.
Okay. Hindi ba ang ibig sabihin ng liquidation report, sinasabi mo kung ano yung mga pinaggamitan mo ng cash advance? Tama ba yan?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. And sa palagay mo, compliant ba to? Kasi post-audit compliance ba ito?
Based po sa document,
Yeah.
based po sa document na to, hindi po napakita dito na yung proof of success of the information gathering, at may mga activities din po dito na from December 13, 15, 17, 18 na hindi po sakop dun sa period of utilization ng cash advance, which is for December 21, 31, 2022.
So you mentioned a joint circular. Meron ka bang anong pinagbasihan mo kung bakit violation ito?
Under po kasi sa Joint Circular 2015-01, kapag po ginamit ang confidential fund sa payment of rewards, subject po ito sa 3 conditions.
Ano yung mga condition na yun?
First po, it should be approved by the head of agency. Pangalawa po, it should be supported with documents evidencing success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of the information given by the informer. And yung last po is, it should be directly related sa confidential activities ng agency po.
Okay, so ano dyan sa requirements ang sinasabi mo hindi sinunod ng Office of the Vice President?
Ito po kasing listahan na to, sinabit nila as proof of success of information gathering to support the payment of rewards. Pero based po sa documents na to, hindi po namin nakita yung particular accomplishment.
Okay, nakalagay sa dokumento examples ng activities ng Office of the Vice President for the confidential funds. Pakibasa nga for the record, no? Kasi tama ba yung basa namin, may tree planting, gift giving. Please read for the record, Madam Witness. Ano yung sinasabing pinaggamitan ng confidential funds?
Dito po sa December 13, 2022, Department of Education 2022 Partners Appreciation Night in Mandaluyong City, Metro Manila, December 15 night.
Sandali. Appreciation Night.
Opo.
Sa pagkaintindi mo, confidential activity ba yan? O nasa listahan ba yan
Your Honor.
ng confidential activities base sa joint circular?
Based po dun sa enumeration kung saan gagamitin ang confidential fund, hindi po ito nakasama doon.
Basahin mo pa yung iba. So hindi. Ano pa yung iba?
December 15, 2022, Knights of Rizal Supreme Council, 60th year of the Institute in Baguio City, Youth Campaign on Patriotism. Meron din po
Compliant ba to sa listahan?
based po sa joint circular, hindi po ito nakasama dun sa mga activities po under 4.8 kung saan pwedeng gamitin ang confidential fund.
Basahin mo nga lahat ng activities na yan for the record at sabihin mo kung compliant ito. Kung ito ba mga activities ay pinapayagan bilang liquidation ng confidential funds.
Meron po dito December 17, 2022, Christmas activity in Happy Land, Tondo, Manila. Christmas activity and exploration meeting of Extension Office Barangay 101 in Tondo, Manila. Consultation with Barangay Chairman ng Manila in Manila. Pasasalamat and update meeting TODA in Barangay Batasan Hills, Quezon City. May mga activity po dito na pasasalamat, coordination meeting, may mga tree planting po, distribution of wheelchairs, gift giving, medical mission, at iba pong activities ng mga satellite offices po ng Office of the Vice President.
Sa joint circular na minention mo, can you remind us, ano ba talaga ang definition ng confidential funds?
Ang confidential fund po, ito po yung lump sum amount na nasa General Appropriations Act na gagamitin po for confidential activities po ng isang ahensya.
At itong binasa mo, tree planting, napakadaming Christmas party, napakadaming award ceremony, yan ba ay pinapayagan sa sinabi mong definition ng confidential funds?
Hindi po.
Hindi po.
With the indulgence of
Your
counsel.
Honor, please.
With the indulgence of counsel. Ms. Eileen, maliban sa hindi pinapayagan o pasok sa pwedeng paggastusan ng confidential fund, yung mga binasa po ninyo, yung gastos ay ginawa rin bago na encash yung cheque.
Kung based po sa document na ito, meron po kasing activities dito na from December 13 to 18 na hindi po sakop dun sa period of utilization based sa accomplishment report.
Labas doon. So hindi posibleng gamitin yung perang na-release ng 21 para i-reimburse yun, kung tama man yung pinagastusan.
Yes po, kasi under the joint circular po, meron pong portion doon na hindi po pwedeng gamitin for reimbursement yung pondo ng
So
confidential.
prospectively lang. So yung mga activities na pwede lang ay 21 to 31.
Opo, tama po.
You may proceed, counsel.
Dahil dito sa sinabi mong violation, wala sa period, no? Yung as observed by the Honorable Presiding Officer. At dahil wala naman sa listahan sa joint circular kung saan pwedeng gamitin ang confidential funds, ano ang ginawa mo after that, if any?
After po evaluating the response ng OBP at saka po yung mga attachments neto, ako po ay nag-draft ng Notice of Disallowance at isinabit ko po ito sa aking Division Chief for her review.
If I will show you, pag pinakita sa iyo ang isang Notice of Disallowance for purposes of the record, Your Honor, this has been pre-marked as Exhibit P-1-13-C. Would you be able to identify it?
Opo.
Showing to you, Attorney De La Cruz will show it to you. Please go over this document and tell us if the relationship of this document to the notice of disallowance you have mentioned, and again, we are seeking permission to flash it for easy reference on screen.
Opo, yun po yung same copy ng Notice of Disallowance na inisyu namin sa Office of the Vice President.
Please look, Counsel, please look at this notice of disallowance. There is a signature there on top of the name Nilda B. Plaras. Kanino pong signature ito?
Si Assistant Commissioner Nilda Plaras po ang officer in charge ng ICFAO nung ma-issue po ang dokumento na ito.
Anong ibig sabihin pag pinirmahan ng isang assistant commissioner ang isang notice of disallowance na draft mo?
Ito po is for release na po sa na-approve po niya kung ang laman nito at for release na po ito sa agency.
For release ng agency, okay. Tell us, Madam Witness, itong notice of disallowance ng COA ICFAO, yung recommendation mo, at yung inapprove ng Assistant Commissioner for release, magkano ang disallowed ng COA ICFAO?
Ang disallowance po is 73,287,000.
Ano naman ang basis ng disallowance na to?
Ang disallowance po na to, binubuo po ito ng first, yung payment of rewards in the total amount of 69,787,000.
Before you proceed, Your Honor, please, this is being flashed on the screen. This is the first page of Exhibit P-1-13-C, which is the notice of disallowance identified by this witness. First page dyan, Madam Witness, ano ang breakdown or basihan ng iyong notice of disallowance?
Yung 73,287,000, ang bumubuo po dito is yung payment for rewards amounting to 69,787,000 plus yung 3.5 million for payments for tables and chairs, desktop computers, and printers po.
Dalawa ang amount na naka-indicate dyan. Bakit dalawang amount? Paki-explain.
Ito po ba yung sa number 1 na yung 69,587 at yung sa...
In number 1, in item number 1, if you can check your document on the screen, item number 1 sa notice of disallowance, dalawa ang amount na nakastate. Isa, 69,587,000 at yung isa ay 69,787,000. Ito ba ay typo, discrepancy? Bakit may hindi pareho itong amount?
Ito po ay isang typographical error po. Ang tamang amount po is 69,787,000.
Okay. Ngayon naman, Madam Witness, let us go to page 2, item number 2. Ano naman, pakibasa ang sinabi dito sa page 2, item number 2.
The notice of disallowance po is issued kasi yung pangalawang reason po is charging payment for tables and chairs, desktop computers and printers in the total amount of 3.5 million to confidential fund without specifying that they were intended for the confidential operations/activities undertaken by the OBP, non-compliant with the requirement of item 4.8.4 of the joint circular.
Ano yung item 4.8 ng circular na sinasabi mo?
Pwede po ba akong mag-refer para po sa joint circular?
With the
Your
permission.
Honor,
Witness,
pwede po
witness
ba?
may refer to the document.
Thank you po. Based po sa item 4.8.4 ng Joint Circular, purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned.
Okay. Bakit ito yung naging basehan ng disallowance nung tables and chairs na yan? Hindi ba confidential yon? Kung saan binili yung table and chair na yan, hindi ba confidential yon, Madam Witness?
Hindi po kasi nila in-specify na the payments for yung tables and chairs and desktop computers were used for confidential operations po. Wala po silang nasubmit na any explanation dun sa response po nila.
Kailangan ba mag-submit ng... Anong mga kailangan i-submit na dokumento by way of... para explain kung saan ginamit tong tables and chairs, laptop, tsaka... Anong hinahanap ninyo sa post-audit?
Dapat po mapatunayan nila na ito ay binili para po sa confidential operations ng ahensya.
At anong kailangan na dokumento?
And since this pertains po sa as purchases, dapat po supported ito ng either sales invoice or official receipts po.
Okay. Sa pag-evaluate mo nitong dokumentong sinabmit ng Office of the Vice President, meron ba yung mga official receipts, sales invoice na sinabmit?
Wala po.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo. Walang sinabmit, Madam Witness?
Wala pong mga resibo po.
Okay. Now, based sa iyong audit, sino-sino ang liable persons dito sa in connection with this notice of disallowance na binasa mo? Sino-sino ang mga persons na responsible or accountable dyan sa pinakita mo?
Ang mga persons po na liable or responsible is first po the head of agency, Vice President Sara Duterte, the special disbursing officer, si Ms. Gina Acosta, at ang chief accountant po na si Ms. Julieta Villa del Rey.
Okay. Sa document na yan, pwede bang pakita mo yung mga pangalan na sinabi mo?
Nasa page 2 po.
Showing to you page 2, Madam Witness, and being flashed on the screen. Please tell us if these are the very same persons na sinabi mo na accountable.
Yes po.
Bakit sila accountable?
Unang-una po, yung si Vice President Sara Duterte po, siya po ang nag-approve ng transaction and including the utilization of the cash advance.
Saan nakalagay dyan na siya ang nag-approve?
Yun pong sa accomplishment report. And then, kay Miss Gina Acosta naman po, dahil siya ang Special Disbursing Officer and she disbursed po the cash advance.
Ito namang Villa del Rey. Bakit sinasabi mo na accountable officer siya?
Nag-certify po siya dun sa backseat ng liquidation report na ang supporting documents are complete and proper.
Hindi ba nila ginawa ito? Yung mga sinasabi mo na kailangan sa joint circular?
Yes po.
Yes.
Kasi po yung participation nila sa transaction, kaya po sila nasama sa persons na liable po sa transaction na ito. Dahil first, si BP Sara bilang siyang head of agency at siya po ang nag-approve ng transaction and utilization ng cash advance. Pangalawa po, ang naging participation po ni Miss Gina Acosta is siya.
Fees.
Kumuha ka din ng minority.
Siya lang yung fresh.
Paano? Agaw mo eh.
Mantalan tayo.
Marinig kayo.
Hindi pinaparinig ko talaga sa
The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
Tambahay, 15 araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ngayong araw, inaasahan yung muling pag-upo sa witness stand ni Sailin May del Campo, State Auditor ng Commission on Audit, Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office o COA-ICFAO. Bunsod ito ng hindi natapos na pagko-cross-examination ng defense team kahapon sa kanya dahil ang nangyari lamang ay direct examination ng prosecution. So, just a backgrounder, itong si Sailin May del Campo, sa kanya itinurn over ni Attorney Roderick Wamil yung mga report ng tanggapan ng pangalawang Pangulo maging ng Department of Education noong panahon na ang kalihim pa nito ay si Vice President Duterte. So, kahapon, ilan doon sa mga lumabas sa paglilitis ay mayroong na-disallow ang Commission on Audit sa Office of the Vice President noong huling quarter ng 2022. Nagkakahalaga ito ng higit 73 million pesos. So iginiit itong State Auditor na si Sailin May del Campo na hindi compliant yung activities ng tanggapan ng pangalawang Pangulo sa dapat paggamitan ng confidential funds batay doon sa Joint Circular 2015-01 ng COA at ng Department of Budget and Management. So base doon sa mga dokumentong ipinresenta ng prosecution kahapon, ilan doon sa mga sinasabing pinagamitan nitong confidential funds ay appreciation night, tree planting, napakadaming party, napakadaming award ceremony, gift giving at iba pa. So ayon kay Del Campo, hindi na ipakita ng OVP yung particular na accomplishment gaya nung mga nakuhang impormasyon na magbibigay katwiran doon sa sinasabing payment of rewards kung saan nila ginamit itong confidential funds. Bukod dyan, dagdag doon na disallow yung mga iba't iba pang halaga na nabanggit. So pakinggan natin yung 15 araw nitong impeachment trial ni Vice President Duterte.
Senator Judge Cayetano Alan, Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President, Senator Judge Gatchalian.
With 18 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trial, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of August 11, 2026 of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the public prosecutors. We're ready, Your Honor.
Same appearance for the respondent, Your Honor. We are ready.
Chair would like to direct the clerk of court through the OSA to kindly escort the witness, Ms. Eileen, to the witness stand to continue with her testimony.
Your Honor.
While she's being led to the witness stand, yes, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Chua?
Your Honor, I understand that this is a continuation of the direct testimony of our witness. May we request the counsel for the prosecutor, Attorney Kapunan, be recognized, Your Honor, please.
I believe the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna, terminated her direct yesterday. We are on cross today. Is that correct, Attorney Lorna? How is your platform, ma'am?
I pray that I do not fall from the apple cart. Your Honor, please, good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer, Honorable Impeachment Senate Judges, Senate Court Judges. We are disturbed, Your Honor. Although yesterday we terminated our direct examination, we are disturbed by a manifestation of counsel for the respondent when she said that the marking of the tabulations and summaries will no way be an admission, Your Honor, as to the authenticity of the acknowledgement receipts which and the summary, Your Honor. We therefore are constrained unless counsel now is willing to stipulate that the summaries which really, and the tabulation, which was really personally prepared by this competent witness of the COA ICFAO, which office received, and all acknowledgement receipts have an attestation that they are certified true copies of the person who has custody of the same, Your Honor. May we inquire from counsel of respondent if, again, although the presiding officer did make it clear that when each individual acknowledgement receipt is presented, they have the right to cross-examine. And we have the right to ask the witness. Our concern, Your Honor, is the next witnesses that we will be presenting will not have any personal knowledge of this acknowledgement receipts. They will not be able to identify and authenticate. The only person who can do that, Your Honor, is the current witness, Silene May Del Campo. Now, we are constrained, Your Honor. To save the time of this honorable court, this presiding officer will recall that it also ordered, Your Honor, that the prosecution and the defense submit separately the list of documents, specifically acknowledgement receipts, to the clerk of court, which office will be the one to make the comparison, Your Honor. Can we modify that order, Your Honor? Can we request, Your Honor, that in addition to the clerk of court comparing the prosecution evidence and the defense evidence, an exercise which should have been done Thursday and Friday last week, Your Honor, that instead of just doing that, that this witness appear before the clerk of court to identify and authenticate, Your Honor, these documents in front of the prosecution, in front of the defense, and in front of the clerk of court. Thereafter, the clerk of court can make a finding or report or evaluation that these documents, that these documents were properly identified, authenticated by this witness, Your Honor. To preempt any technical legal objection in the future, because, Your Honor, or in the formal offer, Your Honor, because counsel will recall, or this court will recall, that while we had already ended our direct examination, counsel for respondent said that does not mean that this witness identified and authenticated the acknowledgement receipts. And therefore, Your Honor, if we may respectfully request the presiding officer to authorize or to designate the clerk of court to accept, Your Honor, not only the documents, but likewise for this witness to appear before the clerk of court in front of counsels for both respondent and the prosecution to enable this witness to identify and authenticate, based on personal knowledge, Your Honor, the documents that are part of the summaries, Your Honor. This way, Your Honor, we will not have to present again acknowledgement receipts this morning and identify each and every one. So, in sum, Your Honor, my manifestation is to the effect that we expand the directive of the presiding officer directing the parties to separately submit their documents, and for the clerk to itself, clerk of court's office to itself, make the comparison. We want to expand it to include that this witness, Ms. Silene, appear before the clerk of court in the presence of counsels for the petitioner and for the respondent for the purpose of, one, identifying, and two, authenticating the documents in the tabulation, Your Honor. This will save the court 2 hours today.
Your Honor,
Counsel, before you respond, Attorney Christine, Counsel, does your manifestation have anything to do with the fact that you wound up your direct? Does that mean you intend to proceed with your direct again today?
No, Your Honor, if...
So your direct is done?
Your
It's
Honor,
a manifestation in regard to the ARs?
Your Honor, it depends on the discretion of the presiding officer. If the presiding officer will allow this witness to appear before the clerk of court in front of both counsels, Your Honor, for the purpose of identifying and authenticating the documents presented, Your Honor, then we will terminate our direct examination.
I believe you already did yesterday, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, but under the control, private prosecutor, Your Honor, is under the control and supervision of the panel of public prosecutors who had expressed to this representation their concern about a possible objection, a technical objection of the defense counsel on the issue of identification and authentication of these separate acknowledgement receipts. So, Your Honor.
In the interest of moving forward, don't worry, Attorney Silene. No need to comment. The chair will make a ruling. Last night, the acknowledgement receipts that came from the counsel for respondents were submitted already to the clerk of court for comparison with the ARs of the prosecution. Both are certified through copies, although some ARs are certified by a different certifying officer from COA, but both are certified through copies, and we will proceed with the comparison. It was clear from the witness yesterday, and it's clear to the court, that she based her tabulation on the ARs that she said were all certified by the same person. That's your copy, counsel. And we took note of that and acknowledged that. These are certified through copies from both sides which we will compare to avoid that situation from happening. And we will be ruling on the admissibility of these ARs once it is formally offered based on this comparison, without need for Silene really to tell us that they look alike or are alike. But counsel, as of yesterday, insofar as the randomly picked or well chosen ARs yesterday, counsel for the respondent did not raise their copies apparently, or we will know now at cross. Apparently, there is no discrepancy or difference when you are presenting those ARs to the witness. And again, that is their right to present their copy because their theory is they're questioning, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Silene, the chain of custody. It might have been broken. But if it's not broken insofar as the ARs, and after we compare it, then there is no need to further belabor this point. We will rule on the matter, counsel, at the appropriate time. But I'm telling you already where the court is at this point in time in relation to the ARs that Silene testified to and where she based her tables and summaries upon. And that is the copies of the prosecutor. I hope that settles the issue, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I think with that ruling, it is now clear that identification and authentication are presumed from the statement of the presiding officer, subject to cross-examination of counsel for the respondent, Your Honor.
And subject to the comparison that the clerk will be making of these copies coming from both parties, which we will make known to the parties without need of Silene's presence thereat.
Okay. My last manifestation, Your Honor, and this is for purposes of clarity, because at the end of yesterday's hearing, the parties stayed, counsel for both parties stayed to mark the tabulations, Your Honor. And for purposes of the record, can we just state, for the office of the Vice President, tabulations were marked in front of the clerk of court after the hearing, P-1-29 for December 2022 last quarter, the period December 20.
Before you continue, counsel, the one you mentioned is the one made by Attorney Wamil.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the subsequent ones will be the ones made by Ms. Eileen.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
So these have been marked after the hearing, Your Honor, upon direction of the presiding officer, so as to make efficient use of time of the impeachment court. So for the last quarter, the tabulation made by Mr. Wamil, Attorney Wamil, was marked yesterday as P-1-29. For the first quarter of the office of the Vice President, it's P-1-30. For the second quarter of the office of the Vice President, it is P-1-31. And for the third quarter of the office of the Vice President, marked as P-1-32. Before the clerk of court and in the presence of defense, respondents' counsel, and prosecution's counsel. A summary of these tabulations was likewise marked for December 2022, P-1-29-1, which we have now, Your Honor, P-1-30-1 for the first quarter of the office of the Vice President, P-1-31-1 for the second quarter, and P-1-32-1, also which we have now, Your Honor, for the third quarter. For the DepEd, Your Honor, we likewise marked at the end of yesterday's hearing tabulations prepared personally by this witness and identified before the impeachment court. P-1-33 for the first quarter, P-1-34 for the second quarter, and P-1- tabulations. For the summary, Your Honor, of these tabulations, P-1-33-1 for the first quarter of the DepEd, P-1-34-1 for the second quarter of the DepEd, and P-1-35-1, Your Honors, for the third quarter of the DepEd. With that, Your Honor, unless counsel...
Duly noted, counsel. Mentioned by Attorney Capunan, Attorney Lorna, duly noted.
We therefore reiterate that we have terminated our direct examination, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, counsel. You may proceed with your cross when you are ready. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Celine. Is that the way that you pronounce your name, Celine?
Silene.
Celine, okay. So, you have been with the COA since 2014, right?
August 26, 2014 po.
August 26. So that is around 12 years already.
Yes po, magti 12 years.
Okay. You assumed the accounts of the Vice President, the audit of the confidential funds of the Vice President and the DepEd when Attorney Wamil was reassigned to COA, Pasay, correct?
Opo, tama po.
Curious lang ako, Ms. Silene, was that reassignment a promotion or just a plain reassignment, if you know?
Yung kay Mr. Wamil
Yes.
po. Na-reassign po siya.
Reassignment lang. Okay. So, that was on February 12, 2024.
Opo, tama po.
So, Mr. Wamil was the one who prepared the AOMs for the fourth quarter of 2024 for the OVP. Tama?
Yung AOM po is for the fourth quarter of 2022.
2022 rather.
Opo.
Okay. And he also prepared the AOM for the first and second quarter of 2023.
Ng OBP po.
Okay. So, we will go back to that, no? So, when Mr. Wamil reassigned to you his account, was there any office memorandum that was issued by the COA
Your Honor,
reassigning
please,
you as the examiner? Of,
The question is misleading, Your Honor. It is not Mr. Wamil who reassigned the account to her. She just occupied the position, Your Honor.
The question was if there was an office memorandum assigning her to take over from Wamil, not Wamil himself. Witness may answer.
Yung sa assignment po kasi namin, ang hawak
No,
namin...
just please answer the question. Was there an office memorandum assigning you to handle the accounts of the OVP and the DepEd, particularly the confidential audit of these two offices?
Meron po kaming order na ako po ang assigned na maghawak ng national government agencies.
Particularly the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. Meron ho kayo nun?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Hindi. My question was specific. No, I'm referring to the DepEd and the OVP.
Witness may answer.
These are national agencies,
Your Honor, please, can the counsel allow me to continue my
Asked
question?
and answered, Your Honor.
Witness may answer, counsels. May memorandum po ba na nag-assign sa inyo specifically sa DepEd at OVP?
Yung memorandum po is naka-assign ako sa national government agencies.
All.
Okay.
Opo.
Okay, I accept that answer, Your Honor. Was it Mr. Wamil who personally turned over his files to you?
Iniwan po niya yung files niya sa office po nung malipat po siya sa COA Pasay.
Sa kaninong office? Sa iyo or kaninong office ba?
Sa custodian po namin sa COA ICFAO.
Okay. So, meron ho ba siyang iniwan na endorsement sa inyo? Na ito lahat yung mga files na iniwan ko for this particular account. Meron ho ba? For the OVP, mayroon ho bang siyang iniwan na endorsement?
Yung mismong mga files po, iniwan po niya sa custodian namin.
Endorsement ho, like letter, a summary containing all containing a list of the files that he turned over to the custodian. Meron ho bang ganon?
Meron po kaming logbook pag natapos na po yung...
Logbook. Okay, pero dala mo ba yun ngayon?
Hindi po.
Okay. So how about dun sa DepEd? May iniwan ho ba siyang transmittal doon sa custodian na ito lahat yung mga iniwan kong files with regard to the audit of the DepEd confidential funds? Meron ho ba?
Ang iniwan po niya is yung mismong documents.
Yung mismong document. So walang transmittal na iniwan ho doon sa custodian.
Yung mismong documents po yun.
Okay, sige. May iniwan ho ba si Mr. Wamil sa inyo? Di ba sabi niyo may mga documents ho siyang iniwan. Di ba pag nag-audit ho tayo, meron ho tayong tinatawag na working papers. Yung mga drafts po natin. May iniwan ho si Mr. Wamil sa inyo nun?
Your Honor, please, again, the question is misleading. This witness already said, asked and answered, that Mr. Wamil did not leave documents to her. Mr. Wamil left the documents to the office.
I will rephrase, Your Honor.
Kindly rephrase,
Okay,
counsel.
may
iniwan bang
iniwan...
worksheets sa custodian?
Yes po.
Nakasama po doon sa files yung mga working papers po.
Alright. I'll take that answer. Kayo ho, paano nyo kinuha yung mga files na yun? Kinuha nyo lang diretso sa custodian? Ano pong proseso nun?
Nung ma-assign po sa akin yung sa OBP at sa DepEd, nung nag-submit po sila ng response, ibinigay po sa akin yung response together with the documents na pinagbasehan po nung audit observation memorandum po.
Okay. So in short, ni-route lang sa'yo yung response. Tama ho?
Response together with
Yeah.
yung AOM, together with the attachment po na yung mga dokumento.
Okay. So, ni-route sa inyo? Yung response, yung AOM, mga estimate lang po.
Iba-iba po kasi, di ba ang una is yung March 13, 2024 na response nila sa NS. Naibigay po sa akin to March 14. Yung sa iba po, hindi ko na matandaan yung exact dates, pero malapit po dun sa after masubmit yung response.
Alright, I'll take that answer. Okay, so WAMIL prepared the AOM for the fourth quarter of 2022 for the Office of the Vice President. Tama po?
Opo.
How about the first to third quarters of 2023? Sino ho ba yung nag-prepare ng AOMs na yun? Dalawa ho yun.
Yung sa OBP po na first and second quarter 2023, nandun pa po siya nung ma-issue po yung AOM. Yung sa third quarter po, siya yung nag-draft. Pero nung na-finalize na po yun, wala na po siya sa COA ICFAO. So yung custody po ng document na yun, nasa division chief. Kaya nung finalize po yun, division chief na po yung nag-finalize.
Okay. So, alright. Sige, we will flash this AOMs, no? Kasi nga si Mr. Wamil nga yung nag-prepare nung iba sa kanila, no? Sige.
May we know from counsel which AOM she will be flashing? Is it the defendant's document or the prosecution's document?
Hello.
Because the defendant's documents were not identified nor presented to this witness, Your Honor. Then if counsel wants to confront the witness with documents she has identified, she has to use the prosecution's evidence, because that was the one identified by the witness. If she now intends to present the defense documents, they are not documents that have been identified nor authenticated by this witness during her testimony. We will
She can confront
have a continuing objection. Excuse me, counsel. We will have a continuing objection to their presenting their documents which have not been identified by the witness. They are AOMs. AOMs have been identified by the witness, but these are prosecution's AOMs, Your Honor. May I suggest, Your Honor, to the defense counsel, since she refused for us to use the defense witnesses, that she uses now the prosecution's documents.
That is up to her, counsel. She may confront the witness with her copy of the AOM. I'm sure she would be competent to testify whether these are the same documents earlier identified as exhibits for the prosecution or not. Counsel,
Yes.
you may proceed.
Yes, correct, Your Honor. And their AOMs, we did not dispute those. So we have the same copies, Your
Can
Honor.
we then,
Proceed,
if,
counsel.
in
Proceed.
connection with that, Your Honor,
Hello.
since counsel admits that our AOMs are their defendants' AOMs, can we just use the prosecution's copies, Your Honor?
But, Your Honor, we have prepared, you know,
Counsel,
visual
counsel.
aid using
Show them, show the document.
Yeah, I will. I am showing the defense document.
No, we will
No,
not agree.
Your Honor, the counsel cannot
We will
dictate
not
how I
agree,
will
Your
proceed with
Honor.
my cross-examination. Can the counsel, Your Honor, be reminded that I'm on
counsel,
We
cross-examination?
will not agree, Your Honor, to
What are you not
presentation
agreeing
of
to,
the
Attorney
defense
Kapunan?
documents.
I'm sorry?
Because precisely there was no stipulation yesterday.
There
They
was,
are
Your
now
Honor.
constrained. Excuse me, counsel.
Allow her to finish,
They are
counsel.
now constrained, Your Honor. I'm sorry. They are now constrained to use our documents precisely. This is what we wanted to avoid yesterday. Had we did a comparison, not to belabor the obvious, Your Honor, but now counsel says, anyway, it's the same. So if
Your
it's
Honor.
the same, what's the objection to using the prosecution's document?
Counsel, that water is already under the bridge. You may request assisting counsel to check the copy being presented to Ms. Eileen, and you may make it the subject matter of your redirect later on. Allow counsel to present.
Thank you, Your
The presiding
Honor.
officer will allow the counsel to present that document, but notes the continuing objection of Attorney
Thank you, Your
Kapunan with
Honor.
respect to this matter.
Thank you, Your
Attorney
Honor.
Christine, you may proceed.
Okay, so I am presenting you the AOMs that were issued to the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. So the first AOM is dated September 14, 2023. It's AOM number 2023-211. Okay. The assisting counsel can check this copy. Okay. Anyway, I can dispense with that. The second AOM is October 3, 2023. Now, I will direct you to the last page. It says here RCW, JMQ, GAC, RRS, and BP. So, RCW is Roderick C. Wamil, correct?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Who is JMQ?
Dati pong staff namin sa ICFAO.
GAC?
Division Chief po ng
Um,
ICFAO.
If you can state her name or his name.
Si Attorney Gloria A. Camora.
Okay. This is Gloria A. Camora. RRS?
Dati din pong DC sa ICFAO pero retired na po siya.
All right. NBP is the signatory.
Opo, si Ascom Nilda Plaras.
Okay. So, we will proceed to the third AOM for the OVP that is dated February 1, 2024. So, I will direct you to the routing list. Do you agree that this is a routing list?
Sila po yung nag-review, nag-evaluate, nag-review ng documents.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that question. Thank you for confirming. Now, it's RCW, Roderick C. Wamil again,
Opo.
JMQ, RRS, NBP.
Opo, tama.
All right. So, let's go to the AOM for the OVP dated August 8, 2024. On the last page, the routing list, it's RCW, GAC, RRS, NBP. But this is August 8, 2024.
Opo, tama.
Wala na si Roderick Wamil dito sa ICFAO.
Wala na po
Correct?
siya pero dyan po kasi siya yung nag-draft po ng AOM.
Siya yung nag-draft nito. So meaning, when he drafted this, he left this doon sa records ba or saan?
Yan po kasi may draft na siya, nasa division chief na po.
Nasa division chief. So, from February to August, so ilang months yun? February, March, April, May, June, July, August, after 6 months, dun lang na-release yung AOM, nung wala na si Wamil. Tama?
Opo, kasi po,
And then, sorry, just answer my question, Celine.
Can you
na?
please repeat the question?
So, from February 2024, nung umalis na si Mr. Wamil, di ba, iniwan niya to sa records, sa division chief na. So, na-release ito.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, preparatory nga, sabi nga niya, i-repeat ko daw ho.
She's,
So,
she's
ho.
laying the basis for her question, counsel.
So,
Attorney Christine, kindly
yes
finish your
po.
question.
So, after 6 months, doon lang na-release yung AOM.
dahil po dumaan pa ito sa
Yeah,
review
sa
po.
review. Hindi ka kasali dito sa grupo na nag-review, nag-draft. Wala kang participation dito.
Na-review ko po yan nung nag-evaluate na po ako ng mga
Eto.
responses dun sa, binasa ko din po yan nung nag-evaluate ako ng responses sa notice of suspension.
So in short, nakita mo lang to after it has been issued by the COA ICFAO. Tama?
Opo, kasi yun yung naging basis ko ng evaluation.
Sige, okay. Next is the audit observation memorandum for the DepEd. Wait. Your Honor, can I just confirm my counsel? So, let's go to the DepEd, ano? Sige, dun din tayo sa routing list, no? February 1, 2024, nandito pa si Roderick Wamil kasi RCW, JMQ, RRS, NBP.
Opo.
All right. Let's go to August 8, AOM. Ayun.
RCW, GAC, RRS, and BP, wala na si RCW pero nasa division head.
Opo, pareho po nung sa OBP.
At saka na-review mo lang to nung na-issue na ng division head ng ICFAO.
Opo, nung mag-i-evaluate na po
Okay,
ako ng
sige. Salamat,
response.
Celine.
Your Honor, may we just note for the record that the documents presented to this witness were defense exhibits.
That has been noted.
Noted.
Your Honor. Okay, so punta naman tayo dun sa responses ng Vice President, no? Nag-submit ho sila nung letter dated April 19, 2024. Okay. At part ho nung letter no, nag-submit ho sila ng protective intelligence reports. Naalala niyo po yun?
Opo, attachment po yun dun sa response nila.
Okay. So, David? Hello. Hello. May request, David to please flash. Diyan muna yan, ha?
Who is David?
Our assisting counsel. Your Honor, David po pangalan niya para pwede niyo siya i-direct kung nagkakamali ho siya, kung hindi yung naaayon yung fina-flash niya.
Thank you for that, Counsel.
Okay. Sige, punta tayo dito
Can we
sa...
also, Your Honor, call our assistant counsel, Your Honor, Attorney
Of course,
J. De La Cruz.
He may approach.
So, etong exhibit na to, again, we'll use our exhibit counsel. Etong exhibit na to ay minarkahan po as D-1 or -1-115-OVP-C. Okay. So, eto po, give me the letter. Yung letter. Eto. So, kasama ho dun sa submission ng Office of the Vice President is a certification dated April 4, 2024. Tama ho?
Opo, kasama po
Eto.
yun sa response.
Okay, salamat, Celine. Ito ay inisyo ni Raymond Dante P. Latchika.
Opo, tama.
Okay. So, sinasabi ho dito sa first paragraph, this is to certify that the confidential activities such as surveillance and information gathering were performed in 127 areas during the first quarter of CY 2023 and 111 areas during the second quarter of 2023, which enabled the team to prevent untoward incidents from transpiring during the engagements of the Vice President and the implementation of the programs of the Office of the Vice President, including the establishment of 3 new satellite offices, Isabela, in Cagayan Valley, Bicol, and BARM, and the implementation of OVP Libreng Sakay. Do you see that, Celine?
Yes po.
Okay, salamat. Pero sinabi nyo sa findings nyo na it doesn't pass the proof of success of the intelligence activities, correct?
Yes po,
Okay.
under 4.8.5,
Okay,
hindi po siya
sige.
sufficient.
So, kasali ho diyan sa letter na yan are what we call as Protective Intelligence Operations Report for the engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte. Nakita niyo ho ba yon?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, sa bawat quarter na yon, may summary of intelligence work. Nabasa niyo ho ba yon?
Yung summary po nung...
Ang tanong ko, nabasa niyo ba bawat quarter yung summary of intelligence work?
yung kwan po, narrative po nung ano yung activity, date,
Okay.
location,
Okay.
yung timeline po.
Sige po.
Nakalagay po sa PIOR.
So, I'll take that answer, no? So,
Your Honor, please. Never mind, Your Honor.
I'm
She might
showing
not
you
take
this,
my answer, Your Honor.
I am showing you this document, no? This is marked as our Exhibit D-1-115-OVP-C, Your Honor. With the caption, Protective Intelligence Operations Report for the engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, first quarter CY 2023. Now, punta ho tayo sa Item number 4. Okay, number 2 muna tayo sa scope. No? You can read it with me. This report pertains to the narrative of events and accomplishments of VPSPG in terms of protective intelligence. Do you confirm that? Protective intelligence operations.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. During the engagements of Vice President Sara Duterte for the first quarter of CY 2023. Do you confirm that?
Opo, tama.
All right. Number 4, punta tayo sa number 4. Item 4, you can read it with me. The protective intelligence activities carried out in support of the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group's protective security operations for the places of engagement of the Vice President Sara Duterte or Vice President Sara Duterte from January 1 to March 31, 2023 are listed below. So nakita niyo yan. Sakto yung basa ko ng narrative.
Opo, nakalagay po yung engagement.
Okay, salamat. No? Pero nakalagay ho dito in support of the Presidential Security and Protection Group's protective security operations.
Based po sa document.
Alright, sige. Letter A, nakalagay dito ika 106 na taong pagkakasarinlan ng Bustos Minasa Festival Ceremony Opening. So nakalagay date covered January 2 to January 10, 2023. Location BMA Park, Poblacion, Bustos, Bulacan. Number 3, probable threats, NPA and criminalities. So number 4, detailed intel collection team, ICT. Nakita niyo ba yan?
Opo, based po sa document.
Okay, salamat po. Nakalagay ho sa timeline of activities na to, may nakalagay yung table, no? Tingnan lang natin isa-isa, no? Kung ito ba talaga ay intelligence work o hindi, no? So, etong number 5, tingnan ho natin yung item number 5. Liaising with intel operatives and respective informants of the PNP for the data information gathering needed for the threat assessment on criminalities in the municipality of Bustos and its neighboring communities. Ano yan? Intelligence work ho yan? Or ano lang ng admin work lang ng Office of the Vice President?
Ang pagkakaintindi ko po dyan, yan yung naging part ng ano yung activities, yung sa...
Hindi, tatanungin kita, based on how it appears, ano ho yan? Liaising with intel operatives, ano ho yan? Normal lang ho yan sa Office of the Vice President na mag-liaise with intel operatives? Or part ho ba yan ng intelligence work? Sa tingin nyo lang ho.
Papasok po siya sa intelligence gathering.
Okay, salamat po. Number 7, intelligence fusion for the threat assessment and situation update. Ano ho yan? Papasok ho yan sa intelligence or normal work lang yan ng OVP?
Sa intelligence.
Salamat po. Okay, ito. Dito tayo sa actual operations, no? Profiling of participants who will be attending the event provided by organizers. Part 2 ba yan ng normal na function ng OVP? Or papasok po siya sa intelligence work?
Sa intelligence work po.
Okay, salamat po. Deployment of intel operatives and informants along routes, primary and alternate, from the landing zone to the venue. Is that an OVP admin work or intelligence-related ho yan?
Kasama po yan sa intelligence-related activities.
Okay, salamat po. Okay, gusto ko man hong isa-isahin ito, Your Honor, no? Pero I think we are constrained by time. But the court can peruse the documents for its information.
We have all the time, Mr. Witness.
Gusto mo, attorney?
Once,
Na, baka magutom na
once it
tayo.
is formally offered, that's when
Yeah.
we will be able to peruse it.
So, okay. So, ito yung first quarter pa lang ho ito, Miss Celine, no? Let's go to the second quarter. So, punta ho tayo sa second quarter ng 2023. Okay. It is covered by the same letter of Mr. La Chica. Okay. So, punta ho tayo dito sa title, no? By the way, Your Honor, this is marked as our Exhibit D-1-115-OVP-M. Okay, so ang title ho nito ay Protective Intelligence Operations Report for the Engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, second quarter 2023. Now, punta ho tayo sa scope. Basahin ho natin, Ms. Celine, no? This report, number 2, item 2, this report pertains to the narrative of events and accomplishments of VP-SPG in terms of protective intelligence operations during the engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte for the second quarter of 2023. Tama ho ba yung binasa ko?
Opo, tama po.
Ay, salamat po. Narrative, number 4. The protective intelligence activities carried out in support of the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group's protective security operations for the places of engagements of the Vice President Sara Duterte from April 1 to June 30 2023 are listed below. Sige ho. Letter A, puntahan ho natin yung letter A, no? Yung caption ho niya, National Economic and Development Authority Social Development Committee Cabinet Level Meeting. Do you see that?
Opo, tama.
Okay. So yung date covered po niya ay April 2 to 5, 2023. Tama ho ba?
Opo.
Okay. Location ho niya ay Astoria Plaza Hotel, 15J, Escriva Drive, Ortigas Business District, Pasig City, Metro Manila. Tama ho?
Opo, tama po.
Okay, thank you. Nakalagay ho ang possible threats. Letter A, cost-oriented groups, open close parenthesis, NDF. And letter B, criminal groups. Nakita niyo ho ba yan?
Opo.
Okay. Number 4, detailed intel collection team, ICT. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
So number 5, nakalagay na dito yung timeline of activities. No, as shown below, the timeline of activities for the engagement of the Vice President. Now, punta ko tayo sa number 3. Okay. Liaising with intel operatives and respective informants of the PNP for the data information gathering needed for the threat assessment on criminals in Pasig City and its neighboring communities. Ano ho ba yan? Administrative work lang ho ba yan ng OVP or part ho ba yan ng intel work? Tingin niyo ho?
Intel work po.
Okay. Number 6, intelligence fusion for the threat assessment and situation update. Intelligence work or normal lang yan na part ng OVP, admin work?
Intelligence work po.
Okay, salamat po. Okay. Eto, number 8, ocular inspection, casing and surveillance of the venue. Ano ba yan? Part lang yan ng OVP admin work or intelligence work po yan? Sa tingin niyo po?
Intelligence work po.
Okay, salamat po. Number 12, final briefing to intel operatives and informants. Part 2 ba yan ng final briefing to intel operatives and informants, is that part of the confidential operations of the VP, OVP, or normal work lang yan ng OVP?
Papasok po siya as confidential work.
Okay, confidential work, no? So, actual operations, ito, number 14. Okay, number 14 tayo. Number 13 muna. Ito, interesting. Profiling and security tagging of participants who will be attending the event. Part 2 ba ng confidential activity yan? Or normal lang yan na part ng OVP, admin work? Number 12 po.
Kasama po sa parang papasok siya sa surveillance.
Okay, surveillance, no? Number 14, okay, deployment of intel operatives and informants along routes, primary and alternate from the PNP and MMDA. Part 2 ba yan ng surveillance activities or normal lang yan sa OVP?
Part po ng surveillance activities.
Okay, salamat po. Number 16, provided intelligence coverage prior to the arrival, actual, and departure of the Vice President. Part 2 ba yan ng surveillance or normal lang yan sa OVP?
Surveillance po.
Okay, salamat. May nakalagay dito na post-operations, no? Okay, number 18. Continuous collaboration with the intel operatives of Pasig City Police Office. Surveillance ba yan or normal lang na admin work yan ng Office of the Vice President?
Surveillance po.
Okay, salamat po. Sige. No. Meron pa tayong ibang nakalista ho dito which the Honorable Court can also peruse. Okay. So, punta ho tayo sa third quarter. Another letter to certification. Okay. Punta ko tayo sa third quarter. Covered ho to ng certification pa ho ni Mr. Lachica ho, no? Na dated April 6, 2024.
Yung sa third quarter po, September 30, 2023.
Yes, pero I mean, covered pa yun ng submission kasi nakalagay naman dito. Wait, excuse me. Saan yung letter? Excuse me lang, Your Honor. I will confer with my counsel. Okay, ayun na. So, may certification dito na sinabit si Mr. Dante Lachica dated September 30, 2023. Nakalagay ho dito, babasahin ko ho, si Lynn, okay lang?
Opo.
Sige, sabay tayo. Ano? This is to certify Silene pala, sorry po. This is to certify that confidential activities such as surveillance and information gathering were performed in 122 areas during the third quarter of CY 2023, which enabled the team to prevent untoward incidents from transpiring during the engagements of the Vice President and in the implementation of the programs of the Office of the Vice President, including the establishment of 3 new satellite offices, Isabela in Cagayan, Valley, Bicol, and Barm, and the implementation of the OVP Libreng Sakay Program. Tama ho ba yung binabasa ko?
Opo.
Okay, so ito ho yung naging support niya, proof of success of the information gathering na sinabit ni Office of the Vice President. Tama ho?
Opo, response po nila sa AOM for the third
Salamat
quarter.
po. Your Honor, this has been marked as Exhibit D-1-116-OVP-B for the Court's information. Now, may naka-attach ho dito na PIOR, no? Yun yung tawag natin doon, no? Protective Intelligence Operations Report for the engagements of Vice President Sara Duterte for the third quarter of 2023. Okay, nakikita niyo ho ba yan?
Opo.
Your Honor, this has been marked as Exhibit D-1-116-OVP-C for the respondent. Now, tingnan ho natin yung scope again, Silene. No? This report pertains to the narrative of events and accomplishments of the VPSPG in terms of protective intelligence operations during the engagement of the Vice President Sara Duterte for the third quarter CY 2023. Do you see that?
Opo.
Okay, salamat. Number 4, narrative. The protective intelligence activities carried out in support of the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group's protective security operations for the places of engagements of the Vice President Sara Duterte from July 1 to September 30, 2023 are listed below. Tama ba yung binabasa ko?
Opo, tama po.
Okay, thank you. So letter A, may nakalagay ho doon, DPWH inauguration and opening of Davao City Coastal Bypass Project, Segment A. Date covered, June 28 to July 1, 2023. Location, Davao City, Coastal Road, Times Beach, Ecoland, Davao City. Sakto? Sakto pa yung binabasa ko?
Opo, tama.
Okay, thank you. Probable threats, letter A, cause-oriented groups, open close parenthesis, NDF, and letter B, criminal groups. Tama po?
Opo,
Okay,
tama.
thank you. Number 4, detailed intel collection team, ICT 4, tama po?
Opo.
Okay, number 5, timeline of activities, no? As shown below, the timeline of activities of the Vice President are as follows. So, tingnan natin yung number 4 kung magpo-fall po yan sa confidential or surveillance work, no? Number 4, liaising with intel operatives and respective informants of the PNP and AFP for the data information gathering needed for the threat assessment on criminalities in Davao City and neighboring areas. Does that fall under confidential activity or normal lang yan sa administrative work or normal administrative work lang yan ng OVP?
Papasok po siya sa surveillance.
Okay, salamat. Number 5 po, no? Intel fusion with for the threat assessment and situation update. Papasok po siya sa surveillance.
Opo.
Okay, salamat po. Ito hong number 11, no? Final briefing to intel operatives and informants. Ano ba to? Normal lang to na trabaho ng OVP or part ito ng surveillance or confidential work?
Papasok po siya sa surveillance activity.
Alright. Then, baba tayo dito sa actual operations, no? Itong profiling and security tagging of the participants, item number 12, who will be attending the event? Papasok po ba na normal admin work lang yan ng OVP or papasok po siya as confidential work or surveillance?
Papasok po siya dun sa surveillance.
Okay, salamat. Number 13, deployment of intel operatives and informants along routes, primary and alternate from the PNP. Surveillance or normal work lang yan ng OVP?
Papasok po siya sa surveillance.
Okay. Number 14, provided intel coverage prior to the arrival, actual and departure of the Vice President. Surveillance or normal lang yan, part lang yan ng admin work ng OVP?
Papasok po siya sa surveillance.
Okay. So, post-operation. Number 16, continuous collaboration with the intel operatives of Davao City Police Office and TF Davao. Pasok po siya sa admin work or surveillance or confidential work?
Sa surveillance po.
Okay. So, nakikita mo dito lahat, Miss Celine, no? Pati na yung doon sa report, nakita mo naman na isa-isa yon, lahat may mga dates at lugar. Tama po?
Opo, nakalagay po yung narratives
okay.
yung timeline.
So, for the first and second and third quarters of 2023, no? Do you confirm that? Nakalagay naman yan lahat. May dates, may activity at may lugar. Tama ho?
Opo, based po sa PIOR reports na submitted, may
Okay.
mga details po na ganun.
Salamat. So, lahat ng mga submissions ng OVP for the first to third quarter, kasama itong Protective Intelligence Operations Report. Meaning, sa first quarter, yung pinakita ko nga, may sinabit kanina, di ba?
Kasama po doon sa response nila sa AOM
Okay.
attachment.
So, kasama din doon sa response nila yung second quarter na Protective Intelligence Report.
Kasama din po doon sa
Okay.
attachment.
As well as the third quarter, which is itong binasa nyo ho.
Opo, kasama din po yan.
Okay. But, despite of all of this, no, sinabi mo, hindi, disallowed pa rin yan kasi walang evidence of success eh. No? Walang evidence of success eh, no?
Your Honor.
Wait lang.
Kindly turn on the mic for the prosecutor.
Your Honor, the counsel is being argumentative with the
No,
witness.
I'm
We
just
object.
asking a question. question. Sabi ko,
What is the question again?
ang question ko, despite of all of those reports, no, dinisallow nyo pa rin yung payment of rewards. Kasi sabi ninyo, no proof of success. Di ba?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Hindi,
That is the finding of this
Kaya nga sinasabi ko, attorney, kaya nga kinukonfirm ko.
Counsel, if you please. Witness may answer. Objection is overruled. Witness said that she indeed disallowed and or gave AOMs because there was no proof of success. I even remember her saying, wala naman daw nahuli. So please answer, Celine.
Yes po, kasama po yun sa notice of disallowance ko na na-issue noong March 31, 2026. Hindi po sufficient yung PIOR and the certification na evidence na nagpapakita ng success ng information gathering.
Okay, I get that. But are you aware that one of the purposes of intelligence work is crime prevention?
Your Honor, please, may we know where this is leading? Because we are not talking about intelligence funds. We're talking
But
about
confidential funds. So I
Confidential
confirm my
funds.
question, Your Honor.
Counsel, kindly
Yes.
wait for Attorney Capunan to finish with her objection.
Are you referring to
Counsel,
I will rephrase my question. I will rephrase my question.
counsels, please address the court, not
Your
each
Honor,
other.
please.
Your Honor, please.
Your Honor, please, may I object to this line of questioning? In fact, I have not stood up because all the questions referred to intelligence funds, Your Honor, when the topic today is confidential funds. And I would like to put that on record, Your Honor, especially this last question, where she
Your Honor.
specifically refers to conclusions as to use of intelligence funds.
The objection is noted, and counsel has already stated that she will rephrase, kindly rephrase, Attorney Christine.
All right. So, ang tanong ko kanina, no, sabi nyo nga, no, dinisallow nyo yung rewards kasi nga walang evidence of success nung information gathering. Tama ho?
Opo.
Okay. Kasi nga ho, gusto nyo ho ng proof na may nahuli. Sinabi nyo yan kahapon sa testimony nyo.
Yes po, kasi naipakita po doon yung probable threat. So ang hinihanap na proof of success is kung may na-apprehend po.
Okay, apprehended. So, apprehensions, no? So, ang tanong ko sa'yo ngayon, alam niyo ho ba, no? Do you know that one of the purposes of a confidential activity or a surveillance is crime prevention? Alam niyo ba yon?
Ang sa confidential...
Hindi, alam niyo ho ba yon? Tanong ko lang ho, alam niyo ho ba na isa sa mga purposes ng surveillance or ng confidential work ay crime prevention? Alam niyo ba yon?
Kasama po ang crime prevention pero depende rin po
Hindi,
ito sa
just
mandate,
answer my question,
mandate ng
yes or
agency.
no.
Attorney Celine,
Do you agree? Yeah.
Kasama po ba yon o hindi?
Yung sa crime prevention po, kasama po yun sa...
Wait,
pero
let her
depende
answer.
pa rin po ito sa mandate po ng
Ang ganda lang,
agency.
kasama po ba siya sa surveillance at paggamit ng confidential fund, crime prevention? Yes or no?
Opo, kasama po.
Okay, salamat Celine. Okay. In fact, meron tayong tatlong klase ng surveillance work. Alam niyo ba 'yon, Celine? May background ho kayo sa mga surveillance, intelligence work, confidential work.
Based lang po sa joint circular na for surveillance activities yung confidential fund.
So actually yung surveillance do you agree with me, may tatlong klase ho yan. Una, preventive surveillance. Alam niyo ba 'yon?
No basis, Your Honor. No basis
Hindi, tinatanong ko
for this
lang ho
question.
kung alam niyo ho ba
Your Honor, the surveillance work that this
Your Honor-
witness testified to is as defined in the circular, Your
So,
Honor.
what is surveillance work as defined in the circular?
Ito po yung yung kasing, di ba po yung confidential expenses is used by agencies for surveillance and surveillance activities na makakatulong po na maisagawa ang mandate ng isang
Okay,
agency.
sige. Sige, nandun na tayo sa maisagawa yung mandate nila. So, tanong ko sa'yo, did the circular limit that to crime prevention? Kasi nga sabi mo, kailangan to apprehension. Kasi nga sabi mo, dapat may mahuli. Sinabi mo ba yan sa JC na dapat may mahuli?
Ang nakalagay po kasi sa JC under 4.8.5 is proof of
sorry,
success.
Your Honor, please.
Let the witness answer,
Your Honor, please,
Mr.
can the...
Presiding Officer, can the counsel be instructed not to stop the witness at mid-sentence, Your Honor?
Your Honor, please, can the witness be directed? You just answer with yes or no. The counsel has her time to ask clarificatory questions later
Your Honor,
during
not all
redirect, Your
questions.
Honor.
Not all questions can be answered by yes
I am
or
on
no.
cross, Your Honor, please.
Counsels.
Never mind if you're on cross. There are limits to cross-examination.
Counsels-
Misleading questions are not allowed.
They
on
are
cross.
allowed.
Counsels,
I don't think I need to lecture
please,
you that.
counsels, let's not allow the generational or seeming generational divide increase the tension in the courtroom. Let's keep it a notch lower.
Your Honor, please, I am preventing myself from giving her a spanking, Your Honor. That is what I would
Your
have
Honor,
done
please.
Again,
in the
counsels.
generational divide, Your Honor.
Again,
Your Honor,
counsels, you are all members of the bar and
Yes,
you're
Your Honor.
all counsels
I
for the
submit,
parties.
submit.
And we will be treating and looking at each one equally. At Miss
I will-
Eileen.
Yes, Your Honor,
it's also-
I promise to henceforth behave.
Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
can I please respond quickly lang, no? I have high respect for Attorney Kapunan. In fact, she's one of
You
my
can end
idols.
there, counsel.
Let's end here. Let's end here.
You can end there.
This
with
might
the
sound like
respect.
it might sound like a eulogy, Your Honor. I'm still very much alive.
Your Honor, kahapon niya, hindi ko nga siya kinukulit, di ba? Kahit may mga questions na doon na leading, hindi naman allowed yun sa direct examination eh. I respected her.
You can end there, counsel.
Yeah,
Respect
thank you.
her. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Miss Eileen, ayon sa tanong ng counsel, simple lang po naman, nakalagay ba sa Joint Memorandum Circular 2015-01 na kailangan may mahuli para maging successful ang isang pagbigay ng reward or information?
Wala pong nakalagay. Ang nakalagay lang po, proof of success of information gathering and or surveillance
So,
activities.
interpretasyon niyo po yun na dapat may mahuli para maging successful?
Ay base po yun sa aking professional judgment and based on the evaluation po ng documents na ito is based po sa joint circular.
Pero hindi po yun nakalagay sa joint circular na maliwanag.
Hindi po. Nakalagay lang po proof of
Interpretasyon niyo na
success.
po yun.
Doon po sa pag-evaluate ko, yun po yung naging basis
Okay.
ko.
Okay.
Please proceed, Attorney Christine.
Salamat po. Okay, so sa tingin nyo, no, dahil gusto nyo dapat may huli, hindi part ng confidential activity yung crime prevention? Ganun ho ba? Hindi ho siya part nun?
Pwede pong pakiulit?
At hindi ho part yung crime prevention na walang nangyaring masama. Doon sa event na yun, hindi ho yun part ng confidential work or surveillance?
Hindi pa po siya sufficient as proof of success.
Hindi siya sufficient. So dapat talaga may mangyari na krimen at may mahuli para po may proof of success tayo.
Kasi nga po, meron po yung for payment of information and payment of reward. So, yung payment of information, yun kasi yung nakakatulong dun sa...
Simple lang naman yung tanong ko, Celine, no? What if walang nangyari na masama dahil nga sa ginawang confidential work? At nag-certify ngayon sila Chika na walang nangyari na masama. There was no untoward incident. Ano yan?
Your Honor,
Isn't that a proof of success or not?
What is the objection of counsel?
The question is speculative, Your Honor. This is not based on what ifs. This is based on facts and documents submitted, not on the what ifs of counsel for respondent.
It's
Your
not a
Honor.
what-if counsel because it was stated in the report that there was no untoward incident. Actually, that would have been one of the questions of the presiding officer as well. Later on, Attorney Silene, ibahin natin ang payment for reward at payment for information. Ang payment for reward, yun ang hinahanapan mo ng success.
Opo, tama po.
Yung payment of information, hindi mo hinahanapan ng success yun.
Hindi po.
Tama po ba?
Opo, tama po.
So yung reward, kaya yung reward ang dinisallow at yung information, hindi mo dinisallow yung bayad na yun, di ba?
Hindi po na-disallow yung purchase of information.
So ang dinisallow mo lang ay yung payment of reward, for rewards rather.
Opo, tama
At yun
po.
ang hinahanapan mo ng success, hindi yung information.
Hindi po.
Magkaiba yun.
Opo, magkaiba po yun.
Okay. You may proceed, counsel.
Okay. So, doon sa payment of success, no? Bilang requirement nyo na may dapat nahuli, no? So, ibig sabihin ho ba nun, dapat may mangyaring masama para may mahuli?
Kasi po, gaya nga po nung kaninang dinidifferentiate.
Hindi, sagutin nyo lang ho yung tanong ko. Simple lang naman yun, di ba? Kailangan may mahuli. So, ano ho ba yun? Dapat may mangyari hong masama para may mahuli?
Yun mo, di ba po ang nakalagay doon sa probable threats is may NPA. Ang hinahanap ko po kasing proof of success doon, yun nga po, kung may nahuli ba. Kasi yung pagkakaroon ng untoward incidents, pwede po yun kasing mag-fall sa purchase of information. Dahil sa purchase of information, nagkaroon ng, there were no untoward incidents. Yun po kasi yung parang pagkakaiba nila sa payment of rewards.
Okay, so yun yung interpretasyon mo, no? So, bawal magbayad ng reward dahil nagkaroon ng tip na may information na may mga taong may gagawin na masama. Tapos, Your Honor, I'm on cross-examination. Tapos, napigilan natin kasi nga hindi tayo pumunta sa lugar na yon, hindi tayo nag-conduct ng event sa petsa na yon based on confidential information. So, walang untoward incident. So, bawal ho bayaran ng reward yung tao na nagbigay ng information.
Are you done with the question? Don't answer.
I think right now she is.
I make an objection, Your Honor.
Yes, what's your objection, Counsel?
Your Honor, the counsel is now asking a misleading question. She is mixing payment of rewards and payment for information, Your Honor. The list required by this witness is for payment of rewards. Precisely, payment of information is not disallowed. Now, counsel is saying payment of information is may we ask her to reform? Is she referring to payment of rewards or payment for information? Because the information here is not disallowed.
Again,
It's not
counsels.
disallowed in the AOMs, Your Honor.
Again, counsels, kindly address
Your
the
Honor.
court or the presiding officer and not talk to each other directly. Ms. Eileen, to abbreviate and save on the court's time, Ms. Eileen, kapag kami nagbigay ng impormasyon, naghahanap ng threat, baka may threat sa Vice President, may nagbigay ng impormasyon, walang threat. Ligtas ang Vice President pag nagpunta siya dyan. Hindi magka-classify yun na pwedeng bigyan ng reward at success. Hindi naman kailangan, di ba? Sanay tayo sa reward na nakatakip yung mukha, di ba? Tinuro kung saan nagtatago yung akusado, tinuro kung saan nagtatago kung sino man. Di yun, reward. Pero wala bang reward kapag sinabing, okay, magpunta dyan, walang problema, wala kayong kailangan alalahanin. Is that information or can that also be reward?
Magpo-fall po siya sa information.
So, kailan lang magiging reward yun kapag may naturo?
Opo, kasi yung proof of success.
Tuloy niyo po.
Yun yung proof of success ng information na ibigay kasi may na-apprehend po or yun po, ganun po.
Yun, ulitin ko po yan ang interpretasyon nyo pero wala po yan sa Joint Memorandum Circular.
Opo, based po sa, yun po lang yung hinihingi under item 4.8.5.b.
Right. Saan nyo ba binasa ang interpretasyon nyo yan? Yan ba yung ginawa ng lahat ng mga nauna sa inyo sa pwestong yan? Kinopya nyo lang or sarili nyo po yan at ngayon lang ginawa yan?
Doon po sa mga ibang na-audit ko, ang ina-attach po talaga nila is yung payment of rewards na may mga nahuli po.
So lahat ng in-audit nyo nung nakaraan, for consistency's sake, merong nahuli o na-apprehend?
May ganun pong mga naka-attach na mga dokumento.
At tulad dun sa iba, kapag walang nahuli o na-apprehend sa reward, ine-AOM o dinidisala o sinususpend nyo?
Hinahanapan po namin ng proof of success, opo.
Na may nahuli nga?
Opo.
To prove consistency on your part. But do you have any knowledge na yung mga predecessor mo, yan din yung standard na ginamit?
Pare-pareho po kami na based sa joint circular po ang aming basis ng audit.
Pero wala nga dun eh. So interpretasyon mo, yan at yan yung interpretasyon din ng mga nauna sa'yo sa pagkakaalam mo?
Sa akin po, yun po yung naging
Sa'yo lang.
interpretation. Opo.
Okay. You may proceed, Attorney
Salamat
Christine.
po, Your Honor. I will go back to the podium. After nung na-evaluate niyo po yung mga responses po, no, ng OVP, and including the DepEd, of course, no, nag-issue po kayo, okay, sa OVP muna tayo, nag-issue po kayo ng notice of suspension. We're referring to the Office of the Vice President.
Opo, yung sa fourth quarter. Ang nag-issue pa po nun is si Mr.
Hindi. Ang tanong ko, for the year 2023, first to third quarter, may notice of suspension mo ba na na-issue?
Wala po.
Okay. Okay, punta tayo dun sa fourth quarter ng 2022. Sige, dun muna tayo. Balik tayo sa... Kasi hindi naman kayo yung nag-issue ng AOM dun sa fourth quarter po, di ba po? Nag 2022?
Hindi po.
Oo, sige. So, dun na tayo sa notice of suspension kasi naabutan nyo na ho yun, di ba po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, dun sa fourth quarter ng 2022, no? Nag-issue kayo ng notice of suspension dated December 13, 2023. Tama po ba?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Pero sa 2023 wala kayong na-issue na notice of suspension.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to the JC section 3.2. Ralph, kindly give her a copy of the JC. 3.2 notice of suspension. Nakita nyo na ho? 3.2, nakita nyo ho?
3.20
Okay.
po.
So, sinasabi ho dyan, refers to a written notification to the head of agency and or accountant informing of the temporary disallowance in audit of CE. CE po ay confidential expenses.
Opo, tama po.
And or IE, which appear illegal, improper, irregular, unless satisfactorily explained or justified by the responsible officers or until requirements on matters raised in the course of audit are complied with. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
Pero in the case of the first and to third quarters, wala ho kayong in-issue na notice of suspension. Tama ho?
Wala pong notice of suspension.
Therefore, the Vice President, Office of the Vice President, was not able to comment on any supposed finding of the COA. Walang opportunity ho na magbigay ng comment yung Office of the Vice President bago pa ho ma-issue yung notice of disallowance.
Dumiretso po ito sa notice of disallowance.
Mamaya ho, tatanungin ho kita. Doon muna tayo sa notice of suspension. So walang naibigay na oportunidad para mag-comment ang Office of the Vice President to any notice of suspension na hindi naman na-serve.
Wala pong notice of suspension na na-issue.
Thank you. Salamat po. Now, sinabi mo rin kahapon na you dispense with the notice of suspension because there was a supposed violation of 6.1.1 of the JC.
Yes
Tama
po,
ho?
tama po.
Okay. Nasa JC ho ba, no, joint circular, na pag may violation ng 6.1.1, didiretso kayo sa notice of disallowance?
Under po kasi sa 3.19, nakalagay po doon na yung disallowance is written notification to the head of agency and or accountant informing and requiring the persons liable to restitute the amount kasi nga po nakalagay dito as a result of illegal, irregular, and improper disbursement or expenditure of such funds.
So, naiintindihan po kita, Celine, no? Ang tanong ko ho, nasa joint circular ba ho, na pag may violation ng 6.1.1, ay didiretso ho kayo sa notice of disallowance. Nasa JC ho yan?
Kasi nga po, yung...
sagutin nyo lang ho yung tanong ko, nandun ho ba o wala?
Pwede pong pakiulit yung tanong.
Sige. Nasa joint circular ho ba na pag may violation ng 6.1.1,
dediretso na kayo sa notice of disallowance. Hindi nyo na kailangan mag-issue ng notice of suspension.
Opo, kasi irregular na po yung...
Hindi po, ito po yung tinatanong ko po ay mismong yung provision na yun, sinasabi ho ba niya, you can directly issue notice of disallowance without...
Your Honor, this is ask and answer.
Asked and answered. That is your answer, Counsel. It's not in the memorandum circular, Silene, right?
Meron po, ang notice of disallowance po kasi ini-issue siya pag irregular na po yung paggamit nung pondo po. So,
Tama po kayo, pero walang nakalagay na pwede kang dumiretso doon kapag kung ano man.
opo, basta nakalagay lang po na ini-issue ang ND pag irregular.
Pag kung sa pananaw mo, irregular na.
Opo.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Okay, salamat po, Your Honor. Now, punta tayo dun sa first and second notices of disallowance, no? I will refer to the first ND. I refer to the first ND. When I say first ND, that refers to the fourth quarter of 2022, no? So yung second ND naman, that refers to the first to third quarter of 2023. Okay? Para hindi tayo malito. And for the guidance of the Honorable Court. Now, ang sinabi ho yung basis po sa audit ng ICFA, sa audit nyo po, ng confidential funds ng Vice President at ng DepEd ay yung, syempre yung joint circular ho, di ba po?
Opo.
Okay. So, pag may audit ho ng confidential funds, okay, do you agree with me na dalawa lang naman yung outcomes nun, di ba? Allowance, confidential expense, whether full or partial allowance or disallowance.
Yung disallowance po, pwedeng whole or in part.
Okay, so tama yon, no? Pwedeng dalawa yung magiging resulta niya, allowance or disallowance in full or in part. Okay. Now, and if a confidential expense is disallowed, no, it is because, in your own opinion, the agency did not fully comply with the documentary requirements of the joint circular.
Opo, may hindi siya compliant with the joint circular.
Okay, sige, salamat to. And as someone who is familiar with the COA rules, ito po ay masasagot nyo bilang auditor at bilang familiar po kayo sa COA rules. Sa tingin nyo ba ang joint circular is a penal law?
Your Honor, please, Mr. Presiding Officer, we object to the question.
If she knows, overruled. If she knows, if she doesn't, she may
Penal
say
law,
so.
alam niyo ba yung penal law?
Hindi po.
Sige.
Hindi po.
I-define natin yung penal law ay yung batas na it is a law that defines a crime or a felony. Ganun po yung penal law. So sa tingin nyo ho, ito po bang joint circular, ito po ba ay isang batas na nag-define ng krimen?
Misleading,
At
Your
my,
Honor.
Your Honor, I'm on cross-examination, please.
Witness is not competent.
Even if you're on cross, misleading is not allowed.
Not for that ground, Counsel. Witness would not be competent to answer that. She's not a lawyer nor a member of the bar, an accountant, and is part of ICFAO. Proceed to your next point, Counsel.
Thank you,
please.
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po, Your Honor. Sige, I will ask her na lang based on her personal knowledge. Now, based ho sa circular, meron ho bang provision doon na kulong? Pagkakakulong, meron ho ba?
Wala pong nakalagay sa circular.
Okay, may provision ho ba doon na fines, multa?
Document, Your Honor, document will speak
No.
for itself.
Let the
Objection.
witness answer. Overruled.
Pwede, Your Honor, pwede pong mag-refer dito
Sige,
sa...
sure. Oo, okay lang po.
Meron po dito sa item 8, yung administrative provisions, penal sanctions. Yun lang po yung masasabi ko na.
Okay, sige. Okay, okay, I'll take that, sir. Pero, sige, okay. Alam niyo, kayo po ay part ng COA, di ba po?
Opo, tama po.
Familiar ho kayo sa administrative law kasi nasa gobyerno naman ho kayo.
Anong specific? Hindi
Sige.
po ga.
Okay, I will just dispense with that question, no? So, in short, yung joint circular sa pagkakaintindi nyo, ay procedural rules, na procedure siya, kung paano ninyo ikakandak inyong audit of the confidential funds.
Yung joint circular po ang guidelines na ginagamit namin sa pag-audit po ng confidential and intelligence funds.
Ah, yes. Okay. I'll take that answer. Now, let's go to the first ND. Can it be flashed on the screen, please? Now, ND dated August 8, 2024, covering the fourth quarter of 2022. Okay. We will be giving the witness a copy of the ND. Okay, meron na pala, no? So, in that ND, the amount of 73,287,000 was disallowed in audit out of 125 million confidential expenses of the OVP for the fourth quarter of 2022. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. At saka sa disallowance po nun, no, kung nakikita nyo sa screen at sa copy nyo, no, na ND, may 3 grounds po yon. Agree po kayo?
Opo,
Okay.
nandito po.
So, yung first ground ho natin ay non-submission of documents evidencing success of information gathering and or surveillance activities, okay, with disallowed amount of 69,787,000. Nakikita nyo ba yon?
Opo.
Okay. Yung pangalawa ho, charging payment for tables, chairs, and desktop computers and printers in the total amount of 3,500,000 to confidential fund without specifying that they were intended for confidential operations activities undertaken by the OVP. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay, salamat. And letters number 3, non-submission of the revised accomplishment report to the Office of the President, Senate President, and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Tama ho?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, sinabi niyo kanina na itong fourth quarter na ito ng 2022, meron ho itong kalakip na notice of suspension. Tama po?
Opo.
Okay. So, can we flash the notice of suspension dated December 13, 2023? Okay. And this notice of suspension, nilabas ho siya, in-issue ho siya before ng issuance ng notice of disallowance. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, can we go to item number 2? Miss Celine, can counsel give her a copy? Sige, you can peruse po, no, item number 2 of the notice of suspension. Okay, so item number 2, the DEPs likewise revealed that the OVP incurred the following expenses supported with acknowledgement receipts. Nakikita niyo po yan?
Opo.
Okay. So, nakalagay ho dyan, payment of reward, open close parenthesis, various goods, 34,857,000. Tama po?
Opo.
Okay. Payment of reward, open close parenthesis, medicines, 24,930,000. Tama po?
Opo.
Payment of purchase supplies, 11,813,000. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
Payment of tables and chairs, 500,000.
Opo, tama.
Okay. Payment of desktop computers, 3 million.
Opo,
Sakto?
tama.
Okay. Next paragraph po, sinabi nyo dyan, no? Since the aforementioned expenses pertain to purchases, the same should be supported by either sales invoices or official receipts as evidence of payment of purchases from establishments/stores. Nakikita niyo po ba?
Opo.
Okay. Ngayon, nakikita niyo ba ho yung statement na yan dun sa ND? Nandun pa ho ba yan or tinanggal ho yan?
Yung wala na po ito sa ND.
Wala na ho yan sa ND. Okay. So, flash natin ulit yung ND para makita ho ng mga tao. No? So, Yan. Okay. So, tinanggal nyo na, no? Let's go to the second ND. Okay, ito na yung first to third quarter ng 2023. Okay. Pakibigay ho ng kopya yung ating witness. Okay, paki-flash ho ng second ND. Okay. The date is March 31, 2026. Okay? So, yung second ND naman ho yun ay nagdi-disallow ng 375 million na confidential expenses ng Office of the Vice President.
Opo, tama.
Okay. Punta ho tayo dun sa item number 1, no? Payment of rewards. Totaling 62 million. Okay? So, kita nyo ho, 62 million.
Opo.
Okay, according to ICFAO, sabi nyo ho, the documents evidencing success of the surveillance activities submitted by the OVP did not comply with item 4.8.5b of the joint circular because the documents were not able to specify the particular accomplishments demonstrating success of the information gathering. Nakita nyo ho yun?
Opo.
Okay. So, tanong ho, no? Does the JC describe a particular format for this type of documents? May proforma ho ba kung paano ho isusulat yung accomplishments demonstrating success of the information gathering?
Ang nakalagay lang po dun sa joint circular is...
Hindi, ang tanong ko ay may template po ba yung JC?
Wala po.
Wala po. Okay. In fact, hindi ho siya part ng annexes po ng JC. Ano po? Wala pong template na ganon. Kung paano ho namin isusulat kung ano po yung mga success of information gathering na yon, yung mga detalye na yon. Wala hong ganon.
Your Honor, please ask and answer already.
Okay.
Move on, Counsel.
Yes po. So, sa JC, may nakikita ho ba kayong example? Paano isulat yon? Aside sa wala ho siya sa annexes, sinabi niyo ho kanina, may nilagay ho ba si JC doon na example na ganito dapat yung pagkasulat ninyo ng certification evidencing success of the information gathering? Ganito dapat yung pagkasulat. May ganun ho ba sa JC?
Ang nakalagay lang po is documents evidencing success.
Okay. Okay. Sige, I'll take that answer. So, in disallowing the OVP's documents evidencing success of its surveillance activities, of course, you merely relied on your personal opinion or probably your professional opinion, no? Kung ano sa tingin nyo ang compliant with item 4.8.5 of the JC, tama po?
Binase ko po ang evaluation ko based on the joint circular and
Yes, and ikaw yung nag-audit. So basically, yun po ang inyong professional judgment. Ano ho?
And ito pong pag-audit kasi na to, dumadaan din po to sa review. So nare-review din po ito ng aking division chief hanggang makarating po sa head of ICFAO.
Yes. In short, lahat kayo ng auditors based din sa judgment ninyo, sa opinion ninyo na itong document na ito ay hindi naayon sa circular.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Not yet, Your Honor, because he said there were reviews that were undertaken. So, lahat kayo, kakasali yung mga superiors mo, no? Ito yung opinion ninyo, no? Na ito ay hindi naayon sa circular 4.8.5.
Your Honor, please. I object again. Counsel uses the word opinion, whereas this witness says professional judgment, Your Honor. They're two different things. Opinion is not professional judgment.
No, Your Honor.
Besides, counsels, please. Besides, witness already answered that is not only her personal judgment and or opinion, but also that of her superiors who reviewed
Yes, Your Honor.
her findings, resulting in the notice of disallowance. You did not sign the notice of disallowance, correct, Celine?
Hindi po, pero meron po sa office namin yung second original copy, may countersign po kami. Pero ang ini-issue namin sa agency is yung may signed lang po ng aming...
So pataas, presumably, pag pinirmahan yan ultimately at iniso, nag-agree sila sa findings mo, yun din ang pananaw nila.
Opo.
You may proceed, counsel.
Okay. So, sinasabi nyo na yun po yung pananaw po ng inyong mga superiors at ng sarili mo din, no? meron ho bang guidelines yung COA na nagsasabi na ganito dapat yung assessment ninyo pagdating ho dyan sa submission ng documents evidencing success of information gathering? May mga clarificatory issuances ba yung COA niyan?
We base po our audit sa joint circular.
Joint circular lang talaga. Okay. So, okay. Punta ho tayo dun sa item number 2, Ms. Silene. Okay, item number 2, okay. The ND provides, no? Number 2, purchases of supplies and provisions of medical/food aid totaling 199 million presented in Table 2 were supported only by acknowledgement receipts. Okay, nakikita niyo ho ba yan?
Opo.
So, eto hong Table 2 na to, nakalagay, ang total ho niya, purchase of supplies, 117 million, provisions of medical and food aid, 82 million, yung total ho niya, 199 million, tama ho?
Opo, tama.
And dinisallow niyo siya because acknowledgement receipts lang yung supporting documents.
Dahil nga po, we cannot Opo.
Yun lang, ano nyo muna yung tanong ko po, no? Doon lang ho muna kayo sa sumagot, no? So, acknowledgement receipts lang, so disallowed, tama ho?
Yes po, because
Mamaya natin. May tatanungin ko din. No, wait for the question, Celine, no? Celine. So, sabi dun sa next paragraph, okay, may next paragraph po, tingnan nyo ho. Although the joint circular, nakita nyo ho yan?
Opo.
Although the joint circular does not prescribe specificity to the documentary evidence of payments to be submitted to substantiate the disbursements made from the CF, this office, pursuant to item 6.2.3.7 of the joint circular, may require other supporting documents that we deem necessary for the proper evaluation of liquidation documents submitted. Nakita niyo po yan?
Opo.
Okay. Yung next sentence, sinasabi to ascertain the validity of such purchases of supplies and provision of medical and food aid, we deem it necessary that they be substantiated with appropriate documents such as official receipts or sales invoices. Sinabi po yan?
Opo.
Okay, so in short, mas gugustuhin nyo na meron talagang official receipts and invoices na nakalakip doon sa submission ng OVP.
To ascertain po na talagang naibili ito ng supplies and medical and food aid.
Okay, sige, thank you. Of course, the answer is clear, no? So, okay, no? Pero, if you can recall dun sa ND ng fourth quarter ninyo, noong 2022, pwede natin i-flash ulit. Tinanggal ho dun yung requirement ng official receipts and invoices. Tama ho ba? Do you recall that?
Kasi po yung...
Hindi, just answer my question.
Your Honor, please, can counsel for respondent show
Yes, it
the
will
particular
be shown.
provision, Your Honor?
Kindly flash it on the
Okay.
screen.
So, doon sa fourth quarter ng 2022, no? Okay. Wala doon sa ending ninyo, tinanggal na ninyo yung requirement nyo for sales invoices and receipts. Diba?
Counsel, wala din sa screen, Counsel. Can you
Just-
please confront
Yeah,
the
they are
witness with the
working on it.
document?
Celine, do you remember?
Andun na,
Can you
andun
answer? Can you answer, Celine?
Wala po siya doon. Pwede ko po bang i-clarify yung answer?
Let the opposing counsel seek that. But the question being asked for is kung nandun o wala. So wala na siya dun sa notice of disallowance.
Wala na po.
Pero nandun naman siya sa notice of suspension dati, no? Yung
Opo.
2020. Okay. So, okay. So, ngayon, Miss Celine or Silene, no, I understand, baka familiar na ho dito si opposing counsel. Alam niyo ba yung COA Circular number 92-385?
Opo. Ayun po ba yung pinakita kay... Yun po ba yung...
Sige,
pwede
papakita
pong
ko namin sa inyo. Sige,
Kindly show the witness.
Okay, hello.
Your Honor, please,
Eto, na.
before she asks the question, Your Honor, for everybody to refresh their memories, this particular circular was presented by Attorney Powa to Attorney Wamil. And we had manifested that this circular dated 1992 has been superseded, has been amended, has been revoked by the current joint circular of 5 government agencies, not only of one, Your Honor.
I remember that manifestation, that it was impliedly repealed, although it was not specifically mentioned in the repealing clause of the JMC. Yes, witness
Yes, sir,
may
but
answer.
I have different questions. Okay, so, pakibasa ho, no, with the indulgence of the opposing counsel, papabasa lang ho namin yung certain provisions, no, yung 4th paragraph po.
Your Honor, please, before
Yes,
this witness
Attorney Gabunan.
answers, Your Honor, may we know this line of questioning? Because this witness precisely is being presented with a document and required or directed to read provisions or paragraphs of a document that is no longer in force and effect, Your Honor.
Let's give her some leeway, counsel. Let's
She
give her
will
some
know later the
we
question,
will
Your
see
Honor.
where she
Yeah.
will lead to.
So, paragraph 4, Your Honor, please. Witness.
Whereas these intelligence and confidential activities by their very nature are highly sensitive and confidential operations or missions, the details of which cannot be divulged without posing a threat to national security or to the success of the mission.
Can you continue with paragraph 5, Silene?
Whereas, as now being required, the submission of receipts, bills, or commercial invoices in support of disbursement from this fund for rental of safe houses, purchase of meals or supplies, and other expenses might create a leak of information that may threaten the confidentiality of the intelligence operations, endanger the lives and safety of the agents and employees of the government agencies, and result to a failure of the mission.
So, paragraph 6, sorry, medyo magbabasa ka, no? Paragraph 6.
Whereas in many instances it is impractical and sometimes impossible to obtain such receipts, bills, or commercial invoices during intelligence operations.
Last na ho, no? Paragraph 7.
Whereas by its very nature, the use of intelligence and or confidential funds requires an approach allowing more flexibility in intelligence operations.
Okay. So, sinabi ho ng good counsel natin, no, na this is 1992 circular, no? Outdated na yan. Pero, agree ho kayo sa sinasabi niya na confidential operations are highly sensitive?
Opo.
Totoo pa naman ho yun hanggang ngayon, di ba po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. At ayon sa circular, may mga detalye na hindi natin pwedeng i-disclose dahil dito nakasalalay yung success ng ating confidential operations.
Based po sa document na ito.
Okay, pero as of today, no, totoo pa naman ho yun, applicable ho yun. Sa tingin nyo ho?
Opo, sa intelligence.
Okay. And confidential activities also.
Your Honor, please, the answer was opo sa intelligence.
Hindi, I'm asking her about confidential, Your Honor, operations. Applicable din ho yan pagdating sa mga confidential operations.
Opo, pwede din
Okay,
po.
salamat. Now, based on those statements, no, na binasa ho ninyo, nire-recognize ho ng COA, based lang ho dyan sa statement na yan, no, na yung submission of receipts, bills, or commercial invoices in support of certain expenses might create a leak of information that may threaten the confidentiality of the intelligence operations. Based lang ho dito sa binasa niyo ho.
Based po dito sa circular na ito.
Okay. Okay. So, sa tingin niyo ho, yung mga konsepto na na-introduce po ng circular na ito ay applicable pa ho sa panahong ito?
Objection, Your Honor.
What is the objection?
Your Honor, please, this counsel is trying to elicit from this witness an opinion that indirectly runs counter to the express provision in the joint circular of 2015, Your Honor, that all of this, everything she has said, all the paragraphs that she has read precisely, Your Honor, if I can,
Your
I
Honor.
will state this later, Your Honor, but precisely, Your Honor, the joint circular, if we are to read the rationale for the joint circular, was precisely in recognition of the fact that this circular and several other circulars of intelligence and confidential government agencies are inaccurate and inconsistent with each other. Thus, the rationale of Joint Circular 2015 was precisely to make it one whole joint circular of 5
Your Honor,
agencies on intelligence and confidential funds.
I
She is
understand the
now
point of
saying, Your
Attorney
Honor,
Kapunan. However, the question is quite simple for the witness. Although this may have indeed been impliedly repealed, again, impliedly repealed by the Joint Memorandum Circular, are the concepts stated herein still applicable today, and are you still using it? To abbreviate the proceedings, Ms. Eileen, yung kawalan ba ng resibo na sinasabing okay lang sa circular na to, okay pa rin ba hanggang ngayon sa Joint Memorandum Circular o hindi na?
Under po kasi sa Joint Memorandum Circular, under 6.2.3.7, we can request po other documents necessary for the proper evaluation po nung under 6.2.7 po.
I
Other
agree.
documents necessary in the audit po.
You can request for other documents, but the Joint Circular does not say that you should demand and ask for receipts.
Opo.
Wala dun yun.
Your Honor,
Yes,
can-
Attorney
just a
Christine.
quick manifestation, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Attorney Christine.
Your Honor, can the counsel for the, can the counsel for the prosecutors be reminded not to make an argument, not to argue for the witness, Your Honor, because she's citing circular, she's citing laws, which is not allowed during cross-examination, and that is indirectly teaching her witness how to answer my question. So, please, Your Honor, can the court direct the counsel not to make these arguments in court because these are not allowed under the rules of court, Your Honor. This is not a place where we are, this is not the time where we are supposed to expound or to state our oral arguments in this case. So, please,
Your Honor,
Your
please.
Honor.
If I may.
This is part of the seeming generational divide tension that the court is trying to avoid. So let's leave it at that, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. I was just going to say that I will accept.
Let's leave it
I
at that.
accept what she said, Your Honor.
Thank you,
I
thank
will
you.
refrain from lecturing her, Your Honor.
No,
Counsel, please.
that's all out of order, Your
Counsel,
Honor.
please. Kindly proceed, Attorney Christine.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Sige, I will go back to the podium. So, in relation to the question that you were asked by the chair, no? Earlier you said that hindi naman required ng circular yung mga invoices and receipts, tama ho?
Ang requirement po is other documents deemed necessary sa audit.
Yes, but answer my question. Hindi required yung invoices and receipts. Sinabi mo yun kanina.
Opo, hindi
Okay,
po siya
thank you.
naka-enumerate doon.
In fact, yung item 4.12 ng JC, kung may copy ka ho dyan, na lang ho, pakitingin. Item 4.12, please. Okay. It says that disbursements from CF shall be supported with documentary evidence of payment, among others, which shall be submitted to the ICFAO in a sealed envelope signed by SDO. No? So sinasabi dito, documentary evidence of payment. Tama ho?
Opo, tama po.
Without specifying the kind of document that the agency should submit. Tama?
Opo, wala siyang in-specify. Ang nakalagay lang po, documents evidencing payment.
Okay. So, kung yung intention ho ng circular ay i-require ho yung invoices and receipts, no? Bakit sa tingin nyo hindi ho nakalagay ho sa circular yon?
Your Honor, please, we object to the question.
What's the base of the objection, counsel?
Argumentative, speculative.
Sustained.
Okay, sige po.
For being argumentative.
Yes, Your Honor. I will move on, no? Okay. Silene pala, sorry. Kasi Celine yun. Silene. Okay, Silene, no? The circular involves surveillance activities, tama?
Confidential and
Oo,
intelligence
oo.
activities po.
Yes, surveillance activities. Familiar ho ba kayo sa mga surveillance activities?
Excuse me, Your Honor, asked and answered earlier.
Hindi ho, tinatanong ko, Your Honor, kung familiar ho sila kung anong klaseng mga surveillance kung ano ho ang mga surveillance
Witness
activities.
may answer. She evaluated those earlier and identified some of the things read by counsel as surveillance. So, she is competent to answer. Silene, please answer the question.
Pwede po pakiulit yung tanong po.
Familiar po ba kayo sa mga surveillance operations? Mga klase, uri, I believe, ng surveillance operations.
May konti po akong alam sa surveillance activities po.
Okay.
Okay. Sige, I'll just move on to another point, Your Honor. So, okay. Natapos na tayo dun sa invoices and receipts, no? Kayo ho ay certified public accountant to, Miss Celine? Silene?
Opo.
Okay. So, familiar ho kayo sa tax code? National Internal Revenue Code?
Hindi po ako nag-practice ng sa bandang tax.
Pero pinag-aralan ho natin yan sa college, sa accountancy ho. Diba?
Kasama po.
Your Honor, we object to this line of questioning already. First, she asks this witness earlier if this witness is familiar with criminal laws. Objection from prosecution sustained by the presiding officer. Now she's asking this witness, are you familiar with
Tax code, because
the
she's a
tax
CPA,
code,
Your Honor.
We will make the same objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of direct.
We'll note the objection. We'll see where she takes this, counsel. We'll give her some leeway. She's on cross.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So, yung tax code doon, nasa curriculum mo natin yan nung college po, di ba po? Nung nagtitake up tayo ng accountancy.
Yes po, taxation and
Okay, salamat po. Now, familiar ho kayo sa Section 34 ho ng tax code? Sige.
Hindi ko na po
Hindi nyo na
gaanong
maalala,
maalala.
no? Ipa-flash ho natin yun sa screen, please. Section 34.
Can counsel just proceed to the question, Your Honor?
That's it. That's it, Your Honor. That's Section 34. Ipa-flash ho natin, no? Section 34B says, substantiation requirements. No deduction from gross income shall be allowed under subsection A hereof unless the taxpayer shall substantiate with sufficient evidence such as official receipts or other adequate records, the amount of the expense being deducted, and the direct connection or relation of the expense being deducted to the development, management, operation, and or conduct of trade, business, or profession of the taxpayer. Kikita
Your Honor,
niyo yan?
please.
Counsel?
We will object already to this line of questioning. It is totally immaterial, irrelevant, and beyond the scope of cross-examination.
There was no question yet, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Let's wait for the question, counsel. I think I know where counsel is leading to.
Thank you, Your
Attorney
Honor.
Christine, go to
Okay,
your question.
so Section 34B refers to the deductibility of expenses under the tax code. If you can recall that.
Opo.
Yes, okay.
Now we make our objection, Your Honor. Is that your question?
Wala pa.
I think she's
No,
laying
you
the
said-
basis for her
Wala pa
question,
ho. I'm
counsel.
laying the basis ho. Okay. So,
What is the question?
wait lang ho. In fact, Section 34B, yung binasa natin.
Patience is a virtue, counsel.
Yeah.
Let's give her
In
some.
fact, Section 34B.
Let her lay the predicate.
B of the NIRC considers other adequate records to support the deductibility of expenses, di ba ho? Tingnan nyo, kung titingnan nyo lang, base lang ho sa tax code.
Is that already the question?
No,
Your Honor?
asked and answered, counsel. Move to your point.
What is
Yes. Yung ano ho yung sagot?
Paulit po yung tanong. Pwede
Okay,
pong
based ho
pakiulit.
dyan sa sinite ho natin na provision ng tax code, okay, Section 34B considers adequate records as sufficient support for the deductibility of expenses or business expenses under the tax code.
Base
What is-
po dyan.
Base po dyan. Okay.
Document is the best evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel. Let her proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. It does not require an invoice. Nakalagay ho dyan, invoice. Dapat mag-submit ho tayo ng invoice.
Again, may I object now? Is that a question already, or
Yes,
should
that's
I
a
wait for
question,
your
Your Honor.
question?
That's a
Okay.
question.
That's
That's a
your
question,
question.
Your Honor. Nakalagay ho ba dyan na requirement na dapat may invoice para magiging deductible yung expense?
Nakalagay po such as
Your
official.
Honor, please.
Hindi,
Attorney Lorna, yes. What is your objection?
This is immaterial, irrelevant, beyond the scope. This is the National Internal Revenue Code for taxpayers. What is relevant here is the payment of taxes, what is allowed as deductions, what are documents allowed to substantiate findings here. It refers to gross income, Your Honor. What has gross income have to do with confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd, Your Honor?
Since it's 11:55, let the presiding officer go to the point. I think Attorney Christine is going towards. Attorney Celine, nasa tax code, para sa kung namang dahilan o purpose, ay pwede ka mag-present ng adequate records maliban sa resibo. Alam niyo yan bilang accountant.
Opo.
Sa trabaho niyo po ba ngayon sa COA, sa paghahanap, ayon sa pag-cite niyo ng provision kanina, ng iba pang dokumento bilang suporta sa paggastos ng confidential fund, tiningnan niyo ba maliban sa official receipt, adequate records na ginagamit din naman sa NIRC kung aplikable yan sa COA?
Pwede pong pakiulit yung tanong.
Applicable din ba ang adequate records maliban sa resibo sa COA at hindi lamang dito sa NIRC bilang accountant? Kaya nga siguro required na accountant kayong lahat o abogado, hindi ba?
Opo.
So pwedeng adequate records.
Opo, na ma-ascertain namin kung talagang nagamit to for confidential expenses.
Pwede kayo magbigay ng isang ehemplo ng adequate record maliban sa resibo, maliban sa OR. Anong isang ehemplo ng adequate record base sa karanasan nyo sa ibang national government agencies na nagli-liquidate ng confidential at intelligence funds?
May mga sinasubmit po sila na gaya po ng acknowledgement receipt at saka po yung mga reimbursement expense receipts po.
So yan yung papasok sa adequate records na katanggap-tanggap para sa inyo maliban sa official receipt.
Kasama na rin po yung official receipt.
Pwede
Yun.
bang gamitin ang other record, adequate records sa pagbili ng bagay-bagay?
Opo, pwede po.
So tables, chairs, pwedeng adequate records at hindi kailangan official receipt sa lahat ng panon. Depende sa kalagayan at sitwasyon.
Pero po kasi ito po ay nagpe-pertain sa purchases. So mas sufficient po sa amin kung maipapakita yung sales invoice at official receipts po.
Pero posible bang may adequate records yon o wala? Posible bang may iba pang records sa karanasan nyo sa ibang agencies na gumagamit ng intelligence at confidential funds?
Resibo lang po talaga para mapatunayan namin na talagang binili yun for tables and chairs.
Pag-purchase,
Opo.
hindi pag-reward, hindi pag-information.
Opo, pwede po yung acknowledgement receipts doon.
At yun ang papasok sa adequate records.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Attorney Christine?
yes, Your Honor. I'll move on.
You want to move on to the next point?
Yes, yes
Okay.
po. Yes po. Okay. So, napag-usapan nun natin yung ORs and sales invoices po. Di ba po?
Opo.
As a CPA, syempre as COA auditor, familiar ho kayo kung ano yung mga contents nun. Dun sa ORs and invoices, familiar ho kayo ano yung mga details na nandun, di ba po?
Opo.
Okay. So, nakalagay doon sa ORs and invoices, halos pare-pareho lang ho yan, yung date of transaction, di ba ho?
Opo.
Okay. Yung sellers details, no? Nakalagay doon yung registered name, registered business address, and the tax identification of the seller. Nakalagay ho doon, di ba po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Nakalagay din ho doon yung description ng goods. Di ba po? Or in case of services, kung ano ho yung nature ng services provided. Nakalagay ho doon.
Opo.
Okay. So, nakalagay din ho doon yung buyer's information, no? Yung pangalan ng buyer or ng client, yung address, at saka yung tax identification number ng client. Tama ho?
Opo.
Okay. Now, let's apply this invoice these details that are required in an invoice or OR in an actual confidential transaction.
Your Honor,
Counsel for the prosecutor.
object to this line of questioning, Your Honor. We are now going to the realm of the hypothetical.
No.
She has presented a hypothetical OR, knowing that there is zero, no OR, not a single OR was submitted to the office of the COA ICFAO. Now she's talking about a sample hypothetical OR. What is the line? Where are we going here,
Wala
Your
pang
Honor?
question, no,
Because
Your
if we are going to this line of hypotheticals, Your Honor, we might not finish today. We might finish next week, August 14, which is what they want probably, Your Honor.
Counsel, I will give the Attorney Christine some leeway on this. Let's see where she will go.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so ipagpalagay na ho natin yung transaction rental of safe house. Okay. So, assuming nag-require ho kayo, ICFAO ng invoice or ng OR, no? So, ano ho ba yung, kasi di ba ho sabi nyo dito sa findings ninyo, no, na kailangan natin ng ORs at an invoice. Tapos, naalala nyo ho, nilagay nyo ho dito na pwede naman hong may mga information na dapat tanggalin. Di ba po? Nakalagay ho dun sa ND. Okay.
Yung hinihingan po namin ng additional documents gaya ng OR and
Hindi ho. Okay, I'll direct you to the ND.
Which ND, Counsel?
The second ND, Your Honor.
The August 8 ND?
Yes po. Okay. Babasahin ko yung portion na related po dito, no? Number 2, yung second paragraph po, pakitingin na lang ho, Miss Celine. Number 2, Silene, no? Okay. Yung though, itong under item number 2, okay. Yung sa second paragraph, di ba may table doon?
Opo.
Okay, nasusundan nyo yung though this office, paki-reflect na lang ho sa taas, no? Sa overhead, no? Though this office recognizes, nakikita nyo ba ho yan?
Opo.
Okay. That by the very nature of the CF where identities of the where identities of those involved, that is the informants for whom the supplies were used, nasusundan nyo ho, owners of safe houses or owners of rented vehicles used for confidential activities, and the details which can be disclosed evidencing validity should be submitted to warrant reasonable and adequate substantiation. Okay? Sorry. Let's go back now. Those involved, that is the informants, okay? Ulit, sorry. Though this office recognizes that by the very nature of the CF, where identities of those involved, that is the informants for whom supplies were used, owners of safe houses or owners of rented vehicles used for confidential activities, and the very details of the confidential activities are to be reasonably safeguarded. Nakikita niyo ba ho yan?
Opo.
Oo. Reasonably safeguarded. Other details, sinabi niyo dito, other details which can be disclosed evidencing the validity should be submitted to warrant reasonable and adequate substantiation of the claimed confidential expenses in relation to item 4.12 of the joint circular.
Your Honor, please.
I have not yet propounded my question, Your
There's
Honor.
no question yet, Counsel.
No,
Yes.
Your Honor, this does not relate to the question. This relates to the document being flashed. The question is,
I'm laying
this is not an August 8 ND.
I was saying, Your Honor, this was the second ND.
Sorry, this is the...
Is that the one being flashed?
Second ND.
This is the March 31.
So it is
Yes,
not.
it's the March 31, Your Honor. But the witness...
So it is misleading, Your Honor. She said August 8 ND.
No, I said second ND. I did not
Attorney
say August.
Silene, are you referring to the March...
Yes, Your
31,
Honor. I'm referring to
2026?
the March 31, 2026 ND.
Yes po, yun sa ND dated March 31,
So
2026.
she knows what she was looking at, Counsel?
Yes,
It was the presiding officer's mistake when I referred to it as August 8.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, nakalagay ho dyan, no? Okay. So, balik ko tayo dun sa requirement ng invoice at OR, no? Assuming nga, yun, rent of safe house ho yun, no? So, base dun sa mga items or sa mga information na sinabi niyo ho kanina, ano ho ba yung pwedeng tanggalin natin doon sa invoice? Hindi, tatanungin ho kita. Isa-isahin ko to, no? Ano yung pwedeng tatanggalin ho natin doon sa invoice? Okay. Lessor's registered name. Example, ABC Apartments. Halimbawa kasi, kailangan namin mag-submit ng invoice, no?
Your Honor,
Submit kami ng invoice. Wait lang ho, Your Honor.
Kindly finish your question, Counsel.
Mag-submit ho kami ng invoice. Sabi niyo ho, you recognize that there are information that are sensitive. Tama ho ba? So, pag nag-submit ho kami ng invoice involving a rental of a safe house, ano ho ba yung pwede naming tanggalin? Okay. Lessor's registered name, ABC Apartments, kunyari, pwedeng tanggalin?
Pwede po bang may
Now,
ika-clarify lang po ako?
Attorney Silene, before you answer, yes, Attorney Kapunan, you were saying
Your
something?
Honor, this line of questioning already is, number 1, argumentative, number 2, hypothetical, Your Honor.
No,
Because
it's based
this
on
witness has
the ND.
testified.
And I think some members of the court would also like to find out what is acceptable and what is not, given the confidential nature of this. I think even one of the senator judges will be pursuing this point later, so it might abbreviate the proceedings if you are able to answer now. Ano yung
submit, Your
katanggap-tanggap na laman ng invoice, Silene? Kung dapat itago na confidential ang ibang mga impormasyon.
Pwede po bang i-explain ko lang po muna yung nasa ND?
Opo, sige po.
Kasi po ang hinihingan lang po namin ng official receipt and invoice, yung lang pong expense pertaining to purchase of supplies and provision of medical and food aid. Hindi po nabanggit yung sa rental ng safe houses.
So sa rental, hindi kailangan?
Hindi po. Ang hinihingan lang po namin ng official receipts at ng sales invoice is yung purchase of supplies and provision of medical and food aid.
Na ginamit sa pagbigay ng reward?
Hindi doon po sa third quarter, hindi na siya reward. Naka-reflect na siya as supplies.
Supply na.
Opo, kaya doon po. Pero yung sa rental of safe house, in-accept naman yung acknowledgement receipt.
So sa pananaw mo, hindi kailangan maging confidential yung binilan ng supplies?
Kasi po ang confidential, di ba po pag bumibili tayo ng supplies, ng food, ng medicine, standard procedure po yung merong resibo na matatanggap from the establishment kung saan po natin binili itong mga supplies, food, and
At sa pananaw mo
medicine.
nga, hindi dapat confidential yung binilhan?
Yung pinagbilhan po, kasi yung sa paggagamitan yung confidential expenses.
Okay. You may proceed, Counsel.
okay. So, sige, ibahin na lang po natin, no? Gawin nating supplies, no? Halimbawa, pagkain. Supplier ng pagkain, no?
Opo.
Okay. Ano yung pwedeng tanggalin doon? Let's say, the supplier's name. Let's say, ABC Catering. Pwedeng tanggalin?
Opo.
Okay, tanggalin natin, no? Yung location, ho, yung business address po ni ABC Catering. Let's say, ground floor, Multinational Bank Corporation Center, 6805, Ayala Avenue, Makati City. Pwedeng tanggalin?
Hindi naman po confidential yung mismong establishment na nagkwan nun eh. Yung, ang pinakadit po dito, pinanggamitan. And doon po sa resibo na yon, hindi naman po siya confidential information.
No, just answer the question, no? So,
Ask and answer,
hindi
Your
ho
Honor.
pwedeng hindi tanggalan yung address ng supplier ng pagkain.
Ask and answered, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
Not yet, Your Honor. Not
Counsel
yet.
asked and answered because
It's
she
asked
said...
and answered.
So, ang
she
answer
said
niyo
that,
doon ay hindi.
Counsels, please. She said that when it pertains to the purchase of supplies, food, medicines, chairs, if at all computers, the name of the entity where they purchased it is not confidential. Pero kung saan ginamit yon, kung sinong pinagbigyan, sinong pinakain, saan pinakain, yun yung confidential. Tama ba, Celine?
Opo, tama po.
So, yung invoice o resibo ng pagkain, medical supplies, kailangan may resibo. Yan ang interpretasyon mo ng joint circular.
Opo, para ma-ascertain namin na talagang ginamit yon for purchases of supplies, food, and medicines po.
So, sa bagay nito, ulitin ko, sa pananaw mo, sa interpretasyon mo, sa ginamit mong pag-audit, kapag ka supplies, hindi ka tatanggap ng other adequate document, resibo talaga hahanapin mo.
Opo, para mapatunayan na pinambili po talaga to ng supplies.
And this is the same standard you're applying to other government agencies, not only the OVP and the DepEd.
Opo.
Okay. So, sinabi, pagkain ho yung example natin, no? So, sino ho ba dapat ang may alam kung confidential dapat ang information? Si COA ho ba o si agency? Who is in a better position to know whether a confidential an information is confidential?
Pwede pong pakiulit yung tanong?
Okay.
Question is vague, Your Honor.
Sige, okay. Example, pagkain. No, pagkain. Okay. Kung kami ho, agency, sa tingin namin, dapat confidential yung supplier namin kasi baka lasunin. Baka may matunton, no? Matuntunton yung supplier namin. Tapos tinanggal namin yung address. Tinanggal namin yung ibang details doon. Sinabit namin sa COA. No? Acceptable pa rin ba sa COA yon?
Hindi naman po confidential yung mismong
Sa
supplier.
inyo ho, pero kung sa...
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hindi naman confidential yun.
Asked and answered. Don't argue with the witness, counsel.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. So sa tingin nyo, hindi confidential yon, pero maaaring sa agency, confidential ho yun. Para sa
Argumentative, Your Honor. Ask and answered. It is not confidential.
Move on to the
kanila.
next point,
Your Honor,
counsel.
I'm asking for possibility, Your Honor.
There is already ruling from the presiding officer.
Move to the next point, counsel.
Okay, so in short, kayo ho yung nagde-decide ngayon kung ano ho yung confidential na information at hindi. Kasi sinabi niyo ho sa tingin niyo, hindi naman siya confidential.
Misleading, Your Honor.
Hindi ho.
Witness may answer.
Yes.
Kasi nga po yung pinaggamitan, hindi naman po yung nag-provide.
Okay, so okay lang na ma-expose yung supplier sa instance na yon, no? Okay lang na malagay yung
Your Honor,
address ng
please.
ABC.
Again, this is already argumentative.
Asked
This-
and answered, counsel, and
asked and answered.
Yes,
argumentative.
we
There
take
is nothing confidential about where you buy
Asked and answered,
supplies.
counsel,
Your Honor, please,
whether
this
you
line of
agree or not,
questioning-
whether you agree with that with the answer of Celine, that was the answer she gave.
Continuing objection, Your Honor, if it will apply again to medicines, if it will apply again to supplies,
We will
chairs
not
and
be-
tables, we will have a continuing objection
we're not yet
to
there,
this
counsel.
line
We're not-
of questioning, Your Honor.
We're not yet there, counsel.
Okay. So
Attorney
you are
Christine,
saying...
you may proceed.
Yes po. Your Honor, thank you po. So you are saying the COA is in a better position to judge whether an information is confidential or not. Wala akong karapatan sa agency.
Argumentative,
Nick,
Your Honor.
with
Excuse me,
regard to the food, Your Honor, we are on the example of the supplier of food. Okay, sa instance ho na yan, sa tingin nyo, hindi ho siya confidential, di ba ho? So kayo ho yung mas nakakaalam na ito, you are in a better judgment sa bagay ho na yan.
Kasi po dun sa food po, yung tao mismo na bumili, yun yung confidential. Ganun po. Hindi po
Hindi ho
yung...
yan yung tanong ko eh. Okay,
The
yung
question
tanong...
is vague, Your Honor.
Yung tanong...
Please. The
Celine.
question is vague.
Celine, ang tanong sa iyo ay may karapatan ba yung ahensya magsabi na ito confidential? Kayo lang ba ang may karapatan? Kasi I can actually answer. Tell me if you agree. You review the submissions of the agencies, correct?
Opo.
Pag may observation kayo, mag-AUM kayo, and they can say, hindi, confidential to. And then you can agree or disagree, correct?
Based on the evaluation po ng magiging response nila.
And given the difference in the notice of suspension and notice of disallowance, as pointed out by counsel earlier, na may mga tinanggal na kayo, may mga binawas kayo, di ba?
Opo.
Kasi napaliwanag nila.
Opo.
So, minsan sinasabi nila, sa unang tingin mo, hindi confidential to, biglang nagpaliwanag sila, confidential yon, binawas nyo o binabawas nyo.
Opo, based po sa evaluation ng response nila, kung na-answer na po nila yung issues raised dun sa AOM or CNS.
Na-answer or napaliwanag nila o nakumbinsi kayo na confidential ito.
Opo.
Therefore, hindi kailangan ng resibo o invoice.
Opo.
Tama? But
Opo.
your determination is anyway appealable, if at all, to the Supreme Court, the Commission of the Supreme Court.
Pag yung sa COA po, opo, pag may decision, may remedy pa po na umakyat sa Supreme Court.
Yes. Okay, counsel, move on.
So in short, no, sa sagot mo na yan, ibig sabihin, kayo talaga yung nagde-determine na ito, hindi dapat to confidential. Kasi nga, kagaya nung supplies, medicine, and food. Yun po yung naging basis ninyo ng ND ninyo, di ba po?
Your Honor, please, I think this was the question itself of the presiding officer.
Already
Ask and
answered,
answer.
Counsel.
Yeah, the
Already
answer is,
answered.
we want to put it on record, Your Honor. The answer. Ano
Ask
yung...
and answer, Your
Already
Honor.
answered. She agrees, Counsel.
She agrees.
She
So,
already agrees.
okay, so they will... Okay, I'll move on, Your Honor.
Can we move on, Your Honor?
Now, Ms. Celine, who determines the safeguard to be implemented in order to secure the success of an agency's confidential operations? Part ba ho yun ng audit ninyo? Na kung ano yung mga hindi dapat dinadivulge or dinadivulge ng agency? Part ho ba ng ICFA audit yun? With regard to their confidential operations?
Your Honor, again, this is ask and answer.
No, Your Honor.
By
I
rephrasing
object,
the
Your
question,
Honor.
Your Honor, by rephrasing
This is
the
a
question.
different question.
Kindly
Counsel, can
wait for Counsel for the prosecutors. Yes, Attorney Kapunan?
Your Honor, these are the same questions rephrased differently, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
It is not, Your Honor. Kasi kanina,
What is
The
your
presiding
who
officer-
determines whether...
The court will allow it. Attorney Celine, please answer.
Pwede pong pakiulit.
Okay, ulitin ko po Who determines? Sino ba yung nagde-determine kung ano dapat yung mga safeguards, no? Mga panuntunan na i-implement po dapat ng agency para ma-secure po yung success ng confidential operations. In short, sino dapat yung nagde-determine na itong information na to confidential, ito hindi?
Yun po is dapat po sa agency, meron
Sa
silang sound and effective internal control.
Salamat po. No, so sa agency na 'yon, no, si agency dapat. And si COA ICFAO merely audits liquidation documents relative to the confidential funds. Tama po ba?
We base po sa liquidation documents submitted at base po sa joint circular yung pag-evaluate namin per liquidation documents submitted.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that, no. So si COA ICFAO, in that sense, you do not determine which information is confidential or not, correct? Kasi nag-base lang naman ho kayo sa liquidation documents.
We base on our audit po sa liquidation documents submitted to us. We rely po doon
Okay,
sa pag-conduct ng audit.
Salamat po. Now, si COA ICFAO po ba ay privy sa confidential operations ng agency? Kasali ho ba kayo dun sa mga confidential operations po ng OVP, for example?
We base lang po our audit dun sa liquidation documents submitted
So,
to
in
us.
short, just answer the question. Kasali ho ba kayo sa confidential operations
Answered,
ng
Your
OVP?
Honor. They base it
Wala
on the
hong answer ho, Your
She
Honor.
did not answer, Counsel.
She did not answer. Yes or
Celine,
no?
on the documents.
Celine, just answer it. Hindi kayo kasama, di ba?
Hindi po. Base lang
Okay.
po kami sa documents.
So,
Okay.
just say that hindi kayo kasama.
Salamat po, Your Honor. It's 12:16, Your Honor. Do you want... Okay lang po ako. I can
Thank you for
continue.
pointing that out, Counsel.
Okay,
Because
kasi po, next
my
point lang
colleagues
po
have
ito,
been
no? No, next
um,
point.
Your Honor,
asking-
may we know if the cross-examination will take another 2 hours, 3 hours?
More
Your Honor?
likely, Your Honor, this is...
Let's see. But
Stay-
we cannot compel, neither can we force or pressure counsel to limit her cross-examination. She has enough leeway to test the credibility of the witness. We shall take a lunch break and shall resume at 1 p.m. with the cross-examination of Sailin. Thereafter, the interventions of the senator judges. The first to register is Senator Judge Padilla. Thereafter, Senator Judge Ontiveros. Kindly take note. Of the sequence. Trial is. We are on recess until 1 o'clock.
Number 1 ka.
VP Sara, binigay niya kay Colonel La Chica yung cash advance for CF, which is a violation po ng joint circular, making it irregular po.
Kaya naman naglabas ulit ng notice of disallowance ang COA ng mahigit 375 million pesos. Isang SDO naka-deliver ng confi funds sa iba't ibang probinsya sa loob ng isang araw.
Marvel Comics ang binabasa ko. Superman ang favorite ko. Kung hindi man Superman ang isang SDO, kaya ba niyang puntahan? Sa palagay mo,
Your Honor, please.
lahat na ito.
At sa kahit anong paglilitis, dapat may respeto sa oras. Lalo na kung depensa naman ang unang kumestyon sa authenticity ng mga dokumento.
Na-indyan po kami. Wala pong sagot nung Wednesday. On Thursday, we waited the whole day.
Hindi ka, Attorney Lorna, ininjan, baka ginos ka?
Kulang ang proof of success. Non-compliant din sa Joint Circular 2015-01 ng ilang aktibidad. May mga discrepancy sa datos at notice of disallowance na inisyo ng COA. Malayo pa ang paghahatol. Pero sa impeachment court, hustisya ang magiging pundasyon.
Okay, let's pause for a while we allow our guests to settle down. Okay, nagbabalik po ang press briefing ng House Prosecution Panel. Today po, maswerte po tayo, mapalad na makakapiling po natin si House Prosecution Member, si Representative Jonathan Keith Flores ng 2nd District.
Anong sabi ni Congressman Ridon? Di ba in interview? Hindi ba? Sabi, okay, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Dapat sana...
Magandang tanghali po, Haji Kaaminyo po ng Brigada News FM. I only have one question. Sa nakalipas po, like kahapon, bunyag po yung sa mga Christmas activities, yung sa mga tree planting activities, awarding ceremonies. Tapos today, sa pag-resume po ng trial, sa cross-examination, may list po ng mga activities or engagements si VP Sara na binanggit po na nagkaroon ng intelligence work ang OVP. No? Sa palagay po ninyo, dun sa mga ipinakita po nilang mga documents sa listahan po ng mga intelligence work, satisfying po ba or acceptable po ba sa inyo yung operations or intelligence work na may kinalaman sa engagements ni VP Sara, although hindi ang binabanggit nga po nila hindi naman kailangan may nahuli para masabing successful ang kanilang intelligence work. Salamat po.
Well, I think dapat i-distinguish mo kasi, 'di ba? Even if that activity included parang intelligence work, pero dapat i-segregate mo or ihiwalay mo kung was it for purchase of information or payment of rewards. Doon sila nadidisallow sa payment of rewards given the same activities eh. Because yun nga, walang results na pinapakita. But if it was payment for information ang binayaran nila, and nag-result naman na walang nangyari sa event because nga yun ang sinasabi nilang successful kasi walang nangyari because they purchased information, then sinabi naman ng witness kanina na allowed yun. Ang hindi allowed is ang payment of rewards.
Well, I think what it appears is that the COA says na dapat connected siya doon sa mandato ng ahensya. I think that is very important for the public to know kung ano yung dapat na intervention ng isang agency that has no direct mandate over security matters. In this case, the Office of the Vice President has no direct mandate to intervene in security matters, but she did so by requesting the confidential funds. What the COA wanted to really know is not the regular police work that has been doing by a lot of agencies that have that mandate. Kasi gusto mong mag-intervene, gusto mong mag-support, gusto mong mag-assist sa mga agencies na doing all this police work. So what can you actually supplement and add to the overall objective of dismantling criminal elements in the country? Ano? By surveillance of intelligence na ginagawa naman ng other agencies. Kaya nga gustong makita ng COA, ano yung mga nagawa ninyo na outside of the regular police work na po pwedeng sabihin you have successfully implemented this intelligence gathering that would support the already trabaho or work ng ating mga security agencies. Kaya dun pumapalo ngayon yung reward. 'Di ba? Kasi bakit ka pa magsusupport ng isang agenda na kung ikakapi mo lang at imitate mo lang yung regular police work ng ibang ahensya. Kaya ka nga decididong mag-support ng counter-insurgency work. Kasi may alam ka na po pwede mong idagdag doon sa already na ginagawa ng mga ahensya. I think yun yung dapat natin makita. And based on what we've heard from today's cross-examination, ang nag-benefit lang ata doon yung OVP. Yung pagpunta niya doon sa Davao, na safe siya. So it actually benefited herself, no, in her office by securing the security of the Vice President. What did the country obtain and gain from that? No? Anong nakuha natin doon as a benefit and as an advantage? So I guess that's the line of distinction na kinakailangan natin malaman. So again, purchase of reward, purchase of reward. Kailangan talaga may success yan eh. Hindi mo lang po pwedeng sabihin na hindi naman nire-require ng COA. But the COA has been consistent. It has been their standard of auditing na rin-require nila sa agency. So hindi lang po pwedeng sabihin ng OVP na wala naman dyan nakasulat dyan specifically sa joint circular. So why are you asking this from us? Yun naman talang standard ng procedure ng auditing process. So I guess kung titingnan natin, ano bang gusto ng OVP? Special treatment na naman. No? So kung usual standard yon na ginagawa ng ICFAO sa lahat ng ahensyang ni-require nila for the reward, dapat sumunod din ang OVP at hindi dapat magiging exempted.
Okay, thank you. Brief reminder lang, medyo limited po ang ating oras, so let's keep our questions short at as much as possible para mabigyan natin pagkakataon ng iba. Go ahead, Vel.
So pwede sagot namin ask and answer na?
Pwede po. Go ahead, Vel.
Okay. May tuturing po bang unprofessional na yung naging act ng depensa since makailang beses na rin pumagitna si Presiding Officer Escudero?
Well, I guess merong standard na in-expect natin from the defense. What we notice and observe is nag-intervene ng presiding officer kasi argumentative na yung defense. No, very clear yon. Nakikipag-argue na siya doon sa witness. At the same time, yung mga questions na ay misleading na. No? And paulit-ulit, ask and answered. So yung naging manner of cross-examining the test ng the witness, mukhang hindi yun yung in-expect natin na manner of cross-examining the witness. Medyo adversarial siya. No, kaya nag-i-intervene na yung ating presiding officer.
On other matters naman po, can I get your reaction po doon sa pag-file ng kaso kay VP Sara sa DOJ, and will this affect yung proceedings and how will the defense treat the Article 4 of the impeachment?
Well, again, these are two separate and distinct cases, no? Itong final ng DOJ is final with the regular courts. Sa atin naman, which we're dealing with the impeachment court lang. And we're limited to ano yung impeachment. Ano yung grounds for impeachment at ano yung purpose for impeachment. Iba naman yung criminal case na final ng DOJ for grave threats dun sa regular courts naman natin. So iba din yun.
Well, I would re-echo the position of Congressman Keith Flores. The impeachment is a constitutional case. It's being deliberated, and the other one could be a regular criminal proceedings. So magkaiba nga yung pananaw. The other one has a certain penalty which does not substitute the penalty of whoever comes first, no, either the penalty of conviction in the case of the impeachment court is removal from office. It does not substitute the penalty which I believe in the criminal proceeding over the issue on grave threats is being filed against her. So magkaiba yung magiging appreciation ng magkaibang korte.
Naman po nito maapektuhan on how will the defense team treat the Article 4?
We really don't know how they're gonna approach it, no? Kasi strategy din nila. Pero iba naman na, like let's say even the, di ba, weight of evidence that will be needed is different in criminal cases. Iba din dito sa impeachment court. Sabi nga ni Congressman Zia, ang penalties iba din. Ang siguro appreciation of the facts and iba din, no? Kasi ibang level yung criminal case. So far, as far as the prosecution is concerned, wala namang impact sa amin ang filing of the case. Siguro it bolstered the fact na totoong may threats that were made, di ba? Kasi nga si DOJ na nag-file ng grave threats, no? But as far as we are concerned, focusing on the impeachment case lang, walang impact sa amin.
Okay po. Last on my end po, may epekto po ba yung absence ni Senator Cayetano, Alan Peter Cayetano and Senator Legarda dun sa credibility nila as senator judge since sila ang kikilatis din dun sa witness and on the whole proceedings?
As much as possible, gusto namin na present lahat yung mga senator judges, di ba? Because paano mo ma-appreciate yung pag-testify ng isang testigo kung wala ka doon? Paano mo ma-appreciate yung demeanor niya in answering the questions, di ba? Mas gusto namin na supposedly present lahat yung senators at nakikinig at nag-o-observe sa paano sinasagot ng witnesses yung mga tanong ng prosecution and at the same time yung defense.
Sa kabuuan naman ang summation naman nung lahat ng argumento at ebidensya ay ang korteng tatay yung hukom. Ang senadong tatay yung hukom. So tama pa yung sinabi ni Congressman Flores na indispensable sana yung kanilang attendance, although hindi naman din natin pwedeng i-question yung pagiging other character of the Senate acting like exercising the legislative function, kasi ang alam ko yung mga absences in the case of Senator Legarda ay granted by the Senate President, no? Kasi may medical leave siya. So we also try to balance it out with the Senate exercising its function as a legislative chamber, no? Kasi yun dun pumasok yung hindi pagpunta ni Senator Legarda. But then again, mas maigi sana na all senators who are able to attend the trial would really attend so that the country is confident na kung ano yung magiging decision ng korte would be based on the merits of the testimonies as well as the evidence that they have personally seen and observed.
Sir, two questions. First po, sir, kasi kahapon po na-interview po namin si former Commissioner Heidi Mendoza at ang sabi niya, kung siya ang tatanungin, mas marami pang na-disallow. Kasama yung payment for information, disallowed din siya kung siya yung nag-audit. And then sabi niya, in the first place kasi dapat walang confidential funds ang OVP at DepEd dahil yung mga operations naman binibigay naman din talaga sa AFP or PNP. With the testimony of Miss Sailin Del Campo, do you think na-bolster yung ganong opinion? Dahil apparently may coordination din naman pala ang OVP sa PNP and AFP.
Totoo, kasi tama po yung sinabi ni no? Ito yung kanyang legal opinion. Yung si Sailin, yan yung official na position ng COA kasi it went through different stages before the issuance of AOM, no. Tama po ako, I completely agree with kay former COA commissioner, dahil unang-una kung papansin nyo yung sagot kanina ni Miss Del Ocampo, yung mandate, sabi niya nung agency, yung mandate parating niya sinasabi niyo pero pinuputol ng defense, di ba? Importanteng malaman yun kasi unang-una yung mandate ng opisina, nire-recognize niya yung capacity of that office to enforce any activity or initiative. Now, the mandate of the OVP and the education, Department of Education, has nothing to do whatsoever with the work that is being done by the AFP and the police. That's why hindi sila capacitated, diba? That's why they need to partner with these agencies. Kaya nga nung pinresenta nila kanina, yung lahat ng mga activities nila, mukhang surveillance, mukhang gathering lang. These are all regular police work. Ba't mo gagastosan ng ilang milyon? Yun ang sinasabi ni Sailin. Yung agency ay yung mandate. Kasi kung ikaw, ini-insist mo na tutulungan mo yung isang agency dahil para sa'yo, kulang-kulang din sila ng ibang other ways to obtain intelligence gathering, gusto mo sila suportahan, you have to supplement and augment things that they are not doing. You cannot just replicate what they have been doing regularly. Ano yun? Maglalagay ka ng mga pulis sa daan? These are regular work. Sabi ko nga kanina kay Congressman Sheljoc, no? Kayang-kaya ng RTA yan, yung mga traffic enforcer yan, just to make sure that the security of the Vice President and the Vice President herself, if she attends the Davao inauguration, whatever bridge that they want to inaugurate it, kayang-kaya ng police work. You don't need to spend millions for that. So, that is what I agree. Kung hindi dapat wala sa mandate niya, ibig sabihin wala siyang capacity to do that. So sayang yung pera na dapat na ilaan sa mga ibang other activities.
I agree with Kong Z, and I agree with that statement. Talaga, dapat let's put confidential and intelligence funds to the agencies na doing those work, no? So, kanina sa testimony, pinatestify on cross-examination, tinatanong yung witness, itong activity na to, yung tree planting, yung Christmas party, yung etc., ginamitan ng ganito na funds, etc. Yet, we still see the Vice President doing the same activities now. Tree planting, Christmas party, and other activities na walang confidential funds. Successful naman, safe naman yung activities, di ba? So why need na to spend this much for activities na ginagawa niya pa rin daily ngayon na wala naman siyang confidential funds? Diba? So it destroys the story na kailangan natin ng confidential fund para security, blah, 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 etc. Because she has been doing the same activities na wala na siyang confidential fund. Example lang kanina, sinabi, no? Road safety, going to that particular activity. That is given to a lot of, kahit regional director, may road safety minsan, di ba? Senador, meron. But they don't have confidential funds. They did not have to purchase information for those things. Di ba? So, yeah, tama yung sinabi ni former Commissioner Heidi Mendoza.
At saka, the safest place for her is Davao City. Di ba? Why would spend money in an area where you feel the safest?
Sir, second question po. Regarding pa rin dun sa parang naging demeanor ni Attorney Christine Ferrer. Kasi parang towards the latter part, bago mag-suspend, medyo ini-insist niya na kailangan confidential yung mga providers. For example, yung mga butika na pinagbilan o yung mga caterers. What do you make of that, sir? Is this a legal argument or is it merely playing into the narrative that the Vice President's camp want to propagate?
Well, I think strategy din yun. Paulit-ulit niyang question, di ba? In fact, objection naman si Lorna, sabi ni presiding officer, asked and answered, di ba? But she still tries to ask questions related to that. Ang ano naman doon is like, the witness was trying to distinguish naman. Kung ano yung, ang sinabi niya lang, kailangan namin ng ORs, for example, the purchase of supplies. Kasi hindi naman yung confidential person ang bibili ng supply. It's the office that buys the supply and gives it to that person who gave the information. So paano mo re-reveal yung identity ng confidential informant, di ba? So there's no need na idaan mo pa sa AR lang. Dapat may proof na pinurchase nyo to sa supplies itong pera na to. And that was really the point that she was just trying to say, no? So sinubukang ipitin siya, no? Kung ano yung, ikaw ba ang magdedetermine kung information gathering yan or confidential in nature? That's not the point eh. Ang point lang na sinasabi niya, pag supplies ang pinag-uusapan natin, hindi confidential kung saan binili yung supplies. Kasi ang ibibigay mo sa tao, supplies. Di ba? Hindi naman ibibigay mo yung pera sa tao at siya bibili ng supplies. Di ba? It was purchased. It was purchased by the office. So, bakit walang OR? Bakit walang acknowledgement? Ano ba yun? Invoice man lang, di ba? So, yun yung entire point lang naman dun eh. But she was really trying her best to destroy the testimony of the witness. In fairness, that's their job eh. Siya naman sa defense, di ba?
Umabot na rin sa punto na parang ang angling nung line of questioning niya is, you shouldn't be asking OR or receipt because by doing so, you are compromising the confidentiality of the activity or whatever initiative that they would like to do. Pero ganito kasi yan eh. Pag magbibili ka ng isang, let's say, laptop ay nakasulat doon ng mga goods, di ba? O laptop, chairs. Hindi mo naman sasabihin na itong bibilihin ko itong laptop, shh, confidential ito, gagamitin namin sa confidential nature ito. No. Actually, no, even the shop does not care whether you use it for whatever purpose. Diba? Ang issue lang is you have used a public fund. Hindi mo pera yan. So talagang kailangan ng COA mag-request sila ng OR and mga invoice. You should not weaken the mandate of COA by being technical about it and say hide behind the confidentiality nature of your activity and say do not ask us any more ORs because this is confidential in nature. For God's sake, what you have used there to buy these supplies are public funds. And the only agency that is constitutionally mandated to audit any transaction, government expenses, na using taxpayers' money is COA. So, yun lang. Very simple lang yun, di ba? At saka babalikan natin. From the very start, no? Kasi nawawala ata ito sa, sa linya din ng questioning. Yung mismong pagbigay ng non-transferable, hindi pwedeng i-delegate. Yung power ng SDO to use the confidential funds to any other person. Because if you do that, then that is unlawful expenses. From the very start pa lang, unlawful expenses. Whether kung akong tatanungin mo, whether may OR man yan o walang OR, the mere fact that you have given this task that you're supposed to be exercised, you alone, to another person, that makes the expenses unlawful. Diba? So I mean, let's go back to the very premise why COA has flagged this itong expenses na to ng confidential funds na na-disallow nila because the very premise of giving that to La Chica and giving that to Colonel Olasco already is a violation of the joint circular, and therefore it made the utilization of the confidential funds unlawful expenses.
All right. Isaiah, go ahead.
Hi, Kong. Good morning po. Good afternoon. Regarding po ulit dun sa naging attitude kanina ni Attorney Christina, aside from being it seems like unprofessional, can we see this as also being disrespectful or angry issue towards Attorney Kapunan? And can we also see it as a strategy of the defense to attract the public na maging beneficial sa kanila?
I didn't say it was unprofessional. It was her strategy siguro. I don't know, no, whether it worked or not. Hindi naman bumaliktad yung witness na the fact na ito nga ay irregular expense, di ba? So, siguro, nainis lang yung iba, nanonood. Di ba? Kasi minsan paulit-ulit na eh. Di ba? Kahit na nga may ruling na ask and answer, tatanungin niya pa rin, di ba? So, that's strategy maybe. Whether it's working or not, that's really up to you how you appreciate things. Kasi sa akin, parang it's also best not to irritate or annoy either the senator judges or the presiding officer by repeatedly asking questions that has already been ruled upon. No? Kasi you want to be respectful din. No? Pero I don't think that there was no intentional disrespect naman on her part to intentionally annoy Attorney Lorna. Wala naman sigurong ganun. But, yeah, para-paraan lang kung baga. No? Pero whether it worked or not, that's for us to see.
Meron daw generational gap or divide, no? Yung dalawa. Pero I don't categorize it as unprofessional. She is more combative in a way. But strategy naman yon. There was, well, the senator judges somehow, this is my own observation also, exasperated by the line of questioning of the defense kasi ask and answer. But well, ito naman ding sa prosecutor na si Attorney Lorna Kapunan, alam naman niya, very ano din siya, very ano yung tawag dito, sharp din, and very, ano siya, what you call this? Very attentive siya doon sa every questions that being asked. Kaya automatically then, immediately, kino-call out din niya kung misleading, kung argumentative. So, ayun yun. Medyo feisty yung ano natin ngayon, yung trial natin ngayon, di ba?
Can we say now na, can we say now na wala pa talagang nakontra itong depensa kahit pa sabihin natin nga medyo maingay yung kanilang abogado?
Well, sa palagay ko, hindi naman din nila po pwedeng sabihin na the COA should not be demanding receipts, di ba? The most that they can actually achieve at this point in time is that yung sa confidential funds, sa purchase of information, kasi hindi nila nabuwag. Pinaremind nga sa defense na they did not flag actually the purchase of information but only the reward. Diba? So, very clear yun. So, doon kasi siya, they're trying to mix up yung purchase of information at saka sa reward. So, the most I think that they have already obtained is that yung sinabi nilang, opinion mo lang to, yung pagre-require ng resibo. Hindi itong sinasabi sa joint circular, di ba? But the joint circular is very clear. Irregular expenses, unlawful expenses, illegal expenses, if you do not comply with the necessary supporting documents, especially if you use the confidential funds as a form of reward, provide document evidencing support, then there's a prima facie of presumption of misuse. Yun ang sinabi. So how do you able to determine that there was misuse? Of course, magre-request ka ng OR, and yung OR kasi ng mga nire-request ng COA is not actually to antagonize the OVP. It's not actually to antagonize the DepEd. It's not to find fault against the OVP and the DepEd. This is actually a way for them to clear and correct their AOM. Binibigyan nyo ng pagkakataon ng COA, bigyan nyo sa amin ng resibo, not really to dig deeper into the mess that the OVP and Department of Education has been insofar as utilization of the confidential funds is concerned. Hindi. Ito'y paraan para makorek nila, para before pa sila magkaroon ng mas malaking problema as far as the auditing of their confidential fund is concerned. So yun lang, the most that they have obtained is that. Pero hindi din nila na-refute na una, meron talagang basis kaya nagkaroon ng notice of disallowance, especially doon sa reward na binibigay sa mga informants. At saka, yung paggamit ng confidential funds na ang form of reward nila ay medicine, supplies, na hindi dapat ginagamit yon na ayon sa joint circular ng COA.
Sir, one question lang on my end. Sinabi kasi ni COA Auditor Del Campo previously na ang nag-prompt ng issuance ng ND ay yung pag-transfer ng disbursement kay La Chica more than anything aside from zero accomplishment nung confisc spending. Do you think the arguments presented by the defense this morning were able to dispute those facts na may delegation na hindi allowed sa circular and walang accomplishment? Thank you.
Actually, they've spent how many hours na cross-examining the witness and never did we hear from the defense the name of La Chica and Nolasco. I think that those are the very names that they try to avoid. Because the more we touch on La Chica and Nolasco, the clearer it is for the court and for the public that from the very beginning there was really that deliberate violation of the joint circular. Kaya nga sinasabi ko, the very fact na tinransfer nito na hindi naman transferable, di ba? It's already making the utilization of the confidential funds unlawful expenses and irregular andun sa joint circular.
SDO is appointed for a purpose na siya ang responsible sa pera na yan. And that's why pinagbabawal po na i-transfer niya pa to another person. Ang SDO po is a bonded person. Meaning, kung anong nangyari sa pera na yan, may bond siyang sasagot doon. That's why he's a special disbursing officer. So kung ipasa mo yun sa tao na hindi mo alam kung bonded ba or not, then you're already violating everything it is intended for. No? Kasi nawawala na yung security ng government eh. Kasi ang bond is supposed to answer if you misuse it or nawala mo or hindi mo ma-account for ang pera na yun. Paano mo ma-account or paano ma-answer ng bond kung ang taong binigyan mo is ini-bonded at hindi siya ang SDO? So that makes it highly irregular. Pero klaro naman sa testimony ng witness kanina na hindi naman lahat niya finlag eh. Diba? So sabi nga ni Zia, distinguish pa rin yung purchase of information tsaka payment of rewards.
Alright. Dahil po magpapatuloy na muli ang impeachment trial sa ilang minuto, we have to conclude this. Salamat po sa ating mga guests ngayon, Congressman Flores, Congressman Jones, sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, sa ating mga kababayan na sumusubaybay sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat.
listahan mo. Ano ka listahan mo? Sa oras, ikaw na ang boljak. Sa listahan, ikaw pa boljak. It's 1:02. The trial is resumed. Ms. Eileen, you are under the same oath and will continue with your testimony. You are under cross-examination by the counsel for the respondent.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Nakakain na po kayo, ma'am?
Opo, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Attorney Christine, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, ma'am, with the continuation of your cross-examination.
Your Honor, can I have a few manifestations, Your Honor? Please.
A few minutes of?
Few manifestations lang po, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. You may do so.
Actually, Your Honor, we would like to ask this court to not allow side comments like, I was about to spank her, yung mga, I was about to lecture her, kasi yung mga ganun ho, Your Honor. Wala ho yung lugar dito sa courtroom. Because we are all lawyers here, we are all professionals. Igalang naman ho natin yung kapwa natin na lawyer. Kung halimbawa, at kagaya nito, mas matanda ho sa akin si Attorney Kapunan. Maybe she has more years of experience. She has 48 years, I have 15. We should learn to respect each other and refrain from making side comments, Your Honor. And that was captured by the media po. So, that is our request, Your Honor, to just, remind the counsel not to make those kinds of remarks. Thank you.
Attorney Kapunan already, although you are correct, it was already heard since we're on TV. Attorney Kapunan withdrew that statement earlier, if I remember correctly.
Yes, Your Honor. And in fact, I hope it was also part of the records that I promised to behave.
Thank you po.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you to both parties. So, can you continue, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kindly do so, ma'am. You may proceed when you're ready. Ms. Eileen, kindly answer the cross-examination questions of Attorney Christine.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So, okay. Hello, Celine.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, I hope you're fine.
Apo.
Okay ka pa naman, no? So, let's go to the liquidation of confidential funds. That is under section 6.2.3 of the JC.
Pwede pong...
Yes, I will ask my counsel to give you a copy of the JC. Please.
Assisting counsel may approach. Assisting counsel for the prosecutors may likewise approach to view the document.
Kindly peruse the JC under 6.2.3.
Apo.
Okay. Under that provision, that provision enumerates the liquidation documents that should be submitted to the ICFAO, right?
Opo, tama
Okay.
po.
First is liquidation report, correct?
Opo.
Next, certified copy of the check and paid DV or disbursement voucher of the cash advance drawn for the CF being liquidated, signed and or approved by the head of office with certification by the agency accountant, stamped and printed on the DV. Is that correct?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. And number 3, documentary evidence of payments and certification from the HOA. And there is a format for that under Annex B of the JC, correct?
Opo, tama po.
Then physical and financial plan.
Opo,
Okay.
tama po.
And then certified copy of accomplishment report and its proof of submission to the Office of the President, the Senate, President, and House Speaker. Is that correct?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. And then copy of the transmittal letter of the DV and supporting documents pertaining to the cash advance being liquidated. Tapos yan ay may receiving copy ng COA audit team leader.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, lahat naman ho yan, no, based sa inyong audit, na-submit ho yan ng Office of the Vice President for the 4th quarter of 2022 as well as the 1st to 3rd quarters of 2023.
Opo.
Okay. Nasubmit din ho yan when it comes to the liquidation of confidential funds of the DepEd for the 1st to 3rd quarter of 2023.
Opo, tama.
Okay, thank you po. So, precisely nga, yun nga yung nag-come up ho kayo ng audit findings ninyo in the form of the notices of disallowance.
Opo, doon na po ako pumasok sa notices of disallowance.
Okay, so, can we go back to the second ND? Ralph, can you please give a copy to the witness? That is dated March 1, 2026.
31.
31, Your Honor. I stand corrected. March 31, 2026. Okay, do you have that copy already? Let's go to paragraph 2. Celine. Paragraph 2, it says there, based on the results of our evaluation, with due consideration to subsequent information given under oath during the hearings of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability of the House of Representatives, the amount of 375 million is hereby disallowed in audit. Nakita niyo ba yan?
Opo, tama po.
So, I'm just curious, Celine, isn't it that the audit of confidential expenses be based on the liquidation documents submitted by the agency?
Pwede din po kaming mag-rely sa available information po.
Mag-rely sa available information.
Yes po. And yung information po na ito is galing dun sa Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability.
Yes, I just cited that. I'll propound questions later. But nakalagay ho ba sa JC na pwede kayong mag-rely specifically dun sa committee hearing na ginawa ng CGGPA, no, Committee on Good Governance and Public Accountability?
Pwede po siyang pumasok dun sa 6.2.3.7 na other supporting documents or necessary for the audit. Dun po siya papasok.
Dun siya papasok.
Opo.
Sa other supporting documents.
Opo, kasi parang additional information po.
Okay. But isn't that a hearing? No, wala namang ano ba yung documents na nanggagaling doon from... Anyway, I'll withdraw my question. Pero, naalala mo yung nag-testify dito si Wamil? Si auditor, co-auditor Wamil? Naalala mo yun? The day before you testified.
Opo, nag-testify po siya. Pero ano pong...
Okay. I'm about to ask you a question. So, nung August 5, 2026, nag-testify si Attorney Wamil, and he was asked by the good Senator Erwin Tulfo, okay, and the good Senator said, nasa ano po yan journal, but I'm saying every agency na meron pong intel or confidential fund, do they have to undergo audit periodically or random lang? Dahil marami po tayong ahensya ng gobyerno na may intelligence confidential fund na hindi naman dapat. And Attorney Wamil said, ang audit po namin ay based dun sa liquidation documents na sinubmit po nila. So, would you agree with me that the TSNs that form part of the CGGPA hearings were not part of the liquidation documents that were submitted by the OVP.
Hindi po siya naging part ng submission, pero
Okay lang. Okay, I have to, okay na yon, no? You can answer me with yes or no, no? So, hindi ho part yon sa liquidation documents ng OVP.
Your Honor, this question is misleading. This witness never testified that it is part of the submissions or documents submitted by the OVP or DepEd by way of liquidation of confidential funds.
I think
never
counsel is.
testified
I think counsel is quoting paragraph 2 of the notice of disqualification that they took into account. Based on the results with due consideration, they took into consideration the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability report. Witness may answer.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
pwede pong pakiulit yung tanong.
Sige, agree ho ba kayo na yung mga transcript of stenographic notes doon sa CGGPA hearing, Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, hindi po kasama doon sa liquidation documents na sinubmit po ng OVP, Office of the Vice President?
Hindi po kasama sa submission.
Okay, salamat po. Hindi din po kasama doon sa sinubmit na liquidation documents po ng DepEd?
Hindi din po.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the notice of disallowance, please. Okay, can we go to the opening statement? Yung we have audited the submitted liquidation reports. Nakita niyo ho yan?
Opo.
Okay, so that opening statement says, we have audited the submitted liquidation reports and its supporting documents for the cash advances of confidential fund of the OVP for the period February 6 to 30 of the calendar year 2023 as detailed below. I am reading it right?
Opo.
Okay. So, okay. Based dito, no? Dito nga, no? Yung audit ninyo are based lang dun sa submitted documents.
Opo, based po dun sa submitted documents.
Thank you. Now, dun po tayo sa ND, no? May nakalagay, you can go over ho, no? May nakalagay ho ba na word yan na misuse of funds? Ground po ba yun ng disallowance? If you go over the ND?
Wala po dito yung word na misuse, pero during
I'll ask you later, no? If I have questions on that. Not. Okay, thank you. So wala ho doon, no? How about the word corruption? Mayroon ho ba?
Based po dito sa wordings ng ND, walang nakalagay
Wala.
po.
Okay. How about misappropriation? May nakalagay ho ba dyan?
Yung mismong word po na yun, wala rito. Pero, Mr. Presiding,
Okay. Yun lang ho yung tanong ko.
Kindly just answer the question, Ms. Eileen, so that we can move forward faster. Kung ano lang po yung tanong?
Okay po. Thank you.
Opposing counsel will have her chance at redirect.
Okay. So, dun tayo sa acknowledgement receipts, no? Earlier testified that you reviewed the acknowledgement receipts, okay, which form part of the liquidation documents ng OVP at saka ng DepEd.
Opo, tama.
In fact, nag-come up kayo ng summary.
Yes po, during my evaluation, tinabulate ko po yung acknowledgement receipts.
Okay, and you have reviewed 1,823 ARs for the OVP. Tama ba yung number na yon?
Ang pagkakatanda ko po is hindi ko makakuha yung total, pero
more or less
519 sa first, 530 and 774 sa third quarter.
The court will confirm 1,823 as manifested by the counsel for the panel of prosecutors.
Okay, and for the DepEd, it's 1,824.
Opo, tama po.
Okay, for a total of 3,647 ARs.
Yes po, for that for the 2023 po ng both
Yes,
OBP and DepEd.
That is I'm about to ask that, no? That pertains to the first 3 quarters of those 2 agencies. Correct?
Opo, tama po.
Now, of course, in identifying the ARs kahapon, no, you provided schedules.
Yung tabulation
Okay.
ko po.
We will be showing the schedules, Your Honor, to the witness.
When you say schedule, counsel, you mean
the
dates?
the summaries, Your Honor, that they provided to us yesterday.
With the dates.
They're not schedules, Your
Or
Honor.
summaries. I stand corrected.
Tables
They're
and summaries.
tabulations, Your Honor.
Yes,
Yes.
There are
tables and
two,
summaries.
just to clarify, Honorable
Yes,
Presiding
Attorney
Judge.
Kapunan.
The documents presented by this witness are of 2 natures. One is a tabulation, which is marked, and the other is a summary. The summary of the tabulation, Your Honor.
Marked as
Separately
-1.
marked, Your Honor. -1, -2, -1, Your Honor. So what is counsel referring to? The summary, the tabulation? or
I
the
will be
tabulation?
confronting the witness,
The
Attorney
tabulation, I
Kapunan.
guess.
Yes.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, you have identified this in open court, this summary and tabulations. Okay, for the first quarter, that's February 1 to March 30, 2023. Okay. Can you peruse this? This was marked as Exhibit P-1-33 of the prosecution.
Opo, ito po yung tabulation for the first quarter of 2023 ng DepEd.
Okay, thank you. So, in this tabulation, you provided the date, the document, the particulars, and the amount.
Opo, tama po.
But you did not provide the place of payment.
Wala pong, ang nilagay ko lang po hanggang dyan.
Hanggang dito lang?
Opo.
Okay. Importante ba yung place of payment sa findings ng COA-ICFAO?
Hindi po namin isinama yun sa findings po namin.
Okay, hindi na nyo isinama sa findings ninyo such that kung may disbursements on the same date and they occurred in different places, hindi na covered yun ng findings ng COA-ICFAO.
Because we presume regularity po dahil dun sa certification certification under oath ng SDO that it was for confidential operations, it is necessary and for legal purposes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm showing you another set of, do you call this summary or schedule?
Table.
Tabulation.
Okay, tabulation. This was marked as your Exhibit P-1-32.
Opo, tama po.
This tabulation pertains to, you're the one who...
This is kwan po, for OBP for the third quarter of 2023 po.
Okay. Hindi rin nakalagay yung lugar na place of payment in each of the tabulations that you made.
Yung mga acknowledgement receipts po kasi sa OBP, walang nakalagay na address.
Hindi, I'm asking you...
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Hindi, I'm asking her, Your Honor.
That's the
I'm
answer.
confirming na wala ditong nakalagay na place of payment.
Opo, wala po. Wala po
Okay,
sa
walang nakalagay.
OBP.
Okay, thank you. And, sorry, I'll go back to this document, no? Wala din siyang perma at pangalan mo.
Kasi po, working paper ko lang po yun.
Working paper mo to. Okay? Wala din siyang title, heading.
Opo, hindi na po nailagay dito
Hindi
sa
na
part na
nailagay.
to.
Hindi ka nalilito.
Kasi po yung dates po is pertaining to the third
Okay.
quarter.
Alright. Wala ding perma. No? Kasi nga working paper mo.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Ask and
These are
answered.
working
Your
papers,
Honor.
no signature needed.
Asked and answered. Move on, counsel.
Your Honor, please, the lawyer is, counsel
Ask and answer.
is answering for the witness. I was asking for the signature.
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Lorna, it's okay. Asked and answered, counsel, move on. She already answered that it's her working
Okay.
paper and therefore
I'll
did
move
not sign
on.
it.
Yes, Your Honor. Of course, eto rin, no? This one is schedule P-1-34. Kasi hindi ko ma-identify kung anong schedule ho yan. Sabi
Again,
ko.
Your Honor,
Yung
it
may
is a summary.
mga nakalagay po na counterinsurgency, abuse protection, abuse prevention and control within schools, anti-illegal operations, at anti-extremism, it's for the Department of Education.
Okay. Pero, okay, of course, it did not say the Department of Education.
Opo, pero yun po yung
Okay, yun.
pinapertain niya.
Sige. And then, etong P-1-35, ano ho ito? Kasi nakalagay ho, counter-insurgency programs, July 12 to September 30, 2023.
Ito po is for the Department of Education for the third quarter po ng 2023.
Okay, so, hindi nakalagay yung Department of Education
Opo.
dito. Okay. Kasi nga working paper mo lang.
Opo.
Okay. Ito namang sa OVP, April 25 to June 30, 2023, date of receipt of check April 24, 2023. Now, by reading it, I don't seem to understand what this means. No, so, ano ho to?
Ito po yung summary nung tabulation ko ng Office of the Vice President Acknowledgement Receipt for the period April 25 to June 30, 2023. Dito po kasi kaya ito naka-open and close parenthesis na date of check April 24 kasi ito po yung pagbebasean ko kasi yung sa circular po bawal ang reimbursement. So, guide ko po siya.
Okay, sige. Thank you. So anyway, you made the caption this way kasi nga working paper mo lang. Ikaw, naiintindihan mo naman siya.
Opo, tama
okay,
po.
No? Wala ding lugar, yung place of payment na nilagay mo dito.
Opo, wala din po dyan. Tsaka wala rin pong nakalagay sa mismong acknowledgement.
Hindi, ang dami nito, no? So, I'm asking, etong mismong sa schedule na to, walang nakalagay na lugar.
Your Honor, please, if I may.
Yes, counsel.
Your Honor, please, I think this witness already answered and was stopped mid-sentence. She said, walang nakalagay na lugar kasi wala naman nakalagay na lugar sa dokumentong sinubmit ng...
Only for that particular one, counsel.
Yes, Your
Not
Honor.
for all. But I think I saw the documents, counsel. All of the tabulations of the witness, Eileen, for all the quarters in 2023, for both DepEd and OVP, does not contain either names nor places in the acknowledgement receipt. Correct, Ma'am Celine?
Opo, wala pong nakalagay dun sa
None.
mismong
It only
tabulation ko.
contains the date, the activity, and the amount.
Yes po, saka yung kung ano yung document, acknowledgement receipt.
Yes, the nature of the document. But
Opo.
again, no name, whether it's an alias or a real name, and no address.
Opo, tama po.
Okay.
I'll continue, Your Honor, at the podium. So, okay, I'll continue my questions, with my questions. Now, the ICFAO confines its audit on the face of the acknowledgement receipts, correct?
Yes po.
Okay. Whether, that is to determine whether the AR support the disbursements under audit? Tama
Yes po, ang chine-check po namin is yung acknowledgement receipt, sinusuportahan ba niya yung activities sa accomplishment report?
Okay. Okay. In fact, no, si Attorney Wamil, if you know, he confirmed on August 3, 2026 hearing that the ICFAO does not verify the identities of the payees reflected in the ARs. Are you aware of that?
We base po on the face of the document po.
Okay. In fact, no, when he was asked by the good Senator Erwin Tulfo on August 5, okay, about aliases, this is what he said, Attorney Wamil. This can be found in the journal. So, Senator Erwin Tulfo, so if this is not allowed or prohibited, I mean, bakit nang i-audit po ninyo ang confidential intelligence fund po ng OVP? Hindi nyo hiningi ang tunay na pagkakakilanlan ni Piatos, McDonald's, Mickey Mouse at iba pa? At ang sagot po ni Attorney Wamil, ang katulad nga po nung sinabi ko sa aking previous testimony, ang focus po ng audit namin ay compliance audit. So kung ano po yung provision ng circular, yun lang po yung ginagawa naming basis ng audit.
Yes
Do you confirm
po.
that? Okay.
Is there a question here?
It was
Is there a
asked and the
question?
witness answered, counsel. Proceed, Attorney Christine.
Asked and answered already. Thank you. So, your audit is based on the provisions of the JC.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Okay, compliance with the provisions of the JC. Correct?
Likewise, asked and answered,
Asked and
Your
answered,
Honor.
counsel.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as correctly said by Mr. Wamil, okay, the JC does not mandate that you conduct the identities of the payees reflected in the AR. Do you confirm that?
Pwede pong pakiulit.
Okay, gaya ng sinabi ni Attorney Wamil, no, you do not conduct a verification of the identities of the payees reflected in the AR.
Opo, hindi
Okay. Kasi po, kung gagawin nyo yan, no, you will be compelled to go out there and search for the 3,647 payees reflected in the ARs, correct?
Can I clarify po kung naging statement din po yun ni Mr.
Kasi kung i-require ho kayo ng, tapos na, nasagot mo na yung statement kanina. Kaya ang next question, kasi ho, kung i-require ho kayo ng JC na isa-isa hong titingnan or i-verify yung identities ng mga payees, recipients po ng AR, no? Lalabas ho kayo doon, you will search for the 3,647 payees reflected in the AR.
Your Honor, please.
Diba?
Yes, counsel.
Objection, this is speculative.
If the witness knows, Sailin, bakit hindi nyo inaalam kung sino yung mga totoong pagkakakilanlan ng mga tao nakalagay sa AR?
Because po, what we do is compliance audit po. We base our audit sa documents lang po.
Okay, I will follow on that, Your Honor. Precisely, you did not verify the identities of the 3,600 payees that were reflected in the ARs that you audited.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Hindi pa po, Your Honor. Hindi pa po.
Actually, counsel asked and answered. She said earlier that
Based on documents, Your Honor.
they presume the regularity. I think that was the answer to that question. They presume the regularity of the documents submitted to them.
Okay, I will accept that, Your Honor. I was actually just adding the number of payees, Your Honor. Yes.
Please proceed, counsel.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, punta tayo ulit sa JC. May format ho ba yung JC kung ano dapat yung acknowledgement receipts?
Ang nakalagay lang po sa joint circular is documents evidencing payments.
No. Ito po yung tanong ko, no? May format po ba yung joint circular? Kung ano dapat yung itsura po ng acknowledgement receipts?
Wala pong format yung acknowledgement receipt sa joint circular.
Okay, thank you. So therefore, no, kasi wala hong format yung joint circular, pwede hong gumawa, may discretion ho yung agency kung ano po dapat yung nakalagay doon sa acknowledgement receipt nila.
Yung basta po makita namin sa dokumento yung proof of payment dun sa recipients po. Yun po
Okay.
yung ichine-check namin.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the names that were in the ARs. So, sabi ho ni Attorney Wamil noong August 5, 2026 hearing, sabi ho niya, the use of aliases is neither allowed nor prohibited, okay, in the ARs. Now, the use of aliases in the ARs. Are you aware of that?
Kasi po silent po ang joint circular sa alias po.
Okay, thank you. In fact, no, kung nakinig ka ho or nakita mo ho sa TV, sinabi ho ng ating good Senator Bam Aquino, nung August 5, sabi ho niya, okay, dito naman sa tumanggap, allowed ba yung code names? Allowed ba yung alias sa inyo? Ang sabi ho ni Attorney Wamil, based on the provision, it is neither allowed nor prohibited since silent po yung joint circular.
Opo, silent po ang joint circular.
Okay. Now, do you confirm that the JC does not have a provision on names or aliases?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, please, excuse me.
Yes, Counsel. Attorney Gabon.
Precisely, this witness asked if aliases are allowed. She said it is neither allowed nor disallowed. So it is silent, Your Honor. Now she's asking the same question in another fashion.
I'll let it go this time for emphasis, Counsel, but I'll move on to your next point after that, Attorney Christine.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you confirm that the JC does not have provision on names or aliases? Kasi yung kanina silent ho yung sinabi. No, so walang provision on names or aliases.
Wala pong nakalagay sa joint circular as to the alias po.
Okay. So, and this is precisely why the ICFA has no findings on the alleged use of names or aliases.
Opo, ang mahalaga po kasi is naibigay talaga ito sa totoong tao na for allowable confidential expenses.
Ang tanong ko ho, wala hong findings si ICFA on the names, on the use of fictitious names or aliases. Nasa notices of disallowance po ba yun?
Wala pong nakalagay sa notice of disallowance.
Okay. So, I am showing you the first ND, August, that's the August 2024 notice of disallowance. Just a run through, Your Honor. Okay. May hawak na po kayo ngayon?
Opo.
Okay. Nakikita niyo ba ho yung name dyan na Mary Grace Piatos?
Wala po.
How about Renan Piatos?
Wala din po.
Andy C. Lim?
Wala po.
Patty Ting?
Wala po.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's go to the second notice of disallowance. Kindly flash that. That's dated March 31, 2026. Okay, during your direct examination, the good counsel flashed on the screen sample ARs showing the following names. Does she have a copy of the second ND? Now, I will ask you if the following names are in the second notice of disallowance. That's dated March 31, 2026. Pia Piatos Lim. Meron ba dyan?
Wala po.
Ralph Josh Bacon.
Wala din po.
Ann Ongpauco.
Wala po.
Diane Maple Lapid.
Wala din po.
Miggy Mayo.
Wala po.
Kokoy Villamin.
Wala po.
Denise Tanya Escudero.
Wala po sa notice of disallowance.
Christine Applegate Estrada.
Wala din po.
Okay. Okay, so wala ho kayong findings doon. Gaya ng sinabi niyo kanina. Okay. So, may tanong ho ako sa inyo, no? Kung yung pangalan ho ba, okay. if the name appears to be funny, does that automatically mean that the name is fictitious? Kasi nga, may mga flash po na ARs dito.
Your Honor, please, the question is misleading. The point of flashing these acknowledgement receipts were not the names. The names were incidental, that the names were funny or fruit salady or names of congressmen or senators, Your Honor, is immaterial. They were flashed because of the manner by which the funds were used.
Your
For
Honor.
medicines, Your Honor.
Counsel,
explaining.
Attorney
again.
Gabonan, you have to admit, you had fun with the names
We had
too
so
when
much
you were
fun,
using
Your
it.
Honor, but
Exactly. So
That's
let her cross the witness based on those and
Please, Attorney
utilize it
Gabonan.
as well.
Yeah. Oh, so ayun po, no, kung nakakatawa ho ba yung pangalan, automatic fictitious na yon.
Your Honor, again,
Yes,
fictitious.
counsel.
Just for the record, fictitious is her own conclusion. We have made no such conclusion as regards to the name, except perhaps that they are funny.
Your Honor,
Well, counsel, actually, that's not entirely accurate because in the complaint, you did allude to the fact that some of the names were fictitious based on the PSA documents that you attached as an annex to the complaint, although you're not yet there. You haven't gotten there yet. Please continue, Attorney Christine.
yes.
Attorney Gabonan, give her share of fun with the names.
May I be allowed, Your Honor, to sit down while she's having fun?
Yes, yes, Attorney Gabonan, you may do so. Attorney Christine, please proceed.
Okay, I will continue my question, Your Honor. No? If a name appears to be funny, does it mean it's fictitious?
Hindi ko po siya masasagot kasi
Hindi mo siya masasagot, meaning?
kasi hindi ko na wala po namang yung sa name po kasi hindi ko masasagot kung
Totoo o hindi?
opo,
Okay.
tama.
So, in short, hindi mo masasabi na porket nakakatawa yung pangalan, peke na yon. Yun ba yung sinasabi ninyo?
Parang hindi po ako makakasagot dun sa tanong na ganun.
Okay, basta walang findings na ganun, no?
To clarify, let me help you a bit, Attorney Christine. Wala kayong binanggit tungkol sa mga pangalang nakakatuwa o nakakatawa sa dalawang notice of disallowance, Eileen. Wala, di ba?
Wala po.
Wala rin sa anumang AOM binanggit yon, di ba?
Wala din po.
Kahit yung mga lugar kung saan binayaran, wala kayong binanggit sa AOM o sa notice of disallowance, ma'am?
Opo, wala po.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed,
Yes.
Attorney Christine.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, now let's go to the CGGPA hearings. Okay. Nandun ka ho nung September 18, 2024, na hearing sa CGGPA.
Nag-attend po ako ng mga meetings pero hindi ko na po matandaan yung exact date.
Okay. Ito yung, nandun si Attorney Camora. Hindi niyo matandaan?
Hindi ko, nag-attend po pero hindi ko na matandaan yung exact date po.
Okay. So, in that hearing, now, are you aware that she was asked by Representative Swansing about the grounds for disallowance under the second notice of disallowance? Did you know that?
Pwede po bang...
Excuse me.
Yes, we will flash the TSN. Don't worry, Counsel.
It's okay if you don't recall, Silene.
Hindi ko na po maalala yung exact na
May we
nangyari.
just be clarified? Is counsel referring to a September?
September 18, 2024 hearing.
Of
Okay,
the committee
okay,
on
let's go. Let's flash page 29 of the TSN on that hearing. Pages 29 and 30. Please, Tech. Okay na ho? Okay, so in that hearing, no, Attorney Camora said, yes, good morning, Madam Chair. As to the 2022 notice of disallowance, no, there were 3. Kasi nga tinanong siya kung ano yung grounds. No? Then the chairperson, sabi, ma'am, pakilakasan po yung boses ninyo, hindi marinig. Ms. Camora, okay, there were 3 items that are part of the notice of disallowance. The first one is non-submission of documents on the payment of rewards. The second one is charging some items that are not compliant under the rules, joint circular, And the third one is non-submission of the revised accomplishment report on the OVP to the 3 regulatory offices, which are the Office of the President, the Senate President, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, because they submitted the original one and they made an amendment. And then Representative Swansing said, Mr. Chair, if COA, and then the chairperson said, please proceed, Congresswoman Swansing. Representative Swansing, may I please be enlightened to explain to us, because it seems a little bit technical as to how it was explained by COA, kung pwede hong maipaliwanag sa atin in non-technical terms as to the grounds for disallowance. Okay. Chairperson, COA, pakisimplify, please explain it in layman's term. Ms. Camora, yes, basically, the disallowance are because hindi po nag-submit ng required documents under the joint circular. Do you confirm that?
Yes po, based po sa
Okay,
document.
na sinabi niya yan. Okay. So, okay. Let's go to the April 14, 2026 hearing sa COJ, Committee on Justice. Nandun ho kayo?
Opo, pero hindi ko na rin po gaano maalala yung
Sige,
specifics.
okay lang. No? We will flash the TSN, the relevant TSN for that. No? Yes, we are referring to page 194 of the COJ TSN dated April 14, 2026. Kindly flash it on the screen. 194. Okay. Okay. So, in that hearing, Representative De Lima asked Attorney Camora, no, if there's anything in the COA decision dated April 10, 2026, stating that the alleged misuse of funds, Okay, just to lay the basis, no? Dito sa hearing na to, tinanong ho si Attorney Camora na kung may decision na ba ho yung COA doon sa appeal ni respondent. Tama ho? Maalala nyo lang.
Yun po ba yung sa...
April 14 na hearing.
Pero pertaining po ito dun sa fourth quarter 2022 ng OVP.
Yes, sakto po.
Opo.
Okay, so tinanong siya, no? Sinabi niya may decision na nga dated April 10. And then Representative De Lima propounded some questions which are found on page 194 of the TSN. So sabi ho ni Representative De Lima, meron din hubang nakasabi, although I know, nasabi nga po, nilinaw po ng ating chair na let's wait for the copy. Yung talagang official copy of the decision. Although you have it already, but we want really yung pinaka-official in the sense na nandyan yung hard copy. Attorney Camora said, opo. Representative De Lima, ay natatandaan niyo ho ba kung yung decision na yan ay may nakasabi doon na mali talaga yung paggamit ng mga confidential fund sa OVP at hindi alinsunod sa circular, sa joint circular? Ms. Camora said, Madam Chair, it's sandali lang po ulit. Then Representative De Lima, hindi sa mga tamang gamit ng confidential funds as prescribed under the joint circular. And then Ms. Camora said, nakalagay po in this case, the accomplishment report on the utilization of confidential and intelligence funds, the DEPs and the certification submitted failed to comply with the guidelines and conditions set forth under the joint circular po.
Your Honor, please, if I
Yes.
may interject at this
What
moment.
is
Your Honor.
the interjection of Attorney Kapunan?
Your Honor, please, counsel is reading from transcripts. She is reading from transcripts which are, we have judicial notice of these transcripts, Your Honor. But she is reading statements of other people and asking this witness about statements of Hamora, about statements of other people, Your Honor, just by her being present there, Your Honor. Now, if that is their intention, then they should present that witness here. Because that witness can testify on her personal knowledge. You are asking this witness who was just there, she can state that a meeting actually occurred, that she was there. But if you are going to ask her to confirm, for what purpose, Your Honor? These transcripts will show the presence of Hamora. It will show her presence.
I'd like to thank Attorney Kapunan. You did not make an objection, but I would have sustained it. Attorney Christine, counsel for respondent, this was one of the warnings of the presiding officer at that time directed at the prosecution, actually, when they asked for the court to take judicial notice of it, not to use the transcripts to read into the record certain things that is not being testified to by a witness that has personal knowledge over it. If you recall our interjections in relation to the Las Cañas affidavit, this is similar to that. So unless you are referring to the witness herself who testified there, kindly present the witness that you are reading the statements of, because this is only as to tenor, as to the fact that Camora said this. You can confront the witness through another way without reading certain statements made, because the opposing counsel might just do this to you at some point, which I will also not allow. To be fair.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor, but
Thank you, Your Honor.
But the witness already confirmed that she was at the hearing. I'm just asking if she remembers that these statements were being made.
It's a way and technique, counsel.
But anyway, Your Honor,
Attorney Kapunan might just do that
Yes, we will
with the
just
transcripts
ask.
at some
No, Your
point, which I
Honor.
also will not allow. So
we will just ask the question at the right time, Your Honor.
kindly do so at the right
At the
time and with the right witness,
Your
counsel.
Honor, please, at the right time and to the right witness.
Yes.
This is not the right witness, Your Honor.
Just as the presiding officer stated. Move on, Attorney Christine.
Okay. Okay, punta ho tayo sa time frame ng expenditures. Okay. Nakalagay ho ba sa JC na may minimum number of days na dapat i-utilize po yung confidential funds?
Meron pong nakalagay sa joint circular. Hanapin ko lang po dito. Dun po sa item 6.1.5 that cash advances shall be limited to the requirements for 3 months. Tapos, yun po, the disbursement voucher. Dun po nasa
Okay.
6.1.5.
Sige, salamat po. No, you're referring to the cash that is being provided by the agency, which should be limited only for 3 months, tama?
Opo, tama.
Pero nakalagay ho ba sa JC na sa loob ng 3 months na yan, dapat i-utilize nyo, let's say within, dapat i-utilize nyo ng hindi iiksi ng 10 araw. Dapat merong at least 30 days na utilization. May ganun ho ba?
Wala pong nakaspecify sa
Walang
joint
nakaspecify
circular.
doon. Now, in fact, the determination of time and speed of utilization is outside the scope of the COA-ICFAO audit, correct?
Pwede pong paulit?
Okay. Kung gaano kabilis ginastos yung pera, hindi na usakop yun ng audit ng ICFAO.
Your Honor, please, what does counsel mean by gaano kabilis?
Let me do it. Let me do it, counsel. Is the fact that the respondent spent the last quarter confidential funds in 11 days found in any of your AUMs or notices of disallowance?
Nabanggit lang po siya doon sa AOM na binanggit po doon na it was spent in 11 days.
Pero walang finding in relation to it violating the memorandum circular?
Wala po, nakalagay lang po na statement na it was used for 11 days.
As a statement of fact?
Opo.
Okay. Move on, counsel.
Okay. Thank you. Napunta naman tayo dun sa DepEd. Okay. For the first to third quarters of 2023.
Opo.
Okay. So, with respect to the DepEd confidential funds, no, nasabi nyo rin kahapon na may credit notice na number 2024-162 dated August 8, 2024. Tama?
Opo.
Okay, yung amount nun ay 75 million pesos.
Opo, for the 2 quarters.
Okay. And and the credit notice was signed by the chairperson Gamaliel Cordoba.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, the issuance of credit notice means that the confidential expenses totaling 75 million were already allowed in audit, correct?
Opo, base po.
Based dun sa credit notice. Okay. So, bale, yung findings ho ni Attorney Wamil, okay, balik ko tayo dun sa AOM number 2024-015, paki-flash ho ulit. Yung AOM number 2024-015, dated February 1, okay, covering the first and second quarter of 2023, binaliwala na ho yun ng COA.
Hindi po sa binaliwala, pero nung in-evaluate po namin yung kanilang response, na-comply po yung requirements ng joint
Yun
circular.
nga, kinancel na yon. Kumbaga, hindi na in-adapt ni COA yon, yung findings na yon.
Opo, kasi nga during the evaluation, na-comply na yung mga issues raised sa AOM.
Okay. So, ibig sabihin, can we go to page 3 of the AOM? No, yung page 3 kasi nakalagay doon yung mga accomplishment reports. No, we have observed that there was a lengthy direct examination here on the part of Attorney Wamil. No, so ito lahat ng nakalagay sa accomplishment reports. No, itong counterinsurgency program, abuse prevention and control within the schools, anti-illegal activities operations, anti-extremism terrorist programs. All of the amounts spent here were already allowed in audit.
Opo, tama.
Okay, thank you. Okay. As to the third quarter naman, pending pa yung AOM, di ba po?
Opo, under evaluation and review pa po yung response.
Okay. So wala pang notice of disallowance?
Wala pa po kaming nilalabas na any...
Walang notice of suspension, of course?
Wala pa po.
Okay. Okay. Nung direct examination ho ni Attorney Wamil nung August 4, no? I don't know kung you were here, no? He was asked about internal controls of the OVP and DepEd. At sinabi po niya, no, based, which I quote, no, I will not ask the witness if she heard it, Your Honor. That's my caveat.
Your Honor, please, again, before counsel proceeds with this line of questioning, there is only one witness here, Your Honor. There are not two. Attorney Wamil is not here. They had the opportunity to ask these questions from Attorney Wamil. Now, to ask these questions from this witness about what Attorney Wamil said, Your Honor, I think I was going to say, but I'll say it anyway, it's an absolute waste of time of this honorable court, Your Honor. To ask these questions, to ask this witness to confirm, did you hear what Attorney
No, I will
Wamil
not
say?
ask that
Did you see what he said on TV? Your Honor, please, you can ask this question directly from this witness, unless you want to call Attorney Wamil again to the witness stand and ask questions you did not ask before. Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Counsel, the presiding officer will allow it because it's part of cross to try to test the credibility of the witness in relation to statements made by a co-worker, or at least a co-worker still, who turned over documents to her pertaining to the OVP and the DepEd. Kindly proceed with your question because I'm sure the witness will ask you to repeat your question again anyway, Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Actually, at the good counsel, Attorney Kapunan, is preempting my question. Wala pa nga ho akong question.
Kindly
At sinabi ko hindi dahil narinig niya yun o hindi. Hindi yun yung question ko, no? So, in that, on August 4, no, tinanong si Attorney Wamil about his opinion on the internal controls of the DepEd and the Vice President. Okay, ito yung sinabi ni Attorney Kapunan. Nakita ba natin sa mga dokumento na sinubmit ng Vice President at ng Secretary of DepEd, nakita ba natin yung mga internal controls? Sabi ni Attorney Wamil, opo. Since based on the documents po, may deficiencies pa. Na noted, no? So it can be inferred, sabi ho niya, na hindi strong yung kanilang internal control. Now, does the COA-ICFAO evaluate the internal control of an agency?
Yung sa internal control po ng agency, nasa responsibility po kasi ng head of agency to institute internal control po.
Okay, so in short, anong sagot ninyo doon? Yes or no po? Kasakop ba ng audit ng COA-ICFAO yung evaluation ng internal control ng OVP?
Ang magiging kwan lang po namin doon, participation is sa pag-evaluate ng documents. Makikita po kasi yung
No, just answer. Sorry,
She's answering, Your Honor.
I
Allow
think
her to answer.
let the witness answer,
Okay.
counsel.
Okay, Your Honor.
Based po kasi 'di ba doon sa evaluation ng documents, makikita kasi doon na hindi maganda yung internal control, gaya nga po nang nagsabi, kasi hindi naging compliant doon sa joint circular po.
Okay, but is that finding on internal control, is that something that you can find in the notice of disallowances? Notices of disallowance, nakalagay ho ba doon na internal control nyo mahina, dapat baguhin ninyo kasi hindi kayo nagko-comply ng documents. Nakalagay ho ba doon?
Hindi po siya nakalagay na word, pero yun po yung nasa recommendation para yung ma-comply nila yung documents, at sa susunod na pwede po bang makahiram ng copy ng AOM para lang po may ikot ako.
Kindly,
Well,
sir,
yeah.
notice of disallowance or AUM?
No,
Sir.
I'm referring to the NDs, Miss Witness.
The notice of disallowance.
Yes, yes, Your
Ano po
Honor.
ba yung
Ang tanong ko lang, simple lang ho yung tanong ko. Nandun ho ba sa findings ninyo? Okay, ikaklaro ko, Your Honor. Nakalagay ho ba dun sa findings ninyo, very specific na to, na, uy, OVP, mahina yung internal control nyo, kaya dinidisallow namin itong expense na to.
Hindi po siya nakalagay doon na mahina yung internal control. Pero dahil nga po hindi naging compliant with the joint circular, nare-reflect po doon na may kakulangan sa internal control.
So in short, hindi yung nakalagay doon yung internal control. Yun lang yung tanong ko sa Eileen, no? Okay. Yun bang si ICFAO, nagkandak po ba ng fieldwork sa satellite offices ng OVP? Pumunta ho ba kayo doon?
Ay, blaze lang po kami sa
Sa
documents.
dokumento lang talaga, no? How about sa DepEd? Pumunta ho ba kayo sa tanggapan ng DepEd?
Hindi po. Based lang po sa submissions nila na documents.
Siyempre, hindi ho kayo... Okay, ito question lang ho to, no? Out of curiosity, no? Nakapag-observe po ba kayo ng confidential operations ng OVP?
Gaya nga po nung nasabi ko, we base lang po sa documents na submit sa amin.
No? How about sa DepEd po?
Ganon din po. Base lang po dun sa documents na na-receive namin.
Okay. Sige, salamat. So, sinabi mo okay, as mentioned earlier, no, may dalawang notices nga tayo of disallowance. Okay. Yung first notice natin, yung December 2022, yung fourth quarter, aware naman ho kayo na na-appeal ho yun sa Commission Proper, no?
Yes po, na-furnishan po kami nung petition for review.
Oo, kasi signatory ka dun sa answer na final ng ICFAO.
Opo.
Alright. And on April 10, the Commission Proper issued a decision. Tama?
Opo.
And then nag-file ho yung respondent doon, no, si respondent Vice President, ng motion for reconsideration. Sinabi niyo kahapon?
Opo, na-furnishan po kami ng ang office namin.
Okay. So yung motion for reconsideration ngayon, pending pa ho yun? Walang resolution?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, wala pa po. Kasi, opo.
Okay. Go ahead. Kasi wala ka pang nare-receive na resolution.
Usually po kasi pag may decision na furnishan yung office namin, wala pa pong na-furnish sa amin.
Okay. So, sa inyo pong palagay, no? Based sa inyong karanasan as auditor, no? The Supreme Court may affirm, modify, or reverse the COA decision.
Pwede pong pakiulit. Hindi po.
Okay, sige. Base sa inyong karanasan, kasi 12 years na ho kayong auditor, no? Yung mga ina-appeal pong ganito, halimbawa, nag-appeal ho si respondent, vice president doon sa Supreme Court, pwede hong i-affirm, you know what affirm is, pwede hong modify, baguhin, at pwede hong modify, meaning may pagbabago, at i-reverse, baliktarin yung COA decision. No, yun po yung mga posibilidad pag nag-appeal ho tayo sa Supreme Court.
Sa
Your Honor, please, the question is misleading. Counsel is misleading because that is not what the law is. There is no such thing as appeal to the Supreme Court. There is petition for certiorari on grave abuse, Your Honor.
Yes,
The witness may answer,
I will
counsel.
correct my-
We're not
I will specify,
dealing with
Your
strictly
Honor.
legal
Yeah.
matters here. I doubt if she understands the difference between articles, rather Rule 45 and 65 of the Rules of Court.
because the witness is a layman.
If
Your Honor.
she knows, whatever you know, Silene, in relation to the question.
Yung sa pagkakaalam ko lang po, ang fina-file po sa Supreme Court is petition for certiorari.
Yes, ang tanong ko doon is, ang maaring maging output o resulta, no, pwedeng ma-affirm yun ng Supreme Court, pwedeng ma-modify, at pwedeng i-reverse. Yun po yung mga posibilidad. Di po ba?
Your Honor, these are legal remedies.
Witness would not know, counsel. She's not
Witness will
competent.
not know, incompetent.
Move on, counsel.
Okay, I'll move on, Your Honor. So, punta ko tayo sa second disallowance, no? Notice of disallowance. Yung date po nun, March 31, 2026. Okay? Na-receive ho siya noong April 20, 2026. At sinabi niyo kahapon na may 180 days pa para mag-appeal yung respondent.
Opo,
at kung sino mang nakapangalan doon sa notice na yon.
Opo.
At sinabi niyo ho kahapon na the respondent is well within the reglementary period to file her appeal.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So in short, yung first and second notices na to, wala pang final and executory dito.
Yung sa final and executory po na yun pong sa...
Hindi, okay. Sige, I will modify my question.
Rephrase, counsel.
Okay. When does a notice of disallowance become final and executory?
Yung sa COA ICFAO po kasi, once nag-issue kami ng disallowance, under the joint circular po, kailangan itong i-restore sa book. So magiging part ito ng unliquidated cash advance at ang yung nakalagay po dito is i-restitute na po yung amount.
Kindly listen to my question na.
That's her answer,
Ang
Your Honor.
ang question ko ho, when does the notice of disallowance become final and executory? Sa yung answer mo is based dun sa
Base po kasi
sa ND. So pag issue ng ND, final and executory na yon?
Hindi po, may demand po to restitute po. Pero yun nga, meron pang remedy which is mag-file po ng appeal sa commission proper.
Okay. So isn't it that a notice of disallowance becomes final and executory upon issuance of a notice of finality of decision? Aware ho kayo niyan kasi nagpa-practice ho kayo sa ICFAO.
Yung notice of finality of decision po.
Okay. So, in fact, can we flash it on the screen, please? That is under item 3.21 of the joint circular. Nakalagay ho, no? If you can go over the item, notice of finality of decision. Nakalagay ho, a written notification that a decision of the Commission on Audit has become final and executory. Agree ba kayo sa definition na yan?
Opo.
Okay. So, in this case, wala pa ho tayong nare-receive na notice of finality of decision.
Wala pa po.
Okay, salamat. Now, tinanong ho kayo kahapon about misappropriation. Naalala niyo under 8.3 ng JC? Sige, go ahead. Just look for it.
Opo.
Okay? So, tinanong ho kayo, no, na Okay, you were asked as to when does a prima facie presumption of misappropriation for personal benefit by an accountable officer arise under section or item 8.3 of the JC, no? Anong sagot niyo ho? You equated that with failure to liquidate. Tama ho?
Opo.
Okay. Anong sinabi niyo ho, when we say failure to liquidate, correct me if I'm wrong, sinabi niyo ho, when there is submission of incomplete documents. Yun ang sinabi niyo kahapon. Tama ho ba? Yung pag-intindi ko?
Pwede pong pakiulit.
Okay. Sinabi ho sa inyo kahapon, tinanong ho kayo, when is there failure to liquidate? Sinabi niyo ho, pag may incomplete submission ng documents, there is failure to liquidate. Tama po ba?
Can I clarify po? Baka...
Sige, ulitin ko na lang yung tanong sa'yo ngayon. Kailan ba natin masasabi under 8.3 ng JC that there is a failure to liquidate?
Kasi po dito sa OBP, pag po kasi yung notice of disallowance na issue na, babalik siya as part ng unliquidated cash advance ng SDO.
Okay. So I will stop you there ha. Sorry. Kailan mo masasabi na may failure to liquidate? Kapon no sinabi nyo, kahit nag-liquidate, pero may incomplete submission ng documents. Totoo po ba yan? Pinapanindigan nyo o binabago yun yung statement na yan ngayon?
Ang kwan ko po dun is yung failure to liquidate is, yun nga po, pag na-ND na siya at naibalik na to sa book. So, may magpo-form part ng unliquidated cash advance. So, lalabas siya na failure to liquidate.
So, okay. Kahit yung reason ng ND is incomplete submission of documents.
Kasi nga po, yung...
Let's answer me. Para ano lang tayo, no?
Your Honor, argumentative already. This witness was asked, what do you mean by failure to liquidate? And she answered.
Kaya nga,
you're not arguing with the witness, Your Honor.
Modify your question, counsel.
Okay. Sinabi nyo that, there's failure to liquidate pag meron ng ND. Okay. So, follow-up question, kahit yung ND, yung ground niya is incomplete submission of documents. Meron pa rin failure to liquidate, tama?
Opo, kasi nga, magiging form siya ng unliquidated cash advance ng SDO.
Thank you. Okay. So, dyan sa 8.3, nakita nyo ba may citation ho yan sa gilid? Yung Supreme Court case na Antonio Martinez versus People and Sandigan Bayan, GR number 126413, dated August 20, 1999. Nakita nyo ba yung citation na yan?
Hindi ko po siya nabasa.
Hindi nyo po siya nabasa. Okay. Okay, so, do you know that that case involves a former OIC and acting mayor of Caloocan City who failed to submit liquidation of his cash advances upon demand by the treasurer?
Ask and answer, Your Honor. This
Hindi
witness
niya alam.
says she does not know this case.
She did not read it, counsel.
Okay. So, in short, yung citation dyan sa 8.3, hindi nyo alam yung legal basis kasi hindi nyo nabasa yung Martinez case.
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
Okay, hindi.
Asked and answered.
Okay, I will take that as a no, Your Honor. Now, okay. Do you agree that the COA is an independent constitutional commission?
Yes po.
Okay. It was established under Article 9D of the Constitution.
Improper for cross, Your Honor.
Your Honor, she's from COA. So,
Assisting counsel, kindly give the paper that fell. If she knows. Silene, if you know.
Yes po, COA is an independent body po.
okay. So, in that case, COA should be free from political pressure? Tama? In your own opinion?
COA po is an independent body. Wala po. Opo, independent.
Okay. Free dapat siya from legislative inference.
Opo, independent po ang COA.
And free dapat siya from executive control.
Your Honor, please ask and answer.
No, Your Honor.
Independent body. That's what independent body means.
Your Honor, please,
I'll give her some leeway for emphasis, counsel.
Okay, so
Please answer the question, Eileen. Independent from the executive.
Yes po.
Okay. So, it is important that the COA's findings be solely based on its procedures and evidence. Do you agree with that?
Yes po.
Okay. And any information that is obtained outside, no, should be verified by appropriate audit procedures. Tama?
Your Honor, please, the question is vague. What does
Ask and
counsel
answer,
mean?
Your Honor. Already.
Asked and answered, and I know where she's going at.
Yes.
Get to it, counsel.
Okay. And yet, yung second ND po ninyo, no, inadapt nyo po yung supposed results of investigation dun sa CGGPA hearings. Tama?
Kasi po, ito po...
Hindi, ang tama, yes or no lang po.
Your Honor,
Nag-adapt-
don't answer. The question is misleading. This witness is being asked if she adopted the findings. No, Your Honor. This witness just said that there was an implied, there was an admission by Gina Acosta herself. What findings is she talking about?
Your Honor,
I
please.
think she's referring to the notice of disallowance of March 31, 2026, where it stated in the second paragraph that they, after evaluation and with due consideration of the evidence given during the CGGPA hearings. I think that's what you're leading to, counsel. It's a valid question.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, I was about to quote the findings in the ND had the good counsel not stopped me.
It's a valid
from doing
question
so.
because they quoted it themselves in the notice of disallowance.
Yes, Your Honor. So, eto bang mga findings ninyo with respect to La Chica? Natanong niyo po ba si La Chica kung totoo ito?
We base lang po sa naging admission under oath ni Miss Gina Acosta dun sa hearing.
Okay. How about si Colonel Nolasco? Tinanong niyo ba kung tama yung mga pinagsasasabi about sa kanya, no, doon sa hearing ng CGGPA?
We base lang po dun sa naging admission under oath ng CGGPA hearings po.
Okay, salamat po. Okay, let's go back to Joint Circular number 2015-001. Now, of course, you admitted earlier that this governs the auditing of confidential funds. And it is the audit guideline followed by COA in auditing confidential funds.
Yes po, ito pong joint circular.
So, under the JC, okay, confidential expenses pertain to surveillance activities in civilian government agencies intended to support the mandate or operations of the agency. Nakalagay po ba yan doon?
Yes po, under 3.9.
The JC also requires liquidation documents of the confidential funds to be submitted to the COA in a sealed envelope. Nakasarado dapat yun. No?
Opo.
Okay. At yung authorized lang na mag-receive nun ay yung state auditor lang na in charge dun sa audit ng confidential funds. Tama po?
Hindi po. Ang nakalagay po is ICFAO receiving.
Okay. ICFAO receiving, no?
Wait, ihanapin ko po yung
Sige
exact
po.
wording.
Okay. Go ahead.
Ang nakalagay po rito, ICFAO authorized receiving staff.
Okay, authorized receiving staff. Hindi po ba yan yung assigned auditor?
Hindi po.
Not necessarily, no? So, yung mga documents na yon are only to be examined by the COA ICFAO. No? Under the GC.
Yes po, yung mga liquidation documents po na sinasubmit.
And yung restriction dun sa JC, no, syempre na-explain po ito sa inyo bilang auditor, they are intended to prevent unauthorized disclosure of confidential information. Tama ho?
Dapat po ingatan namin din yung laman ng mga dokumento na yon.
Okay. And the joint circular likewise requires the security officer to safeguard the confidential information from unauthorized disclosure. Nakita niyo yan sa JC?
Yun po yung nakalagay na definition ng
Okay.
security officer.
And yet, during the COJ hearing, you transmitted documents to the Committee on Justice.
This is requested po through a subpoena po.
Okay, requested through a subpoena, but you know, you admit that you have submitted these documents, no? And the following were submitted to the COJ, no, Committee on Justice. Letter A, pa-confirm na lang po, all submissions of the OVP to the COA concerning the liquidation of the OVP's CF or confidential funds for the fourth quarter of 2022. Tama?
Ito po ba yung copy?
Yeah. Oh, yan. Sige. We are flashing it on screen and we are providing you a copy of that letter. Sige ho. So, paki-confirm na lang po, no? So, yung sinubmit ho dito sa COJ, all the submissions of the OVP to the COA concerning liquidation of the OVP CF for the fourth quarter of 2022 and the first to third quarter of 2023. Tama, Celine? Okay. Yung next item is all the submissions of the DepEd to the COA concerning the liquidation of the DepEd's CF for the first to third quarter of 2023. Tama?
Opo, tama.
Okay. The third item is all the issuances, resolutions of the COA in relation to the liquidation of the OVPs and DepEd's confidential funds. Tama?
Based po dito sa transmittal, opo.
Okay. And nilagay pa din ho dun sa transmittal ninyo, sa page 5, no? Second to the last paragraph on page 5, the letter states, considering that the documents pertain to confidential expenses, we respectfully request that appropriate measures be undertaken to protect the confidentiality of the information. Tama?
Yes po.
Okay. Okay. So, under the JC, no, is the House of Representatives Committee on Justice among the persons authorized to handle the audit of the confidential funds of the OVP and the DepEd?
Gaya nga po ng sabi ko, requested po ito through a subpoena po.
Pakisagot lang ho ng tanong ko, no? Authorized ho ba sila to handle the audit? I'm referring to the audit itself, no? I'm not referring to the subpoena. Authorized ho ba si House of Representatives Committee on Justice to handle the audit of confidential funds of the OVP and the DepEd under the JC?
Under the joint circular po, responsibility po ng ICFAO na mag-conduct ng post-audit ng liquidation documents ng confidential intelligence.
Okay, so,
Your Honor,
ask and answer, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney Gapunan.
The admonition of this Honorable Presiding Officer, Your Honor, is to be patient, Your Honor.
Not
In line
admonition, request.
Your Honor, I have been patient, but in line with these continuing questions, first, bringing in the House of Representatives, being in this Senate, Your Honor, we are...
Counsel.
In response to, are we auditing? Your Honor, please, if they're making a point that this witness, that the COA witnesses here, Your Honor, are here to testify because they're scared of the budget for their agency or they're scared of this congressman, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is already beyond cross-examining. While this Honorable Presiding Officer has given much leeway, Your Honor, let us confine ourselves to what is precisely the definition of cross-examination is. What was taken up during direct and what may be relevant. What may be relevant, Your Honor, this is beyond relevance, Your Honor.
Counsel,
this is already immaterial and irrelevant. If they want to show, if that is their strategy, if that is their defense, Your Honor, present a witness.
No, it's not an objection, Attorney Christine. I think it's more of a manifestation. But the presiding officer would ask you to move forward. I think the
Yes,
senator
Your Honor.
judges in the court see your point and
Yep.
where you're going at in
I
relation
will.
to this.
Yes.
You can move on to your next point.
Actually, Your Honor, just a quick manifestation. The counsel is preempting my questions. I'm not I will not be asking questions on the budget, Your Honor. That's not the line of my the line or the questions that I will
That's not
ask,
the
Your
point.
Honor.
Your Honor.
Can I continue, Your Honor, please?
Kindly wind
Thank
up with
you.
this point, Attorney
Yes.
Christine.
Okay, so sa sinabi niyo ho, si COA ICFAO lamang ang may karapatan na mag-audit ng confidential funds of the OVP and the DepEd. Tama ho?
Based on the joint circular po, it is the responsibility of the ICFAO po.
Okay. So si House of Representatives, Committee on Justice cannot review the decisions and actions
Excuse me.
taken by the COA.
Excuse me.
Asked and
I think
answered,
the ruling
Counsel.
of the
Only
presiding
COA
is to
ICFAO
go
can
to
do
another
it.
point.
This is another point,
Your
Your
Honor,
Honor.
the presiding officer has ruled.
Counsels, please. I would consider it asked and answered. Only COA ICFAO can, and it's quite obvious. We can even take judicial notice of that as part of the law that the House does not have any power nor jurisdiction, nor the Senate for that matter, to review the findings of an independent constitutional commission, which under the law she answered to, can only be appealed via petition for certiorari under 45, citing Rule 65 to the Supreme Court. Move on, Counsel.
Okay, I will take that as an answer, Your Honor.
Yes.
I was about to elaborate, but okay, I will take that as an answer.
The Court takes judicial notice and knowledge of that, Counsel. Tamo. Per the Senate President, we shall convene session at 4 p.m. We will try to finish with this witness, the cross, redirect, recross if any, and the interventions of Senator judges so that we can let Silene rest already and be done with her testimony within today, hopefully. Hopefully. So for the information of the Senator judges, session will be called at 4 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Christine?
Your Honor, I'm done with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Attorney Christine. Attorney Lorna,
With the permission of this honorable court,
you may proceed when you're ready with your redirect, counsel. That we're ending at 4 o'clock does not give you permission to consume the time until 4 o'clock, Attorney Lorna, so that we still have time for the senator judges. Please proceed.
excuse me. I'll just remove my candy. Okay. Madam Witness, this morning, 4 hours ago, you were asked, Madam Witness, about the process, the routing process in your office. And this was done in connection with a question on the chain of custody, on the integrity of the process. Ang tanong sa'yo, naiwanan nga ng mga dokumentong ito relevant to this liquidation of confidential funds sa office of the COA ICFAO.
Opo, tama po.
Iniwanan ni Attorney Wamil.
Opo.
And then by virtue of a directive to you by the office, you took over national agencies, correct?
Yes po.
Among them, the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd.
Opo, tama po.
Now, when you took over this function of evaluating the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President at ang DepEd, yung mga dokumentong minana mo, ito ba ay certified documents lahat ng isang Davin Bakay?
Pwede pong pakiulit. Paano pong certified meaning?
How are you able to ascertain na yung mga dokumentong iniwanan sa office ng ICFAO are the very same documents na tinurn over sa office ni Attorney Wamil?
Nung ibinigay po sa akin ito, chinek ko din po yung nilalaman nito based dun sa transmittal letters po. So, na-check ko po na kung ano yung na-audit po ni Mr. Wamil, ito rin po yung naibigay sa akin.
Okay. So, walang nadagdag na dokumento
Wala po.
Walang binawasan na dokumento.
Wala po.
Wala kayong pinalitan, sinubstitute na dokumento.
Wala po.
In other words, the integrity, the completeness of all those documents left by Attorney Wamil with the office of the ICFAO remained complete.
Yes po, tama po.
Ano naman, ibig sabihin ng routing? Kasi counsel here made mention of initials. Ano yung mga initials na yon?
Yung mga initials po na nasa baba, yung sa AOM po, kung sino po yung action officer, tas sino po yung mga nag-review na division chief, hanggang makadating po dun sa aming officer in charge. Kaya yun po yung mga nag-review dun sa AOM na yun.
In other words, Madam Witness, hindi lang ikaw ang nag-decide ng AOM, ng notice of suspension, at ng notice of disallowance. You are not the only person who decided.
Yes po, kasi dumadaan po ito sa review process from the action officer to the division chief to the officer in charge ng ICFAO po.
So, hindi mo lang professional judgment to.
Your Honor, please. The question is leading.
Your Honor, please.
We'll allow it. We'll allow it. I think that was already answered to by the witness earlier as well.
Yes po.
Okay. Ngayon, yung routing slip na yan, doon ba dumadaan ang mga dokumento?
Opo.
Okay. At sa mga taong minention mo, meron bang nakalagay dyan? Meron bang pwedeng idagdag? Sino ang first initial doon? Sino nga ba yung first initial doon?
Yung action officer po, yung RCW, si Roderick po.
Yung action officer ba yan? Pwedeng magdagdag, magbawas, mag-substitute ng mga dokumento other than yung sinubmit ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd by way of liquidation ng mga document ng confidential funds?
Hindi po.
Okay. So, yung susunod doon, yung action officer, sinong susunod doon?
Yung division chief po.
Okay. Yung revision chief na yan, pag binigay ang dokumento at yung evaluation mo at yung action officer, darating naman sa division chief, meron bang nangyayaring misteryo dyan sa mga dokumentong from you to the action officer to the reviewing?
Your Honor, please.
Meron bang dinadagdag, sinasubstitute, or pinapalitan dyan
Let her finish,
sa
Counsel.
mga documents na sinasubmit ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd?
Yes, counsel for respondent. What is your
Misleading,
objection?
Your Honor, may nangyayari bang misteryo dyan?
Kindly reform, counsel. I think we all know where you're headed towards, counsel. Kindly reform. You can get it from the witness.
Sa mga dokumentong sinubmit ng Vice President ang DepEd, after it leaves you and goes to the next person, the action officer, and then the reviewing officer, are there other documents that are allowed to be inserted there or substituted other than what was actually submitted by the Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd para sa liquidation ng confidential funds?
Yung mga dokumento lang po na yun, wala na pong nadadagdag, walang nababawas.
So, ang ini-imply sa question ng defense counsel sa chain of custody, hindi sila sigurado sa chain of custody.
Your Honor, please. Your Honor, please.
This is my redirect, Your Honor. She was the one who brought it up
Let
on
Attorney
cross.
Gapunan finish, counsel.
This was brought up on cross, Your Honor, implying, and I'm asking a redirect, based on, they were the ones that brought out, who are these people here?
Proceed to your question, Attorney Gapunan.
Okay. Masasabi mo ba na itong chain of custody may interruption ng dokumento? Meron bang substitution? Meron bang alteration? Itong dokumento na sinubmit ng Vice President at ang DepEd?
Hindi po, kasi yung opisina rin po namin is, kami lang po yung nandun, and may nakabantay po rito na security guard 24 hours. And yung document po na ito, nakalagay po ito sa cabinet na nakalock.
So this COA ICFAO, ang nakakaalam lang ng mga confidential documents ay COA ICFAO. Merong mga ibang divisions ang COA?
Nasa loob po kasi kami ng Office of the Chairperson, pero yung sa amin is nakatago po yung mga dokumento namin.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, you were presented with several activities at sabi ng Counsel for Respondent, enumerate niya. Itong specifically protective intelligence operation and places of engagement. Tinanong sa'yo, pag ba ang mga security guards ng presidente na-inspect daw ang routes prior to departure and arrival of the president, of the vice president, for possible threats, for criminal groups. Yung mga security guards ng vice president, ini-inspect yung rota. Dadaan dito ang vice president. Office of the Vice President or Deputy. Dadaan dito. Tignan nga natin kung may komunista dito. Tignan nga natin kung may NPA dito. Tignan nga natin kung may terorista dito. Yan ba ay
Your Honor,
parte?
please. Your
I
Honor.
haven't finished.
Let her finish,
Is
Counsel.
that part of confidential activity or confidential funds?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Counsel for
The
Respondent.
good counsel is adding facts to the question. Can she not cite the exact wordings, Your Honor?
Your Honor, please. This is redirect. You open the door,
She can
Counsel.
refer to the record, Your Honor.
Counsel, you opened the door. You said, in fact, you asked her, is this part of the, Your Honor, please. Is this part of
Counsel
the
for
regular...
Respondent, please, you read parts of the PIO, what do you call it,
PIOR,
Celine?
Your Honor.
PIOR,
But, Your Honor, please, she can just refer to the records.
which
So that
includes
nothing will be
NPA,
added.
terrorist groups, and in fact mentions the word criminalities, which I'm not so
Yeah.
sure about, but criminalities, correct? Celine,
Yes.
correct?
Opo,
She
nabanggit.
said that, Your
So
Honor.
the question is, you mentioned earlier that these are part of confidential functions, not regular functions of the OVP, correct?
That was the question of Counsel for Respondent.
Exactly. She
I don't
responded to that
understand, Your
answer.
Honor.
Now, what is your question, Attorney
My
Godo?
question here is, okay, itong Office of the Vice President, na-confirm mo na may confidential funds.
Opo, meron po.
Okay. But in the Commission on Audit, outside COA ICFAO, are you aware that the Office of the Vice President has funds outside the confidential funds, her confidential funds?
Nasa part na po yun ng regular audit. Ang sa ICFAO lang po is yung sa confidential funds lang po.
So you're saying that the Vice President, OVP, the Deputy Secretary has funds.
Your Honor,
other than-
please.
Already
I haven't
answered,
finished.
Counsel?
She answered.
Misleading, Your Honor. She didn't say that they have funds. She said she has no knowledge because that is
No,
not the
Your
scope of her audit.
She said, Your Honor,
She said that it's not
there
the
are
subject-
there are funds subject of regular audit. Regular funds
Yes po, may
of the
regular
Vice
funds.
President herself.
Opo,
And this is subject, Madam Witness, to regular audit.
yes po.
And being subject to regular audit, it is not part of the COA ICFAO confidential funds audit, correct?
Yes po,
Okay.
tama po.
Would you know that the Office of the Vice President has regular funds or special funds for security personnel? Are you aware of that, Madam Witness?
Dahil nga po ang sa amin lang is confidential fund, hindi po ako aware dun sa regular funds po ng OBP.
Okay. Regular funds, the security personnel, and it is here in your circular. It says salaries for staff is not part of the allowable expense of confidential funds, correct? You mentioned that before.
Nasa 4.11 po yung mga hindi dapat paggamitan ng CF at IF.
Salaries, wages, overtime, additional compensation, allowances, etc. of government, of salaries, benefits, additional compensation, allowance, or other fringe benefits of officials and employees who are employed by the government in whatever capacity, or elected officials, except when authorized by law. The office of the Vice President it is of public knowledge that the office of the Vice President has no less than 400 security guards. Are you aware of that? Public knowledge.
Narinig ko po sa news.
Yes. And if the security guards are being paid salaries, should these salaries be debited or reimbursed from confidential funds?
Isa po, yung salaries po, hindi po siya pwedeng i-charge sa confidential fund.
Okay. So itong activity na sinabi na to check securities, to check surveillance daw, to make surveillance of the routes of the Vice President when she arrives to an engagement, when she leaves to an engagement, when she attends engagements, Christmas parties, whatever.
Counsel for respondent, yes.
Ocular.
Your Honor, please.
I haven't finished.
Okay.
Okay. And counsel mentioned ocular inspection and casing of venue prior to activity. Now, prior to an activity, should this be part, Madam Witness, if this is a function being done by her personal security guards, should this be considered as part of confidential funds activity, Your Honor? This clearing the road.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel for respondent.
The report that does not say that it was done by the security guards, Your Honor. There's nothing in there.
I'm asking her now, Your Honor.
That's asking for an opinion, Your Honor.
No. Let's clarify one thing first. The Vice President has no security guards. She has,
She has security
a
personnel,
VPSG,
Yes, Your
Vice Presidential Security Group, which was, I think, later on placed under the Presidential Security Command, under the unified command of the Presidential Security Command. So,
Yes, Your Honor, I will reform.
Kindly reform, counsel.
If it is the VPSG that does this activity of, quote, ocular inspection, casing of the venue, clearing of routes prior to arrival and departure, would that be reimbursable if they are paid separately from another fund? Can that be part of the liquidation of confidential funds, Madam Witness?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel for respondent.
The witness is incompetent to answer that because the liquidation report does not state that these were paid to the VPSPG.
It's a question.
If she knows, counsel, if she knows. Celine, if you know.
Pwede pong pakiulit. Sorry po.
Yung VP, I said, and as correctly pointed out, the presiding judge, the VP does have a complement, and they're called Vice VP SPG.
Apo.
You're aware of that, Madam Witness, and as you said, public knowledge that she has something like 400. No. My question to you is, and you already confirmed that the VP herself has funds outside these confidential funds.
Your Honor, please.
There's
Yes,
no question
counsel.
yet.
Misleading, Your Honor. She did not say that she confirmed that there were funds of the VP outside of the confidential
Well, anyway,
funds.
counsel, the Senate passes the budget of all the offices of government, and we are well aware that the Office of the Vice President has other funds. We need not belabor the point on objections from either side. We are aware of the existence of other funds of the Office of the Vice President as well as the DepEd. In fact, the DepEd is the highest budgetary allocation in any GAA.
Your Honor, please.
Continue,
if I may.
Counsel.
Yes, if I may, Your Honor. Counsel keeps objecting to my questions, but she herself was the one who brought it up. In the first page of her own exhibit, it says here, and you asked the question, she asked the question, Mr. Presiding Judge, Your Honor. She says, what is this scope? This report, quote unquote, you read this. She read this, Mr.
I confirm
Presiding
that,
Officer.
Move
The
on,
scope
Counsel.
pertains to the narrative of events and accomplishments of the VP-SPG. VP-SPG. In terms of the protective intelligence during the engagement of Vice President Sara Duterte for the first quarter. So, these activities are the activities
Move on, Counsel. Yes,
of
the
the
chair already ruled in your
VP-SPG.
favor.
So she can answer, Your Honor.
Yes. Move forward, Counsel.
Can you answer that question? If, as stated there, these are activities of the VP-SPG for the personal engagements of the Vice President, is this a proper matter? Is this proper liquidation of the confidential funds of the Vice President?
Under the joint circular po, yung confidential fund should only be used dun sa allowable expenses under an item 4.8 of the joint circular po.
You did not answer the question, Silene. Yes or no?
Pwede pong pa-clarify ulit yung tanong.
Kasama ba sa proper liquidation ang personal engagements ng Vice President at ang bayad or the payment of compensation for the VP-SPG for her
Your Honor, please.
for her activities relating to personal activities of the Vice President.
Kung yung personal activities po, hindi siya chargeable to confidential funds.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, Counsel asked you earlier about the mandate of the COA, and you are competent to testify on it. Okay. Correct?
Opo.
Now, I will ask you about the mandate. The mandate of the Vice President. Kasama ba sa mandato ng isang Vice President, and I will read you the Constitution, performs executive, ceremonial, and social services, functions, collaborating with stakeholders of organizations in both private and public sectors to develop and promote programs for the uplift of the Filipinos. In your opinion and your professional judgment, kasama ba sa mandato ng isang Vice President ang confidential operations?
Kung base po dun sa nakalagay sa mandato nila, hindi po.
Hindi po. Okay. Punta rin naman tayo sa DepEd. DepEd, nakalagay sa batas, is in charge of basic, elementary, and secondary education. That's the function. Kasama ba sa mandato ng isang Secretary of the Department of Education ang confidential activities?
Kung base po dun sa mandato nila, hindi po.
Okay. And yet, itong Vice President Sara Duterte ay binigyan ng confidential funds. Tama?
Opo, may budget po sila ng confidential fund.
Magkanong budget? Magkanong budget ng Vice President sa confidential funds?
Nung fourth quarter po ng 2022, 125 million. And yung first to fourth quarter ng 23, 500 million po. Pero ang nakuha lang po nila sa 23 is 375 million. And then sa DepEd naman po, 150 million pero ang na-cash advance lang po is 112.5 million.
Okay. Let us now go to, so tama ka, wala sa mandato both ng Office of the Vice President at ng DepEd ang confidential activities. Now let's go to yung sinabi ng counsel for the respondent na quoted from the FIRES, itong report na sinubmit. Meron siyang sinabing activity. The activities read, Madam Witness, for the first quarter were pertain to January 2 to January 10 of 2023 for the first FIRE, okay, first report, January 2 to January 10, 2023. Pero sa pagkaalam natin, and please confirm, on that date, on this period, January 2 to 10, na napakahaba ng binasa na activities ng Council for Respondent, wala pang confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President during that period, January 2 to 10. And yet, Madam Witness, she is now saying that these activities, well, according to Council, that these activities for January 2 to 10 cited in this report are by way of liquidation for confidential funds. Paano nangyari yan? Can you explain to us, Madam Witness, how is it possible that a Vice President is claiming liquidation for activities before February 6, the period for which she was given these confidential funds, January 2 to 10. Did you note this in your report?
Hindi po siya nakasama sa report kasi yung PIOR is sinubmit nila for to support the payment of rewards po.
Okay. Let us now go. But based on this document, the activities cited by Council were for a period prior to receipt of the confidential funds that President said, this is in liquidation of the confidential funds I received. Going now to my next point, Madam Witness, allowed ba ito? Parang the activities, Christmas party, tree planting, what's this? Council meetings, acceptance of awards, rewards, etc. Are these, by nature, are these part of confidential funds activity?
Kung under the joint circular po, yung allowable lang po na ma-charge sa confidential fund is yung enumeration sa item 4.8 po.
At hindi ito enumerated doon?
Hindi po nakasama yung nabanggit po ninyong activity.
Pero napakabait naman ng Presidente. Yung giving of Vice President, giving of medicines, giving of groceries, giving of ayuda. Hindi ba magandang activities yan para sa isang Vice President?
Your Honor, please.
I'm asked preliminary, Your Honor.
Ms. Lee?
Let's hear the counsel for respondent. Yes,
Okay.
Attorney Christine.
Your Honor, that's misleading question. And asking for an opinion. Hindi ba maganda yan sa isang Vice President?
Sustained, modify, counsel.
Your Honor, please. I will reform, Your Honor. This tree planting, these Christmas funds, this giving of assistance, giving of grocery, giving of medicines, are these funds, if properly accounted for, could they be gotten from either the President's social services fund, or for what you said, there is another audit unit that audits her regular funds? Could the President, if you know, could the Vice President have gotten all of this funding from her regular or social amelioration funds instead of the confidential funds,
Honor,
which you said must be strictly complied with.
Counsel for respondent.
That calls for an opinion, Your Honor. She should have gotten it from amelioration fund.
Let's let it
It is
continue.
within her competence.
If she knows, counsel. Celine, if you know.
Kung yung paggagamitan po is yung nabanggit nyo na activity, hindi po siya chargeable so sa confidential fund po.
Okay. Now, Madam Witness, you said that you were shown or you were asked by counsel for respondent certain activities, and she mentioned 4.8.6, which are among the activities that should be covered by confidential funds. To uncover, 4.8.6, to uncover and prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to the agency personnel, property, or other facilities under the resources. And using this provision, counsel for respondent wants this provision to justify the expenses of the Vice President as listed, illegal activity or communist, national terrorist. But I will read to you, Madam Witness, the portion that counsel intentionally omitted. Because this provision, and please check your circular, could you read the last portion of 4.8.6?
Done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies.
In other words, Madam Witness, this particular provision says, yes, it is correct. It is proper to use confidential funds to uncover, prevent illegal activities that pose clear and present danger. That is correct. But there is another requirement that counsel intentionally did not read, and that is that it must be done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies. My question to you, Madam Witness, in all the submissions of the Office of the Vice President or the DepEd as regards this uncovering and preventing illegal activities, did any of the submissions of the Vice President indicate which government agency they coordinated with as regards this uncovering or preventing of illegal activities?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel for respondent.
The submissions of the President would answer that question, Your
Vice
Honor.
President, counsel.
Vice President, sorry.
It
The
was all
question
submitted to Celine. Let Celine answer. Celine, were there any submissions
Meron
that
ba, okay,
it was coordinated with the respective law enforcement agencies?
meron bang sinabmit na dokumento ang Office of the Vice President na Madam COA, ito po yung mga government agency na kasama namin na nag-implement nitong surveillance, nag-implement nitong binigay naming information para uncovering and preventing illegal activities. Meron bang listahan o dokumento na sinabmit ng Office of the Vice President or ng DepEd showing precisely the appropriate law enforcement agencies they collaborated with?
Yung sa DepEd po, yung sa certification ng AFP to support the payment of rewards, may nakalagay po doon na coordination.
Certification lang. Okay. Sa Office of the Vice President?
Doon po, meron po ang nakalagay na doon sa PIORs nila, nakalagay po doon kung kanino sila coordinate po. Meron doon sa PIORs yung details.
Sino-sino ang mga national agencies na to? At more important, ano ang evidence of success Ano ang koneksyon ng coordination or pag-cooperate ng OVP or DepEd sa success? Na sinabi mo na another requirement, an important requirement in the liquidation of confidential funds. Meron bang documentos showing the success of this collaboration with the government agencies?
That's a compounded question, Counsel.
Okay.
If I may, sabi niyo sa DepEd, may dokumento nagpapakita may coordination sa AFP. Sa Office of the Vice President, may dokumento bang nagpapakita ng koordinasyon sa law enforcement agency? Sabi niyo, oo. At kung maalala ko, Sailin, local police, di ba?
Opo, nakalagay po dun sa PIORs nila.
No, it's a compound question because now Council is asking you, what is the proof of success of these coordinative efforts with law enforcement agencies? May pruweba ba ng tagumpay nung mga operasyon yun?
Yun pong sa DepEd po, kinonsider ko po as documents evidencing success yung sa certification ng AFP. Yung sa OBP po, yun po yung hindi na hinanapan ko pa ng additional documentation na nagpapakita ng success.
Particular dun sa portion na nagbayad ng reward?
Opo. Tama.
Hindi sa impormasyon?
Opo, tama.
Okay.
Madam Witness, also Counsel referred you to 6.2.3, which is liquidation of cash advances for confidential funds. At binasa niya isa-isa. Nag-submit ng liquidation report, nag-submit naman. Certified copy, etc. of disbursement vouchers, evidence of documents, physical, financial plan, lahat ng binasa dito sa 6.2.3. Ay sinabi ng counsel for the respondent, ay sinabmit naman. Kung compliance, post-audit compliance ang COA-ICFAO. Kung sinabmit naman itong mga dokumento, bakit meron pa rin AOM? Bakit may AOM leading to notice of suspension, leading to notice of disallowance? If, in fact, as counsel for respondent suggests, kompleto naman kami ng submissions.
Based on the evaluation of each document po, may mga nakita po doon na hindi compliant with the joint circular po.
And kagaya ng, just very briefly.
Yun po, gaya yung sa OBP po, yung payment of rewards which were not supported with documents evidencing success, and yung mga purchases po na hiningan ko ng other documents that deemed necessary in the audit po. And meron nga din po dun sa ND ng 2023 na reimbursement which is hindi rin po siya compliant with the joint circular.
Okay. So, yung sinasabi na mali kayo, sinabi niyo non-compliant, kompleto naman ang checklist, hindi tama yun ang sinasabi mo, Madam Witness?
Meron pong nasabit na dokumento pero after the evaluation of each document po, hindi pa rin po siya compliant with the joint circular.
Okay. Let's go now to the last 6.2.3 na again, hindi na naman kinote ng counsel for the respondent. 6.2.3.7 refers to other supporting documents the ICFAO deems necessary for the proper evaluation of liquidation documents submitted. What does this mean, other liquidation documents? Ang ini-imply ng Office of the Vice President at DepEd counsels na kasi sinabi nyo, limited to the documents. Are you constrained? Kayo ba ay bawal tumingin o humingi pa ng iba pang dokumento para patunayan, tinatawag na supporting documents, na inaakala niyo yung kailangan or necessary para sa proper evaluation ng liquidation documents submitted?
Pwede po kaming humingi ng additional documents na makakatulong sa amin sa pag-evaluate po ng liquidation ng confidential fund.
Kagaya ng ano itong other supporting documents?
Gaya nga po yung hiningi ko dun sa purchase of supplies and provision of medical and food aid. Yun pong receipts and sales invoice po to ascertain na talagang pinambili ito ng supplies and food and medical aid.
At sinabihan nyo sila, no? nung humingi kayo ng other supporting documents, mga ORs, mga sales invoice, nag-submit ba ang OVP at ang DepEd nang hinihingi niyong other documents deemed necessary for the proper evaluation of the liquidation documents submitted? Nag-submit ba sila?
Part po ito nung notice of disallowance na nandun pa sila sa period prescribed po para mag-appeal sa commission proper.
No. Ito ngayon, sinabi mo, you were confronted with your tabulation and your summaries na wala naman nakalagay na pangalan doon. Ang nakalagay lang doon, dates tsaka amounts.
Opo.
Correct?
Opo.
Okay. And in particular, merong pinakita sa'yo, as part of your summary, merong mga acknowledgement receipts doon na ang date ay iisa lang.
Opo, tama.
And but disbursed in one day. Nakalagay yun, disbursed in one day. Tama?
Yung kahapon po, opo.
Okay. Ngayon, in your joint circular, kasi in relation to that, pinag-usapan rin, Attorney Wamel, and now you confirm, pinag-usapan rin ang observation na mahina ang internal controls ng Office of the VP at ng DepEd. And patunayan dyan, meron disbursement officer allegedly nag-disburse ng several amounts in several places. Na-mention, in fact, sinabi ko Superman, pero sabi ng presiding officer, physical impossibility na lang ang gamitin niya. The physical impossibility of an authorized special disbursement officer to distribute all of these funds in one day, based on your opinion, professional opinion, does this indicate what they refer to as lapse of internal controls? That a person solely authorized to disburse is not the only person actually disbursing. Would that be lapse of internal controls?
Yes po, kasi under the joint circular, it's the responsibility ng head of agency to institute sound and effective internal control po.
And when the head of agency, in this instance, the Vice President, says to the SDO, to Ilagan, pag sinabi ng Vice President or DepEd, who is the head of agency, ikaw, Special Disbursement Officer, huwag ikaw ang mag-disburse. Ibigay mo yan sa security guard, sa security personnel. Ibigay mo yan, pag-disburse, huwag na ikaw. Bigay mo sa security personnel, knowing, or she ought to know. She knows or ought to know as head of agency and as a lawyer, knows or ought to know that the person expressly authorized by law is the only person authorized to disburse public funds. Tama ba yan? Is that an indication of tight internal controls?
Hindi po.
Going now to okay. As I mentioned earlier, pinakitahan ka ng counsel for the respondent ng mga priors, documents, listing activities prior to the receipt of the confidential funds.
Opo.
Okay. What now would your assessment, what would COA's assessment be under the joint circular? What will your assessment be? Allowed ba ito?
Under po kasi sa joint circular, kung itong expenses is before the cash advance, ito yung reimbursement, which is a violation po ng item 6.1. Wait lang. Under po sa joint circular, yung sa 6.1.2, sabi po dito, in no case shall cash advance for CFN or IF be utilized as reimbursement of the expenses prior to the granting of the cash advance.
Okay. So these are disallowed expenses. And yet, knowing that hindi naman covered ito ng kinash advance nila na confidential funds, sinabit pala nila. Ano yan? Palagay ko. Ano yan? Palusot ba yan? They're trying to get reimbursement or trying to use activities not covered by the
Your Honor, please.
specific period to justify the liquidation of confidential funds.
Counsel
Apart
for
from what you
respondent.
said, what is the...
Conclusion of fact, Your Honor, palusot ba yan?
That is my...
Counsels, please. We're like
why would you...
on both sides. I think most of the questions being asked have already been answered by the witness repeatedly. Kindly move to your next point, Attorney Kapunan. If you have other points for redirect, so that we can wind up also with the recross and proceed to the interjection so that we can finish with this witness. We're going around repeatedly already on the same conclusions of the witness based on her findings. Kindly move on, counsel, please.
Your Honor, please, as I said earlier, at the start of this impeachment, one of the rules of cross-examination and direct examination, or redirect, is to know when to stop. This is where I stop, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, counsel.
Recross.
Counsel for the respondent, recross.
Okay, recross. Sailin, kanina tinanong ka about the VP-SPG receiving rewards from the OVP. Kung ito nga ba ay nangyayari at kung bawal ito under the JC. And sinabi mo na bawal ho yan, di ba? Sabi mo kanina. Okay, may finding ba kayo sa notices of disallowances nyo, both first and second notices, na yung VP-SPG ay nagre-receive ng payments for reward and purchase of information from the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President? May findings mo na ganon?
Under the joint circular nga po, tama na yung payment of rewards.
Please, Your Honor, please. Can the
Kindly
witness
answer the question,
Yes.
Celine. The question is simple.
Wala po.
Wala. How about sa DepEd? May findings ba kayo na yung VP-SPG tumatanggap ng rewards and payment for purchase of information from the confidential funds of the DepEd?
Wala din po.
Okay. So, kanina, tinanong ka about sa mandate ng OVP at DepEd, no? At tinanong din ating good counsel kung eto bang si OVP under its mandate, allowed ba itong mag-receive ng confidential funds? To which you said, mukhang hindi ho. Noong 2022, no, the fourth quarter of 2022, alam ho ba ninyo na inapprove ng Office of the President ang confidential funds ng OVP?
Based po sa mga documents na nasubmit sa amin, opo, meron pong approval.
Noong 2023 ho, nasa General Appropriations Act po yung confidential funds ng OVP. Tama po?
Based po sa mga submissions sa amin, opo, nasa GAA po.
Okay. In short, ito po ay inapprove ng ating Congress, yung GAA. Tama po?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Does the JC prohibit the Office of the Vice President from receiving confidential funds?
Nakalagay po sa JC yung mga agencies na may...
Just answer my question. Direct, simple lang naman ho, may prohibition ho ba sa JC on the Office of the Vice President receiving confidential funds?
Wala po.
Wala. How about the Department of Education? May pinagbabawal ba yung JC na maka-receive ito ng confidential funds, yung DepEd?
Based sa JC po, wala po.
Okay. Okay. So, tinanong ho kayo kanina about the OVP, no, or the SDO, no, in that regard, disbursing monies in one day in several places. No? Sinabi ho, isang araw, madaming mga pinaggastusan, no? Isang date lang yon, iba-ibang lugar. May findings ho ba nito sa first ND ninyo?
Wala po kasi we presume regularity po doon sa transaction po.
Okay, thank you. How about sa second ND po ninyo? May findings ho ba nito?
Dahil nga po nag-base kami sa certification under oath ng SDO, wala po.
Okay, so,
Okay.
okay, Your Honor, I'm done, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. We now move. Hopefully, we can finish with Silene today. Silene, with your patience and indulgence. Senator Padilla, is he here? Not here. Senator Ontiveros, then, for her interjections. With the kind indulgence of Senator Ontiveros, Senator Padilla just arrived. Senator Padilla, you may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes. You may proceed when you're ready.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong tagapamahalang hukom. Sa ating pong saksi, kayo po ay taga Baguio?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Saan po kayo sa Baguio?
Irisan po.
Irisan, opo. Ako po ay taga Baguio din. Saan po kayo nag-graduate? Sa
St. Louis University po.
Ay, alumnus po ako niyan. Sa Boys High po ako. Dahil po dyan, hindi ko na lang po kayo pahihirapan. Tayo na lang po maging magkababayan na lang sa Baguio. Gusto ko lamang pong magbigay ng impormasyon na lang sa inyo. Opo, kasi naririnig ko yung pag-uusap nyo ng prosecution at ng defense tungkol doon sa success ng confidential fund. Ako po ay may mga ibibigay na information sa inyo. Pwede po kayong magsabi na lang ng oo o hindi kung naintindihan po ninyo. Alam ko naman maintindihan mo, taga Baguio ka eh. Opo, noong pong pinag-uusapan natin yung patungkol sa mga terorista, na pag-uusapan po lagi ang ating Vice Presidente. Ang ating pong Vice Presidente magmula 2016 hanggang 2022, siya po ay naging mayor. Alam niyo po ba yon?
Opo, mayor
Opo.
ng Davao.
Yan, opo. Sa Davao po, meron po dyan na-identify na 55 na mga tinatawag na alternative at yung mga lumad schools na infiltrated ng terrorism. Nabalitaan niyo po ba yon?
Hindi po ako hindi ko po gaanong napakinggan po yun. Hindi po ako aware doon.
Opo. At alam niyo po ba rin na noong 2016 hanggang 2022 hanggang 2023, 12% po ng mga NPA rebels, surrenderies, were minors, 12 to 17 years old.
Hindi po ako aware doon po.
Maubos na po yung aking second round na lang po ako. Salamat, kabayan.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Ontiveros is recognized for her interjections. You have 2 minutes, ma'am. You may proceed when you're ready.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ms. Witness, Ms. Silene, kahit pa po walang confidential at intelligence funds ang OVP, may budget naman po ang VPSG para sa security ng lahat ng Vice Presidente, di po ba?
Under po ata sila sa pagkakaalam ko, under po sila ng AFP.
Under ng AFP. Ngayon, 3 taon na pong walang intelligence and confidential funds ang OVP. Kung alam nyo, may VPSG pa naman pong naka-assign sa kanila para bantayan yung kanyang seguridad, di ba?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, yun nabanggit po kanina ni presiding officer, napunta siya sa PSC, Presidential Security Command po.
Okay. Ngayon, yung mga activities na nandoon sa mga Protective Intelligence Operations reports na pinakita kanina, may binigay bang mga ebidensya ang OVP para patunayan na ginastusan nga po nila ang bawat isa nun?
Wala po kasi in-attach lang po nila yon as proof of success of information gathering and surveillance activities.
Okay. Na ayon sa inyo kanina ay hindi pa sasapat dun sa hinahanap nyong mga proofs of success dun sa intelligence gathering activities na iyon.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Ngayon, sa iba namang mga acknowledgement receipts, may nakalagay na purchase of medical and food aid at dati naman medicines. May resibo po ba silang ibinigay para ipakita na talagang ang binayaran o ang binili ay yung mga gamot o yung mga pagkain na iyan?
Wala po silang in-attach na any receipts for sales invoice, acknowledgement receipts po.
Kahit sales invoice, wala. Acknowledgement receipts lamang.
Opo.
So, walang ebidensya na talagang ang pinagkagastusan ay yung mga gamot at yung mga pagkain na yon.
Opo, kasi based lang doon sa acknowledgement receipts po yung sinubmit nila.
Na ayon sa COA ay hindi sapat na ebidensya kung mga ARs lamang.
Opo, hindi po kasi namin ma-ascertain kung talagang pinambili ito ng supplies, medicines, and food po.
Kailangan nyo resibo o invoices para ma-ascertain, masiguro na yun talaga yung pinagkagastusan.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Ngayon po, Ms. Eileen, dati po, tinawag ng land bank managers na unusual yung pag-encash ng milyong-milyong pisong, daan-daang milyong piso ng OVP at saka ng DepEd sa tigi-isang araw. Sa audit po ninyo, meron po ba kayong nakitang illegal, improper, o irregular sa paggamit at sa pag-liquidate ng perang iyan?
Irregular po yung paggamit nila kasi po hindi po ito compliant with the joint circular.
So just to close on this round,
Kindly wind
Mr.
up.
Presiding Officer, to wind up, irregular dahil
Hindi po naging compliant with the
paanong
joint.
hindi naging compliant?
Dahil po ngayon sa payment of rewards were not supported with documents evidencing success, and yun nga po, hindi nila na-provide yung additional documents necessary para ma-ascertain yung purchase of supplies and medical and food aid. At saka po meron din kaming naging findings sa sa reimbursement po.
Okay. I-follow up ko itong tanong at pati yung punto ng reimbursement sa second round. Salamat, Ms. Eileen. Salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Villanueva, you have 2 minutes. You may proceed when you're ready. Unless Senator Judge Lapid is ready. Senator Judge Villanueva will make use of the
I will
time.
give way to Senator Lapid. Mr. President, thank you. Ms. Del Campo, sabi niyo po yung COA conducted compliance audit at sa evaluation niyo ng OVP's confidential expenses, which matters po, no? Did COA treat as questions of compliance with the joint circular? And which matters, did COA recognize as falling within the operational judgment of the implementing agency?
Pwede pong paki-clarify po yung question.
Which matters po doon sa pag-conduct ng COA, treating it as questions of compliance with the joint circular, and which matters doon po sa paggawa ng COA, recognizing it as falling within the operational judgment ng Office of the Vice President?
Yung pag-evaluate po namin ng mga liquidation documents, binibase po namin yon sa joint circular. Yung sa Office of the Vice President po, yung pag-liquidate po dapat nila, it is based po dapat sa should be compliant with the joint circular.
Dapat pareho lang.
Opo.
So when COA disagreed na yung OVP's characterization that an activity was confidential, necessary, and successfully accomplished, what specific standards po yung ina-apply nyo?
The joint circular po ang basis ng aming audit.
Wala na pong ibang separate COA guidelines?
Ginagamit din po namin yung rules and regulation on settlement of accounts.
I'm sorry?
The rules and regulations on settlement of accounts.
And ito po, same standards applied consistently to all the transactions reviewed?
Opo, tama po.
Salamat po. Kapag nag-issue po ang COA ng notice of disallowance, maaari pa po bang itong ma-cure simply by correcting, replacing, or subsequently submitting supporting documents?
Yung sa notice of disallowance po, appeal po sa commission proper ang remedy po ng isang agency.
So kailangan kang dumaan provided ng COA rules na para ma-lift o ma-reverse yung ND. Is that correct? Can you explain the process?
Pag nag-issue po kasi si ICFAO ng notice of disallowance, may demand na po to restitute the amount. Pero may remedy pa din po yung agency na mag-appeal po sa commission proper.
Commission proper or COA director?
Yung sa case po ng ICFAO, diretso na po sa commission proper ang appeal.
Tapos, pwedeng mag-MR.
Kung magkakaroon po ng decision, kung gaya nga po nang nangyari sa fourth quarter 2022 na meron silang, yung decision is na-affirm yung ND, opo, meron pa pong remedy na MR.
Tapos pwedeng mag-judicial review. Sa SC.
Petition for certiorari po.
Okay, so yung pong pag-correct o pag-submit ng additional document ay hindi by itself equivalent sa legal lifting o reversal ng ND.
Depende po yan sa evaluation na po ng
Kailangan
sa commission
aksyonan ng proper COA.
Opo.
Malinaw po yan. Last na po. Para malinaw po sa atin lahat, no? Kung ang isang agency ay nag-classify ng isang activity as confidential, bound po ba ang COA sa classification na ito o bilang constitutional audit body, hindi po?
Yung sa confidentiality po, pag naipasa naman po sa amin, iniingatan din po namin yung mga documents na nasasubmit sa amin. And what we do po is yung kung tama ba yung paggamit ng confidential fund na ibinigay po sa isang ahensya.
Ulitin ko po yung tanong. Hindi kayo bound. Hindi kayo bound na ang isang ahensya dineclare confidential funds ito. Hindi kayo bound dahil as a constitutional body, meron po kayong independent evaluation as Commission on Audit para yung malaman kung isang ang activity at expenditure ay talagang confidential in nature at pasok ito sa definition at allowable uses under the joint circular.
Yes po, kasi itong confidential fund is pondo po ng bayan na kailangan ma-audit at magkaroon ng proper maging ma-check kung ito ay nagamit ba sa tama po.
Again, hindi kayo bound. Pag dineclare ng isang ahensya, ito confidential funds, hindi kayo bound.
Hindi po, kasi nga kailangan i-liquidate pa din po properly.
Tama po yun, no? And I support that sa Constitution, Article 9D, Section 2, 1 and 2, COA has the power and duty to examine, audit, and settle accounts involving government funds and the exclusive authority. Kayo ho, yung may exclusive authority to define the scope of your audit. Is that correct?
Opo, tama po.
So, ibig sabihin, ang polisiya po ninyo, hindi po sapat na tawaging confidential ng isang ahensya, ang isang activity, subject pa rin po ito sa independent audit determination ng Commission on Audit. Is that correct?
Yes po, tama po. Dahil nga po ito ay pondo ng bayan at kailangan po na ma-audit ito ng tama.
At nung ginawa po nyo ito, ilang beses po silang nabigyan ng pagkakataon para sumagot?
Yung sa fourth quarter 22, dumaan po ito ng AOM, naging NS, naging ND. Yung sa 2023 naman po, AOM, tapos naging ND dahil nga po may direct violation of the joint circular.
Salamat po sa pagklaro ng proseso. Salamat.
Senator Judge Pangilinan, you may proceed with your interjection when you're ready. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Magandang hapon. Sa usapin nung December 21 to December 31, 2022 na ginastos yung 125 million. Pag hindi naubos yung 125 million doon sa by December 31, anong mangyayari sa pondo?
Babalik po yun sa National Treasury.
So ibig sabihin, hindi may babalik as savings ng OVP, babalik sa National Treasury.
Opo.
Now I'm trying to understand bakit, diba, ang ikli ng panahon, which you mentioned, maikli yung 11 days, but wala kayong finding, no? Ngayon, kung halimbawa nagsumiti sila ng mga dokumento para mapatunayan na tama lahat ng ginastos nung 21 to 31, di walang issue, hindi ba? kung nasubmit nila yung mga hinihiling ninyong additional documents.
Yes po.
Okay. Pero dahil hindi nila sinumite, hindi nyo alam kung tama nga ba yung gastos nung December 21 to December 31. Tama?
Opo, dahil hindi po nila na-explain mabuti.
Okay. Of course, hindi nyo malalaman kung illegal o irregular, pero hindi nyo rin malalaman kung legal o regular.
Doon po siya magfa-fall sa irregular kasi nga po hindi siya compliant with the joint circular.
Okay, hindi nyo malalaman kung napunta sa personal use o hindi. Tama? That's why you're asking for more documents.
Opo, tama
Okay,
po.
okay. So, kaya siguro, so kung hindi niya nagastos, babalik.
Opo, sa national.
At hindi niya maaring gastusin sa January.
Hindi na po.
Hindi rin niya maaring gastusin before December 21.
Hindi po kasi bawal po ang reimbursement.
So talagang dun mo lang magagastos.
Yes po, dun sa nakalagay na period of utilization of the cash advance.
Which could be valid dahil yun nga lang ang panahon or invalid. Dangan nga lang, kaya kayo humihingi ng dagdag na dokumento para malaman natin kung valid ba o hindi.
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Yung usapin ng protective intelligence operations. Okay. Dati wala namang confidential funds ang OVP, tama? I mean,
Opo, magmula nung nag-start po ako sa ICFAO.
pero dati meron ng protective services ang OVP.
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, walang yung under the PSG po ata sila.
Yes. So, yung gastos para sa security, dati sa PSG. Pero dito, lumalabas yung casing, security, appointment, ay ginastos o ginamit yung confidential funds. Tama ba yun?
Opo.
Okay. Next round na lang po.
Thank you, Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Aquino may proceed with this interjection when he's ready. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Magandang araw po.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, so sa inyo pong determinasyon sa inyong opisina, meron pong mga disallowances, no? Tungkol po sa kategorya ng mga gastos, kung sino po yung nag-disburse. Pero hindi po naging rason ng disallowance yung mga kakaibang pangalan. Tama po ba?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Pero nakita po ninyo na may mga pangalan na kakaiba. May Piatos, may Bacon, Heart, Queso at kung ano-ano. Hindi nyo po naisip na baka red flag po ito?
Dahil nga po ang audit namin is compliance lang po, hindi na po namin verify yung identity nung nakatanggap po.
Pero hindi nyo verify, pero nung nakikita ninyo, or nung nakikita mo, hindi mo ba naisip na posibleng red flag itong mga pangalan to?
We presume po kasi regularity kasi po merong certification under oath yung SDO. This was used for the confidential operations of the agency and these are necessary and for legal purpose po yung naging paggastos ng confidential fund.
Okay, so nag-consult na kasi yung iba naming abogado kay former Commissioner Heidi Mendoza. At sabi niya, kapag may mga kakaibang pangalan, the COA can trigger an investigation because of fraud. So hindi nyo po ginawa yun, no? Walang usapin ng investigation because of fraud.
Yung sa fraud audit po kasi, yung possibility po, pinag-aaralan pa kasi kung magpo-fraud audit po, this is the first time and yung documents po, yung transactions involving the OBP and DepEd po, contains voluminous documents na with sensitive information na pag naibigay po sa ibang opisina, baka po magiging exposed siya.
Okay, so ulitin ko So hindi kayo nag-trigger ng investigation of fraud or nag-trigger kayo?
Wala pa po, pinag-aaralan pa po with the chairperson.
Pinag-aaralan. So it's possible na magkaroon pa ng investigation due to fraud?
Opo, gaya po ng sinasabi ko, pinag-aaralan pa lang po at kung kinakailangan po, pwede pong mag-fraud audit po.
Okay, let me ask about what is fraud, no? Ano yung fraudulent? Yung paggamit ba ng alias ay fraudulent? Ito ba'y bawal or illegal?
Doon po sa joint circular, silent po kasi ang joint circular as to the use of alias po. Pero ang binabantayan po dito is dapat na ibigay po ito sa totoong tao at nagamit sa tamang confidential expenses.
So thank you for that. So kung nagamit to sa talagang nakalagay doon, hindi ito fraudulent. Pero kung ito'y hindi naman nagamit doon sa nakalagay at kunyari nabulsa lang, fraudulent yon. Correct, no?
Opo, tama
Okay.
po.
Kung so yung bawat isang pangalan, dapat ba merong ring 1:1 na totoong tao sa likod nun? Or pwede kunyari may alokasyon ng 10 million tapos hinati-hati sa tagti 300,000 pero isang tao lang talaga yon. Yun po ba fraudulent?
Ang kwan ko po doon is isang tao lang yung nakatanggap based doon sa acknowledgement receipt po na yun.
Okay. So sa inyo pong professional opinion, kailangan po yung bawat AR ay may katumbas na totoong tao, kung yun man ang kanyang pangalan o meron siyang totoong pangalan. At yung nakalagay doon sa report na activity, yun dapat talaga yung nagawa. Tama po ba?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Are you aware, Madam Witness, na meron tayong batas na nagbabawal ng paggamit ng alias?
Hindi po ako familiar doon sa law.
Okay. There is a law actually, RA 6085, na nagbabawal ng paggamit ng alias at nais na naming alamin kung ito ba'y pertinent dito sa usapin ng confidential and intelligence funds at aalamin po namin yan. Maybe for the second round. Maraming salamat, Madam Witness.
Thank you, Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, you may proceed with your interjections. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Magandang hapon po, ginang witness.
Good afternoon.
Para po sa kalaman ng mga kababayan ho natin, pag sinabi ng COA disallowance, ano pong ibig sabihin po nito?
Sa disallowance po, ibig sabihin hindi ito ipinayagan sa audit po. So sa ICFAO po, pag nag-issue na kami ng disallowance, may demand na po to naibalik yung pondo ng bayan.
Okay, naibalik ang pondo. Sumagot naman po sila, ang OVP, nung nag-issue kayo ng disallowance. Sumagot ba yung mga kakulangan na dokumento na ibigay ba nila?
Ang naging remedy po nila is mag-appeal po sa commission proper.
Ano po nangyari doon sa commission proper?
Yung sa 2022 transaction po, nagkaroon po ng decision ng commission proper at inaffirm po nila yung notice of disallowance.
Okay, so sinabi nyo kailangan ibalik po yung pondo. Tama po ba? Yung sa disallowance?
Opo.
Naibalik po ba?
Hindi po kasi ang remedy pa po nila pwede pa po silang may remedy pa po sila na mag-appeal. So yun po. Tapos ang nangyari doon sa 2022, may decision, meron po silang final na motion for reconsideration na pending resolution pa
Sa
po.
COA po ba o sa SC?
Sa commission proper pa din
Commission proper. So yun po, nakalabas na po ba ng desisyon ng commission proper?
May pending MR pa po sila.
May pending. Magkano po yung total na inaantay natin na ibalik ng OVP at DepEd?
Yung sa OBP po, 73,287,000 yung fourth quarter. Yun po pa lang sa 2023, na-issue po kasi namin yung ND is March 31, 2026. Within the prescribed period pa po sila ng 180 days to appeal po sa commission proper.
Kaya nga po, ang tanong natin, bukod sa OVP, meron din po tayo pinag-uusapan sa DepEd, di po ba? Magkano po itong total kung alam ho ninyo ang kailangang ibalik, ang inaantay ninyo?
Yung sa DepEd po kasi may na-issue kami na credit notice dun sa first and second quarter. Tapos yung sa third quarter po, under review and evaluation pa po.
Kaya nga po, magkano?
Yung sa DepEd po is 112.5 million.
From 2022 to 2023 po yun?
Wala po silang budget for 22. First to third quarters po ng 23 yung sa DepEd.
112. Sa DepEd po, magkano inaantay nyo?
Yun po yung 112.5 million.
Sa OVP po?
Sa OBP po is 375 plus 73.287 million po.
So magkano pong total lahat?
Hindi ko na, mga 4 million, 400 plus.
450.
Opo.
Okay. So yun ang inaantay po ninyo?
Yung sa OBP po, opo.
So hanggang ngayon inaantay po ninyo?
Opo, kasi may mga remedies pa po sila na...
Okay. Alright. Maraming salamat po. Yun lang po.
Senator George Ejercito, you may proceed with interjections. You have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Yes, magandang hapon.
Good afternoon po.
Siguro first question lang, no? Is it allowed for disbursement to be validly spent and still be disallowed by COA, no? Yung disbursement to be validly spent and still be disallowed by COA for want of documentation. Yung kumbaga, posible ba na nagastos naman ng tama ang pondo pero disallowed pa rin ito ng COA dahil kulang ang mga dokumentong nagpapatibay ng pagkakagastos?
Opo.
So, posible pala yan. Halimbawa na wala ang resibo, no? Ganon, kaya hindi maipasa ng COA, ibig sabihin automatic na disallowed na ito pag nawala.
Pwede pong pakiulit.
Halimbawa na wala, ganun ba yung ibig niya sa pag nawala yung resibo, automatic na madidisallow ng ginastos dahil wala na itong maipapakita, wala nang katibayan.
Kung sa pagbabasihan po yung sa joint circular, yung sa disallowance po kasi, yung hindi siya naging compliant with the joint circular. Kaya,
sige lang po.
tapos doon po sa sinasabi ninyo na nawala yung resibo, doon po kasi hindi natin ma-check, ma-ascertain kung talagang ginamit ba ito kung sa purpose na yun po without yung receipt na yun.
Tapos napansin ko lang din po sa iyong testimony, no? Yung pong period ng December at New Year season, sa iyong bang experience, ito ba yung normally na nagkakaroon ng increase sa paggastos ng kasi ito yung tungkol sa confidential at nagkaroon ng parang pag-spike, no, nung Christmas season na base doon sa iyong presentation. Normal ba ito sa ibang ahensya rin?
Yun po kasi sa ibang ahensya, as a general, doon po sila sa 3-month period po. Doon po yung paggastos nila.
So yung kasi madalas pag Christmas season, yan yung peak season sa karamihan ng paggastos eh. So yung sa confidential and other itong mga itong pinag-usapan nating mga pondo rito, ganun di ba? Meron bang normal ba na ganun ang karamihan na ginagastos na panahon na lumalaki?
Hindi po.
Tapos yung COA nag-issue po ng notice of disallowance. Is it directing the officers, namely, pang clarify lang, no? Na ibalik lang yung pera o the personal capacity pag nag-issue kayo ng notice of disallowance?
Pinapabalik po doon sa mga persons liable po sa transaction. Gaya nga po doon sa ND, yung head of agency, yung SDO. Accountant, and opo.
Tapos, yung bang, is it our understanding or correct that at agency, office with confidential funds cannot advance its payment only to be reimbursed later? Kumbaga, pwede ba yung ganun na i-reimburse na lang kung nauna ng gastusin?
Ang reimbursement po, hindi po ito pinapayagan sa joint circular.
Hindi po so, ito disallowed ka agad.
Opo.
Kasama po sa mga dinasallow nyo.
Kung may reimbursement po, opo.
Last na po, in your experience sa inyo pong confidential fund expenses, have you come across with other agencies sa ibang ahensya na nagastos yung ganito karami in such a period? Kasi meron doon 11 months na parang na-reiterate, no, sa mga nabasa ko lang po. Na ganun kabilis din po.
Yung sa ibang agency po, hindi ko na po siya pwedeng i-disclose kasi part na po ng audit ng...
That's all, Mr.
Thank you,
Presiding
Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Raffy Tulfo. You may proceed when you're ready, sir. You have 2 minutes. Thereafter, our Senate President. Thereafter, Senator Lacson.
Madam Witness, pag-usapan natin yung safe houses ng OVP. Based dun sa records ng House of Representatives noong 2022, yung OVP ay gumastos ng 16 million pesos sa confidential funds para sa bayad o rental ng mga safe houses, correct?
Opo, tama po.
At ilang safe houses ito?
Pwede po ba ma-check ko yung records ko?
Go ahead po. Tulungan na lang kita para mas mapabilis. 34.
Opo, 34 na safe houses, 16 million.
16 million. Ilang araw?
11 days po.
11 days. Okay. Kasi, Madam Witness, base sa 2022 real estate data, ang real estate property, alam mo, sa Forbes Park, 450,000 a month. I-divide mo yan sa everyday, that's 15,000 pesos a day. Corinthian, 200,000 a month. Divide that in one per day, 6,666. Sa Ayala Alabang, 290,000 per month. Per day, lalabas siya na 9,666. Ito ba yung mga nirentahan ng OVP na safe houses nila? Galing ba sa mga nasabi ko exclusive subdivisions?
Wala pong nilagay na addresses nung kanilang safe house. Yung acknowledgement receipts lang po yung naging basihan namin dun sa payment of rental of safe house.
Pero hindi sinabi whether Forbes Park, Amanpalo, Boracay, ganun, Dasmariñas, wala talaga?
Wala po.
So, ibangga mo yan sa mga ibang agencies na nag-liquidate para sa kanilang mga safe houses. Meron bang ganung klase mga amount na diniklara? Meron bang mga amount na ganun?
Wala po, hindi po ganun kalaki.
So, walang ganun kalaki. So, what do you think of this? Is this excessive, abusive, or out of this world amount? Base po sa inyong experience.
Ito po kasi is hindi namin naging finding. So, kasi po, nag-rely mga po kami dun sa certification ng SDO na these were used for the disbursement of CF and necessary po ito and for legal purpose. Pero kung dito po, malaki po talaga siya for payment of rental of safe house.
Kasi lumilitaw, parang 42,780 pesos per day ang bayad ng OVP para sa kanilang mga rental properties noong 2022. Sa halagang 16 million na spend nila in the 11 days. Now, sa paggamit ng mga aliases, silent ang joint circular sa paggamit ng mga kengkoy na mga aliases para sa mga informants na tumatanggap ng confidential funds, right?
Opo, silent po ang joint circular.
Silent din ba ang joint circular sa paggamit ng isang signature sa napakaraming pangalan?
Wala pong naging provision ng joint circular dun sa mga pirma po.
So okay lang gumamit ng mga isang pirma sa napakaraming informants, pangalan informants?
Dapat po, ito ay mabigay sa totoong tao po. Yun po ang importante sa joint circular.
So therefore, dapat i-amend na lang yung joint circular kasi naabuso eh.
Opo.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator. Judge Tulfo. The Senate President is recognized for his interjections. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Gandang hapon na Miss Eileen. Tama po ba? Narinig ko kahapon na kaya na disallow yung OVP for 2023 amounting to 375 million is dahil ibinigay ni Acosta kay La Chica yung pera.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Okay. At so lahat yun disallow in 375.
Opo.
Tinitignan ko rin tong transcripts ng House kung saan sinabi ni Acosta na yung fourth quarter of 2022, ibinigay rin yung 125 million kay La Chica. At on the same transcript, November 25 to 2024, sinabi naman ni Fajarda na ibinigay yung 37.5 million kay Colonel Nolasco. So in both instances, yung fourth quarter of 2022, tsaka yung buong DepEd confidential funds, ibinigay ng special dispersing officer sa iba. Kung ganyan rin ang sitwasyon, di dapat ma-disallow rin yung fourth quarter ng 2022 at buong DepEd confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Yun po kasing sa disallowance nung sa DepEd, di ba nga, yung sa DepEd po kasi is di ba po meron na kaming na issue na credit notice. And dahil nga po sa additional information after namin ma-release yun, August 2024 po kasi yun, November 2024 nagkaroon ng CGPA. So, pinag-aaralan pa po kasi this is the first time po kung sakali man na magre-reopen kami ng settled accounts. And ito po kasing reopening is with the authority of the COA chairperson. Kaya po pinag-aaralan po kung ito ay i-reopen dahil nga po it is the first time and this involves voluminous documents na kailangang isa-isahin
Pero
po.
pag titignan natin yung circumstances, pareho eh.
Opo,
Binigay
tama
yung
po.
pera kay La Chica, binigay yung pera kay Nolasco. Kung ganun susundan natin na rational, pwedeng ma-disallow rin yung fourth quarter OVP at buong DepEd confidential funds. Tama?
Yes po, tama po.
So, pwedeng ma-disallow buong 612.5 million na confidential funds sa OVP at sa DepEd. Tama?
Yes po, tama po.
At yan ay dapat ibalik
Opo,
ng mga accountable officers.
Opo, tama po.
Bakit mahalaga ang papel ng special dispersing officer?
Yung special disbursing po, officer po kasi, siya yung may responsibility to disburse yung cash advance. And dun po kasi sa nangyari sa DepEd at saka sa OBP, nung i-transfer po niya ito sa ibang tao, naputol na po yung chain of accountability. Nawala na po yung wala na siyang personal knowledge kung talaga bang ginamit ito ng mga security officers na pinagbigyan for confidential activities po talaga. And mababaliwala yung certification na this is for the confidential operations of the agency po and legal and necessary yung naging gastos po.
In your opinion ngayon na ibinigay ito sa non-special dispersing officer, anong pwedeng mangyari sa pondo na sabi mo kahapon public funds?
Dahil nga po naging mali yung paggasta nito, kailangan pong ibalik ito sa pondo ng bayan.
Kung binigay sa hindi siya na SDO, non-SDO, anong pwedeng mangyari doon sa pondo?
Pwede po itong magamit sa hindi dapat paggamitan na hindi for confidential expenses. May risk po na ganun.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Lacson, you may proceed when you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Silene.
Good afternoon po.
I assume familiar ka doon sa Article 4, 15, paragraph Article 4, Section 15 ng inyong joint circular. Ayan, pinas ko lang sa screen para ma-remind ka.
4.15.
Pay attention sa paragraph 15.2, paragraph 2 at saka paragraph 3. Pakibasa mo na lang para hindi ma-charge sa akin.
That expenses were incurred in connection with the agency's intelligence or confidential operations and activities with supporting documents attached to the liquidation for CF and for the IF, the documentary evidence of payment kept in a sealed envelope in the vault in the office of the SDO.
Sige, sa 3, paragraph 3.
That the details and supporting documents of transactions that are classified are in the custody of the agency and kept in its vault, which may be inspected by ICFAO if the circumstances so demand.
Ang tanong ko, ginawa niyo ba ito?
Yung sa inspection po kasi ng vault, sa IF na po yun. Sa use ng...
ICFAO ito Siya sabi, if the circumstances so demand. Hindi ba dinidemand ng circumstances na inspection yun yung vault? Dahil maraming aliases?
Yung vault po, yung sa vault po kasi, yung nagpe-pertain po yun sa intelligence fund. Yung may vault po sa office.
CF saka IF ito. Hindi lang intelligence. Parehong treatment, Ms. Eileen. 415. Ang tanong ko lang, hindi ba dinidemand o dinemand ng circumstances na inspeksyonin niyo yung vault?
Ah,
Kasi kung maraming aliases na nagdududa kayo, di ba natural lamang logically isipin nyo, ma-inspection nga yung vault kung meron talagang mga totoong tao sa likod ng mga alias o aliases.
Ang pag-inspect po kasi is through the authority po of the chairperson.
I know, hindi kayo kumuha ng authority?
Wala pa po.
Yeah, my point is parang kulang yung ginawa niyong trabaho. Para hindi kumpleto.
Kasi po may iba po kasing office na...
No, ICFAO sinasabi rito, may be inspected by ICFAO if the circumstances so demand.
Opo.
Anyway, let's leave it at that. Familiar ka ba doon sa 2020-005?
Anong circular po yun?
Yung sa fraud audit.
Hindi po ako gaanong familiar doon sa joint circular.
Anyway, i-familiarize kita. Meron kayong office, di ba? Yung Fraud Audit Office.
Opo, may separate office po sa COA.
Okay, dito sa paragraph 3.1, yung filing, of course, ito, people's participation ito eh. Kailangan merong formal complaint, pero hindi lang complaint, information, indication, or complaint na merong fraud.
Opo.
So papasok yung fraud audit investigation ng inyong office. Hindi office nyo.
Ibang
yung fraud
office.
Yeah. Pero nakalagay sa 3.1, any person who has knowledge that the transactions of, etc., pwedeng gumawa ng written information sa office na yon para mapunta doon sa logical conclusion, mapunta sa filing of criminal charges against whoever, not necessarily the Vice President.
Yung sa pag-refer po sa Fraud Audit Office, ito po ay pinag-aaralan din po kung kinakailangan na i-refer to sa Fraud Audit Office. Ngayon po, pinag-aaralan po namin ng office namin together with the chairperson po. Kasi kung sakaling ma-refer po ito po yung first time. And also po, itong transaction na ito involves voluminous documents na with classified information na baka pag ini-refer namin sa ibang office is ma-expose po ito. So pinag-aaralan po itong mabuti muna.
Anyway, 12 seconds na lang. Isa na lang tanong, balikan ko yung sa 4.15. Hindi nyo ba naisip na man lang na kung na-inspect nyo yung vault, kumuha kayo ng mga specimen, yun yung mga question document, yung mga signatures, ma-compare nyo sana doon sa mga ibang officials na mayroon kayong specimen signature para ma-determine nyo kung forged yung mga signatures na sinabi sa inyo. Yun lang, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Chairman.
Kindly answer the question, Celine.
Opo, i-refer po namin sa higher authority po. Thank you po.
The chair would just like to make some interjections. We will not have a round 2 anymore because we have to convene session at 4:15. So that we can dispense with the witness already. Just a few questions, Silene. Wala pang NFD lahat ng pondong pinag-uusapan natin. Fourth quarter of 2022, the first 3 quarters of 2023 for DepEd and OVP.
Opo, wala pa pong NFD.
So wala pang final decision lahat ng ito.
Opo, tama
Pag
po.
sinabi nyo nag-demand kayo ng restitution, ang ibig sabihin lang naman ito, kinarga nyo na as an unliquidated cash advance yung mga yung mga dinis-allow ninyo.
Opo, tama po.
Yun lang naman po ang ibig sabihin nun, di ba? Hindi naman ibig sabihin, isoli mo, bigay mo yung pera sa akin. Ibig sabihin nun, ilalagay namin yan as unliquidated cash advance during the pendency of the notice of disallowance.
Yes po, kasi may mga remedies pa po sila.
Kasi hindi pa nga final at wala pang NFD.
Opo.
Tama po? Pangalawa, ano po ba pagkakaiba ng disbursement sa transfer? Illegal mag-transfer ng pera ang SDO sa isang non-SDO, pero pwede po ba siya mag-disburse sa isang non-SDO o unbonded na tao?
Hindi din po pwede. Hindi rin po niyang ibigay yon sa unbonded na tao.
Recipient na po yun eh.
Yung sa disbursement po niya, opo, hindi banded. Pero kung dapat po diretso from the SDO to the recipient of the confidential fund po.
So, ang disbursement pwede sa non-bonded na tao, ang transfer ng pondo sa non-bonded hindi pwede. These are technical terms.
Opo.
Di ba? So kung ang pinagbigyan ay recipient, pwede yon kahit non-bonded.
Opo, kasi siya na yung talagang recipient ng confidential fund.
And as a final question, Eileen, I checked the transcript, which the court took judicial notice of. I would like to ask more eyes to look at it. Hindi ko nakita sa transcript na sinabi ni Gina Acosta na binigay niya kay Latchika lahat for the fourth quarter of 2022 and the first 3 quarters of 2023. Medyo may ganung punto pa si Eduarda. Pero kay Gina Acosta, maliwanag na binigay niya yung 125 ayon sa kanya kay Latchika sa last quarter, pero hindi ganun kaliwanag na yun din ang ginawa niya for the first 3 quarters of 2023. Ano po ba particular yung pinagbasehan yung dokumento nung binanggit niyong dinisallow namin agad dahil sabi niya Acosta, binigay niya lahat kay Latchika. Hindi ko po makita, baka pwede niyong maituro sa TSN kung saan.
Yun po kasi ang pinanghawakan namin doon, yung general statement niya na yung ginagawa nila is ibinibigay niya kay Colonel Latchika yung confidential fund po.
Pero ang tinutukoy po niya ay yung 2025. Yung general statement po ni Eduarda, yun ang tumutukoy sa confidential fund ng DepEd para sa 3 quarters ng 2023. Pero hindi po pareho yung statement nila ni Gina Acosta na ganun kaliwanag na yun din yung ginawa niya sa first 3 quarters of 2023. Ano po ba yung particular na pinagbasihan niyo? When you say general statement yung pinagbasihan niyo, yung narinig niyo po ba o yung TSN mismo?
Yun nga po, yung naging admission niya na binibigay niya kay Colonel Latchika po.
Kindly listen, Eileen, yung narinig mo nung nandun ka o yung TSN mismo?
Yung narinig ko po nung nandun po ako na sinabi niya na binibigay niya kay
Hindi
Colonel
mo
Latchika.
pinagbasihan yung aktual na TSN na marahil mas maliwanag tungkol sa bagay nito?
Opo.
So based lang dun sa narinig mo nung nandun ka?
Opo.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen. Senator Padilla, yes. Senator Padilla, yes. Gusto niyo maghati na lang kayo? Senator Padilla for a brief interjection and Senator Marcos for a brief interjection to avail of round 1. Then we call it a day. Senator Lapid, kindly proceed, Senator Padilla, while Senator Lapid is thinking about it. No, please proceed.
Kailian, tuloy ko lang. Gusto ko lang sundan kanina, sinabi ko merong 55 alternative na eskwelahan na nagbi-breed ng mga child warriors ang naisara sa Davao Region. Ituloy ko lang, noong August 6, 2024, nagkaroon ng committee hearing ang public order at sinasabi na 102 schools nationwide were identified as recruitment. 11 elementary schools, 34 high schools, 123 college and universities. Doon din sa hearing na yon sinabi na meron 168 track student recruits remain active sa NPA. Ngayon, tanong ko, Kailian, hindi ba responsibilidad din ito ng Vice President at ng DepEd Secretary ang mga estudyante?
Yung sa anong tawag dito, sa college po, yung DepEd po kasi is hanggang
sa
high school. Opo.
Opo, yung binanggit ko po kasi kanina, 55 na alternative child recruits. 11 elementary schools. 34 high schools. Ibig pong sabihin, tuloy-tuloy po yun. Magmula elementary, paakyat hanggang college. Yan po ang style ng recruitment. So sa tingin niyo po ba, sagot pa din ito ng DepEd Secretary at ng Vice President na lumaban na dito sa terorista noong mayor pa lang siya?
No, may.
Oo, hindi. Ma'am, bilis, 42. Kawawa
Just
naman.
yes or no?
Depende pa din po kasi yun sa mandate ng
Oo lang po
agency.
o hindi. Sa palagay niyo po ba? O sige, skip na po natin kung ayaw niyong sagutin. Alam niyo po ba na sinabi ng NICA, ng National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, na ang budget ng NPA 2016 to 2018 ay 5.8 billion?
Yung sa
Oo po o hindi? Ma'am, please.
Ano, pwede pong pakiulit?
Ang budget daw po ng NPA is 5.8 billion. Alam niyo po ba yon? Sinabi po ng Nika.
Hindi ko po narinig yun sa
Opo.
news.
Sa palagay niyo po ba, sapat yung budget na magkano po ba ang sinasabi niyo? 500 million ba ang naibigay?
Pero yung
Kasama na po yung sa Vice President at sa DepEd.
612
Kumpara niyo po sa 5.8 billion. Sapat po ba yon?
Pero kasi yung sa nabanggit po ng Nika is mako-cover na din po nila bilang isa sila sa mga agencies with...
So alam niyo po yung sinabi ng Nika. Alam niyo po.
Hindi ko po narinig
Yung tungkol
yun
lang po sa estudyante. Kasi alam niyo naman po, sa ngayon, ang nasa front na inilalagay ay mga estudyante. Nabalitaan niyo po ba yung mga namatay nung huli na mga estudyante?
Yung violence po sa school.
Opo, ito na lang po. 8 seconds na lang po ako. January 1, 2024, sinabi po ng AFP na there is no more guerrilla active front. So, ibig sabihin po, successful.
Based po sa AFP.
Salamat po.
Senator Judge Marcos for the last intervention.
Maraming salamat, Presiding Judge. Simple lang, i-confirm ko lang sa ating testigo. So I'd just like to confirm kung tama sabihin na as of now, there's no official finding na may fraud sa DepEd man o sa OVP. Tama po ba? No fraud finding as of now.
Kasi nga po, compliance audit lang po ginagawa namin sa
Tama.
IFAO.
Compliance audit lamang, walang fraud audit. Ikalawa, narinig kita kanina na kapag compliance audit, base sa dokumento lang, limited kayo sa dokumentong isinabmit ng ahensya. Kung ganun, yung House of Representatives, hindi naman bahagi ng OVP or DepEd. Wala namang sinabmit sa COA, di ba? May sinabmit ba sila? Yung Congress, Committee on Good Governance, may sinabit na dokumento?
Yun po kasi based on other information na po after nilang mag-liquidate na naging na available information after the liquidation na kinonsider po namin sa audit.
Hindi, ibig ko sabihin, yung congressional transcript ni Acosta at Fajarda, hindi yon bahagi ng dokumentong sinumite ng mga ahensya.
Opo, pero ginamit po
Hiwalay
namin
siya,
yun.
di ba?
Pero ginamit din po namin yung information na yon during our audit po.
Bakit humingi ka rin ba ng affidavit? Kasi hindi naman binigay ng agency. Kasasabi mo lang kapag compliance audit, dokumentong galing sa ahensya.
Pero yun po is relevant information po na ginamit namin for audit po, na sinama namin sa pag-audit.
Yes, following po, the presiding judge, bakit po ganon? Kanina sinabi mo, dapat dokumento na sinabmit ng ahensya. Biglang ngayon, pati transcript, pati iba't iba pang mga katibayan na sinasabi, ginagamit na rin. Hindi na compliance audit yun, hindi ba?
Pero yun po kasi is related pa din dun sa liquidation which is discovered after the submission of the liquidation documents.
Kaya nga nalilito kami kasi bakit dinisallow lahat ng quarter samantalang pinag-uusapan ni Acosta, iisa lang, di ba? Yung last quarter lamang. Doon nga sa transcript, doon lumilitaw yon. So ngayon, tinatanggap na rin pati mga transcript at iba pa. Hindi na dokumento yon as covered by compliance audit by your own definition, hindi ba?
Pero relevant yung information po in the conduct of the audit. In the
Kung may
proper...
relevant sa dyaryo, tatanggapin rin ninyo na ebidensya rin yon. Compliance audit pa rin yon. Kahit nasa dyaryo, nasa social media. Kung sa palagay mo may kinalaman dun sa kaso, tatanggapin ninyo.
Kasi nga po dun sa circular, pwede kaming mag-dependent sa other documents deemed necessary sa audit po.
So, pwede, miski anong dokumento. Parang lumalabo yata yung joint circular. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Again, that would be the last round for this witness. Ms. Eileen, salamat po sa inyong kooperasyon. Salamat sa inyong pasensya. Salamat sa pagsagot sa lahat ng tanong mula sa magkabilang panig. Gayon din mula sa mga senator judges. You are excused, ma'am, and thank you very much for your time and cooperation.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Ingat po kayo. As I understand it, we issued subpoenas for Fajarda, Acosta, and Pareja for only up to today. Will we be issuing subpoenas for the 3 witnesses again for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, lead prosecutor?
We confirm, Your Honor. We just want to put on record that
Can you
we
place on
are-
record the order?
Yes. We are moving for the reissuance of subpoena ad testificandum for the following trial dates, August 17, 18, and 19, to the same witnesses as follows. One is Ms. Marivic Pareja, the House of Representatives Legislative Information Bureau Director. Second is Ms. Gina F. Acosta, the former Special Disbursing Officer of the OVP, or Office of the Vice President. The third is Edward Fajarda, the former Special Disbursing Officer of the Department of Education. We understand, Your Honor, that the Honorable Impeachment Court already noted the respective addresses. However, please note that the subpoena for Edward D. Fajarda must be addressed to the Office of the Vice President as well. Likewise,
Yes,
Your
because
Honor,
he's already transferred to that office.
in line with our intention as well to maximize our time in presenting the prosecution's witnesses, we are likewise requesting for the issuance of subpoena ad testificandum to Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary, Assistant Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President, with the same address at OVP Office, Your Honor, in Mandaluyong City.
So this is the fourth one.
Sorry, Your Honor.
This is the fourth one.
This is the fourth one, Your Honor. And we would like to put on record as well that the written manifestation with request for subpoenas ad testificandum has been furnished to the defense and has been filed with the Office of the Clerk of Court of the Honorable Impeachment Court.
And the chair would like to remind the lead counsel to kindly furnish the counsel for the respondent any requested stipulation for documents you may want to prior to the scheduled trial of on Monday. So hopefully within the day or tomorrow, so that they can already comment on it in open court on Monday.
We submit, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Any other matter you want to take up, counsel for respondent?
Your Honor, good afternoon. I confirm receipt of the manifestation with the request for subpoenas ad testificandum for the four intended witnesses of the prosecution for next week. I would just like to inquire the order in which the prosecution intends to present these four witnesses, specifically who would be their witness on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, just for our guidance.
I believe it is in the order stated Pareja, followed by Acosta, followed by Fajarda, and then
Ortonio, Your
Ortonio.
Honor. We confirm, Your Honor.
In that order. So the subpoena for Ortonio will be issued only on 18 and 19 for sure, because surely we cannot take him up on the 17th.
Thank you for the clarity, Your Honor. Second item is that we also would like to confirm that as of today, in response to the directive of the presiding officer, we have not yet received any request for any potential stipulations or any factual stipulations the prosecution intends to ask from the defense. However, the more important manifestation that I would like to make today, Your Honor, is in relation to a social media post that I happened to see. And this was posted at 11:29 a.m. by one of the private prosecutors, Attorney Amando Virgil Ligutan, posting that a principal or lawyers and law students know by heart misleading questions are not allowed even in cross-examination. Now, this was posted and picked up by Inquirer.net at 11:29 a.m. today. And I surmise that this has something to do with the exchange between the private prosecutor, Attorney Kapunan, and the defense counsel, Attorney Ferrer, on the matter of the cross-examination question that Attorney Ferrer asked the prosecution's witness. And I have here a transcript because I find it troubling that a private prosecutor would do this in the middle of a courtroom hearing. Because as far as I'm concerned, impeachment court is also a court of decorum. And the rules on impeachment under Rule 18 actually prohibits participants, especially lawyers, from commenting about the merits of the case. Now, one may argue that this isn't about the merits of the case, that he probably was just commenting about what ought or ought not to do in a cross-examination, but we're not naive. What the private prosecutor is talking about, he's here, he can explain it. He can explain himself if the presiding officer so desires, but I really just find it in bad taste to do this at this time. And I think it is inappropriate to do that to a fellow member of the bar, because even as we sit on the opposing side of this hall, we remain to be both members of the bar, and as officers of the court, we owe each other respect, politeness, or even kindness. And it doesn't take one to be a lawyer to know that the first thing that our parents teach us to do is humility.
Your Honor?
No, I'm not yet done, Your Honor. In fact, I have asked one of our lawyers to review the actual transcript from the video that transpired between the prosecutor and Attorney Ferrer, and it would seem that in the heat of the exchange, or in the passionate exchange of the arguments between the prosecutor and Attorney Ferrer was not even actually referring to misleading questions as allowed, as implied in the social media post of Attorney Ligutan. In fact, it's here. The court can confirm this from a replay of the video. Attorney Ferrer, sinabi ho ba yan sa JC na dapat may mahuli? The witness answers, ang nakalagay po kasi sa JC under 4.8.2 ay proof of success. Attorney Ferrer, hindi. Sorry, Your Honor, please. Attorney Kapunan, let the witness answer, Your Honor. Mr. Presiding Officer, can the counsel be instructed not to sentence, Your Honor? Attorney Ferrer, Your Honor, please, can the witness be directed to just answer with yes or no? The counsel has her time to ask clarificatory questions later during redirect, Your Honor. And Attorney Kapunan, not all questions can be answered by yes or no. This is the meat of the contention of the argument between Attorney Kapunan and Attorney Ferrer. Attorney Ferrer responded, I am on cross, Your Honor, please. And the presiding officer said, counsels. Attorney Kapunan responded, never mind if you are on cross, Your Honor. There are limits to cross-examination. Misleading questions are not allowed on cross. This was the first time that the matter on misleading questions was actually raised by Attorney Kapunan. And Attorney Ferrer, for some reason, said they are allowed, but she was pertaining to the fact that the questions to which a yes or no answer may be answerable are allowed. She's not referring to misleading. I mean, in effect, Attorney Ferrer was only saying that leading questions are allowed on cross-examination, not misleading questions, and yet we have a private prosecutor immediately taking to social media and posting this, implying something against the defense counsel. We will not have this.
Your Honor, in the interest of fair play, may I request that the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, be recognized, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, counsel, no, the presiding officer will not allow that at this time. The presiding officer takes in advisement the manifestation of the counsel, the lead counsel for the respondent, because quite frankly, Honorable Luistro, I asked the clerk of court to monitor the public statements of the counsels of the parties this past week. And one side has been crossing the line many times. And in fact, the presiding officer is already in the process of drafting a ruling and a warning and an order pertaining to this. Because clearly, I can even name all of you who have been commenting on social media in violation of Rule 18 of the impeachment rules. But I will do that on Monday, perhaps, after taking advisement the manifestation of the counsel for respondent. It's not really so much being cordial or nice or kind, but it's a basic violation of Rule 18. I already talked to the parties 2 weeks ago reminding you that you might want to consider appointing spokespersons who are not part of the panel of prosecutors nor a private prosecutor, but you insist on maintaining that. So after 2 weeks, the court is constrained to make a decision and ruling on that. But we will do that on Monday with the permission of both counsels. Then we will hear you, counsel, and we will hear Attorney Ligutan prior to the court's ruling on the matter. But be advised that, again, we have it all on tape. We have been monitoring everything. We may not enumerate it one by one, but we will make the corresponding ruling on Monday. Thank you for bringing that up, counsel. It gives me a reason to actually issue the ruling, which we have prepared and have been preparing the past few days. On Monday, Attorney Ligutan, we will hear you before we make the ruling. Thank you. There being no other matter to be taken up by the trial, by the court, we hereby adjourn until Monday, August 17, still at 10 a.m.
Check, check. Hey, hey, sound check. Sound check. Testing mic, sound check. Testing, sound check.
Sound check, test 1, 2. Good afternoon, sound check, test. So,
Check, check. Hey, 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check. Testing mic. Check, testing, sound check.
sound check, test 1, 2. Good afternoon, sound check, test. Subok.
Malalaman natin kung may sayad. Check, check. Hey, 1, 2. Sound check. Testing mic. Sound check. Testing, sound check. Sound check. Testing, sound check.
Sound check, test.
Testing mic. Sound check. Testing, sound check. Testing mic. Sound check. Testing mic. Check. Testing, sound check. Testing mic. Sound check. Testing, sound check. Testing mic. Sound check. Check, testing mic, sound check, testing, sound check. Sound check, testing mic.
Iba naman po yung kaso na yun. Although the question there is kung ang impeachable officer ba ayon sa ating jurisprudence ay pwede pong masubject to a criminal proceeding kung ang prescribed penalty will come with temporary disqualification, suspension, yung mga ganong bagay. Although I don't want to discuss that matter because may ibang lawyer na naka-assign po para doon na engage ng ating Vice Presidente. Although I was part of the team nung time na nasa preliminary investigation stage pa lang po siya, kaya kung naalala nyo, ako yung pumunta sa preliminary investigation with Attorney Paul Lim sa DOJ. I think that was sometime May 2025. I'm not sure about the month, but I'm sure 2025. I don't really want to comment na kasi ngayon nakatutok ako sa impeachment. So it will be Attorney Paul Lim that you can contact for any comments regarding yung case na yun sa RTC-QC.
Sir, nag-respond po si Attorney Ligutan doon sa manifestation kanina ni Attorney Schneeson. Ang sabi niya, wala namang color yun, hindi done in bad faith yung kanyang Facebook post. Ano po ba ang official position ng Lieutenant?
Well, sa atin, kanina, our lead counsel, Attorney Season, just felt the need to raise that kasi kumalat siya sa social media. I'd like to also respect, of course, si Attorney Ligutan because hindi naman siya nakapagsalita rin kanina. I think bibigyan siya ng time on Monday. So hindi na lang ako mag-comment doon. I think Attorney Season already expressed. I also don't want to add fuel to the fire. So nasabi naman, kailangan nang sabihin, nagsalita na rin nating presiding officer. So hintayin na lang natin sa Monday at in fairness, bigyan din naman natin si Attorney Ligutan ng pagkakataon na magsalita dahil hindi siya nakapagsalita kanina.
Sir, but what changes will be
made with your strategy, especially with regard to having spokespersons who are not covered by the sub-judice rule, especially with the warning to presiding officer?
Yung sa spokesperson na suggestion ng ating presiding officer around 2 weeks ago, I already spoke to our client, the Vice President, about it, and I think I'm free naman to disclose that she would prefer talaga that I stay on as counsel. So if ever man talagang we will just have to get a spokesperson that is outside of the legal team, although I have to be honest with you, sa ngayon wala pa kaming na kukuha or na kinakausap man lang, wala pa po talaga, no? Kasi naging mabilis din yung takbo ng mga nakarang araw. So this is something we'll have to explore further, but in the meantime I'll have to stay on as a spokesperson with, of course, Attorney Gular also helping me to do the rounds. But I think we have to be extra careful lang talaga with answering. Napakahirap po talaga. I was just in an interview this morning also on one of the radio shows, and it was very difficult for me to answer questions kasi I'd like, as much as possible, I'd like to give you something to report on, but I'm tied, no, with Rule 18 of Resolution 39, which is the rules on impeachment sa Senate.
Attorney, ano po yung na-accomplish ng defense panel sa naging cross-examination ni Attorney Ferrer sa testigo regarding po doon sa confidential funds?
We just had our targets. We had to establish certain things. We had to establish certain facts. We had to show kung ano yung nasa notice of disallowance at wala sa notice of disallowance. But if we were able to establish it or not, that will be up to the appreciation of the impeachment court.
Attorney, can you expound lang? Kasi isa sa mga malalakas sa depensa ng defense ay yung hindi naman na-disallow yung confidential funds because of the aliases. And kanina na-bring up siya during the cross-examination with Attorney Ferrer. Can you expound?
Pagdating sa aliases, whether there are aliases or not, I hope you would give me some latitude here to not say anything first because we'll have to wait for our evidence in chief for that. I don't know if that will be tackled in the next week with the next witnesses, probably not. But time will come that all of these things will be addressed, and I'm sure kaya po nung natanong din ako ni Senator Judge Bam Aquino tungkol dito, hindi rin ako makasagot sa kanya kahit na naintindihan ko naman po kung saan siya nanggagaling dun sa tanong.
Attorney, kanina dun sa interjection ng mga senators, nabanggit na may mga remedy pa pala ang Office of the Vice President, correct, yung mga subject ngayon ng impeachment proceeding. Paano pag na-comply lahat yun?
Yung ano po, na-comply po yung... Opo.
Sinabi ng COA kaninang auditor na may mga remedies pa naman.
Opo. Pero okay, I'll explain it na para hindi tayo sa merits. I'll just explain the rules ng COA na lang po, no? So once there is an audit, once you receive an AOM or Audit Observation Memorandum from COA, ang ginagawa po dyan is that you are given time to respond. After the time to respond and you've submitted your response, ina-evaluate po yan ng COA, and pagkatapos po nun, they might issue a notice of suspension or notice of disallowance nga na ginawa din nila sa OVP. So, ang kakaibahan, pag regular funds po kasi yan, dumadaan muna yan sa director level, and then aakyat po yan hanggang commission proper, and ang importante po dyan is the government agency has 180 days, no, sa pag-akyat from a notice of disallowance. Pwede mong iakyat yan sa director and then to the commission proper within 180 days. Dito po kasi pagdating sa COA-ICFAO, wala na po kasing director sa taas ng COA-ICFAO. Diretso na po yan ng commission proper, and that has to be done within 180 days. Now, once the commission and proper decides under the rules of COA, once the commission proper decides, the government agency has the right or the option to file a motion for reconsideration. sakaling hindi po pabor yung naging desisyon ng Commission Proper, meaning na-affirm yung notice of disallowance. Now, once you file a motion for reconsideration, either i-reconsider ng COA at ipawalang bisa na nila yung notice of disallowance, no? Or they might just deny the motion for reconsideration and maintain the notice of disallowance. Ang susunod na step po dyan is aakyat tayo ngayon sa Supreme Court via Rule 65 in relation to Rule 64 of the Rules of Court. So kung babasahin niyo po yung Rules of Court, sa Rule 64, yun yung specifically for COA and COMELEC pag aakyat ka sa Supreme Court. No? But again, Rule 65 is grave abuse of discretion. So ang magiging ground mo bakit ka umaakyat sa Supreme Court is because you believe there was grave abuse of discretion on the part of COA. So yun po yung proseso. So sa ngayon, nasabi naman po ng witness na meron pa tayong remedies available for OVP.
Attorney, baka pwede ka mag-comment kasi nung break kanina, na-interview ng tropa si Attorney Kapunan, ang sinasabi kasi niya, yung mga anak daw niya, mga lalaki lahat, pero pinalaki daw niya na hindi disrespect. Expect din daw niya si Attorney Cristina maging respectful din po. Ano po kung komento niyo?
Sa akin, maybe Attorney Christine was highly charged, no? Sabi ko nga, every lawyer has his or her own style, pero I don't think naman that Attorney Christine was disrespectful kanina, so I don't want to comment any further. Pero sa atin, I'm sure there's no intention to disrespect anyone, be it opposing counsel, the witness, or of course the Honorable Court. Lawyers just have very different styles, no? I'm sure you can tell after seeing different faces, different lawyers the past few weeks. What are we today? 14th day or 15th? 14th day, no, ng impeachment. 15th day, sorry. 15th day ng impeachment. And so, makita mo naman, iba-iba talaga lang ang estilo ng lawyers. But I don't think there was any intention to disrespect anyone.
Attorney, follow-up lang. Kasi kaninang umaga, medyo parang nagkaroon ng tension between Attorney Ferrer and Attorney Kapunan. But then after the break, parang mas naging kalmado siya sa cross-examination. Did you talk to her?
Wala. We usually let the lawyers naman handle themselves the way they're used to handling themselves. So, wala namang ganun. I think, siguro nung umaga, yung nature ng questions, nature ng objections, diba? Tapos sa hapon, medyo nag-iba na yung nature of questions. So, ganun lang yun because there's really no intention to disrespect anyone naman on our part. And I'm sure even especially kahit naman yung prosecution, nakita naman natin, there's no intention naman to disrespect anyone.
Attorney, I might have missed it. Can you elaborate on the response of the defense when it comes to allegations about multiple disbursements in multiple areas in a single day?
We cannot do that right now, Ms. Kat, although I'm sure, I understand the question. It's just that we cannot discuss that right now because it will be part of our evidence in chief.
Attorney, kanina nakita namin nagkwento ako ni Attorney Tolosa. Pero pa kayo pwedeng i-share lang.
Nagkakamustahan lang kami, and of course, kasi nagsabi yung presiding officer. So, na on Monday, there will be a ruling, so napag-usapan lang namin. I want to share, and I hope Attorney Tolosa doesn't mind me doing this, pero baka kasi, I'm sure he feels the same way, na hihirapan din talaga kami, no, when we face the media, because there's always that very thin line between saying something that's within the bounds that we're allowed to say and yung sub judice ka na. So I think we were just both sharing our experiences when dealing with the media. And as you know, kahit naman opposite sides or opposing sides kami pagdating sa korte, paglabas naman, trabaho lang kasi lahat sa amin yan. So naman kami, no? We talk as, I would like to consider him a friend. No?
Pero confident kayo, sir, na hindi kayo yung pinatutungkulan ni presiding officer na may mga violations?
Sana po, I've been trying very hard, pero kung meron man akong violation, kasalanan niyo yun. Hindi ko kasalanan yun. Kayo nag-joke sa akin. Joke lang. Pero as you can see, I've been trying very hard. And ilang beses ko na rin sinabi kay Ms. Kat and to everyone na parati ako nag-apologize sa inyo kasi alam ko naman kung ano yung pinanggagalingan ng tanong niyo, kung bakit niyo gusto yung sagot na masagot yun eh, di ba? Para maintindihan din kaagad ng ating mga kababayan kung ano yung side ng defense. It's just that it's very, very difficult for us at this point.
Sa defense, sir, mag-isa kang nagsasalita almost, no? Pero sa kanila kasi marami. So, do you think nasa kanila yung mga infraction?
Hindi natin alam. Sa totoo lang, I don't want to say sa kanila. Hindi ko rin masasabi kung may mga times na I also go beyond what I'm supposed to say. So, yung mag-isa lang naman ako, that's always been our preference. The client has always preferred na halos isang tao lang talaga ang nagsasalta. As you know, even sa DepEd, nung panahon ko noon and sa OVP, medyo may deputy ako, pero towards the end na nung sinabi kong kailangan ko na ng tulong. So, whether marami silang spokesperson, that's their prerogative. Sa amin, ito lang talaga yung naging prerogative ng aming kliyente. And so, we'll see what happens in the next few days. Kasi nga, kung talagang mahihirapan kami trying to balance things, then I tend to agree that maybe there's a need to get a spokesperson that is not part of the legal team, or at least the lawyers who have entered their appearance. No?
Sir, technical question for non-lawyers. Kapag na-cite sa subjudice na sinabi ng, for example, sinabi ng presiding officer na you are barred already from doing whatever or participating in court, is there a remedy for that? May appeal? May option for appeal?
I'll have to, wala akong nabasa sa set rules. I don't think they will bar. I think it's either they will reprimand or will give you a warning, or ang most naman dyan is contempt, of course, di ba? And syempre may penalties yung contempt. Hopefully naman we don't get there. As to asking for reconsideration, we can always try, but I don't remember anything sa rules that we can ask for reconsideration. But of course, that's always an option. We can always try. Depende na lang sa court if papayagan nila or they will appreciate it.
Attorney, yung po bang under the rules, yung halimbawang pinanggalingan ng tanong that pushes you to be under the subjudice rule, liable din?
Hindi naman. Kasi dapat naman as lawyers, alam din naman dapat namin kung dapat naming sagutin. Pero kung gusto niyo ako samahan, kung sakali, baka pwede rin. No, si ma'am ayaw na magtanong tuloy. No, but yun lang po. We're trying our best. I think both sides. I mean, at least, I was talking to Attorney Tolosa, and I know that we're both trying our best to stay within the bounds of the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you next week.
Ito na, mga malulupit na
Separate pa rin siya, impeachment is record.
Ay, kanino to? Kanino po ito? Kanino po ito?
Problema.
Yung sinasabi ko sir na kasi pwede naman sila mag-hold. The question is on the time.
Nga Chief Presidential Counsel Attorney Panelo, sinabi niya na dapat magpahinga na po si Attorney Kapunan following the argument kanina po. Magpahinga na po si Attorney Kapunan. Ano po yung reaction niyo?
Actually, si Attorney Panelo yung dapat magpahinga. Hindi ko alam ba't siya nandito araw-araw. More importantly, di ba siya yung nagsabi, I mean, in the first few weeks of the trial, hindi ba? Di ba parang he was basically questioning the trial itself? Hindi ba? So why would you actually listen to him today? Na dapat magpahinga si Attorney Kapunan. Hindi ba? Ang dapat magpahinga si Attorney Panelo. Hindi ba?
All right. Thanks. Let's recognize now, Marian.
Hello. Good afternoon po. Sir, gano'n po kabigat, kaseryoso yung lumabas po kanina doon sa pagtatanong po ng Senator Judges na posible or pinag-aaralan na po ng COA na magsagawa ng fraud audit dito nga sa confidential na kung titingnan na rin dito yung may criminal intent. Sir, gano'n kabigat, kaseryoso ito?
Well, ayaw nating pangunahan kung ano magiging action ng COA dyan. Tulad nung nangyari before na development with respect to grave threats, no? Na sabi nga natin, kahit nasampa na yung kaso na grave threat sa piskalya, separate proceedings yan ang tinutuntun dyan, yung criminal liability. At iba naman dyan dito sa impeachment proceedings nang tinitignan yung fitness to remain in office. Pareho din naman yan dyan dun sa COA na possible conduct of a fraud audit. But ang mahalaga ay these two matters could proceed independently of each other. So, hindi naman nakadepende lang kung anong magiging hakbang na gagawin ng COA, kung ano din yung magiging takbo ng pagdinig dito, kung anong ebidensya na nailatag na namin at tuloy pa rin namin ilalatag.
Sir, how about yung posible po na ma-disallow yung kabuang 612.5 million pesos na confidential funds? Base nga po doon sa pagtatanong ni na Senator Judge Gatchalian, dahil nga raw po doon sa nalaman na ganun yung ginawa, doon sa DepEd, yung confi funds binigay ng SDOs na hindi naman dapat kasi sila yung may mandate doon.
I think that's relevant and maganda din na natanong yon para magkaroon ng kaliwanagan. Bakit iba yung naging treatment dun sa DepEd, use of confidential funds, pati dun sa OVP. Maganda yung tanong kanina na sabi nga, kung pareho pala yan, na umamin yung mga kani-kanyang mga special disbursement officers nila na inutusan sila ng Vice Presidente na ibigay itong pera nito to third persons, dun kanila Colonel Chica Nolasco, bakit yung dun sa OVP lang, yun lang ang kabuuan ng buong pondo for confidential funds na disallowed, pinayagan sa DepEd. At ang naging sagot ni Zailin kanina ay dahil nung binigay ang pag-amin na yan, na-issue na yung credit notice sa Department of Education. Hindi pa nangyayari yun dun sa OVP, kaya nahabol pa yan. With respect to the 3 quarters of 2023, So, but sabi nga niya, dahil sa ganyang klaseng development, tinitignan din nila, pinag-aaral nila kung tama bang i-reopen ito. Pati, ibig sabihin, pati yung dun sa DepEd.
Gaano po kalakas, kumbaga, para po sa inyo, sa prosecution na puntos, kumbaga, itong mga lumabas ngayong araw?
Well, again, we'll leave that determination to the impeachment court. But ang mahalaga sa amin is napaliwanag ng testigo kung ano ang significance niya. I'll again redirect us to the statement of the witness about this. Ang sabi niya, naging cause ito ng issuance of notes of disallowance dahil para sa kanila, naging clear indication na yan ng irregularity. Bakit daw? Because it's direct violation of the prohibition under the joint circular, which is that the SDO cannot transfer this funds to another person. At pinaliwanag niya na mabuti yan. Sinasabi nga niya, bakit yun mahalaga? Dahil itong SDO na to, tinatalaga siya specifically ng head of agency. Itong SDO na to is also a bonded officer. So ibig sabihin, merong security ang government kung mawala niya itong pera na to or hindi magamit ng tama. But as opposed to, kaya nga sabi niya, pwedeng ilipat ito kahit hindi bonded yung tao na yan, kung siya na yung final recipient. Pero, so dapat, sabi nga niya, diretso niya itong ibinibigay from the SDO to final recipient, pero hindi pwedeng dumaan yan sa intermediary. So, para sa amin, naging maliwanag yung sa kanyang masagot patungkol sa issue na yan.
Pero bago matapos, ngayong araw po na ito, sinasara po yung Commission on Audit witnesses, I have to see kung meron pa hong madadagdag ng mga witnesses. Pero everything relating to the notices of disallowance, yung pong detalye kung bakit po tayo umabot dito po sa pagpapasoli ng pong pera mula sa Commission on Audit, sinasara po yun ngayon. At nakita ho natin kay Mr. Wamel at kay Ms. Del Campo, pareho naman yung kwento nila eh. Hindi ho nagbago, malinaw ho yung batayan bakit ho disallowed in audit ito pong mga pagbabayad noong pong rewards para sa pagkain, para po doon sa other various supplies, no? At iba pa hong mga dahilan. So nakita ho natin yung kabuuan po ng mga detalye, and nakita ho natin yung detalye din mismo ng mga acknowledgement receipts na pinagbatayan katulad ni Mary Grace Piatos noong po nga pag-disallow in audit, pagpapasoli ng pera sa pangalang Pangulo at kanya po mga opisyal. Nito pong ganito kalalaking pera, 448 million in total for 2022 and 2023.
All right. Thank you, Marian. Let's hear now from Gab.
Sir, first question po. Yung manifestation ba ni Attorney Sheila Sison? Sabi nga ni Attorney Kapunan, she opened the door to this line of questioning. Would it prompt the prosecution now to bring their concerns before the impeachment court? Particularly yung mga concerns regarding yung mga sinabi ni VP Sara Duterte the previous week, yung bending the law daw. Kasi before sinasabi ng prosecution, hindi na imamanifest eh. Would the prosecution now bring this issue before the court?
Well, that is something that we will most definitely consider, no? Pero again, babalik ko tayo doon sa overarching concern for explaining to the public bakit mahalaga ito pong paglilitis na ito, bakit mahalaga po yung mga detalye at ebidensya ng paglilitis po na ito. At tingin ko naman ho, yung pagbibigay ng konteksto ng mga tagapagsalita na magkabilang panig. At kahit po nung Senate Impeachment Court ay mahalaga para maunawaan po natin. Ibig sabihin, yung pong mga tagapagsalita hindi nag-i-English eh. Hindi ko gumagamit ng mga teknikalidad para ipaliwanag po yung kaso sa atin pong mga kababayan. No? At yung po tingin ko yung dapat maging mas mahalagang konsiderasyon dito po sa bagay na ito. No? So, again, to reiterate the answer to the question, we will see. But if that is the will of the defense, no? So, syempre, we will have to make a determination also doon sa ilang pahong mga options and iba pang mga kaso na pinag-usapan.
Gab, if I could also add something about that issue. I'll recall that this matter was actually brought to the attention of the spokesperson of the impeachment court na mention nga actually sometime in July 14 if I'm not mistaken, the Vice President issued an official statement accusing basically the prosecution of resorting to fabricated evidence and fabricated narratives, and quite recently, as you know, she made remarks now this time not just against the prosecution but against the impeachment proceedings itself, to the impeachment court, and ultimately the presiding officer, dahil sabi nga niya marred daw by bending the law itong proceedings na to. Question niya yung proceedings before the HOR, pati yung fact na sabi niya yung dalawang may nakaupo dyan sa rostrum na dyan, definitely pertaining to the presiding officer and the Senate President, At ultimately, sinasabi niya, bending the law, parang sinasabi, merong irregularities and unlawful actions being done and tolerated in the proceedings. But ang alam ko, nung tinanong ang spokesperson ng impeachment court dyan, if it constitutes sub judice rule, ang sabi ay, as we can see, the presiding officer has been exercising liberality with respect to the application of the sub judice rule. Now, we are sure that this liberality will be applied, fairly. So not just with respect to the Vice President herself, but to all of the persons covered by the sub judice rule. And but nonetheless, of course, may na-mention kanina ang presiding officer na mukhang there could have been some transgressions and we'll be humble enough in case na even despite our best efforts to make sure that our statements would fall under the exemption, but kung meron kaming naging misstep dito, pagkakamali, of course we'll be humble enough to take accountability for that. But just the same, we hope that the same liberality will be applied to all of us.
Siguro, before the next question, siguro a very important point needs to be made. this never happened under Michael Poa actually presenting evidence. Di ba? Wala mo tayong ganitong debate on anger issues, on raising your voice to the prosecution, the presiding officer, and to the witness. That was never a concern when Attorney Poa was actually presenting the evidence. So, ang totoo, everyone is basically just responding to the manner by which people actually act during trial and outside of trial. Hindi ba? So, kumbaga, maybe kailangan natin manalamin ho siguro. Hindi ba? Kung sino ba talaga yung sala dito sa insidente ngayon pong araw na ito. And again, we didn't do the same to Mr. Poa in the last time.
Actually, sir, yun yung sunod kong tanong. Pero siguro, to follow up na lang, tingin nyo ba mas mabigat yung mga sinabi ni VP Sara Duterte outside of the court kumpara doon sa nangyari kanina? Kasi parang mas malapit sa merits of the case yung sinasabi na bending the law over doon sa response kung misleading nga ba yung, pwede nga ba yung mga misleading questions?
Well, ang totoo, hindi po yun just about the merits. It is basically questioning the credibility, the integrity of the court itself. Hindi ba? Tingin ko, mas dapat yun pa nga ho yung pag-usapan natin eh. If that is something that you actually want to talk about, the defense should actually talk to their client. Hindi ba about the statements that she had actually made, not against the prosecution, but against the integrity of the court itself. Kasi tingin ko kung meron ho dapat ipagpaliwanag, yung pong depensa, yung pong akusado, yung dapat pong pagpaliwanagin. Higit sa kahit sino pa.
Sir, last question na lang. Regarding kasi yung sinabi niyo na dapat si attorney, yung mga defense lawyers ang magpaliwanag o kausapin si VP Sara. Yung nagiging attitude ba ng mga defense lawyers, does it remind you or parang reflects the attitude of the Vice President? Yung binabato sa kanya na parang keen on disinforming and misinforming the public?
Well, hindi din naman kasi mabait naman si Attorney Poa, hindi ba? So, I think it is really just about, I guess, the manner by which the defense has been conducting themselves on a day-to-day manner. But I'm quite sure may mababatong laptop ngayon pong araw na ito.
Just to add to that, Gabno, I'm sure, 100% sure that none of us have said anything that is as closely, that is anywhere, no, that is even remotely close to how alarming and concerning the statements of the VP, no, have been. Again, these are, we saw the progression in her attacks, from the attacks against the prosecution, now it's attack against the integrity of these proceedings itself. That is very, very dangerous. No? Why? Dahil meron tong intention, meron itong possibility or potential, no, na mapaniwala ang mga tao na hindi dapat mapagkatiwalaan itong proceedings na to at kung anumang paghusga na gagawin ng ibibigay, no, ng mga senator judges, lalo na kung ito ay maging hindi paborable sa kanya. This could be brushed aside by people who believe her and rejected by the people, thinking kasi nga marred by irregularities, no, dahil daw napakadami daw bending the law na nangyayari dito. So tama, no, na dapat yung mga bagay na pagtuunan din ng pansin.
All right, thank you. Let's give way now to Ma'am Milky.
Good afternoon, Attorney Tolosa, Kong Terry. Going back to the issue ng demeanor inside the impeachment court, paliwanag sa amin, sir, posting sa SOCMED, may pagbabawal ba talaga sa ganitong uri ng expressing your own opinion sa social media? Kasi ito yung naging issue or topic kanina ng paalala ng presiding judge, Senator Chis Escudero.
Normal na bawal dyan is when you attack the integrity of the proceedings in the court, no? Reasonable criticisms are allowed, but baseless attacks against the credibility of the institution itself, of course, it's not allowed. And of course, disrespectful actions and words against the other parties and other councils are unethical and also not allowed. No, but with respect, no, dun sa naging post kanina, no, I think nagkaroon siya ng paalala lang. Ang sinabi lang naman niya doon, dahil alam naman natin, napakadaming nakasubaybay dito sa proceedings na to. No, pati kasama na dyan, no, mga new lawyers or aspiring lawyers, mga law students. No, alam natin, nakikita natin doon sa social media, sinasabi nga nila, sinusubaybayan nila to at madami silang natututunan dito. So, I guess as a professor, he just wanted to make sure, remind everyone, this is a basic evidentiary rule, no, na misleading questions are never allowed. Direct or cross-examinations never allowed. And it was just a reminder. No? So I think it was not meant to disrespect anyone.
And again, babalik ko tayo doon sa yung factual circumstances po kanina. Ano ba yung sinabi ni Attorney Ligutan? Again, merits po ba yun? Basically talking about details of the case and telling the public to believe a particular position. Meron ba siyang pinangalanan dito po sa kanya pong Facebook post? Parang wala naman ho. Hindi ba? So, kumbaga, ano ho yung iniiyak nila ngayon? Kasi nga, doon naman ho susukatin eh. Kung sub judice po yung sinabi ng particular na member of the prosecution. Hindi ho ba? At kung hindi ho yun papasok doon sa actual na provision on sub judice, particularly discussing about the merits, ano yung magiging batayan ngayon to admonish Attorney Ligutan? Tingin ko wala. So, paano hong mangyayari sa depensa ngayon?
Tingin mo, Attorney Tolosa and Kong Terry, nag-overreact lang ditong depensa? Salamat po.
Well, hindi ho sila nag-overreact. Parang naluha po sila. Nagkaroon ng pighati. Nagkaroon po ng lungkot. Dito po sa inabot po ngayong araw na ito. So, we will not make excuses for them. They have to look at themselves in the mirror as to why it happened today.
Thank you, Milky. Haji, your turn.
Magandang hapon po, Haji Kaamenya ng Brigada News FM. Just to follow up on the VP Sara's remarks, sa bigat po nung mga sinabi niya recently, sabi niyo nga po, troubling, hindi po ba, sa palagay po ninyo, dapat po bang, although nabanggit niyo na yung liberality, nabanggit niyo na po yung pagdedesisyonan ng Senate Impeachment Court, pero palagay po ba ninyo, dapat ba pagsabihan or dapat bang kausapin, dapat ba may action or hakbang na gawin yung Senate Impeachment Court against the respondent on that matter, dun po sa kanyang mga naging salita?
I think tulad ng sinabi ni Kong Terry kanina, those are one of the things that are currently under deliberation, no, kung ano yung actions na gagawin namin. But in the meantime, we leave it to the sound and judicious discretion of the presiding officer and the impeachment court as a whole.
Yeah, sige pa.
Well, sa bahagi naman po namin, syempre, we take note of the remarks of the Vice President, ano? Pero syempre, binibigay din naman ho namin sa kanya yung kalayaan pong magpahayag ng kanya pong mga pagtingin dito po sa bagay na ito, lalo't higit, siya naman po talaga yung nasasakdal po rito. No? So, ibig sabihin, I think ang course of action naman po namin in previous days ay sagutin lang din po ang Pangalawang Pangulo in the same forum that she is speaking to. Hindi ba? So, kung meron tingin naming lagpas at hindi tama, edi sinasagot lang po namin in the same forum. But we will leave it to the Senate Impeachment Court. It is something that they're also concerned of. No? So, tingin ko yun po muna.
Last follow-up na lang po. Dahil po sa mga nabanggit kanina ni presiding judge na nagmo-monitor nga daw po sila sa mga, let's say for example, sa mga interviews po ng mga members ng defense and then the panel of prosecutors, may magbabago po ba personally sa inyo po, maghihinay-hinay po ba kayo? O personally sa inyo po, maghihinay-hinay po ba kayo? Or number two, Sa palagay po ba ninyo, yung ganitong hakbang ng Senate Impeachment Court on the statements by both camps will affect the impeachment trial?
Well, tingin ko po, syempre magiging maingat din po dapat ang lahat ng mga partido. Pero again, it should not stop anyone, whether the Senate Impeachment Court through its spokesperson, the defense or the prosecution through its spokespersons, no, na gawin po yung kailangan gawin para maglinaw sa bayan doon po sa itinatakbo nito pong paglilitis po na ito. Wala naman ho nagpipigil eh. Doon po sa bawat panig na ilahad po ang kanilang posisyon sa bawat araw, ano yung sa tingin nilang inabot ng takbo nung pong paglilitis, no? Kasi sa dulot-dulo po, hindi ho dapat na nag-uusap lang dito mga kongresista, senador, akusado na mataas na opisyal ng bayan, kundi kailangan ho bitbitin ho natin sa kabuuan ng proseso pong ito yung mga ordinaryong Pilipino. At pagka ho ang naging itsura na ho ay hindi, dapat i-confine nyo lang po sa korte yung pong talakayan, di tatanggalin ho natin yung papel ng taong bayan po rito. Sa dulot-dulo sila yung pinakamahalaga. Hindi ho pwede na, di ba, may debate na nga ho dun sa sinasabi over lawyerly, over judicialization of the impeachment process Hindi ho ba? Pagka ho nagkaroon ng tunguhin na gawin ho mas mahigpit yung pong pagpapaliwanag sa publiko, tingin ko what will be defeated will be the public interest, nothing else.
Tulad ng sabi namin kanina, talagang lagi naman ho tayong nag-iingat sa mga statements natin, no, sa mga tugon, sa mga questions ng media, no, para siguraduhin natin hindi natin malabag itong sub judice rule. But of course, dahil sa ganung klaseng remarks, no, ng presiding officer, lalo nating pag-iigihan, no, at para masigurado nating hindi tayo makalabag sa patakaran na yan. But just the same, tulad ng sabi ni Kong Terry, importante din kasi yung trabaho na ginagawa natin, which is to make sure that we'll be able to communicate to the public and let them know about what's really happening inside the courtroom, what are the important developments in these proceedings. Lalong-lalo na, we need to combat, kitang-kita naman natin, no, yung serious and widespread disinformation and misinformation campaign. So hindi, of course, no, again, mas mag-iingat tayo, but kailangan nating ituloy, no, yung trabaho natin to reach out to sa mga kababayan natin, no, para mabigyan natin sila ng tama at accurate na information.
Thank you, Haji. Let's now listen to Lianesca.
Good afternoon po. Yung ano lang po, mga ni-raise ng defense kanina on their cross-examination, nag-cite sila ng confidential and surveillance activities, but then again, apparently, they use the confidential fund to reimburse this expenses. Para kasi laging predated yung ginamit nilang pang-liquidate sa confidential funds, activities na hindi pa nangyayari or activities na hindi pa nila natatanggap yung confidential fund at that time. And also the repeated raising of the point na wala pang notice of finality yung mga disallowances. So do you see these arguments as reasonable defense at this point, given na hindi naman po allowed yung reimbursement sa joint circular? Thank you.
In answering that, no, para safe tayo, again, i-quote ko yung naging sagot ng witness dyan sa tanong na yan, no, dahil maliwanag naman ang kanyang naging paliwanag sa ukol na yan. Sabi nga niya, napakaliwanag kasi doon sa joint circular, hindi pwede ang reimbursement, no, dagi itong cash advance, at nakalagay dyan yung specific period kung saan siya dapat paggagamitan. Kaya nga sinabi niya, kung itong mga paggasta ito, nangyari siya bago yung period na supposedly covered nitong cash advances na to, hindi ho yan allowed under the joint circular. Pangalawa, yung naging question nyo about the finality, no, kung final na o hindi. Siguro alalahanin natin, lahat tong bagay na to, of course, these are evidentiary matters that we are presenting, no, in these impeachment proceedings for the appreciation of the impeachment court, dahil nga hindi naman tayo bound lang dun sa proceedings before the COA. Meaning, hindi natin kailangan hintayin na matapos muna sila, no? Ano yung maging final findings natin dyan, no? Dahil these are evidentiary matters, no? Para ma-appreciate dahil nga magkaiba naman itong legal proceedings na to, no? Ang pinag-uusapan ba doon sa COA, kailangan bang ibalik itong mga publikong pondo na to, no, ng Vice Presidente and yung other accountable officers like the SDOs. At ang pinag-uusapan naman kasi dito, again, ay iba. We're talking about the fitness of the Vice President to remain in office.
On my part, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Kung wala na, maybe we can give our spokesperson the last word. Kung anong ma-expect nila this coming week?
Kita na lang po tayo sa Lunes. Masyado na marami ang nangyari yung araw po na ito para mag-closing statement. Maraming salamat. Magandang araw.
All right. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Congressman Ridon and Attorney Tolosa. Salamat din sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, sa ating mga kababayan na sumusubaybay. Asahan niyo po, ano man ang mangyari, patuloy po magpapaliwanag ang House Prosecution Team para malaman niya mahalagang bagay sa impeachment trial na ito. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Should not be allowed by the court.
Nanindigan ng
Suspect
witness
should
na
be given
dapat
by
ay may
lawyers
proof
to
of
fellow
success
lawyers.
para mapatunayan
After Attorney
ang
Kapunan
paggamit ng pondo
counter-manifested
para
that
sa
she
rewards
already
payment.
withdrew her comment from the
COA
records and made an
naglabas ng
undertaking
notice
to
of
behave.
disallowance
The
sa
presiding officer
375
noted the said
million
manifestations
confidential
and
funds
reminded
ng
the parties
OVP
to refrain
noong
from further
2023.
making any side remarks.
Compliance audit lang
The
ang
House
ginawa sa
Prosecution
confidential
Panel
funds
manifested
dahil
the
ito
request
ang
for
mandato
subpoena
ng
for
COA.
Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio,
Walang
the Chief of
ibinawas
Staff
o
of the Office of the Vice President, to which the presiding
dinagdag
officer
na dokumento
granted for
kaugnay
next
ng investigasyon ni
The presiding
ex-state auditor
officer also
Wamil
reminded the
sa
parties to
confidential
file the
funds.
court-
In short
to
po,
file
wala
with the
pong
court
issue
and
or
give the
anomalya
opposing
sa
party
chain
the
of
request
custody.
for stipulation on facts and documents to expedite the proceedings before next week.
Confidential
The lead
funds
respondents'
hindi
counsel,
pwedeng
Attorney
gamitin sa
Sheila
personal
Sison,
activities ng
manifested
Vice
to the court
Presidente.
the improper social
Mga
media
aktibidad
posts of
ng
counsel
OVP
for
na
House
iprinesenta ng
Prosecutor or
defense
House Panel of
labas sa
Prosecutor
dapat na
Attorney
utilization
Amado
period
Lihutan.
ng confidential
The presiding
funds.
officer took the
At huli,
manifestation under
muling
advisement.
nanindigan ng
He
witness
also
na non-compliant
clarified that he has
at
already
kulang sa
ordered
proof of
the clerk
success
of
ang
court
liquidation
to monitor
ng
social
confidential
media
funds
posts of
ng Vice
both parties and
Presidente.
disclose that he had
That's all for the
been
highlights for today.
observing a
Maraming
violation
salamat
of one party more than the
Maraming
other
salamat,
party.
Attorney Hess.
The presiding
At
officer
hintayin lang
already
po
has a
natin. We
draft
will
ruling on the
pause for a
matter
brief
and will
moment
render it on
para
Monday, August 17,
makapag-settle down po
2026.
yung ating mga panauhin
For the
ngayong hapon
testimony
sa
of House
pagpapatuloy ng
Prosecution
press
Panel's
briefing
fourth witness,
ng House
Eileen
Panel
May
of
Del
Prosecution.
Campo. Before the start of the cross-examination, the counsel for the House Prosecution Panel, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, moved that the directive of the presiding officer of merely submitting the copies of marked documents and for comparison of the acknowledgement receipts before the clerk of court to be made to include the witness, Eileen Del Campo, to identify and authenticate the subject documents. The presiding officer overruled the motion as it is not anymore necessary in lieu of the submission of the copies of the respondents' marked documents last night. The counsel for the House Prosecution Panel, Attorney Lorna Kapunan, then confirmed that the tabulations and summaries identified by the witness has been marked after yesterday's hearing. Respondents' counsel, Attorney Christine R. Ferrer, conducted a cross-examination of COA-ICFA Auditor Eileen Del Campo. Afterwards, redirect examination and recross-examination were conducted by the same counsels for each party. Senator judges rigorously interpellated the witness. For the guidance of the media,
Right,
the
nagbabalik po
court's inquiries and
ang
manifestations
ating
were
press briefing for
concentrated on three
today.
primary
Ngayon po
evidentiary
mapalad tayo
themes.
na kasama natin
Theme number one, the legal mechanics of
ang isa sa mga
restitution and the
prosecutors
finality
ng
of
House,
disallowances.
si Representative
Senator
Terry
Judge
Ridon
Erwin Tulfo and Senator
ng
Judge Joel Villanueva
Bicol Sara
inquired
Party
into the
List.
practical
At ganoon din po ang
effects and
spokesperson
reversibility of an
ng Counsel
ND.
for the
They asked
Prosecution,
about the current
Attorney
status of the
Benjamin
OVP's
J.
appeal,
Tolosa
the specific
Jr.
process required to
Kung may
reverse
nais
the
pong
disallowance,
pangunang
the
panalita
exact
ating mga
amount
guests, go
COA
ahead
is
po.
demanding to be returned by both DepEd and the OVP and whether any funds have
Magandang
actually
hapon.
been
Si Jay daw po muna.
restituted. Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian and Senator Judge Kiko Pangilinan explored the scope
good
of
afternoon, everyone,
restitution.
and thanks,
Senate
for,
President Gatchalian asked if the
joining
entirety
us
of the
again,
600 million pesos
okay.
could be legally
So,
disallowed and ordered returned by the
paliwanag muna
responsible
namin their
officers.
understanding. Ano ba
Senator
yung dun
Pangilinan
sa
questioned what
sub-judice rule,
happens to the
Since I
specific
know you,
125 million
want,
if it was
to
not fully
discuss that
obligated
again.
or
So,
utilized.
maliwanag dun sa
and
under
if
sa
there's a-
rules,
and if the
no, ng
subsequent
impeachment
submission of
proceedings,
additional documents
the parties,
would
huwag natin
automatically
kalimutan,
cure a
kasama
notice of
parties dyan.
suspension or
The parties,
disallowance.
the
Senator
councils,
Judge J.V. Ejercito
and the senators
highlighted the doctrine of
may
strict
not
documentary
give
liability,
comments or
asking if
disclosures pertaining
disbursements
to the
are
merits of the
disallowed
case.
purely due
So,
to incomplete paperwork. Even if the
but
parties
may
actually
recognized exceptions dyan.
Although I was part of
applicable
the
jurisprudence,
Presiding Officer
which is
Chief
yung
Escudero
na nasa
doctrine
preliminary
of
investigation stage pa lang po siya.
Meaning,
Kaya kung naalala niyo,
kapag
ako yung pumunta sa
napag-usapan
preliminary
naman na
investigation with the
yan sa
third.
loob ng paglilitis, lalo na dito sa
Yung sa live, nilipat ko lang to. Wait lang.
by the entire country. No?
Team number 2,
So, pag nasabi na yan ng isang testigo sa paglilitis, outside the proceedings itself,
Ayan, may feed naman tayo dun sa ano.
covered by the subjudice rule, as long as it's
constitutes a fraudulent transaction versus an administrative lapse. Following rulings by the presiding officer Escudero on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned. Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session on Monday, August 17, 2026 at 10 o'clock in the morning. The agenda is a continuation of the presentation of the House Prosecution Panel's case-in-chief for Article 1 through direct examination of the witness Ms. Marivic Pareja, Ms. Gina Acosta, SDO of OVP, and Mr. Edward Fajarda, SDO of DepEd for August 17, 18, and 19, 2026 respectively. I will now take questions, if any.
Attorney, pending dun sa draft ruling, so yung both sides are now not allowed na mag-post sa social media ng mga personal opinion nila?
Ang bawal po ay ang pagpo-post at pagko-comment ng ating mga councils, parties, pati po ang private councils at pati ng senator judges ng mga ukol po sa merito ng kaso. Kasama po dyan kung ito pong mga post na to ay nakakasira sa integridad at credibility po ng proseso ng impeachment. Kasama rin po dyan yung duty po ng bawat abogado na under the Code of Professional Responsibility and Accountability na hindi po dapat mag-trial by publicity at hindi rin po dapat siraan ang kapwa abogado. Whether in the media po or sa outside of the
May
media.
violation sa impeachment rules yung ginagawa po nung yung
Malalaman po natin yung ruling ng presiding officer sa Lunes po, pero ang pinupunto po ni Attorney Sheila Sison kanina po, yung Respondents Lead Counsel, ay meron pong violation under Rule 18. Kasi po, ang tinutukoy niya po, yung nangyari kanina na sinaad nung counsel for the respondent na si Ms. Ferrer na hindi po na-allowed siya ng misleading questions even in cross-examination. At ang sinasabi pong posting ni Attorney Season, ni Counsel for Prosecutor, Attorney Ligutan, ay about that same topic na about misleading questions po.
Kasama dun sa draft ruling, sir, yung mag-appoint na lang sila ng isang spokesperson.
Yung ruling pong yun, hintayin po natin kung ano nakapaloob doon. Ang sinasabi lamang po ng presiding officer kanina na nakapagsabi na po siya sa bawat parties, nakapag friendly reminder na po siya before na kung maaaring iwasan na yung mga spokesperson ay tatayo rin bilang counsel for prosecutors or House Panel of Prosecutors para hindi po sila pumasok sa Rule 18 ay pwede pong mag-divest na lamang po sila ng kanilang role, either spokesperson lang po sila or either counsel lang po sila. Kung counsel po sila, then they shouldn't try the case in public. So yun yung parang pinupunto po ni presiding officer kanina when he reminded the parties that he already gave the friendly reminder even before, and that a further violation such as what happened when Attorney Season manifested kanina might be considered as within the scope of the violation of Rule 18.
So kung hindi makuha sa friendly reminder, pwedeng mag-issue ng gag order ang presiding officer, sir?
That is one of the options that he is considering in his ruling, but I cannot confirm yet if that is indeed the ruling of the presiding officer. I don't want to preempt his ruling for Monday. It can also be just another reminder.
Good afternoon, Attorney. What can be a very extreme penalty for such a violation?
Ang pinaka-extreme pong penalty sa aming mga abogado under the rules of court ay yung pagkakadetena. Dahil ikaw ay sasabihing direct or indirect contempt. Kapag ginawa mo ang pag-violate sa order o any rule ng korte sa labas ng proceedings ng korte, ito po ay indirect contempt. So kasama po sa mga penalties na pwedeng gawin ng isang hukom, una po, pwedeng i-reprimand, pagsabihan. Pangalawa, i-admonish po. Medyo mas mabigat sa reprimand. Pangatlo po, pwedeng pagbayarin ng fine. Pang-apat po, pwedeng i-revoke ang kanilang appearance, lalong-lalo na po kapag ito po ay mga private prosecutors, House Prosecution, Counsel for the House Prosecution Panel. Dahil ito po ay delegated authority lamang at ito ay kailangan may approval ng korte. Panglima po, yun po yung pagdedetena hanggat ikaw po ay sumunod doon sa order ng korte or within a specific time. So, doon po sa mga maaaring arsenal na pwedeng gamitin ng isang hukom, na I'm speaking generally po, hindi lamang po dito sa ating impeachment court, no? Available yan sa lahat ng mga judges. Yun po yung kanilang mga pwedeng gamitin. So, nagdedepende lamang po yan gaano yung kabigat, yung ginawang paglabag nung tao na yon doon sa rules na yon, at ano yung imminent threat to the integrity and credibility of the proceedings of the court.
But even in the most extreme penalty, Attorney, pwede pa rin silang makabalik on appeal or when they promise, if they promise that they'd be in good behavior?
Sa Senate rules po on impeachment, wala pong appeal by the parties. So, it is only an appeal by the senator judges of the ruling of the court. So, if wala pong motion for reconsideration ng isang order ng isang hukom dito dahil wala namang pong appeal na papayagan po na umakyat sa mas mataas na korte dahil it's only the Senate who has the sole power to try and decide a case. Dagdag ko lamang po, aside from indirect contempt, no, para sa mga abogado po, pwede rin pong mag-refer po ang ating impeachment court ng disciplinary sanction sa Supreme Court para sa pagka-tanggal o pagka-suspend o pagka-fine o reprimand or any administrative sanction po, no, sa isang abogado po na hindi susunod sa proceedings ng korte. So that's another one of the possible na pwedeng gawin ng ating korte.
Attorney, nakabase saan po yung penalties? sorry, baka hindi ko lang na-catch. Sa rules of proceeding po ba ng...
Nakabase po yan sa rules of court. And saka sa mga jurisprudence ng ating Supreme Court.
Pero again, pagdating naman po sa senator judges, they can only police each other. Sila.
Pagdating po sa senator judges, nakapaloob lamang po yun sa Rule 18 ng ating Senate impeachment rules.
Okay po. And attorney, paano po ba masasabi kung yung pinost online netong counsels ay nakakaapekto na sa merit ng proceeding or ng case? Or baka naman yung iba sinasabi, post ko lang naman to, wala namang binanggit na pangalan, wala namang specific subject na related sa impeachment ang kanilang nilabas.
Katulad ng nakita po ninyong ginawa ng Respondents Council kanina, na-anticipate niya na rin niya gagawin na ganyan, no? Na minsan magagaslight tayo parang mali ba yung interpretation ko, di ba? Hindi naman yan tungkol sa impeachment or wala namang meritong pinag-uusapan dyan So, that's how you argue it in court, just like how the Respondents Council argued it earlier, anticipating the counter argument of the person being referred to. So, inunahan niya na yung argumento na yon by saying na one, binasa niya sa transcript ng journal ng nangyari kanina, yung sagutan at reference sa specific word na yon na misleading. So, binasa nga yung oras, yung timing, yung consequence, at yung connection nung topic na yon doon sa pinag-uusapan sa korte. At yung sa kailan nangyari yon, kailan inilabas yon. So timing kanina rin naman, at sinabi kanina ni Respondents Counsel, Attorney Season, na first time lang na pag-usapan, first time lang nabanggit ang misleading sa retort ni Attorney Ferrer, kasi pangalawang beses pa lamang natin nakita si Attorney Ferrer, no, with this witness. So yun yung pinupunto kanina ni Respondents Counsel Season, so that she would be able to convince the court that the manifestation that she is giving to the court is actually referring to the actual violation of a fellow member of the bar, no, na nasa kabilang panig naman. So yun po yun. Ma'am Sally?
I really don't know if this falls under your purview. Yung sinasabi po kasi dun sa confidential funds, I really don't know if should be discussed, but my interpretation of that is kapag yung mismong security guards ng Vice President would also benefit from the confidential funds, does that fall under double compensation, and is that allowed in law?
Hindi ko po yan masasagot, no, kasi medyo malalim yung katanungan po ninyo. Medyo kailangan ng mas malalim na pag-iintindi ng batas at mag-citation tayo ng batas dyan, no. Of course, isa po yan sa mga iniisip ng ating mga senator judges kanina. Kaya natanong po nila yung pag-a-assign ng mga VPSG, no, at kung saan kinukuha yung pera ng VPSG. So, I think they're considering that thought as well, that argument as well. But as to what is the right answer to your question, hindi ko po kayo masasagot regarding that, because it is open to also to a counter argument which I haven't still heard, or I'm still waiting to hear as the proceeding of the trial will go. Opo.
Attorney, yung pag-side comment, may violation.
Opo, no, isa po 'yun sa mga as much as possible hindi pinapayagan sa korte. Lagi niyo po tatandaan, very formal po kaming lahat sa korte. Kaya kung makikita niyo po sa una pa lang, pagpasok pa lang, pare-pareho po yung sinasabi namin, 'di ba? Respectfully appearing for the prosecution, ganyan. Pare-pareho lang po 'yon. So meron po kami tinatawag na code of conduct within the court. At kapag kasama po sa aming canon of professional responsibility and accountability, na lahat ng abogado ay nag-swear in po na dapat po you accord respect to a fellow lawyer. You do not call fellow lawyers names. Medyo mahigpit po ang Supreme Court dyan. Alam niyo po, marami ng mga abogado ang mga na-suspend at na-disbar. On public record naman yan, pwede nyo naman i-search sa Google. No? So any kind of impropriety in the actions of a lawyer can be sanctioned by the Supreme Court. So kung mga side remarks na yan, it can be sanctioned by the judge of that court or the Supreme Court as well. Kung hindi pa rin po susunod ang isang abogado sa isang reminder o order ng isang hukom, aside from, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, aside from the violation ng rules na kailangan sumunod ka sa orders, no, indirect contempt ka, ikaw rin ay pwedeng makasuhan administratively by the lawyer concerned na sinabihan mo ng masama, no, or by any party, or i-refer po naman ng isang hukom yan sa Supreme Court for disciplinary sanction. So yun po yung mga possibilities, no. I'm not saying na we are taking one track or this track. I'm just saying the possibilities that's available to the court and yung mga sanctions na pwedeng harapin ng isang abogado in general. We expect po yung testimonya ng ating mga witnesses na magpapatuloy po yung presentation ng House Prosecution Panel on Article 1, especially yung sa ukol po dun sa mga nangyari sa House of Representatives dahil si Ms. Marivic Pareha po at yung mga pagdidisburse naman po at paghawak ng pera po, ukol naman yun sa mga testimonya ng mga Special Disbursing Officer na si Ms. Acosta at si Mr. Fajarda ng OVP at DepEd. So we're expecting that, and also as the presiding officer intimated earlier na ina-expect din natin na mag-rule siya on the manifestation of the respondent's lead counsel, Attorney Sison, and his motu proprio observation and of the behavior of the counsels in and outside of the court. One witness, one day rule, no? Oo. Mukhang kaya naman po if you look at the... Kaya po nagdagdag sila ng isa pa pong witness, si Mr. Ortonio, para po 4 na po yung nakasalang next week. Dahil if we are going to relate the testimony of Ms. Marivic Pareha na siya po yung sa House of Representatives Legislative Office, no? Records Office, ito po ang testimonya niya lamang ay ukol doon sa mga TSNs at records ng mga nangyaring committee hearing sa House of Representatives. At ito po yung same na mga records at fact na may nangyaring hearing na ganon na nag-take judicial notice din po ang ating impeachment court. So as to the other matters outside of the judicial notice ng korte, hindi pa po natin alam kung ano pa yung ibang mga itetestify ni Ms. Pareha, pero dahil may judicial notice na napaikli na yon, hindi na as extensive yung testimonya niya dahil may judicial notice na nga doon, ukol doon. So, mas maikli po yun. So, baka sa Monday, 2 po ang witness na mailatag. Ano pa po? Hindi na po, no? Dahil po ang ginawa na po ng korte dyan ay nagsubmit na po yung pinagsasubmit na lamang po ng presiding officer ng kopya yung 2 parties at nagsubmit na po yung respondents counsel, and it is just the clerk of court who will reproduce it para tingnan po at bibigyan na rin ng kopya yung mga parties. Pero ukol po doon sa proposal for stipulations for the next few witnesses, pinapag-submit na po ng presiding officer yung both parties ng proposal nila for stipulation. Ng House Prosecution Panel, mag-submit na sa other party para kung meron ng pwedeng pagkasunduan even before Monday, mapagkasunduan na po ng both parties. Ima-manifest na lang nila. Wala na po. Tapos na po yun. Opo, nasettle na po yun kanina.
Pero hindi pa rin ibig sabihin po na stipulate yung defense. You're just gonna, the clerk of court will just
Tama po. Kaya kanina merong pagtatalo doon sa AOM na pinresenta ng depensa kasi it's the same, technically it's the same AOM but in a different form in a different document, print out, dahil hiwalay po yun. Kaya kanina nagtalo sila Attorney Kapunan, pero the presiding officer allowed the use of the separate documents by the parties.
Pero attorney, hindi na ba mag-object yung defense? Kasi sabi ni Attorney Kapunan na yung mga witness sila na walang personal knowledge doon sa mga acknowledgements of physics, which is hindi ka na-identify na ano ni Senator. Hindi na po ba yun yung
Katulad ng sinabi po ng presiding officer, it is within the discretion of the defense to object. Kasama po yun, no, sa ating system of laws natin, sa proseso na yan. Ang lagi nyo tatandaan, ang pag-object po ay, at ang pag-cross-examine ay ibinibigay po sa kasakdal because of the presumption of innocence. It is not up to the defense to prove their defense. It is up for the prosecution to prove the case, and then the defense will have to destroy the case. So ganun po yung yung ating system of justice dito sa Pilipinas. Thank you po. Thank you po.
We note the fact that the objective of the bill is to source indigenous source of food to, number one, provide livelihood for whether they're the fisher folks, the farmers, and even to the dairy. So just a few observations which we'd like to share with His Honor. We support all of this, especially the provision that says at least 50% of the need shall be taken from the local farmers and fisher folks. We support that. Yun lang sa dairy, and again, I want to honor Senator Cynthia Villar because this was her passion. Dairy, love na love niya talaga tong dairy na to. I'm not the expert, but sadly, I know for a fact that hindi kinakaya talaga yung production. We really don't have enough. And even if we continue to improve, and I know we have our own experts now, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Camille is also interested in this. Even if we fast track it, malayo pa, no? But I also recall when I asked, it's not just the supply. Even if you're in an area that has a supply, it's the delivery and what do you call it?
The handling.
The handling.
Yes.
Ang dali daw talagang masira. So,
Yes.
Again, I don't think you even have to go into details in the bill, but if there's something that you can get from experts on how, because aasahan natin yon, lalagay tayo ng pondo doon. I mean, precisely for this, and it's great, but because we've tried, and I'm not saying give up, no way. Pero what do we do? Maybe there can be a, maybe you can discuss that now or later on.
Mr. President, if I may, there are two
These are two separate issues, both of which we have consulted with Senator Pangilinan on. Yung una po kasi is with regard to fresh and hot meals.
Yes,
no?
yes.
So ang gold standard po sa feeding program ay hot meals po talaga. No? Unang-una,
Yes,
mas
yes.
gusto ng mga bata, mas masustansya,
Of course.
galing sa mga local produce, na tutulungan yung mga lokal na magsasaka.
Yes.
But as of today, Mr. President, only 4.3% of our feeding is through hot meals. Yung combination of hot meal tsaka yung nutritious food or yung mga Nutriban type is 13%, and then yung purely nutritious food or Nutriban type is at 82%. No? So yung karamihan po talaga ng feeding program to date are these prepackaged nutritious food, Nutriban, fortified chichirya. Na honestly, Mr. President, hindi talaga ito yung gold standard. No? Yung gusto talaga natin, hot meals. So, in the bill, although Senator Pangilinan and I were talking earlier that we might have to change the language, we just want to emphasize that if we can source locally, we should.
Of course.
If we can support the LGUs with their feeding programs, we
will.
should.
Yes.
Pero in all areas na hindi talaga kaya or hindi pa kaya, dapat meron pa rin. Meron pa rin nakukuha yung mga bata.
Of course
And if the language isn't that clear, we can work on the language later on, Mr. President, during the period of amendment. So, I want to make that clear. Ang goal natin, hot meals, locally produced, at kung saan kaya, kayanin natin. Pero everywhere else na hindi kaya, the students, the kids should still be able to receive something. Now, pagdating naman po sa gatas, isa rin po itong matagal rin ho namin na pag-usapan ni Senator Pangilinan. During the budget deliberations, Mr. President, we will have the NDA kasi ang laki po ng dinagdag po natin for 2026. So we will expect that the NDA, the National Dairy Authority, will give their update ngayong pag-uusapan po yung budget, kung ano po yung kinaya nila. Now, the language is similar. Kapag fresh, yun yung nais natin. We want to help our local industry. We want to give fresh milk to our students and to our children hanggat kaya.
Yeah.
Now, kung hindi kaya, may mga language naman po na where practicable, where feasible. But the idea, Mr. President, is that every single child should have nutritious food. Every single child should have some form of milk. The gold standard is hot meals and fresh milk. And everywhere else, Mr. President, kakayanin natin ang substitutes. And I think that's pretty clear right now in the bill, Mr. President. Mr. President, may Senator Pangilinan be recognized?
We recognize Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Thank you. With the permission of the two colleagues, just on the 2 points, on the matter of purchases directly for farmers and fisherfolk, and the small percentage, about 4%, are hot meals. I think one major factor is precisely because the availability of the supply, because of the inability of farmers to provide the necessary harvests and the necessary economies of scale. In other words, yung capacity ng farmers. And that's why we believe now that the purchases will be made locally, this now becomes an incentive for our farmers to plan their planting season and their harvests. Their fear in many cases, because it's fresh produce, is that they may plant, but walang bibili. Therefore, nabubulukan sila. Or kung bibilin, barat. But precisely because it's now localized and schools will now be purchasing directly and may assured market, yung ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda, maengganyo talaga silang magtanim, number one. So that's why I think chicken and egg siya 4% mababa because the supply is not available. And what happens, and I understand this, ang nangyayari sa mga feeding programs ay centralized. Dadalhin pa sa regional level. So talagang hindi pa pwede yung fresh produce. Hindi mangyayari yun. Pero unti-unti, habang meron ng ready market ng ating mga magsasaka, magtatanim na sila, alam nilang hindi sila babaratin, gaganda yung supply chain requirements. And the second one is the milk. It is correct na it has been a challenge to provide fresh milk. And maybe during the period of amendments, because during the debates on the budget of the Philippine Carabao Center, we asked them about producing powdered milk to supply the hard to reach areas where hindi na pwede yung fresh milk. And when we were in Nueva Ecija a few months ago, they presented to us their new product of powdered milk, powdered Carabao's milk. So that too should be part of the intervention, where fresh milk, because of packaging, handling, may not be available readily in far-flung areas. Then the powdered milk, Carabao's milk, will be more, how do you call it, easily available and better handling, easily handled, and mas mahaba ang shelf life. And therefore, the last mile, ika nga, of feeding programs, milk feeding programs will likewise be addressed.
Mr. President, on that note, we'd like to thank Senator Pangilinan for his interjection. Dalawang puntos, Mr. President. Unang-una, yung isang barrier ng mga magsasaka, yung pagsama sa procurement process. So yung Sagip Saka Act ni Senator Pangilinan na matagal na niyang sinusulong, hopefully will allow for more local farmers to be part of the process. No? Pangalawa, Mr. President, naglagay tayo ng provision na kung ang isang local government ay meron ng feeding program and that they're capable, and we know of, like Valenzuela, of course, we know of areas where the feeding program is award-winning and functioning, pwede na po talagang i-carve out yung budget at ibigay na lang sa LGU na sila na magpatupad nung feeding program, Mr. President, because they're already spending. No? So, kumbaga, dagdagan natin yung pondo nila, gawa po ng national budget na para sa feeding program, at yung mga LGUs mas may kakayahan to procure from the farmers, to provide hot meals, and to have a better feeding program in general, Mr. President. So, in the bill, nilagay po natin yung iba't ibang modality. Kasi nakita ho natin na different areas are at different stages of progress and development with regard to the feeding program. Kailangan saklaw natin yung matagal nang gumagawa ng feeding program or award-winning na sila. Meron din naman yung mga lugar na bago pa lang at hindi pa kaya. And hopefully, Mr. President, this bill will be expansive and comprehensive enough to support all the different modalities, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you to the two gentlemen. Just to add to this discussion, yung Sagip Saka law ni Senator Pangilinan, we also discussed that extensively during the previous budgets and the previous because the feeding program was discussed in the budgets. No, so we want you to know that we very much cognizant of that, and I'd like to tell the sponsor that I have no issue with how it was presented in the bill, yung mga options, they're all there. Talagang yung issue natin is the implementation. So
Yes.
lahat din ng sinabi ni Senator Pangilinan, okay din ako lahat doon. It's really the implementation. So what I want to share with the two gentlemen is that these are issues that the legislators of the previous Congress were aware of. We would discuss it because remember, I would have to look at the budget, and every year gusto nung proponents, which is sila Senator Grace, na dagdagan yan. And then we have to see kamusta utilization. And it started out quite low kasi nga in the beginning, ang hirap to put together the project, no? And it continues to hound us. So it's not the laws that we passed, and it's not this new law because it's already written quite well, very well. It's really the implementation. So that's where it is. That's really where it is. You're right. It's the procurement. But when Senator Pangilinan says kasi na you want to ensure that the farmers know that they have a market, I need to tell you that we've been trying. I mean, I don't get involved, but when I listen to the reports before the following year, because nga isasama ko ulit sa budget, parang it's not naman for lack of trying, or maybe they're really not trying hard enough, or maybe you can have more pilot project that really shows where it works. And I'll end lang with one quick example. I want to hear PTAs getting involved, because I feel this letter C, which is other community-based feeding modalities, might to me, that would be the most effective kasi ito yung hindi centralized. Ito yung sila-sila. So anyway, that's just my sharing with you what we've been trying to do the past years.
Mr. President, ako po, I agree with you completely, Mr. President, but it's really come to a point where we need the political will to try and push for reforms that
better.
haven't been
Yeah.
done before.
Agree.
Yung pagbili po sa local, napakarami na pong batas ang nakalagay, bumili sa MSME, bumili sa local, hindi pa rin napapatupad.
Exactly.
And we need the political will to say we're willing to change the rules, which is our job. We're willing to change some laws, allow for it legally. But the implementers also need to push for it with as much passion as we have shown in reforming the laws. Because Mr. President, tama ho kayo, kung di po mai-implement ng naaayon, hindi rin po ito magagawa. And later, Mr. President, or on Monday, sa privilege speech po natin, pag-uusapan rin natin yung pagbuo ng classrooms na pinondohan nga po ng Senado, napakaraming magandang ideya, pero until today, hindi pa rin nakakabuo ng mga classrooms in 2026. So we need to have that political will and the willingness to really just go for it, no? Kung may isang strategy na ito yung pinakamainam, pinakamakapagbibigay ng resulta, gawin natin. Kahit may mga ibang balakid, kahit may mga ibang kumukontra, ituloy lang natin kasi ito yung kailangan eh. 'Di ba, Mr. President? And I share that frustration na may mga panukala tayo, maganda, napondohan pa, hindi naman to napapatupad ng maayos. And that's our job, Mr. President. May oversight rin tayo. And I invite the gentle lady from Taguig during the deliberations for the budget, which will be in a few weeks. Yun po yung pinakamainam na panahon na tingnan natin yung mga implementation at itulak po natin na gawin yung nararapat, gawin maybe hindi ito yung nakagisnan, yung sagip-saka. It's such a big change from our usual centralized, very formal type of procurement. Pero alam natin, ito yung kailangan para mabigyan ng tulong yung mga magsasaka. So we just need to push it, Mr. President. And we can't do it alone. We need, of course, the executive with us. Pero palagi ko naman, Mr. President, kung nagkakaisa tayo sa pag-push ng implementation ng political will, I hope, Mr. President, hindi tayo magsasawa sa kakatulak ng mga reformang ito. And I have high hopes for this bill, Mr. President. The EDCOM, si ED Carol is here behind me. We've been pushing for this for so long, from the time that SP Sherwin was the head of EDCOM. Of course, we've always had members of the minority in the EDCOM as well. We just need to really work together to push this, Mr. President, at huwag tayong tumigil hanggang yung mga reforma maramdaman nga ng mga kabataan natin, Mr. President.
Yeah, my last point on that would simply be maybe we can showcase and really highlight the successful programs kasi alam mo naman ng Pilipino kami rin, kaya din namin yan. Or if we can even have between DepEd and we can ask our former colleague, Senator Sani, to have a reward system, little things that really show. Kasi I feel so bad when I have to see on international forums or international shows na exactly itong programs naman na na-envision na natin, na nandyan na nakaplansya na. And I'm sure it's happening in some places, but it's like, wow, these people found the magic solution. They borrow from the farmers to feed the people. I'm like, who? Like, we're doing that. It's just not happening at the level siguro that we want it to happen. But sometimes these things, tipping point lang yan. It's just a matter of, we put all our resources together, and we have been. But my last point, Mr. Sponsor, is on the budget. Our 2026 budget, which included amendments, okay? I will repeat, amendments, insertions.
Yes, huge amendments for feeding
lahat ng supporters
and
natin was 24.70 billion. Yeah, this is school-based feeding programs. This year, it's just 11.43. So alam na natin yan, tayo magdadagdag dyan. Okay?
Yes.
So then again, and because this was the topic of the day, ba't nagdagdag? Senado, nagdagdag ng, even if we just plan to match it, nagdagdag ng 13 billion, nagdagdag ng 13 billion. O sige, sino kasama dyan? Ako magtatas ako ng kamay because I'm proud
Mr. President,
to include this. Yes.
I hope we will have the biggest amendment for the budget for education, just like we did last year. Last year, Mr. President, ang laki ng dinagdag natin sa school-based feeding program, sa classrooms, aabot yun ng, if I'm not mistaken, more than 50 billion pesos just for those two items. Iba pa po yung sa free college law, iba pa yung scholarships, iba pa yung subsidies. For this year, and this is actually my privilege speech, Mr. President, later, we're at 3.5% of GDP. Last year po, lumampas ang budget ng education ng 4%. We're back to 3.5%. And I'm hoping we can all come together to bring it back to the prescribed 4%. Di ko pa po nako-compute kung ilang billion po yun. But we know the budget for this year, mas mababa yung classroom, mas mababa yung feeding program, mas mababa yung... Actually, sa higher ed, meron rin yata, no? Or we're still studying it, Mr. President, pero definitely at the right and proper time, we will move to increase the budget of education para maabot ulit po natin yung 4% of GDP na siyang nararapat na pagpondo ng edukasyon po sa isang bansa gaya po natin.
That is correct. That's the minimum standard actually that is recommended to address the needs, no? To even just be at par, not even to be great. So definitely, I would like to support that in any way I can. But anyway, just to end this point on the budget. So if for 2026, as I mentioned, ang budget natin for the school-based feeding program is 24.70 billion, and this is intended to feed up to grade 1, so kinder up to grade 1.
Universal kinder and grade 1
Yes.
for the first time in our history, Mr. President.
Yes.
The bill, if it becomes a law, actually is universal K to grade 3.
Yes, I'm getting to that point.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
I'm saying that in 2026, it was 200 days up to grade 1. And again, to give credit where credit is due, it takes a while like walang magsasabi na yung previous Congress ayaw namang gawin to. Pero it takes a while to convince everybody to pull it together. So if you recall, smaller group pa yan. I maybe when I do my amendments, I'll put on record the number. Much smaller, but every year, dinagdagan naman din ang dinagdagan. So my point is, for 2026, 200 days up to grade 1. And as His Honor correctly pointed, this law now says na up to grade 3 tayo. Kaya lang yung budget nga, 11.43. So, hindi on board ang executive with this. No? And this is where it's fun for us to disagree because who's not going to want to support a feeding program? But definitely, bringing it back to 24.70 won't be enough because the 24.70 only covered up to grade 1. So I don't know what that number is, but because this is happening during the time of this bill is being sponsored and defended at the time that we're about to start the budget, there's a lot of hope that you will be able to convince our colleagues because we're taking it up during that time. So maririndi sila na makinig sa inyo, Mr. Sponsor. As everybody interpolates, they'll keep hearing this na for the first time, hanggang grade 3 tayo, kailangan dagdagan yung budget. So you have a good chance of making this happen. And I support, of course.
I'm sure, Mr. President, with the leadership of our Senate President, we will, and our Chairman of Finance, we will reach these numbers. But sa amin pong computation, actually this is EDCOM's computation, I think we need 39.7 billion to fully implement this law.
Yeah.
It's a big amount, Mr. President. But lahat ng mga problema po natin, we talk about the education crisis, we talk about the learning gap, marami ho dyan, mareresolba kung may laman ng tiyan ng mga bata.
Exactly.
Even our learning gap. In fact, I would even say this is one of the best solutions to address our learning gap is may laman yung tiyan ng mga bata. And I know you've been saying this for a long time, gentle lady from Taguig, your brother as well, yung stunting issues natin. Kung maponduhan po natin to at ma-implement ng maayos, we're actually taking the biggest bite out of our education crisis. And to be fair, Mr. President, last year, Senator Sherwin was the chairman of finance. Ang lalaki po ng mga changes na pinropose sa education and there wasn't much debate. He had supported that right away because he's also an education champion. Yung malaki pong pagpondo sa classroom, sa school-based feeding program, agad-agad po itong nadagdagan. We'll know in the next few weeks about the implementation and the utilization. But I'm hoping, Mr. President, we can aim for what we had this year and even higher and really start the process of rebuilding our education sector, Mr. President. Kailangan natin ng tamang reforma, tamang pagpondo, at tamang implementasyon.
and the proper foundations, which is what this is. So my last point, Mr. President, is interestingly, the first three sustainable development goals are all connected to this. And that's why yung bill nyo, I like it kasi it really incorporates the sustainable development goals. But I'll just mention the top three. Number one is no poverty. And we know that that's the biggest deterrent also to having a proper education and having a good life and having food in your tummy. Number two is zero hunger. And number three is good health. So those three are well incorporated in this bill. And that's why we're very happy that it's a comprehensive measure. So I can end here. I have a few more clarifications. I can just submit it to His Honor. And then I have, again, very simple amendments just for more for clarity, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'd like to thank the gentle lady from Taguig. Maraming salamat po. Not only for this measure, but for the years of support for the education sector. Maraming salamat
Thank
po.
you.
Maraming salamat po. Just to join in the conversation, roughly we increased the education budget by about 287 billion pesos. And that's cut across the three education agencies, DepEd, TESDA, and CHED. And for the feeding program, we increased it by 16 billion to 28 billion pesos this year. That covers universal for kindergarten, grade one, and then targeted for the others until grade 6. Kaya malaki po yung improvement ng education budget for 2026. Sa tulong po ng lahat, tulong po ng ating mga kasamahan. At yan naman yung ating goal for this year. Hindi ma-maintain, but ma-increase pa natin. No? So
Thank you.
we'll try
Thank you,
very
Mr.
hard
President.
to increase it this coming 2027 budget.
Mr. President.
Yes, we recognize Senator
With the
Kiko
permission
Pangilinan.
of Senator Baum, the sponsor, I just want to put on record earlier, and I agree fully with what Senator Cayetano mentioned about implementation. The Sagip-Saka law actually was enacted in 2019. But believe it or not, the GPPB resolution that would cover all these purchases was left hanging for 3 years. And it was only when I sat last year that they finally resolved the issues between the Department of Agriculture and the GPPB, the board. And they came up with the final resolution in November of 2025, which explains why it was haphazardly, or if at all, implemented. But thankfully today, we are now seeing the fruits of the resolution now put in place. You do have farmers and fisher folk organizations who are selling anywhere between 52 million worth of rice purchased, for example, by the Quezon City government. 13 million purchased by the hospitals in Region 10. BJMP purchasing also about 13 to 15 million directly for their programs for their persons deprived of liberty. So slowly. And the food budget of the Philippine government last year was about rice, feeding programs, calamity relief. It was about 177 billion. So really, if you put the implementation in place, walang dahilan para maging mahirap yung ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda sa dami ng binibili ng pagkain ng gobyerno kung tamang napupunta nga doon sa mga suporta sa mga markets na gustong ma-access din ng ating farmers and fisher folk. But again, implementation is key.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Majority Leader, we suspend consideration. I think the Minority Leader would want to interpolate as well next week.
Oh, sige. I'll ask Amy. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, yes, to allow our distinguished minority floor leader to propound some questions, we move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is hereby suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, just a quick manifestation on the election of members. I got a list already of the members of the minority to be elected in certain positions. I also got to speak to the minority floor leader. He's not feeling too well today, so he begged off from today's session. But we had an agreement that the membership will be forthcoming for certain committees. We have 5 now. May I ask maybe the deputy minority leader to read the list?
So we recognize the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Amy Marcos.
And then just a quick manifestation, Mr. President. We decided about it earlier today that the majority of the members naman have been already elected, every committee. And there are 2 members of the minority, which is the minority floor leader, and the deputy minority floor leader, which is ex officio. That is Senator Alan Cayetano, who's the minority leader, and Senator Amy Marcos, who's the deputy minority leader. If there's still vacancies on the minority, it does not prevent you from conducting committee hearings,
Yes.
and even coming up with the committee report. With the permission and understanding that the minority leader has to sign. That's usually our quid pro quo. We have also an understanding with the minority leader. I've had that understanding since the father of Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Aquilino, Nene Pimentel, and then it was Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Frank Drilon, who was also minority floor leader. That has been our agreement, that we have to have the minority leader sign off the committee reports. So we guarantee the minority that we will make sure that all the committee reports will go through the minority floor leader and the deputy minority floor leader while we're still waiting for the elections of their members on certain committees. We'd like to put that on record, Your Honor.
Well, the reason why we are waiting for the committees to be fully constituted is to give respect to the minority members so that they can read the committee report, they can make comments to the committee report, and even ultimately sign the committee report.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we have 10 committee reports which are pending right now.
Yes.
So we cannot bring it to the floor until the majority of the committee members will sign the committee report. So with that understanding, the majority leader, that the minority leader, the deputy minority leader is already sufficient to file the committee report, then we will start routing the 10 committee reports so that the chairman can sponsor it on the floor and we can tackle it.
As long as the minority leader signs off the document, Mr.
Besides majority leader, the minority members will have an opportunity to debate, to interpolate, to
Correct,
amend,
President.
to even
Correct, Mr.
vote on it or vote for it or vote against it, depending on the debates and the issue. So
Yes, Mr. President.
we will have that opportunity in plenary.
And I'll work with the minority floor leader on the memberships in the succeeding days.
Yes, with that understanding, then we will proceed with the election of the members of the different committees.
May we recognize the deputy minority floor leader?
We recognize the gentle lady from Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Majority Leader. I'd like to read out the members of the different committees. We start with Civil Service, Government, Reorganization, and Professional Regulation. The 9 members constitute said committee, with 4 minority members being Senator Legarda, the chairperson, myself as Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Bongo as Vice Chair, and Senator Pia Cayetano. So, 4 po yun, kompleto na yan.
Okay. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
The next committee would be the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, constituting 9 members, 4 of whom should belong to the minority. The chairperson will be, as already stated, chairperson will be Robin Hood C. Padilla. The members will be myself, Senator Marcos, Senator Bongo, Senator Mark Villar.
And the vice chairperson, I believe, is
The
Senator-
vice chairperson is also Senator Bongo.
All right. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
For the Committee on Culture and the Arts, constituting 9 members, 4 from the minority, will be the chairperson, Senator Legarda, followed by Senator Padilla, Pia Cayetano, and myself.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Yes, and for the Committee on Electoral Reform and People's Participation, to be made up of 13 members, 6 from the minority. The chairperson is Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. And the vice chair is Senator Go, Senator Camille Villar, another vice chair, Senator Padilla, Senator Loren Legarda, and myself. So that makes 6 from the minority.
And the vice chairman?
The vice chairman will be Senator Go, Senator Camille.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Yes, and finally, this is incomplete, but for now, we would like to nominate for the minority for the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, Senator Mark Villar as chairperson, and as a member, Senator Legarda. We will be filling in 4 other members soon.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. I believe we skipped the vice chairperson for the Committee on Civil Service. I think the designation is Senator Go.
Yes, vice chairperson is Senator Go as well.
So manifested.
Vice chair ka
Yes, we recognize Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. President, may we likewise request that the minority, as soon as possible, designate their members of the minority in the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
All
Mr.
right.
President. Thank you.
We request the minority to furnish the chairperson, their members for the Committee on Justice. Senator Erwin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to remind also the minority to submit the names for members for major committees, Mr. Chair, because what was mentioned earlier are minor committees headed by the minority senators. So may we ask if they can produce or they can give names for major committees this time, Mr. President?
Yeah, we appeal to our colleagues from the minority to furnish us the names of the committees that Senator Erwin chairs, so that we can already have meaningful and productive hearings. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the flow of the events or the agenda today would be we're supposed to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the party list bill, Senator Ontiveros, and then Senator Lacson to interpolate. But I have some colleagues who wish to just do quick manifestations. We recognize our Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
We recognize our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, to our Majority Leader.
Sorry, I have to, ano lang. Yeah, my apologies, Mr. President. I forgot to suspend consideration of sustansyang pagkain bill. Did I suspend it? Oh,
Parang
my
hindi pa
apologies.
yata. Anyways.
So who sent this to me? Somebody
Actually,
sent me a note.
Well,
Okay.
anyways, we'll any
I suspended it. I believe I suspended it already, Mr. President. My staff was a bit overzealous and probably thought that I didn't.
So,
May we recognize
so
Senator
the consideration of the bill is already suspended.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, this will be short. I would just like to rise to commemorate the National Youth Day today, Mr. President, in recognition of the vital role that the Filipino youth play in shaping the future of our nation. We are proud to have authored and co-sponsored the law that supports this celebration, Republic Act number 11913, or the National Youth Day Act in the 18th Congress. Ginoong Pangulo, mahalaga po ang kabataan dahil nasa kanilang mga kamay ang lakas, ang tapang at pag-asa na humuhubog po sa kinabukasan ng ating bayan. They are not merely the leaders of tomorrow. They are our partners in nation building today, and they are the owners of the future. Mr. President, there are approximately 31.6 million young Filipinos in our country today. Imagine po the possibilities if every one of them is given the guidance, the education, opportunities, and support they need to discover their potential and contribute meaningful to society. Ako po'y chairman, Mr. President, ng Kristiyanong Kabataan para sa Bayan Movement at marami po sa atin naging guest na ng KKB. And we have personally witnessed the passion, idealism, and capacity of our young people to make a difference. Kita at alam po natin ang lakas ng kabataan kapag sila po ay kumilos at nagsama-sama. We see it in our communities where young people volunteer and serve. We see it in our workplaces where they bring fresh ideas and new ways of doing things. We see it in sports, whether competing on home soil or on the international stage, where they proudly carry the Philippine flag. We see it in our democracy, where our young Filipinos increasingly make their voices heard and participate in shaping the society they want to live in. But while we celebrate what our youth can achieve, we must also, Mr. President, recognize the challenges that stand in their way. In June 2026, the labor force participation rate among Filipinos aged 15 to 24 increased to 33.7% from 33% in June of 2025. However, Mr. President, youth employment rate declined to 86.5% from 90% in 2025. Of the 6.28 million employed young Filipinos, around 743,000 were underemployed, translating to a youth underemployment rate of 11.8%. Sa likod po ng bawat numero ay isang kabataan na may pangarap. Ginoong Pangulo, that is why we have also worked to sponsor and author laws that create real opportunities for our young people. This includes, and thanks to the help of our colleagues here in the Senate, yung pong Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, where we seek to strengthen the youth labor force participation by improving employability, expanding skills development through institutions such as TESDA, and strengthening programs that help young Filipinos make the difficult transition from school to work. Mr. President, this August chamber, this Senate also passed as we champion the First-Time Job Seekers Act, yung pong mga kagagraduate lamang na mga kabataan na libre lahat noong kanilang mga dokumento para makapag-apply for the first time ng trabaho. Para po wala na po yung mga unnecessary barriers and expenses. We have championed various other laws that allow our youth to flourish. These include Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, which we all work hard for. Labor Education Act, Tulong Trabaho Law, and Doktor para sa Bayan Act. Mr. President, our responsibility is not simply to tell the youth to dream. Our responsibility is to also build a country where they have a fair chance to turn those dreams into reality. In closing, Mr. President, ang kinabukasan po ng ating bayan ay nakasalalay sa kung paano natin pinahahalagahan, ginagabayan, at binibigyan ng pagkakataon ng ating mga kabataan ngayon. And so, Mr. President, on this National Youth Day, let us send a clear message to every young Filipino. Nakikita po namin kayo. Naririnig po namin kayo. Naniniwala po kami sa kakayahan ninyong magtagumpay sa buhay. Today, we renew our commitment to give our young people not only our recognition, but more importantly, the opportunities, support, and trust that they deserve. Mabuhay po ang kabataang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Maraming salamat, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2090 under Committee Report number 57.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill number 2090 and under Committee Report number 57 is now in order.
We recognize the distinguished colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to sponsor the measure and to interpolate the distinguished colleague, Senator Panfilo Pinla.
We recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpolate, Senator Ping Lacson.
Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And will the distinguished sponsor or lady from Panay and I would like to say for Del Pilar,
Yes, sir.
yield to some clarificatory questions.
Very gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'll try to limit my interpellation to the legal framework of the measure under consideration. And so my first question is, will the distinguished sponsor educate this representation on the intent and purpose of the party list system as originally envisioned by the framers of the 1987 Constitution?
Yes, Mr. President. As originally envisioned by the framers of the 1987 Constitution, at ito po yung inulit nila at binigyang diin dun po sa ating hearings kamakailan ng Senate Committee on ba't ako nagme-mental block? On electoral reforms and people's participation ay na bigyan ng tiyak na espasyo sa ating gobyerno, partikular sa lehislatura, partikular sa House of Representatives, ang mga political forces na hindi karaniwan nakakapasok sa ating political system. At dalawa po yung binigyan nila ng diin sa mga deliberations ng Constitutional Commission at ulit sa mga pagdinig ng Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms. At ito po ay una, yung mga partido na mayroong tiyak na filosofiya o ideolohiya at platform of governance. At pangalawa, na magsing importante o mahalaga ang dalawa, yung mga iba't ibang batayang sektor sa ating lipunan na kalimitan ay nabibilang sa marginalized and underrepresented na mga mamamayan dito sa Pilipinas, Mr. President.
And to make them not merely as passive recipients of the state's benevolence, but active participants in the mainstream of representative democracy. No? Yun po yung original intent ng Constitutional Commission at that time. No?
Yun po, Mr. President, good gentleman mula sa Cavite, na sila dahil makikilahok, kakatawanin ng kanilang interes, mamumuno bilang mga nominado ng mga party list organizations, salamat, yun na nga, magiging aktibong nakikilahok at hindi lamang sa ating sistemang pangpolitika, mas aktibo ring makikilahok sa pagpapaunlad at pakikinabang sa ating ekonomiya, Mr.
Maraming
President.
salamat po, distinguished sponsor. And doon sa deliberations ng Constitutional Commission, ano po yung original list ng sectors na in-include nila under the party list system? Yung pong original na sectors.
Yung original list po ng mga sektor, I'm double checking, Mr. President, dahil what I have here top of mind ay yung nasa panukalang batas natin, but meron nga pong nakabilang sa ating konstitusyon.
Tulong na lang po ako,
Nakasaad
labor,
sa ating konstitusyon.
peasant,
Yes, Mr.
urban poor,
President.
youth. No? Ito po yung talagang binigyan ng recognition. Ano? But ang sabi rin ng batas, ang sinasabi ng batas, eventually na naipasa, pwedeng isubdivide ito mga sektor na ito. Ibig sabihin, yung labor, pwede pang masubdivide into further, maybe parang related sectors ng labor. So labor, peasant, urban poor, youth. And then, sa legislation, may mga subsectors. At nadagdagan pa, ito yung indigenous cultural communities and women. So bali yun po yung original na sektor na na-envision ng mga constitutional commissioners sa pagbalangkas ng party system under the 1987 Constitution.
Tama po, Mr. President. At ito rin po ay ginamit na batayan in a way, a first incarnation ng party list system dun sa pag-appoint nung presidente noon ng mga tinatawag na sectoral representatives sa Kongreso. Pero ang full fruition, implementation ay batay nga dito sa nakasaad sa konstitusyon at ngayon, pinapanukala sa panukalang batas natin, dagdagan yung mga sektor na maaring lumahok, particular dun sa sectoral party list organizations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yung 50-50 kasi ang sinasabi rin sa Constitution, parang nagreserba ng additional seats. Pero parang nasa transitory provision ng Constitution, particularly Article 18, Section 7. Ang sinasabi rito, until a law is passed, the President may fill by appointment from a list of nominees by the respective sectors the seats reserved for sectoral representation. Ito yung nasa paragraph 2, Section 5, Article 6 ng Constitution.
And finally, Mr. President, hinid or sinunod ng Kongreso ang utos dun sa konstitusyon at nung taong 1997 ay ipinasa po yung unang batas natin tungkol sa party list system na ngayon ay kinoconsider nating amyendahan.
7941 yata ito.
7941, Mr. President.
So my next question is, among the 63 or 64, how many party list representatives are there now in Congress, in the lower house?
Kasalukuyan, Mr. President. I'll get back to you
Kasi
right away on that.
I was listening to the interpellation of the pro tempore, Senate President pro tempore, Senator Tito Soto. 63, but ang record namin parang 64 na yata ngayon.
64 ang kino-contemplate po kahit nung bill natin, Mr. President.
Yes. But
Dahil
right
that
now-
would be 20% nung current strength ng House of
But
Representatives.
right now there are 64.
64. I'll double check on that, Mr. President. Pero 64 din po yung base number na ginagamit namin dito sa ating panukala para i-demonstrate din kung paano mag-ooperate yung proposed formula sa pag-assign ng party list seats.
Tama po yun. Kasi pag-usapan din natin mamaya, importante yung number 64 or 63 kasi doon tayo magbabase when we compute yung ano magiging percentage ng party list. Kasi from original 2%, dahil sa jurisprudence, sa Supreme Court ruling, umakyat na ito ng 20% ng total members of Congress. Hindi na sinusunod yung 2%.
At kahit kaya po nung una napakasimple at madali gamitin yung 2%, Mr. President, dahil nung sa unang kongreso na ipinatupad itong party list system law of 1997 ay talagang eksaktong 20% ng House ay makakaupo doon dahil they would need only 2% of all votes cast for the party list para maupo. Pero in the intervening decades na dumami po yung mga distrito sa House of Representatives, lumaki po yung base number, kaya't lumaki na rin po yung what constitutes 20% of the House of Representatives. And ngayon po, sabihin ko na rin po habang maaga dito po sa ating interpellation, kino-contemplate din po nitong ating panukalang batas na kapag ka hindi whole numbers ang makukuha natin kapag hinati yung 20% of the House for party lists. Kung may butal po, yan po ay mapupunta para sa sectoral party list organizations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dadako na tayo sa medyo mga controversial provisions. Number 1, yung ban on losing candidates under Section 8 dito sa measure, it strictly prohibits any person who lost their bid for elective office. Ito po parang, sa tingin ko lang po, I'd like to get your opinion. Parang violation ito ng Equal Protection Clause and substantive due process because past electoral laws cannot be used as metric for a person's ability and qualification to serve. Not to mention yung SC ruling, Supreme Court ruling sa Albano versus Comelec, where the Supreme Court decisively struck down this exact prohibition in RA 7941. So will we still pursue under SB 2090 itong provision?
Sabihin ko lang muna po, Mr. President, na ang rationale po ng bahaging ito ng Section 8, siguro alinsunod sa diwa ng kapag meron po isa sa atin na matalo sa eleksyon ay hindi pa po pwedeng ma-appoint sa isang appointive position for 1 year after that election, kaya rin po nandito ito. Pero advised by the good gentleman from Cavite at yung jurisprudence na sinite nila, this representation would be willing to consider a proposed amendment in the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm not really against it. In fact, I'll state that I'm in favor of this proposal or this provision. Kaya lang, baka masubject sa the same constitutional infirmity dahil sa existing jurisprudence. Of course, alam naman natin yung Supreme Court, minsan nagbabago rin ng kanilang ruling. So, we can try, kaya lang, baka mapahiyalan tayo na ma-struck down na naman, baka may madamay pang, of course, pwede namang yung this particular provision lang yung ma-struck down ng Supreme Court. The next provision is the anti-dynasty provision. No? Ang issue naman po dito, baka mag-suffer tayo sa tinatawag na one title, two subjects or one title, one subject na also violative of the one title, one subject provision under Article 6, Section 26 of the Constitution. Ang sinasabi doon, every bill passed by Congress shall embrace only one subject which shall be expressed in the title thereof. So baka kailangan i-cover to ng separate legislative measure instead of inserting this provision in the party list or the amendment of the party list system.
Sa totoo po, Mr. President, meron nga po tayong isinusulong na isa pang panukala sa ngayon na pwedeng ituring na companion measure dito dahil kinikilala hindi lamang ng Kongreso pati ng executive sa LEDAC na mga electoral reform bills, priority electoral reform bills. And but I would like to work on this a little more with the good gentleman from Cavite. I feel strongly about this provision, Mr. President, dahil on the one hand, pinapakita kahit dun po sa mga deliberations natin dun sa political dynasty bill na hindi po nakakatulong yung overwhelming influence ng mga dinastiya sa pag-develop ng mature na political democracy dito sa atin. And at the same time, nakita po natin sa nakaraang mga taon ng karanasan ng party list system na nagamit pong backdoor itong party list system ng mga political dynasties para pumasok at makakuha ng isa pang seat bukod dun sa dominance na na-exercise na po nila sa mga lokalidad nila. So, just to make of record, Mr. President, na I feel quite strongly about this provision dahil kung maipasa po natin ang panukalang ito at kung kasama po itong provision ito na banning dynasts in the party list system as nominees or representatives ay mas mabibigyang daan yung original at yung mga dagdag na layunin natin sa party list system. But saying again, Mr. President, I would be willing to work with the good gentleman from Cavite kung meron po silang nais ipanukalang amyenda sa probisyong ito, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ang napansin ko lang dito sa susunod na discussion natin, parang hindi ito naka-align yung ibaba natin yung political, sasama natin yung political dynasty. Pero pag nag-compute tayo ng panibago, punta na tayo sa computation, and I'd like to be apprised sa basis ng inyong bagong formula as proposed. Saan po nanggaling itong formulation na ito?
Okay. Salamat po, Mr. President. So, para maghanda nung panukalang formula na ito dito sa ating panukalang batas, binalikan po namin halimbawa yung MUGA formula nung mga deliberations sa Kongreso bago natin nabuo yung kasalukuyang party list system law natin. And then tiningnan po namin kung paano yung formula na ito ay pwedeng i-update para mas ma-achieve yung prinsipyo ng proportionality dito po sa party list system. If Mr. President and if the good gentleman from Cavite would allow, pwede po akong magpakita ng slides para lang yung 7 or 8 steps nung formula ay mas maging konkreto sa atin dahil mas graphic. So,
Sige po, Mr. President.
salamat, Mr. President. So, dito sa proposed revised party list system seat allocation. So, ang premise po ay ang House mayroong 64 na regular party list seats available. Dahil yun po ang 20% ng total House membership including the party list seats. So, yun po yung unang hakbang dito sa formula. I-determine yung available seats ayon sa Section 11. So sample only, no?
Yeah.
Kasi maaring over the years mag-iba to. So sample po, halimbawa may 64 available seats po tayo, evenly po ihahati ito sa pagitan ng political at saka sectoral party list organizations. So sa total na 64 available seats, may 32 na reserve o 50% niyan reserved sa political party lists, 32 din, 50% din sa sectoral. At yun na nga po, ngayon pa lang, yung binanggit ko po kanina sa good gentleman from Cavite, kung yung bilang ng available seats ay hindi kayang hatiin ng pantay-pantay, yung butal ay reserved sa sectoral party list organizations din. Pangalawang hakbang dito sa formula, kailangang i-determine yung tinatawag na winning minimum percenters threshold, or for short, WMP. At ito ay WMP threshold sa parehong classification. WMP threshold sa political party list orgs, WMP threshold sa sectoral party list orgs. Ang formula dyan, simpleng 1 divided by 32, kasi 32 seats per classification, times 100. At dito lumalabas, hindi yung dating 2%, pero 3.125%. Ibig sabihin, ang isang organisasyon, kailangan makuha niya at least 3.125% ng mga botong ikinast sa kanyang classification para maging winning minimum percentaire o WMP. Pangatlong hakbang, itatali po yung votes by classification, magkahiwalay. So dito sa 3A, ito po yung political party list organizations, ibibilugin na lahat ng WMP, lahat ng nakakuha ng 3.125% or more ng mga botong ikinast para sa party list sa kanyang classification. So itutukoy yung mga nakakuha ng 3.125% or more sa political party list organizations, gayon din yung mga nasa sectoral party list organizations, lahat ng nakakuha ng 3.125% of votes cast for their classification or more. Pang-apat na step, dito na tayo papasok sa proportional allocation among WMPs. So dito magkaiba na yung divisor. Bibilangin lahat ng votes cast para sa political party list organizations. Nasa sample na to ay 9.6 million votes. Doon naman po sa sectoral party lists, isusuma din lahat ng votes cast para sa sectoral na winning minimum percenters na party list groups, which in this sample ay 4 million votes. And then, gagawin po sa bawat WMP na political party list organization, yung kanyang nakuhang mga boto ay i-divide by 9.6 million votes. Yung sa sectoral WMP party list organizations, ang nakuha niyang mga boto ay i-divide naman by 4 million votes. At doon makukuha yung share or yung percentage nila sa bawat classification nila. So rounded down, makikita po natin ang seats na dapat makukuha ng bawat isa sa kanyang classification, at least up to this step. At dito makikita natin, sa step pa lang na to, hindi na makukuha yung 32 per classification. Dahil so far, sa mga na-divide so far, 30 seats lang ang maa-allocate sa political WMPs at 27 lamang sa mga sectoral WMPs. So bago natin i-cure yan, dako po tayo sa ikalimang hakbang na applying the seat caps. Dahil meron din po dito sa section 12, letter E, number 5, may seat caps po ang bawat
Mabuti po
classification.
kinorek niyo
Yes,
kasi
Mr. President.
Kanina nakita namin 11.
Yes po.
Mabuti na correct nyo na ginawa yung 10.
Yes
so
po.
hindi na ako mag-interject.
Okay po,
Sige,
Mr.
okay.
President. So dito po, lalabas na may seat cap pong ipinapanukala na 10 seats maximum sa mga political party list organizations, 3 seats maximum sa mga sectoral party list organizations. After natin i-cap yung seats na pwedeng makuha ng bawat winning political WMP at bawat winning sectoral WMP, kulang pa rin dun sa 32 each. 29 seats dun sa political WMPs at 26 seats sa sectoral WMP. So may 3 kulang pang ma-allocate na seats sa political party list organizations, 6 pa ang hindi pa na-allocate sa sectoral party list organizations. Dito natin pupunuin sa hakbang 6. I-allocate natin ang remaining seats sa non-WMPs, 1 seat at a time by rank. So ibig sabihin, sa political party list organizations, may i-award pang 3 seats sa mga non-WMPs. Doon sa susunod na 3 nakarank 1, 2, 3 pagkatapos ng political WMPs. Gayon din sa sectoral party list organizations, yung 6 na non-WMP seats ay i-award din sa mga susunod na rank 1 to 6 at 1 seat each. So dadako po tayo, at least dito sa panukala natin at panukalang formula, sa ika-7 hakbang. Halos tapos na po. Final classification, final allocation by classification. Kung saan makikita po natin na sa political party list organizations na award po ang lahat ng 32 seats. At kung bibilangin natin, yan po ay 12 mga political party list organizations. Samantalang ang sectoral party list organizations na allocate din po ang buong 32 seats, at kung bibilangin din natin, ito ay 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 sectoral party list organizations. Interestingly, Mr. President, 50% more ng mga sectoral party list organizations than yung political party list organizations. So ang magiging final na resulta po kung maipasa natin ang panukala at kung ganito po ang maipapasa nating formula, ay sa huli, final result sa step 8, lahat ng 64 available party list seats ay na-allocate. 32 po sa mga political party list organizations, 32 para sa mga sectoral party list organizations, para mabuo po yung total na 64 seats o 20% po ng House of Representatives, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yung sa political parties, how many registered political parties are there in the country, both national and regional?
Opo. I'll get back to you on that ASAP, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Opo, para
Ang purpose po ng tanong ko, kasi ang proposal sa measure para maximum 10 seats yung political parties, ano?
Opo.
And maximum 3 seats lang sa sectoral.
Opo.
So ang inisip ko, parang nagkaroon na ng imbalance na madidipit na yung the very purpose of the party list system under the 1987 Constitution na underrepresented saka under deserved, di ba? Sectors. Kung maximum 10 ang kukunin sa mga political parties registered sa COMELEC, hindi ba parang agabyado na yung sectoral representation?
I'm willing to discuss that more with the good gentleman from Cavite, Mr. President. Although ipo-point out ko po, at least dun sa proposed formula at yung simulation, actually ang lumalabas, mas maraming sectoral party lists, 50% more than the political party lists, actually ang mahahalal. Given na yung 3-seat cap ay baka kaya nang makuha ng mas maraming sectoral party list organizations sa ngayon, and that will, at least sa simulation, magre-resulta po siya na yun na nga, 18 sa kanilang mga partido ay makakapasok sa House kumpara halimbawa at least sa simulation sa 100 political party list organizations. Ang sense naman po ng pagbibigay ng 10-seat cap sa mga political party list organizations ay partly po yung ilan sa mga kasalukuyang at pwede nating i-anticipate na uusbong pa ng mga political party list organization ay meron sa kanila na mga multisectoral in themselves at maaring sa kasaysayan ng buhay nila bilang partido ay nagdesisyon na sige, manatili tayong multisectoral political organization. Samantala yung iba naman ay maaring nagdesisyon na maghati-hati tayo sa mga sectoral party list. So in sum, Mr. President, yung interest po sa political party list organizations ay yun ang pag-oorganisa at pag-consolidate. Samantala yung pangunahing interest naman po dun sa sectoral party list organizations ay plurality po ng mga tinig ng mga sektor. At ayon po sa ating panukala, kailangan pipiliin ng partido aling classification nila gustong mag-compete at lumahok. In the same way na bawat isa sa ating mga botante, kailangan din nating pumili. Sa ating party list vote sa balota, boboto ba tayo ng isang political party list or boboto ba tayo sa isang sectoral party list, Mr. President?
Ang malaking problema po rito or concern, no, at the very least, sa mga ibang probinsya na may mga regional political parties, baka mag-encourage pa ito ng political dynasty. Kasi say in a small province with only one legislative district, pag nag-form sila ng political party list, no? So, para in-expand mo yung district representation, although isa lang ang district, pero there will be 2 or 3 or more representatives, ano? Yung iba kasi naging party list representatives representing the regional political party. So, para in-expand mo yung political dynasty in a small or relatively small province.
Actually, Mr. President, napaka-importante ng puntong yan na kasasabi lang ng good gentleman from Cavite at nagsimula na rin lumabas from other quarters yung ganyang concern, particularly about yung unintended result kaugnay ng paano natin naranasan, particularly yung mga regional party list. So again, I would be willing to work with the good gentleman from Cavite about a possible amendment to that, Mr.
Thank you
President.
for that response, Mr. President. Kasi meron tayong alam na talagang nagpuputap ng party list. Hindi pa ito political party, party list na sectoral, kuno. Para madagdagan kasi sobra yung membro ng pamilya kesa sa district. Maraming anak, pero isa lang ang district kasi maliit ang population, pero sufficient para makapag-elect ng party list representative. So there lies the danger, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor. So maybe during the period of amendments, baka pwedeng i-revisit natin ito and reconsider yung magiging imbalance, no? Baka maging yung party list maging ang nagre-represent actually political parties ng mga political families.
Yes, Mr. President, I would be very willing to consider such a proposed amendment from the good gentleman from Cavite for possible
Thank you,
acceptance.
distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Are you gonna play?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sige. Session suspended.
We're still in the period of interpellation. May we recognize Senator Gatchalian, our Senate President, to interpolate Senator Tiveros, the gentle lady from Iloilo.
The Senate President is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The gentle lady willing to take a few questions, considering that Senator Lacson has already extensively interpolated and discussed, and I was listening intently earlier.
Very willing, Mr. President.
Just a few basic questions. First, I noted that the title of the bill, the short title of the bill is Party List Reform Act.
Yes, Mr. President.
And my basic question is, ano ang rini-reform natin, good sponsor? I think it's good to note that, of course, marami hong mga komento tungkol sa party list, and I'm sure you know because you also represented a very strong party list once upon a time. So the bill, ano po ang rini-reforma po ng panukala natin?
Maraming salamat para sa tanong na yan, Mr. President. In large part, no, yung mga problema na nagpe-plague sa current party list system natin, pwedeng sumahin sa entrenched dynastic and corporate interests have been diluting sectoral representation and political representation for the marginalized and underrepresented and for more genuine political parties. Parang na-overtake na yung party list system ng ganitong mga interes. For example, Mr. President, in 2022, it was reported that the number of party lists tied to political clans or incumbent officials skyrocketed with 70 out of the 177, so almost 50%. 70 out of the 177 registered party lists in the 2022 elections featuring said political ties. Gayon din, merong mas updated pa, March 2026 report ng Philippine Center for Investigative Journalism na nadiskubre nila kalahati ng 64 party list representatives in the 20th Congress are members of active political clans, and 1/3 even have ties to government contractors, Mr. President. Kaya itong dalawang phenomena na hindi kinontemplate ng constitutional framers, hindi kinontemplate natin sa Kongreso na overtake na sa party list system ay mayroong dedicated na mga provisions dito sa ating panukala, Mr. President.
So is it parang lumalabas po dun sa sinabi niyo, 50% comes from a dynastic families or dynastic setting, and then yung 30% merong some form of government contracts or government-related contracts.
Opo, Mr. President.
So 20% lang talaga yung natitirang
Yun na nga po.
true representation or true intention ng party list.
Yun na nga po, Mr. President, napaka-modest na nga ng percentage ng House na reserve sa party list system. Tapos kalahati pa nun at 1/3 pa nun ay kakainin pa ng mga dynasties, ng mga contractors na may sarili ng base ng kapangyarihan at yaman. So, frustrating the original intent of the Constitution at natin sa Kongreso sa pagpasa ng kasalukuyang batas,
Narinig
Mr.
ko kanina
President.
sa interpellation ni Senator Lacson na in order to reform itong 50%, merong anti-dynasty provision, albeit I think there's a conversation whether it's violating the one subject rule of the Constitution. But nevertheless, nakita ko yun rin yung isang intention para matanggal yung 50% na related sa dynasty. Yung 30%.
Yes, Mr. President. In both aspects, hindi po ito rider actually dahil legitimate restriction po siya on party list nominees at mag-a-apply po siya sa nominees at saka sa representatives and not to other elected officials outside the party list system.
So kung meron na siyang relative na elected official, hindi na siya pwede maging nominee.
Ganun po ang mangyayari. Kahit dito sa ating proposed proposed party list system law na to the second degree din of consanguinity and affinity, Mr. President.
And then how do we address itong 30% no government with government contracts or nominees with some form of related government contracts? How do we address that in the bill?
Ganon din po, Mr. President, sa section, actually both yung hindi inaasahan na pagpasok ng mga dynasties at ng mga contractors sa party list system ay na ina-address po pareho sa Section 9 ng bill on qualification of party list nominees. Section 9 provides all nominees, including those of the youth sector, shall not be qualified to become a party list nominee if the person A is related by affinity or consanguinity to the second degree to any incumbent elected local and national official, including a party list representative, and B has or has had a beneficial interest in or holds or has held contracts or subcontracts, whether as individual or as an incorporator, director, or officer to supply the government or any of its divisions, subdivisions, or instrumentalities with goods and services, or to perform construction or other works in the last 10 years preceding the subject election, Mr. President.
Thank you for that answer. And Marami tayong natutunan dito sa flood control issue. I think isa sa mga natutunan natin, kung hindi man nakapangalan sa kanila sarili, nakapangalan sa anak, nakapangalan sa asawa, nakapangalan sa pinsan, and yung government contracts, hindi diretso sa kanila pero nakapangalan naman sa relatives. And I think Senator Cheese filed a bill na kung meron kang mga relatives sa may government contract, hindi ka pwedeng sumali sa mga bidding for government contracts. The same when the time...
Yung ganyan, if I may, Mr. President, and yung ganyang practice po sa pagnenegosyo nila, parang nire-reproduce lang nila sa political system natin, pati sa party list system natin. So gusto natin pong maglagay, Mr. President, ng guardrails para hindi sila patuloy na makapasok sa party list system at masuportahan ang mga totoong stakeholders sa isang party list system na dun talaga lumago at makalahok at makaambag sa ating political system, Mr. President.
Correct. Thank you for that answer, Her Honor. Dito sa letter B, is the good sponsor open to extending the beneficial interest to relatives, also to mga anak nila, mga asawa nila, kung merong consanguinity to the second degree sa anti-dynasty provision nitong bill, ang iniisip ko, we should also extend the same second degree consanguinity to government contracts, naman, so that yung temptation na tumakbo ka for party list and then mag-secure ng contracts and yet ipapasa mo lang sa mga relatives mo, mawawala yon, no? So at the proper time and with the permission of the good sponsor, isa-suggest ko na i-extend rin natin itong second degree to government contracts.
Good amendment po yan, Mr. President. Learning yung mga leksyon natin mula nga dun sa investigasyon sa flood control scandal. At saka papayagan po yung amendment na iyan mag-enrich yung mga provisions ng bill natin sa isa't isa.
Correct. Because yun yung mga
para
natutunan natin na si congressman, hindi man lang diretso doon, but yun na nga, no? Relatives niya or pinsan niya nandoon, it's the same. No? That's a workaround in divesting their businesses. So at the proper time, we'll make that amendment and recommendation.
Salamat para doon, Mr. President.
I'll go to a topic that Senator Lacson opened up earlier, and I also feel strongly. Gusto ko malaman, what is the rationale for having that 50-50 division of seats between the political party list and sectoral party list? Anong naging discussion and rationale in that concept?
Ang naging rationale at saka discussion dyan, Mr. President, at kasama nga po yung mga resource persons natin nung hearings ng Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation, kasama po mga constitutional framers, saka iba pang mga legal luminaries, ay para makamit talaga natin sa pamamagitan ng party list system yung dalawang magkasabay at magsinghalagang layunin ng party list system as contemplated by the Constitution at ipinangarap nung unang party list law. Both na umusbong yung mga party list organizations kung saan yung mga basic sectors as originally identified at habang dumami sila over the decades, na magkaroon talaga ng espasyo sa ating lehislatura, sa House of Representatives, para mailaban nila yung kanilang mga interes bilang isang basic sector sa loob din ng gobyerno o ng Estado, particularly sa legislature. At yung pangalawang, layunin na yung party list system ay maging espasyo para i-encourage talaga yung pag-usbong at paglawak, pag-consolidate ng mas maraming totoong partido politikal. Ibig sabihin mga partido na meron talagang distinct na filosofiya o ideolohiya of governance at meron din pong platform of governance, Mr. President.
Ang ating one of the most important concepts ng nating 1987 Constitution is social justice.
Yes,
through representation. So, sang-ayon ako na yung sectoral groups, especially marginalized groups, ang mabigyan sila ng spasyo at ng boses sa loob ng Kongreso dahil nga mahirap kalabanin yung mga well-entrenched political personalities in different parts of our country. And kung ikaw ay isang magsasaka, kung ikaw ay isang mangingisda at yung pangangailangan mo sa iyong sektor ay hindi nabibigyan ng boses, sang-ayon ako na itong mga marginalized groups ay mabigyan ng boses sa loob ng Kongreso para mabigyan natin ng solusyon at attention yung kanilang pangangailangan. On the other side, yung political party, alam nyo rin na dito sa ating bansa, malayo pa tayo dun sa ideal political party setup, no? Dahil nga just an example, madaling magpalit-palit, di ba? Kung sino ang dominant party, mabilis magpalit, kaya nga may mga partido na after election lumalaki, lumiliit.
Nasa ibang bansa, Mr. President, pinaparusahan yung ganyan.
Correct, no?
Pag iwan mo yung partido mo para sa iba, maganda pong umabot tayo sa ganyan na loyalty talaga sa partido habang buhay, halimbawa.
At ang ideology at philosophy ng mga political parties dito hindi rin klaro, no?
Opo.
Marami sa ating mga political parties are personality based. Nakikita
or
naman
electoral
natin
coalitions lamang, Mr.
or
President.
for convenience purposes, no?
Opo.
So in short, hindi pa tayo umaabot sa ideal political party system. At wala rin tayong batas, no, na nag-govern sa political party system natin. It's really more regulated by COMELEC, no? So going by the kanina narinig ko si Senator Lacson, baka maging dahil very loose at very hazy, no, ang political party system natin, at pagbibigyan pa natin sila ng additional space dito sa party list system natin, hindi ba magiging dangerous dahil hindi pa klaro yung ideology, hindi pa rin klaro yung kanilang philosophies, and yet we are giving them 50% of the seats, no, and 10% seats in one go, no? I share that concern ni Senator Lacson, also with Senator Tito Soto, no, nung unang pag-interplate niya, dahil nga yung hindi pa tayo umaabot sa ganyang ideal setup, no? So I want to get the views of the sponsor on ano ba ang nakikitang direksyon, no, for allocating 50% of the party list seats to the political parties.
Unfortunately, gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina on the side, currently wala pong distinction sa mga regular party list kung sino sa kanila ang makakategorize na political at sino ang sectoral. Walang strict na distinctions or paglilista talaga. But I will venture the guess, Mr. President, na kahit yung mga political party list organizations na kasalukuyan nasa party list system, I would venture the guess na karamihan, kung hindi man lahat sila, ay hindi mabibilang sa mga dominant political parties sa ngayon. Political parties loosely defined. I think yung documentation ng kwentong buhay so far ng party list system dito sa ating bansa would show na dun unang pumasok sa party list system yung mga bagong partido politikal, at least nung panahong yun ng late 1990s, na hindi makakuha ng espasyo sa distrito or sa probinsya or sa munisipyo. And it may be that over the decades, nagkaroon ng some kind of overlap na among some. Pero again, Mr. President, willing to be corrected if I am wrong, palagay ko hindi rin marami yung mga established political parties na nakapasok talaga sa party list system as those na ika-categorize natin according to this proposal as the political party list organizations. May panahon pa nga, Mr. President, na naalala nyo siguro binan yung 5 dominanteng political party na pumasok or tumakbo sa party list system kasi nga in recognition of the fact na yung mga bago at tinawag noong alternatibong political party at sectoral party list organizations ang dapat may priority na makapasok doon. So as I shared with the gentleman from Cavite earlier, I would be glad to work with the good gentleman from Valenzuela, the Senate President, on a formulation that most of our colleagues hopefully could live with. But I do feel very strongly na may espasyo pa talaga which hasn't been really filled sa ating political party system, as also observed by the good Senate President, na para magkaroon tayo ng espasyo, ngayon 20% lang sa House. Eventually, sana more of the House or in some countries, yung buong House nila ay filled by proportional representation or party list system para mas maraming totoong political parties ay umusbong at mas marami sa mga kasalukuyang partido ay maging bahagi din ng pag-mature ng isang political party system sa atin.
Isa pang nakikita kong magiging complication is yung campaign financing. Dahil ang campaign financing, even though we have to declare it, hindi maraming workarounds, no? Maraming workarounds. Alam naman natin yan. No, bilang mga politiko at kandidato rin, maraming workarounds. And it will be tempting for mga political parties to enlarge themselves. So, mga political parties, typically, meron na silang mga tayo, no? I'm a member of a political party. Marami sa mga kasama natin, members ng political party, even in the House, no? Very defined yung kanilang political party. But it's always their goal to increase their numbers. So yung mga political parties na, of course, may malalaking mga supporters and backers, it will be very tempting for them to fund their party list and increase their size. And without that very strict campaign financing mechanism, very tempting sa kanila na palakihin yung kanilang bilang. No? So that's also another complication na nakikita ko if we give the political parties that opportunity to enlarge themselves.
Mr. President, salamat sa good Senate President for mentioning that dahil I'm sure nasa likod ng isip nating lahat na kasunod ng mga naunang electoral reforms tulad ng yung party list system law, yung overseas absentee voting, yung election automation, marami pa ring dapat sumunod ng mga electoral reforms kasama na po yung campaign finance reform and hopefully over time pwede nating buuin talaga yung policy framework for that mature political party system, including bypassing the campaign finance reform bill. At this point, Mr. President, idagdag ko na rin sa conversation namin ang good Senate President na also to acknowledge the work that has been done by the Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms and the previous chair, Senator Aimee. Kasama po sa kanyang panukalang batas, Senate Bill number 757, yung parang partition system na isinama po sa committee report na ito na magkahiwalay po yung sectoral party list organizations, at saka yung political party list organizations, Mr. President. Para kilalanin lang yung ongoing work na ginagawa ng Senado sa ating committee
Thank you
system, Mr.
for that.
President.
So at the proper time rin, we'll propose some amendments to Her Honor to good sponsor. Yun lang yung nakikita nating mga complications. And of course, we want to, like you, we want to strengthen our party list system. Nasa constitution natin yan. And ang view ko is to be consistent with the social justice concept of our Constitution, to give voice to the marginalized. Another topic that I want to also get some clarity, yung allocation. No? 10 seats for the political party and then 3 seats for the sectoral. Anong naging discussion and thought process? Bakit mas malaki sa political party compared to the sectoral?
The reason, Mr. President, would be reflected in yung basic principles na isinasama itong dalawang categorization sa party list system. Na ang interes para sa mga political party list organizations ay organization and consolidation. So, and consolidation would require an increase in size. On the basis of unity na over time, mas marami silang magka-come to share dun sa philosophy at saka platform of governance. Samantalang, yung interest naman dun sa sectoral party list organizations ay plurality of voices of the sectors. So, ganun yung proposal tuloy sa bill na ang seat cap ay mas mataas para sa mga political party list organizations dahil kino-contemplate at gusto ng bill na mag-consolidate sila at lumaki. Samantalang sa mga sectoral party list organizations, mas mababang cap, 1/3 nung cap sa political para maparami yung mga sectoral parties na pumasok. And as I pointed out dun sa simulation, merong unintended and I think good outcome na actually 50% mas marami ang bilang ng mga sectoral parties na papasok kumpara dun sa political party list organizations. At least sa simulation po na yan,
I would
Mr. President.
assume dahil yung mga sectoral, very defined yung kanilang advocacies. Like for example, sa mga magsasaka, sa mga farmers natin, very defined yung kanilang needs, yung kanilang advocacies. Labor groups, very defined rin. I would assume that giving them a larger voice will give them a bigger probability of getting their needs in Congress, or at least marinig sila ng mas malaki. But in a political party where hindi pa masyadong defined and hindi pa ideal, giving them a bigger voice might not be be very clear in terms of their ideology. No? Kasi sa mga observation ko ngayon, very few political parties may clear ideology. No? Karamihan talaga is really politics-based. No? So in other words, if you give them 10 seats, mas malakas yung politics-based voice nila compared to their ideology or philosophy. No? And I see the intention. I see the intention to the bill na kasi in other countries, actually in the BARM, no? Sa BARM merong 40% of the seats are dedicated to political parties. No? 50% of the votes are dedicated to political parties, and the reason for that is to balance the political families there. No? In other countries, very defined. Kung left ka, right ka, center, left, right, very very defined. Pero dito sa atin, hindi defined. Ang defined sa atin is political interest. No? So if we give them 10 seats, ang political interest nila ang lalaki, hindi yung ideology. So that's chain of thought na naisip ko in terms of allocating 10 seats versus 3 seats. No?
I'm willing, Mr. President, na magpatuloy mag-reflect dun sa concern na nire-raise ng good Senate President. Gaya ng sinabi ko rin sa good gentleman mula sa Cavite kanina, I'll try to get back to the colleagues with more numbers on how many are the current political and sectoral party list organizations represented in the House. But again, I would be willing to guess na hindi completely overlapping yung mga political party list organizations na ngayon ay nasa loob ng party list system at yung mga dominant political parties. And we do want, at least the bill, ini-imagine niya na sa pamamagitan ng ganitong dalawang classifications and admittedly magkakaibang seat caps for the reasons I mentioned earlier, gustong i-encourage sa pamamagitan ng party list system na mas maraming mas genuine talaga, fully genuine na mga political parties ay umusbong dito sa ating political system.
With the permission of the distinguished sponsor and the Senate President, may I just interject? It skipped my mind when I was interpolating. Ano yung biggest number of votes garnered by a party list in 2025, for example? I understand it's Akbayan, no?
Yes, Mr. President, it was
2 million plus.
2.7. Tama po ba mga kasama? It was, if I'm correct, 2.7 million votes,
Yes.
Mr.
And,
President.
Ano yung lowest number of votes garnered by a party list?
I will get back to you on that this evening, Mr.
Parang
President.
200,000 lang eh.
And that was, in point of fact, Mr. President, yun po yung original na minimum 2% na kailangan makapture.
I asked that question because we might be confronted with a situation, malaking probinsya, no? Sabihin natin, okay, Cavite, 2 million mahigit ang botante. Mapupuno yan ng party list.
Kaya importante, Mr. President, yung concern nyo about regional parties. Correct. And I am committed to working with the good presiding officer
Lowest
on that,
is
Mr.
8,000.
President.
Kaya ng isang maliit na probinsya yon.
So yon. Kaya importante po yung tanong nyo, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you,
Salamat
swing
po.
sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson, for that intervention. I'll go to another topic, and this is in just to focus on Section 5. Merong isang process dito, and let me just go to the
registration, Mr. President.
yeah, registration, and there's a process here, yung evidentiary public hearing. No? And how do we envision this evidentiary public hearing? Kasi ito rin yung nagiging nagiging source rin ng confusion as well as nagiging malaking issue ito. So, and this is itong evidentiary public hearing is supposed to be the filter, no, for the party list that will be interested in joining the election. So how do we envision for COMELEC to conduct evidentiary public hearing so that hindi siya magiging confusing, arbitrary, or even controversial, and very clear yung magiging direction ng COMELEC when they conduct this evidentiary public hearing?
Salamat, Mr. President. I recall this may be related to a concern also raised by the former Senate President, Senator Tito Soto, yung issue na hindi ba ano ba yung binibigay nating parameters sa COMELEC at hindi ba ito masyadong maluwag. The evidentiary public hearing shall be conducted by COMELEC so that the party list system or the political party list organizations eligible for registration truly advocate a clear ideology, platform, or principles and policies for the general conduct of government. And gayon din na yung mga sectoral party list organizations na nagre-rehistro prove in those same evidentiary public hearings na talagang nire-representan niya ang marginalized and underrepresented sectors and that its nominees belong to the sector that they seek to represent. And in the previous paragraph, Mr. President, sinasabi po dito yung malinaw na batayan kung paano kikilalanin ng COMELEC or na ebidensya na karapat-dapat itong partido na ma-qualify tumakbo bilang political or sectoral party list organization. And for the sectoral na clear and convincing evidence that it is economically, politically, or socially marginalized and underrepresented, Mr. President.
Yeah, kasi ito ang nagiging isang source rin ng controversy, yung pag-accredit. And marami tayong naririnig na ma-accusations, bakit ito in-accredit, but ito hindi ito in-accredit. And we just want to make sure that hindi siya magiging arbitrary, especially we want to lean towards yung mga marginalized groups, no? Dahil yung mga marginalized groups, as you know, marami sa kanila hindi naman kayang kumuha ng mga dekambanilang abogado, hindi naman sila kayang kumuha ng mga taong talagang makakatulong sa kanila. And ang chain of thought ko is without clear parameters or without clear guidelines under the law, it might disenfranchise them because hindi sila makakakuha ng mga taong makakatulong sa kanila. No? So at the proper time, we'll also make some suggestions. Of course, we'll consult the good sponsor on that. But the chain of thought that this representation has is to not disenfranchise, no, yung mga marginalized groups because they cannot compete with, let's say, political parties that are well backed, no, political parties that are meron talagang grupo, no. So we want to make sure that equal footing pagdating sa registration and accreditation.
I thank the good Senate President, Mr. President, for his concern for the marginalized and underrepresented sectors and look forward to working with him on his proposed amendments to this section.
Yeah, thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Marami na hong natanong si Senator Lacson when I was listening to him earlier. Actually, I took a lot of notes. So I'll terminate my interpellation here. And at the proper time, we'll also make recommendations. And of course, we're willing to work with a good sponsor on those recommendations. Maraming salamat, Senator Risa. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Senate President.
Mr. President, may we move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2090? So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senators Villanueva, Ejercito, and Padilla will be interpolating next week for the record. May we now recognize Senator Marcos for a manifestation from the minority.
Session is suspended so the Senate President can retake.
Mr. President, as I said earlier, may we recognize Senator Marcos for a manifestation from the minority.
We recognize the gentle lady from Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. In addition to the names and committees earlier manifested, I would also like to add for the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, the following 8 minority members. In addition to those already named by the majority under Chairperson Rafi Tulfo, we have Lauren Legarda, Camille Villar, Christopher Lawrence Bongo, Mark Villar, Robin Hood Padilla, Rodante Marcoleta, Pia Cayetano, and myself. Thank you.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you.
Mr. President, this representation was supposed to give a privileged speech today, Mr. President, on the one-year accomplishment report of the Committee on Education. But upon consultation with myself, Mr. President, we will just be doing this on Monday, so more senators can listen and participate in that privilege.
This is such an important privilege
Yes.
speech. So mas maganda ho kung marami ho tayong mga kasamahan para marinig nila and they can also engage the good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President. The chairman of education quickly agreed, Mr. President, to do this on Monday. So some administrative matters. Unang-una, Mr. President, with the consent of the body and upon the instruction of the chairperson of the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, I manifest the creation of a subcommittee to take up the following bills on the amendments to the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994. These are Senate Bills numbers 52, 308, 547, 1191, 1466, 1734, and House Bill number 6738 with the Senate President as its chairperson.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President.
Yeah, we actually started this bill. Actually, tapos na ho kami sa technical working group, so it's finalization. So we requested the good chairman of the committee to create a subcommittee so para ma-sponsor na natin ulit to.
Yes,
so
Mr.
maraming
President.
salamat for that.
Mr. President, secondly, upon the instruction of the chairperson of the Committee on Culture and the Arts, I manifest the designation of Senator Zubiri as vice chairman of the committee. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, manifestation is noted.
Mr. President, on another matter, with the consent of the body and upon consultation with the chairperson of the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, and to maintain consistency with the referrals made to Senate Bills numbers 350, 814, and 1026, as well as House Bill number 4757, I move to change the primary and secondary committee referrals of Senate Bill number 2217 on the Sustainable Cities and Communities Act from the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement as primary committee and the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking as secondary committee to the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking as the primary committee and the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement as the new secondary committee. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Okay, Mr. President, I move to adjourn our session for today, Mr. President.
Okay. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, August 17, 2026.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ang tagal-tagal ko nang gusto magsalita. Wala akong alam na instrument na tugtugin. Ang mga melody sa songs ko ay nire-record, hinaham ko sa binili niya yung panghakot ng isda ng brother niya. Ginawa namin pampasahero.
Kaya ka naging barker.
Ginawa